This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Su Qing stood in front of the window, looking at the sky with an inexplicable expression. Doomsday loading. Progress 99%. This red subtitle suddenly appeared in the sky a month ago. What's more amazing is that it can be clearly seen from anywhere in the world. At least that's the result of official statistics. It seems that wherever there are people, this subtitle will appear there. As a month passed, the progress in the red words jumped from the initial 0% to the current 99%. At this time, there was a bang-bang sound at the door. Su Qing glanced at the door. She had propped up with a heavy object and sighed silently. When this line of words first appeared, people thought it was a means of sensationalism, but as the incident fermented, coupled with the paralysis of the global power system, looting, fighting and other chaos began to take place everywhere. Most people realize that the end of the world may really be coming. Su Qing was lucky because she had just resigned from her previous company 2 months ago. Due to her lazy nature and intermittent hoarding, she just wanted to give herself a short vacation and then go out to look for a job. So she bought a lot of snacks and no cooking food, and even stocked up a few boxes of drinks and water at home. This saved her from having to go out to find food in the increasingly chaotic situation. Now it seems that it was really a coincidence. After all, in the apocalypse, supplies are always important. Thinking of this, she subconsciously frowned and looked downstairs. Even after more than 10 days, the ground there was still red. In the community alone, there were struggles over supplies, not to mention outside. The word Doomsday seemed to directly open the constraints of order. I just don't know what will happen in this Doomsday game. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips anxiously, and the plots in the Doomsday novel she had been studying for began to flash through her mind. Is it zombies? Or natural disasters? Ding! Just as Su Qing was daydreaming, a crisp voice seemed to appear directly in her mind, making her whole head buzz, and she immediately fell to the ground. Doomsday. Current progress is 100%. Ding. Doomsday. Loading completed. Doomsday scene loading. Loading progress 0%, 1%. World initial participants, 7 billion. Current participants, 5 billion. Participants are binding. Binding progress 0%, 1%. Su Qing endured the dizziness and suddenly opened her eyes wide. Under her surprised eyes, the numbers jumped from 0% to 100% in a flash, making the loading progress of the previous month look like a clown. Doomsday scene loading completed. Participant binding completed. Ding. Participant delivery in progress. Wait. Su Qing seemed to have heard something incredible, fluttering around and trying to say something, but she only saw the rapidly spinning ceiling, and a strong sense of dizziness and nausea suddenly attacked her. In the last second of losing consciousness, Su Qing thought of the instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, snacks that she had stockpiled to save money. If it was delivered, what was the point of my saving money this month? Su Qing woke up to the sound of gurgling water. Su Qing opened her eyes, and saw a dark place. What a fantasy! Where did I come from? Is this still Blue Star? It's too dark. Just a minute later, Su Qing blinked, and found that she seemed to be able to see the surroundings clearly. Is there an adaptation process after being immersed? Then Su Qing found that she should be in a very secret place, and there was light coming from behind. She had to go out and take a look, but obviously, her brain had adapted, but her body was still in the process of adapting. Su Qing moved her weak limbs, gritted her teeth, and slowly tried to stand up. This was a long and terrible process. An unknown Miss Su said that she was firmly opposed to experiencing it again. 5 minutes later, Su Qing walked out with her right hand on the wall, and her vision instantly widened. After a short and narrow corridor, it was wider when she came out. Su Qing roughly estimated that she was 1.7 meters tall, and he was probably several dozen centimeters taller than her. The edge and the innermost earth wall were about 2 times her distance away, and about the same width. Su Qing licked her dry lips. She roughly understood her cave. If you describe it simply, you can imagine digging out an irregular rectangular block in the mountain, and then digging out a very short road on one side of it, connecting to another much smaller rectangular block. When she woke up, she stayed in the smaller rectangle, which she guessed should be her room for sleeping. Passing the small wooden table in the middle, Su Qing walked to the edge of the cave. There were several man-made steps from the ground, which looked to be about 10 centimeters high. Su Qing took a step forward, but felt like she had kicked something and bounced back. There were fluorescent blue ripples at that location. It was really strange, as if she was trapped in some forbidden area for no reason. But this cave was so poor that only dirt was left, Su Qing said with a smile. Oh no, She also had a small wooden table that creaked. There was no other way. Su Qing could only retreat and study the cave. It's square. Nothing on it. Except for the small wooden table. What's on the small wooden table? Huh? Where did the paper come from? It wasn't there just now. Su Qing grabbed the paper and ran to the edge, and began to read it in the bright sunshine. Dear survivor, if you were more careful, you could have seen this crucial letter earlier. Are you confused about why you are here? Unfortunately, I have to tell you that you have come to the end of the world. There are dangerous jungles, magnificent deep seas, and rich flora and fauna waiting for you to explore. Well, since I have said so much, I don't mind giving you a few pieces of advice at the end. First, the hut is the only safe place in the world for you, so upgrade your hut as soon as possible. Occasionally, they will go out of their territory and come to the hut. Believe me, that is not what you want to see. Second, don't go out at night. Even I don't know what guys you will meet in the dark. Third, you must collect as many supplies as possible. This is your biggest reliance for survival in this world, isn't it? Don't expect others. This is a standalone game, dear smiley face. Well, that's all I have to say. You'd better keep every word I say in your heart. I hope to see you in the next version. Try your best to survive. Hee hee hut. Su Qing watched the paper turn into a light spot. Is her hut this cave? The paper mentioned that the hut is the only safe place, but urged to upgrade the hut, and then mentioned them. Does this mean that the hut cannot guarantee safety in certain situations, such as them? Su Qing thought of the game she had played before. Would the hut in the apocalypse also have similar attributes, levels, settings? Also, you cannot go out at night and try to collect supplies. Su Qing secretly memorized these points. In addition, she was more concerned about the two words, standalone game, and next version, mentioned on the paper. God, the more I read it, the more it feels like I have entered a game. How do I say it? Where did the red dot come from? Su Qing's originally divergent thoughts froze for a moment when she saw the red dot on her wrist getting brighter and brighter. After thinking for a few seconds, she tentatively tapped the red light. A fluorescent blue light screen popped up. The fluorescent blue light shone on her face. She opened her mouth. Light screen? After a brief exploration, Su Qing found that the light screen was divided into several sections, namely personal, transaction, forum. In the personal section, under Su Qing's name, only initial hut was displayed. A few words, with a simple and sloppy cave picture. However, with the help of the tall buildings in the forum, Su Qing roughly understood that everyone's personal section is like this, and only they can see it, unless they share it, so it is extremely private. There are a few European emperors in the forum, who share their personal pages, showing a two-story building. Who knows? Su Qing, who is a caveman here, is very envious. She also wants a comfortable two-story building. Transaction. Click on the section, and the list on the left is pinned high. Public. There was a small square, but there was a long empty space below. Su Qing guessed that it would be displayed when a private transaction was made. At this time, there were already several transaction links floating in the public area. Su Qing quickly browsed through them, and found that there were many kinds of things, such as stools and haystacks. Most of them should be things brought by the hut. Su Qing even saw a link for braised beef noodles. No, why do you prepare your own food in your hut? Caveman can only be accompanied by a small wooden table. However, most of the transactions were very expensive. For materials like food and purified water, who could afford it except the European emperor? It was impossible to get out. Before clicking into the forum section, Su Qing couldn't help but click into the transaction link of the braised beef noodles. The European emperor was only willing to exchange water and other food. She wanted it too, but unfortunately, she only had a small wooden table. However, when it came to water, Su Qing thought of the sound of running water she heard before. She wondered if the water in nature could be exchanged, but there was no container to hold it. Forum. The forum was quite lively. Su Qing clicked into the one with the most likes. Yes, she read it right. This forum can be liked. The poster obviously had the same discovery as her, and was analyzing the contents of the letter paper in a very detailed manner. Scrolling down a few floors, there were other people adding to the comments and expressing their own opinions. Since there was no way to get out anyway, Su Qing started to climb the floors bit by bit. Not to mention, she felt that it was very likely based on some people's comments. At this time, a person named Lin Dongdong. The guy suddenly commented, Lin Dongdong, everyone, I'm out. The crowd was stirred up all of a sudden, and Su Qing stood up and walked to the edge. But she was still a little hesitant. Yang Mei, okay, everyone stop posting messages, let Lin Dongdong post. When the comments are posted, it will be difficult for others to find them. Lin Dongdong, don't worry, I did walk out of the cabin just now. To make a long story short, my cabin is a small wooden house, and there are bare grasses on the sides, and there seems to be no edible plants. I can see the forest in the distance, but it's a bit far away. Lin Dongdong, after running for a few minutes, I didn't see any fruit or food, and I didn't see any animals. It's strange. Are they all in the forest? Wait. After 2 minutes, Lin Dongdong finally commented again. Lin Dongdong, I feel a little complicated. Everyone, I found a wooden box. Yes, it's like a treasure chest in the game. I smashed the lock with a stone. There was a bottle of jam inside. It seems that I have something to eat today. Su Qing, surprise. What are you waiting for? She jumped down immediately. Find a box, and observe the surrounding environment to see if you can find food or water outside the box. Chapter 2. When in the cave, you could only see the lush forest in front of you. When Su Qing came down and looked around, she realized that her hut was not close to the forest, but in the forest. The sound of water flow she heard before was mainly from the waterfall that fell vertically from the sky not far away. This is a very large mountain. At least when Su Qing looked up, she could not see the things on the top of the mountain clearly. Her cave was too small compared to this vertical section. After calming down, Su Qing headed for the waterfall. As Lin Dongdong said, he didn't see any animals when he first searched, so there was no danger. But she was in the forest, and there was a water source nearby. Thinking of this, she carefully picked up the stones on the ground and picked up a harder stick. As she got closer to the waterfall, the sound of the water became louder. The huge water flow fell vertically from the sky and gathered in the pool below, then became slow and calm, and continued to extend into the distance. I wonder if there are any fish in it. She thought blankly, but Su Qing looked at the deep pool and didn't dare to go into the water. However, Su Qing turned her head and looked at the extended water flow. She could choose a shallow stream downstream to see if she could catch some small fish. Her stomach made a gurgling sound. Su Qing rubbed her stomach, took a step, and looked around. There were many flowers in the green grass. Su Qing didn't know much about plants and only knew the most common ones, so in addition to looking for treasure chests, her other goal was fruits. Don't mention it, Su Qing really found it. It's just that this fruit doesn't look very blue. The fruit in her hand is almost as big as a fist, hanging heavily on a branch covered with thorns. The purple skin is uneven, and it looks like a small flower at the bottom. Well, if you ignore the color and the rough skin, the appearance is similar to a pomegranate. Su Qing was able to find it because someone had bitten half of the fruit under this bush, leaving only a little red suspicious residue inside. She used a wooden stick to poke it, and the already somewhat shriveled skin was poked up. She looked up at the sky. The sun was still hanging high in the sky. But Su Qing still remembered the note that she must not go out at night. Besides, she was still in the forest, and the hut was tied to the mountain. She couldn't move the hut even if she wanted to run away. There was a water source next to her. She couldn't see any medium or large animals now, but who knew if they would come out at night? Thinking of this, Su Qing took off her coat. Fortunately, she put on one when she was at home because she felt cold, otherwise she could only catch with her hands. But how much could she catch with 2 hands? The stick was inserted into the gap of the bush, and Su Qing exerted force, and the branch was bent into a terrifying arc. Seeing the purple fruit hidden inside completely appeared in front of her, Su Qing carefully reached out her hand, trying not to touch the thorns on the branch. It was not that she didn't want to hook the branch out to pick it, but the branch with purple fruit was tightly wrapped around the bush and couldn't be hooked out at all. There were not many purple fruits on this plant. Su Qing gently put the 6 fruits she picked into her coat, and she didn't pick the remaining small, pink and purple fruits. Su Qing felt that these fruits were not yet grown, and she was still not sure whether the purple fruits were edible. After all, what animals can eat may not be edible to humans. She picked them because she was really a little hungry. If she couldn't go out at night, Su Qing would take the risk to eat them if there was no other choice. She thought. She gathered her coat like a bundle in a movie or TV series, and tied a knot with her long sleeves. The silk coat was soft and thin. Su Qing looked around and found that the fruits were still good, so she set off downstream with confidence. Of course, before leaving, she still tried very hard to restore the shrubs, and found a long wooden stick, and used the stone in her hand to knock it into the soil to make a mark. She found this plant that can bear fruit now, and it doesn't matter whether it can be eaten or not. Anyway, animals can't understand it, so there is no accident. This abrupt wooden stick can save her a lot of time. She doesn't want to look for it again next time. Throwing away the stone, Su Qing carried the coat with the fruit, and still held the solid wooden stick in her right hand, and left this place. Following the stream, the water continued to branch out, and Su Qing stopped at the fork of the second stream. There was a palm-sized paw print on the soft mud. Ah! Su Qing compared her palm. Well, this paw print is bigger than hers. Trouble, there are really large animals. It seems that my place is likely to be more lively than others at night, Su Qing thought with a smile. She looked up at the sun and felt that the sky was getting darker. Bad news, Su Qing looked into the distance unwillingly. She would not go down any further. If she went any further, she would have to run back to the cave. It was not worth it to consume a lot of energy. She would be hungry, thirsty, and tired by then. Then she could only search the current environment. Su Qing was still thinking about the treasure chest that Lin Dongnong mentioned. Treasure chest, where are you? She shouted weakly. She had walked a long way. It was a little fresh at the beginning, but now she was tired and exhausted. Green, yellow. Damn, what a bright light, Su Qing shuddered. Where did the reflected light come from? Treasure chest. This was her first reaction. But then, Su Qing recalled the comments in the forum. The person found a wooden treasure chest, and which should not reflect light. But what if the treasure chest also has levels like in the game? Thinking of a certain possibility, her heart began to pound. Moving towards the dazzling white light, many half-knee-high bushes blocked the road. Su Qing could only use a wooden stick to make a narrow path, and step into it in a strange posture. The strange thing was that the closer she got, the dimmer the white light that had flashed in her eyes became. Su Qing searched in the bushes for a long time before she found it. She stretched out her hand to push the wide leaves apart, and the thing gradually revealed its full appearance. Her heart beat more violently, and Su Qing felt that her screams were stuck in her throat. Time became slow, 1 second, 2 seconds. It is difficult to express what Su Qing thought when she saw the box completely exposed in front of her. Her head was buzzing, and she heard herself let out a short and sharp cry. Soon Su Qing covered her mouth with her hands to prevent her loud voice from attracting other animals. Patting herself, Su Qing tried to calm down and observe the treasure chest in front of her. The treasure chest was dark black and looked like iron. But as her perspective shifted, white light flowed on the treasure chest, as if there was another highly reflective metal on the surface. She tapped it lightly, and was sure it was some kind of metal. Anyway, let's just assume it's an iron treasure chest. The things inside should be better than those in a wooden treasure chest, right? With anticipation, Su Qing ran out happily, picked up a stone, and started to break the lock with a ruddy face. Click! The treasure chest opened. Su Qing couldn't wait to open it, wanting to see what she had won. A machete lay quietly in the middle of the box. Without observing the paper under the machete, Su Qing picked up the machete. The blade of the machete was about 2/3 the length of her arm, and about the same width as her index finger. Su Qing grabbed the handle and chopped it in the air. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air made people happy. At least Su Qing felt safe. Putting the machete back into the treasure chest, Su Qing then picked up the paper below. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and Su Qing found that it was a folded paper after rubbing it with her fingers. Turning it over, the left page said, Magic Book, and the top of the right page had 3 strokes, 1 horizontal and 2 vertical. Su Qing looked left and right, but couldn't understand what it was. There were a few lines of words written under the abstract painting. Synthesis materials, wood X3. Long rope X2. Move your eyes to the left to magic, and to the right to synthesis. It turns out that the way to survive is to combine. Feeling a little complicated, Su Qing put the magic book and the coat with the fruit into the treasure chest. Looking at the sun still in the sky, Su Qing planned to go home with the box. When the sun set over the hill, Su Qing just dragged the treasure chest to the cave. Too tired, Su Qing fell to the ground, feeling her heart thumping. When she came back with a box, Su Qing didn't walk out of the cave until dusk. Looking at the sun that was about to set with concern, Su Qing stood up regardless of her physical fatigue and planned to move the things in the treasure chest to the cave as soon as possible. Because before the night, Su Qing looked at the water source some distance from the cave, and she still needed to get some water. It took a lot of effort to move the treasure chest into the cave. Su Qing did not rest, but took out the machete, the synthesis magic book of unknown objects, and the fruit. After thinking about it, Su Qing grabbed the machete again and ran to the lower river with the treasure chest. She didn't dare to go to the pool under the waterfall. The water looked too green, and she didn't dare to go down, and she didn't know if there was any danger in it. It would be better to go to the first fork downstream. The water in the tributary is shallow. She poked it with a stick and found that the water was no deeper than her knees. Now Su Qing was hungry, thirsty and tired. She didn't dare to eat the fruit. As for the water, to be honest, she was still a little worried because it had never been boiled. She just wanted to use the treasure box to carry some water back to the cave. When she came back, she tried it. The treasure box leaked very slowly, and could be used to store water temporarily. Su Qing wanted to see if she could exchange water for some food. Not too much, just enough to fill her stomach. Of course, Su Qing also knew that she probably couldn't get much food now. After all, everyone was short of food. If she really couldn't get anything, she could only try to eat fruits and drink river water. Carrying the treasure box, she ran to the first fork of the water flow. Su Qing stared at the clear stream and quickly filled half a box with water. After weighing it, it was a bit heavy, so Su Qing poured some back. The sky became increasingly dim. Su Qing began to move and drag, and finally moved it back to the cave before night fell. Chapter 3. The sky outside became dark, and Su Qing could no longer see the forest in the distance. Not daring to stay at the cave entrance any longer, Su Qing put down the fresh and dry branches she had cut and walked inside. Putting the machete aside, Su Qing moved everything to the innermost part, leaning against the wall, and then returned to the cave entrance and spread the branches at the entrance. Unfortunately, all the branches only reached my calves even if they were spread out. I have made my last effort, Su Qing silently said in her heart, and retreated quietly. With the weak light, Su Qing stepped over her few supplies and shrank into the shadows. She curled up in the corridor between the two caves in an extremely uncomfortable posture. It was dark on one side, and there was a weak light on the other. Su Qing didn't dare to sleep in the small cave inside. She didn't know who built this cave, nor did she know if this hut had a previous owner. With the cave entrance open and no door, Su Qing's worries and fears grew. She couldn't imagine whether anyone could really sleep peacefully in it under such circumstances. Blue Star bless you, Blue Star bless you. Su Qing prayed silently. Gurgle. Her stomach started to growl. Su Qing licked her lips and tapped her wrist like she did during the day. A fluorescent blue screen popped up. A faint light shone on her face. Su Qing moved her body and directly clicked on the trade section. The braised beef noodles transaction from the day was still there. But the transaction content on the other side had changed. It became 1/4 of the pancake in exchange for water or other supplies. Private chat is available. Oh, it seems that there really is a private chat. Su Qing quickly browsed through the other items posted in the public trading area, which were varied. She was mostly interested in food, such as bread slices. Without hesitation, Su Qing went to the forum to find out what the private chat was about, and sent messages to several interested transaction initiators, asking if they were willing to exchange food for raw water. No one responded for a while, and Su Qing was not idle, and initiated a transaction in the public trading area. Raw water for food and other supplies. Private chat is available. Seeing her transaction posted in the public area, Su Qing felt a little relieved. She clicked on the forum, and found the post with the most likes. Here, Su Qing saw several familiar names again. Yang Mei. Hello everyone. After Lin Dongdong stepped out of the cabin first during the day, I also walked out of the cabin. To be honest, it is really incredible. It seems to be another world here. My cabin is on a huge tree. I call it a tree house for short. Yang Mei. After a simple exploration of the surroundings and browsing the forum, I found that it seems that except for the situation in the cabin, only the treasure chest can open things we are familiar with. The entire human race seemed to be forced into this primitive world by a magical force. Su Qing concentrated and began to read Yang Mei's comments attentively. Yang Mei, in response to the previous analysis of the letter, I think it is best for everyone not to leave the hut at night as the letter said, and try to go out during the day to search for supplies, and find ways to upgrade the hut. Chung Yong. In addition, I don't know if you have noticed that the letter mentioned the word standalone game. If it is true, then all of us should not be able to meet in reality, and can only communicate and trade online. Then relatively speaking, our enemy is only this world. Yang Mei. That's right. So I suggest that we create a few new posts, each of which is used to share different information and intelligence, so that we can work together to survive. I and others have tentatively named the new posts plants, animals, and important intelligence. These 3 plants and animals blocks are used to share newly discovered species. Please like them if you see them, and try to pin these posts to the top so that more people can see them. Yang Mei, please don't comment on other things in it. Just post important information, which is very important to everyone. After all, everyone's energy is limited, and it is impossible to understand everything in this world. Those who are willing can comment, and those who are not willing can just check it silently. It's really great. Su Qing said softly, but it's true. If it's really a standalone, hiding certain information is not good for the whole human race. Chung Yong, the post has been created, and I plan to divide it into 3 parts now. If you have better ideas in the future, you can create a new post. Yang Mei, regarding trading, if you have found some supplies during the day but don't know what to do, you can post a trade. According to a caring person, when the trade is successful, this light screen seems to introduce the supplies you have obtained, and you can use this to identify the supplies in your hands. In the light screen's judgment, initiating a private trade with yourself is allowed, so don't worry. Chung Yong, yes, we have verified it. I personally think this is a bug, but I hope it will never be fixed. Su Qing's eyes widened. Timely rain? This is timely rain. Aren't there 2 things in her hand that she can't identify? Oh, I have to identify the treasure chest as well. I wonder if the introduction will include other types of treasure chests. Su Qing hurriedly opened her silk coat and took out a purple fruit from it. In the trade section, Su Qing searched and indeed found her name. The color of the section was different from that of others, so it was easy to distinguish. Without further ado, she immediately made a trade. A red dot also popped up on her light screen. Su Qing clicked it in and took a closer look. It was indeed the transaction she initiated. With anticipation, Su Qing clicked to confirm. A flash of white light passed by, and the purple fruit in Su Qing's hand was still lying in her palm. She stared at the light screen, and an excited look flashed across her face. Success? Purple cone. Contains sufficient water, tastes sweet, and is edible. It seems that you are lucky. The popularity of purple cones in the forest is not low. Su Qing licked her lips, and recalled the peel she saw during the day. If only the peel was left. She pinched the bulge on the bottom that was like a petal and gently pulled it up. The purple peel was easily torn open, revealing the red flesh inside. At the same time, a faint fragrance drifted into her nose. Su Qing took a bite, her eyes lit up, and it was just as the light screen said, there was a lot of juice, and it was sweet and delicious. With an empty stomach, Su Qing finished it in 2 bites, and picked 2 more purple cones to eat. Putting the peel at the entrance of the hole, Su Qing gently moved back to the original position. At this time, a lot of information suddenly popped up on the light screen. Some of the food traders she had found before responded to her. For example, the trader of braised beef noodles. Qi Yang, do you have water? A lot? Su Qing wiped her fingertips stained with juice with her coat. There was no other way. She would wash them in water tomorrow. Su Qing, I only have half a treasure chest of water. If it's 1/4 of a pancake, I'm not willing to exchange it for much. And I don't have any weighing tools here. I can only pour it for you by feel. Su Qing thought about it again and sent this message. She really didn't have any weighing tools, but she felt a little bit of a loss to exchange all the water for 1/4 of a pancake, so she decided to be vague. Bargaining is a 2-way street. Qi Yang felt a question mark appear in his head. No, if there is water in the treasure chest, it should be given with a bottle, right? No, there is another possibility. Qi Yang, I need more water. If it is as big as the treasure chest, how about exchanging a bag of instant noodles for half a box of water? His fingertips paused on the light screen and typed a few more words. Su Qing, only half a box now. This now can be understood by the other party, as she has a continuous source, or it can be understood as this half box of water is obtained at one time. Qi Yang also saw this vague answer. He was used to being straightforward, so he asked directly. Qi Yang, Miss Su, did you find a water source? I can exchange it for other good things. She didn't refute, but she decided to be vague. She wanted to know what the good things were. Su Qing, I found it, but it's a bit far away. It can only hold half a treasure chest of water. On the other side, Qi Yang sat up from his straw bed. Wow, water source, so lucky. He smacked his lips, a little envious. He looked at the bronze treasure chest he had placed by the window, which contained what he had opened during the day. Qi Yang grabbed the 2 pieces of paper inside and turned them over. Both were actually magic books. There was an uneven horizontal line on the right side of one, and the same on the other. There were also a few lines of words below. Synthetic materials. Silk thread X3, he chuckled, but my luck is not bad either. After laughing, Qi Yang sighed again. The magic book is worth money at first glance. I keep one, and the other can be exchanged for some things I need urgently. Since we have found a water source on the other side, long-term water supply is definitely not a problem. So let me give it a try. Chi Yang had already tried this magic book during the day. To really get the product drawn in this magic book, in addition to the raw materials, you must also have a magic book. Just like his magic book, it makes ropes. After he found the materials, the magic book glowed, and his hands began to rub involuntarily. Real hands rubbing. He watched his 2 hands rubbing, and a minute later, a rope lay in the palm of his hand. Without the magic book, he used his previous feeling to rub, and the raw materials were scrapped. So Chi Yang guessed that the magic book was an unreasonable intermediate program, just like the outrageous settings of some games, and there might be a magic book for hand-rubbing weapons in the future. After Chi Yang came back, he thought about selling one of the 2 magic books in exchange for other benefits. But the magic book did not appear in public transactions, so he guessed that this thing was probably a scarce commodity. So, if you sell it, you have to pay a high price. It's not that there's nothing he's interested in, but Chi Yang is still considering it. Most of the soil around his hut is yellow soil, and there are plants, but they are all low grasses, and the tallest plant is only up to his knees. Food and water are the most important things for Chi Yang now. He traded 1.5 bags of instant noodles for noodles, and he ate half of them during the day and gave 2 bags to his family, leaving only 6 bags in a box of 10 bags. Chi Yang, sister, how about I had 5 ropes and a box of water? 5 ropes. Su Qing thought of the magic book she got. The first feeling was that the other side also found it. Su Qing planned to ask directly. Su Qing, did you get the magic book too? The 3 words magic book deeply hurt Chi Yang. Why can some people get magic books even if they have water nearby? Chi Yang, sister, I really envy you. I have a magic book that can make ropes. What is your magic book? Do you want to exchange? Su Qing, no. 3 ropes plus a bag of instant noodles for a box of water, or 6 ropes for a box of water. Now I only have half a box. I can give you half a box tonight, and the rest tomorrow, or I can give you the whole box tomorrow. But you have to give me instant noodles first for the half box of water tonight. She only has 1 magic book. How can she exchange it? But this made her realize that the other party should have got 2 identical magic books. Su Qing was also very envious. Chi Yang was a little entangled when he saw it. He found that the treasure chest was in a bush. At that time, he thought that the treasure chest was accompanied by raw materials, and he got it by accident. If you are lucky, you can get 9 silk threads from a velvet flower, which means that a velvet flower can produce up to 3 ropes. It seems a lot, right? But velvet flowers are limited. Chi Yang is not alone. He also has a mother and a sister. There are 3 people, but none of them has a water source nearby. The treasure chest opened by my mother is an empty glass bottle. My sister didn't find the treasure chest, but she picked up a pile of dry wood to go home. The problem is that ropes are not a necessity now. There are not many people willing to exchange water or food for ropes. If there are, the other side will definitely ask for a big price. Damn, my rope might be valuable later. I have to protect that velvet flower. It is a sustainable resource. Chi Yang, okay, 1 bag of instant noodles for half a box, and tomorrow I will use 3 ropes to exchange for another half box. By the way, Miss Su, are you interested in the magic book for making ropes? I will give you the magic book for 20 boxes of water. It's a lie to say that you are not interested in the magic book. Su Qing pointed out the key. Su Qing, first of all, you don't have so many containers for holding water. Are you going to give it to me first? Aren't you afraid that I will run away? On the other hand, I can't agree to give you 20 boxes of water separately, and then give me the magic book. Secondly, I may not be able to find the raw materials, so it's better to exchange with you for the finished product first. Of course, if you are willing to trust my character, you give me the magic book first, and I can give you 20 boxes in installments, and give it to you each time when you finish it. Chi Yang, that's right, haha, let's trade first. I give you the instant noodles, and you give me half a box of water. As he said this, Chi Yang's favorability towards Su Qing rose sharply. The other party said it openly, and he really thought about it. If it came to a last resort, it would be better to give the magic book in exchange for a few boxes of water, and wait for the other party to give the rest slowly. Su Qing readily agreed. She didn't want to be cheated, nor did she want to cheat others' things. But she also wondered if she could find something else to exchange for the magic book. What if she found the raw materials in the forest one day? Or can this velvet flower be grown artificially? Before trading the water, Su Qing reminded. Su Qing, I have initiated the transaction. Whether you use other containers or treasure chests, you can take the water. Qi Yang, okay. After the fight, although he was a little confused, Qi Yang immediately took out the other things in his bronze treasure chest, and held them with both hands to get the water. A flash of white light, the bag of instant noodles he designated disappeared in front of him, and at the same time, water slowly flowed out from the high altitude corresponding to the instant noodles. Qi Yang hurriedly went to get the water. It's really possible to trade without a container. This is awesome. I don't know if my mom and sister are asleep, so I have to go over there. Although it may not be very hygienic, what can I do if I can't find water? However, fortunately for him, after the transaction was successful, the words displayed on the light screen were as follows: Stream water. Water from a stream somewhere. Many animals relieve thirst here. It's not clean, but you won't get sick if you drink it. But if it's not necessary, I still suggest you cook it before drinking it. After all, who knows how fragile you are? At the same time, Su Qing looked at the instant noodles in her hand, which were the familiar braised beef noodles. Chapter 4. Putting the 3 ropes on her coat, Su Qing began to reply to others, and cancelled the transaction posted in the public area. After all, the water in the box was now in Qi Yang's container. Changing her posture, Su Qing clicked into forum, and the 3 posts Yang Mei mentioned were already at the top. Su Qing first curiously clicked on animals. There were only a few comments in it. And according to those comments, they all got apart by coincidence, such as feathers, and only knew what animal it was through the bug of the light screen. Exit animals and enter plants. This post is much more lively than the one about animals. There are already hundreds of comments, and the first one is from Yang Mei. Yang Mei, tall nuts, edible. It looks similar to pecans, but twice as big as regular pecans. The shell is brown, and after it is cracked, the inside is golden yellow flesh with multiple petals. I found it in a tree hole, so I don't know what the plant that grows this tall nut looks like. You can look for it in tree holes in the forest. Ms. Day. Su Qing said silently with admiration. As for why it is called a lady, because Ms. Yang Mei and Mr. Chung Yong have been confirmed to be state cadres, these people did not refute, but continued to organize silently. After thinking for a while, Su Qing began to recall the place where she found a purple cone and typed on the light screen. Su Qing, purple cone, edible. The appearance is similar to pomegranate, and the bottom is like a small flower. The color is purple, and the skin is uneven. Dark purple is fully mature, pink purple is not yet mature. The mature fruit is generally as big as a fist. When broken open, the fruit is like a small ball, red, seedless, and the mature fruit is sweet and juicy. When found, the branches with purple cones were entangled on a small shrub, the branches were covered with thorns, and the leaves of the plant were dark yellow and slender. After typing these, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and started to scroll down from Ms. Yang Mei's comment. Unexpectedly, Su Qing saw an acquaintance below. Qi Yang, velvet flower, you can get silk thread. The flower is oval from the side, and its length is about the same as a person's forearm. There are silk threads growing inside, and if you are lucky, you can get 9 silk threads, which can be used to make ropes. Su Qing opened a private chat with Qi Yang and was about to type. Qi Yang, Sister Niuhua, you found edible fruits on the first day, and you shared it in such detail, you are kind-hearted. Su Qing, didn't you also share the raw materials of your magic book? Qi Yang, respond to the call of the country. Qi Yang, sister, you described it so detailed. Do you have any purple cones? Can we exchange them? My mom has empty glass bottles, and I have extra ropes to exchange. Qi Yang's previous words made Su Qing laugh, but she didn't think of exchanging purple cones. She had picked all the ripe purple cones, and now there were only 3 fruits left. She still needed to continue to exchange water for food, so why would she exchange purple cones? Su Qing, I don't have any extra stock to exchange, I just found one by luck. She declined politely. Qi Yang, okay, thank you. If you find other food and have extra to exchange, please give me priority. Shaking her head, Su Qing continued to browse the forum. It was at this moment that a high-pitched and deep howl made Su Qing's whole body cold. She turned off the light screen instantly. Without the faint light emitted by the light screen, the space she was in became even darker. Su Qing's mind was completely attracted by the cry just now. She curled up her body, as if she wanted to shrink herself into a ball. A woo! A woo! The howls continued one after another. Wolf pack. Su Qing reached for the machete beside her with her right hand. Only the machete could give her a sense of security. At the same time, she became more determined to build a door to the cave. The cave door was wide open, which really made people feel insecure. There is also a magic book that can be used to synthesize fences through bug identification. Build it, must build it, and start preparing tomorrow. She will not only build a circle at the edge of the cave, but also build a circle below in the future. Su Qing listened to the howling of wolves outside, her body still tense. Inevitably, some thoughts began to emerge. Will the wolves approach me? Will any wolf smell me? Will any wolf come up to prey on me after smelling me? Can I use a machete to deal with them? Many thoughts flashed through Su Qing's mind. It made her thrilling, but also a little mentally exhausted. Yo yo. The scream of fear was so obvious in the quiet night. Su Qing woke up instantly, but after waking up, Su Qing noticed her empty hands, her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly felt around. Until she held the hilt of the knife in her hand again, Su Qing's heart was beating hard. She didn't know when she fell asleep. There was a sound of running outside, kick, kick, and mixed with many other footsteps. Su Qing thought of the wolf pack in front. No wonder they cried a few times, and then there was no sound. It turned out that they were lurking to hunt. Not long after, there were a few more yo-yo sounds, and Su Qing could no longer hear the calls of the prey being chased by the wolf pack. I guess it's gone. The wolf's howl sounded again, and she actually heard a light and proud emotion from it. Su Qing shook her head and threw away the feeling she didn't know where it came from. In the second half of the night, Su Qing was still worried and nervous. Even though she knew she should rest, she was still half asleep and half awake, and couldn't sleep well. Until her nerves could no longer bear it, she finally fell into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, all the surviving humans heard a mechanical announcement. Ding, Doomsday version 1.0. Eve. Loading, ding Eve. Loaded. The autumn weather is bright and the heavy fruits have already grown. I hope you move faster, survivor. Su Qing rubbed her head and stood up. She had been curled up there all night, so it was not very comfortable. In fact, she was very sore now. After doing a few stretching movements, Su Qing grabbed a purple cone and started eating it. After eating the fist-sized fruit, she felt full. Carrying the treasure chest, Su Qing grabbed her coat and walked out of the cave. Unexpectedly, a different scene appeared in front of her. Yesterday, there was still green grass under the waterfall, and most of the nearby plants were knee-high bushes, and only 1 or 2 big trees could be seen. Today, Su Qing looked over and found that the average level of the plants was almost as tall as her. What was surprising was that just by a casual glance, Su Qing found several trees with fruits, even if some of them did not look ripe. The forest in the distance turned into a golden world overnight. Everything seemed to correspond to the system announcement. No. If Eve refers to the present, then Eve. What comes after? The autumn weather is bright and refreshing. It doesn't refer to autumn, right? Then what comes after? Winter is coming. Thinking of this possibility, Su Qing instantly broke away from her happy mood. Collect as much food as possible, but these fruits will always rot. So what is not easy to rot? Make dried fruits? Or nuts? Su Qing inexplicably thought of squirrels, which would collect nuts and other food before the cold winter came. Speaking of nuts, the high nuts that she browsed yesterday appeared in her mind. If you can find some, it should be able to be preserved for a long time, right? But even if the food problem is solved, other problems still exist, such as keeping warm, and for example, my cave is still empty. Is there a possibility of facing the cold winter? Now Su Qing can only hope that this Eve. The time is long enough. Su Qing jumped down with the treasure chest, and went to the place where she fetched water yesterday. She still had several transactions waiting to be made. In addition to Qi Yang's 3 ropes, Su Qing also reached a transaction intention with 3 other people last night. Click on Qi Yang's private chat. Su Qing, are you online? The other side replied immediately. Qi Yang, yes, I have prepared the rope. By the way, sister, I have a discovery. It seems that the state of the things in the box does not change. Su Qing's head slowly appeared with a question mark. The other side quickly sent another message. Qi Yang, I contacted my mother last night and gave her some water. Didn't my mother open some glass bottles during the day? The water was put into glass bottles for cleanliness. But when my sister got the bottled water from my mother in the morning, the description said that the quality had declined. On the contrary, the water I continued to put in the treasure chest last night still had the same description. After a long silence, Su Qing expressed her gratitude to Qi Yang. After all, someone was willing to tell her such important news. Su Qing, thank you. Your message is very important. I will give you another half box of water. Qi Yang, oh, really? Thank you, Sister Sue. Since it is so important, I will post it on the forum to let others know the message. Shi Yang was so happy that he admired his mother's decision even more. Not only did he win the favor of the European Emperor on the other side, but he also got half a box of water. Su Qing, prepare the container. Soon, a whole box of water disappeared in front of her eyes, and at the same time, 3 ropes fell into her palm. Su Qing carefully measured the length of the ropes, each of which was about as long as her arm. The introduction on the light screen popped up at the right time. Rope, made of silk produced by velvet flowers, it has a certain degree of flexibility and can be barely considered strong. If one rope is not long enough, why not connect multiple ropes? If one rope is not strong enough, why not use more? Not knowing whether this rope can be considered a long rope, Su Qing plans to try to make a fence with the magic book today. The synthetic materials of the fence are 3 pieces of wood and 2 long ropes. The difference of 1 word. I don't know if it will have any impact. Putting the thought behind her, Su Qing contacted the 3 people who had reached a deal last night. The water in the treasure chest disappeared, and Su Qing filled water again, disappeared, filled water. After 3 times, 3 things were arranged on the land beside. Su Qing picked up the dagger that she exchanged for water, pulled it out of the scabbard, and the blade of the dagger glowed faintly in the sun. It looked quite sharp. Su Qing put the dagger back into the scabbard and put it into her trouser pocket together with the lighter on the ground. The coat floated casually on the other side of the fork of the water flow for a few times. Su Qing wrung it clean, and then used it to wrap the remaining bread and tied it to her arm. As for the water, Su Qing still planned to take half a box back for emergency use. There were 2 purple cones left, and Su Qing planned to eat 1 for lunch and use the last one for dinner. After moving half a box of water and the exchange supplies back to the cave, she had to go around the waterfall first and pick all the ripe fruits. Even if these fruits could not be eaten, they could be traded. After picking the fruits, Su Qing would take the machete and go to the outskirts of the distant forest to get wood. Then, try to build a fence with the magic book. Chapter 5. Su Qing crouched down and went into the cave holding the coat wrapped with fruits. The sun was already high in the sky. Su Qing unbuttoned her coat and gently placed the 15 fruits wrapped inside next to the treasure chest, together with the 2 purple cones left over from yesterday, and then lay on the ground exhaustedly. I'm really exhausted. After moving the half-filled treasure chest and the exchange supplies back to the cave, Su Qing rushed to the waterfall without stopping. After searching, she found the mark she had made on a whim yesterday. And it was because of yesterday's action that Su Qing discovered that the same plant appeared in the position of the bushes where the purple cone plant was entangled, but it had grown taller than her today. On its side, 3 new purple cone plants and bushes surrounded it, but were shorter than it, as if they were derived from it. It seems that the version update will not greatly change the position of the plant. In fact, Su Qing has another guess in her mind, which will have to be combined with the later versions. However, this is definitely good news. If the guess is true, then Su Qing can mark it. Even if the Doomsday version is updated, she does not have to worry about the source of some materials being changed. She will have more energy to find other materials and build her own hut. In addition, besides the purple cones, she also found 2 new fruits beside the waterfall. She will wait until she has time to identify them at night. Su Qing turned over. Now she has 10 purple cones, 3 unknown fruits A, and 4 unknown fruits B. Reaching out and grabbing a purple cone, Su Qing peeled off the skin and bit off a piece of sweet flesh. After a few bites, Su Qing looked at the purple cones that were only 9 left, licked her lips, and got up from the ground. The goal now was to get wood, preferably more than 3 at a time. Su Qing grabbed the machete and tied the dry coat and rope around her waist. Get to work, let's go! After walking out of the cave, Su Qing was going to cut trees in the woods downstream. She didn't want to move the trees by the waterfall, and if it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't move for a long time. If there is enough time, of course you should choose to collect and consume the supplies far away. If you need wood urgently one day and cannot walk far, the trees beside the cave can be used in an emergency. At least that's what Su Qing thinks now. Before walking far away along the water flow, Su Qing washed her face and felt a lot more clear-headed. Walking along the water flow, Su Qing unknowingly saw the water flow split into 2 again not far away, winding in different directions. This is not far from the second fork we arrived at yesterday. But Su Qing didn't need to go down this time. Her goal was on the other side of the stream. Her shoes stepped on the weeds as high as her ankles, making a rustling sound. After the previous diversion, The water in front of Su Qing was no longer turbulent, but slower and calmer. She took off her shoes, lifted her trouser legs, and stepped into the clear stream. The cool water only reached her ankles. Su Qing changed her left hand to hold the machete, and her right hand to hold the long stick she had just picked up, and moved to the other side of the stream little by little. She simply stayed in the middle of the stream, where the water was no deeper than her knees. Su Qing looked back at the 3-meter-wide water flow and had an idea in her mind. Putting down the stick, Su Qing looked at the leaves piled up under the woods and the branches that occasionally showed their heads. After thinking about it, she decided to put on her shoes. It's better to get your shoes wet than to get hurt. As she approached, a cool breeze blew over, and Su Qing, who was sweating, shuddered, and all the cells in her body relaxed. The trees in the forest were densely packed, and the dark brown and light brown trunks were intertwined, making it difficult to tell the direction. The branches and leaves were lush, and the sun shone through the layers of leaves, casting tiny spots of light. The ground was covered with dark yellow and brown fallen leaves. Su Qing was afraid of snakes, so she grabbed a long branch that stood out from the nearby fallen leaves and began to pull away the fallen leaves next to the selected tree. The diameter of the tree she chose was 1/4 of her arm's length, which was a good choice among the trees. She was afraid that she couldn't cut down a thicker one today, and the thinner one was too small. Caw! As the machete was swung, a scratch was left on the trunk, and wood chips fell down. Su Qing looked at the downward slanting blade, adjusted the angle, and cut another cut at the same point upward, so that a V-shaped gap appeared on the tree trunk. Without stopping, the forest soon heard a continuous click sound. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qing panted and looked at the gap that was cut 2/3 of the way, and moved to the side of the gap. After observing the direction of the upper trunk of the gap, Su Qing began to continue cutting on the back of the gap, and always paid attention to the direction of the tree falling. Then, squeak! With a bang, the tree finally couldn't bear the weight and fell down, knocking down many branches of nearby trees. After coughing a few times, Su Qing put the rope she brought outside and planned to go in and break up the trunk. She still handled the pile of fallen leaves carefully. She only needed a path that would allow her to pass smoothly. The long branch hit the fallen leaves a little further away, and the machete scraped the fallen leaves at her feet, attacking left and right. Su Qing walked to the 2/3 position of the fallen tree trunk. She looked up, and unfortunately, the tree fell towards the forest, and what was even more unfortunate was that when the treetop fell, it rested on the tree in front of her. So, the whole tree she wanted was now at an angle. After gesturing, Su Qing stepped back a few steps and began to chop. Fortunately, after removing the sparse crown part, the trunk had become much thinner. After chopping more than a dozen times, the trunk fell to the ground, and the crown was not sure whether it was caught or stuck by something. It swayed a few times in the air, and then hovered motionless. After observing it again, and confirming that it would not fall for the time being, Su Qing began to decompose the tree trunk. The process was still long and boring. After cutting off a section, Su Qing, who was thirsty, could not help but run to the stream to wash her face. To be honest, the water was right in front of her, and she really wanted to drink a few sips, but she still suppressed her thoughts. Looking at the sun that had already shifted, "Let's go back," Su Qing thought to herself. She obviously felt tired in her limbs. Instead of staying here, it would be better to go back and have a good rest, so that she could cut trees more efficiently tomorrow. Besides, the sun was setting. After figuring it out, Su Qing quickly returned to the forest. She cut the part above the fallen tree trunk, which was about 1 meter long. She moved and pushed, and lost her grip, so the tree trunk in her hand fell off, rolled on the ground for a few rounds, and one end sank into the fallen leaves. Dang! A dull knocking sound rang out. Su Qing could only diligently push the pile of fallen leaves aside. Hate, hate, hate! Ah! The words were stuck in her throat, and Su Qing was stunned when she looked at the exposed corner. Without stopping, the fallen leaves were swept away in a few seconds. The object in front of him was very similar to the treasure chest in the cave. No, it was exactly the same. It was just that it was a black iron treasure chest. The one in front of him was made of wooden boards. Su Qing looked at the tree trunk and then at the treasure chest. Although she was still very tired, her negative emotions were swept away. Hee, treasure chest +1. Thank you for the gift of nature. The return trip gift +1. Although the wooden treasure chest was much lighter than the black iron treasure chest yesterday, Su Qing still returned to the cave at dusk. After eating 2 purple cones, the hungry body felt much better. After finishing dinner, Su Qing untied the rope tied to the tree trunk and took out the only magic book she had. How do I use this? Then synthesis. Su Qing tried to shout. Nothing happened. Or like this, or like this. The result was obvious. Su Qing still didn't find the trick. Scratching his head, Su Qing put the magic book on the wood and turned on the light screen. The fluorescent blue light screen jumped out in the air. Before she could contact Qiyang, who had successfully used the magic book, a light blue parabola appeared in front of her. Su Qing stood up to see more clearly, but the shadow disappeared. Question marks appeared in her head, and Su Qing sat back down. And the light blue shadow appeared again. After what happened before, Su Qing did not act rashly, but looked along the parabola. At the end of the parabola, the light blue line quietly outlined the shape. It was the fence that Su Qing had been thinking about. Okay, now we just need to use the process of elimination. Su Qing lowered her head. She was sitting next to the tree trunk at this time. The light screen was displayed in the air. Her right hand was about to type, and her left hand was on the magic book. Su Qing tentatively moved her left hand away. The shadow disappeared. Put it back. The shadow appeared. She grabbed the magic book and found that the shadow disappeared the moment the magic book left the wood. Su Qing stood up and picked up a rope. When the rope touched the magic book, the shadow appeared again. Next, Su Qing conducted several more experiments. She roughly understood the conditions for using the magic book, at least the fence magic book in her hand. First, the magic book must be held by the user, and second, the magic book must touch one of the raw materials. Just like her fence magic book, if it does not touch the raw materials, the phantom will not appear. But I haven't cut the wood further. Does this also meet the wood judgment in the magic book? Su Qing silently said, there is also a rope. Although there is only one word difference, the magic book still has a phantom. Try it, try it. Su Qing made a decision quickly. She took out the other two ropes she had and put them together with the wood. The light blue shadow appeared again. Su Qing grabbed the magic book and a rope, and found that she could also control the position of the fence shadow. What are you waiting for? After adjusting for a while, Su Qing aligned the shadow with the edge of the cave. At the moment of adjustment, Su Qing felt something in her heart and looked at the magic book in her hand. The paper emitted a soft light. It soon dimmed again. The light screen popped up. Insufficient synthesis materials. Synthesis materials. Wood X3, long rope X2. Currently available materials. Wood X4, long rope X1. Looking at the three ropes, now it is necessary to figure out whether the ratio of long rope to rope is 2:1 or 3:1. Clicking on Qiyang's private chat, Su Qing finally exchanged 2 purple cones for the remaining 9 ropes in his hand. Rope plus 9. The magic book once again lit up the white light that Su Qing expected. The white light was soft, and under Su Qing's surprised eyes, it gradually spread to her. Then, Su Qing watched with stern eyes as she quickly picked up the tree trunk from the ground and put it on her shoulders, and she was able to use one hand to pick up 4 ropes. Paw paw paw. After a pat by Su Qing, the tree trunk instantly cracked, and 4 smooth, light yellow wooden strips appeared. Duan. One wooden strip was hammered directly into the ground by Su Qing. Duan. The other one was also hammered into the ground very smoothly. The 2 ropes were twisted, and a long rope appeared in her hand, entwined, and tied into a knot. The white light faded, and Su Qing stared blankly at the fence that had been built on the edge of the cave. Qiyang was right. It was really hand-rubbed. I checked it with the bug, and the introduction on the light screen was very sharp. Fence. A fence made of wood and long ropes, with a weak resistance. No way. Are you going to use this thing to protect your hut? Su Qing used some strength, but the fence did not move at all. Oh, it seems that the weak resistance should not include her. The sky gradually darkened, and Su Qing retreated back to the cave. She used a machete to open the wooden treasure chest, and the black pot inside made her happy. She was thirsty after cutting wood today, and she originally planned to trade to see if she could get a pot, bottle, etc., but she didn't expect that the new treasure chest would open such a small pot. Su Qing took out the small pot, and put all the fruits neatly into the wooden treasure chest. After Qiyang said that, the treasure chest has become a Doomsday refrigerator for Su Qing. I don't know if anyone is willing to exchange treasure chests. Maybe she can try in the public trading area. Before night fell, Su Qing began to organize her supplies. A machete, a dagger, a lighter, and a small pot. A magic book, fence, and 8 ropes left. There were 5 purple cones left, 3 unknown fruit A, and 4 unknown fruit B, a total of 12 fruits. There was also a bag of braised beef noodles, and a bag of bread slices. Su Qing's eyes shifted to the other side, where there were 2 boxes. One was a black iron treasure box with half a box of water, and the other was a wooden treasure box just found today. In addition, there is also the newly assembled fence. Yesterday, there was only a small wooden table in the cave. Today, there are so many more things. The wolf howls outside the cave again. Su Qing felt much more at ease. Tomorrow, I will bring back the remaining tree trunks and combine them into a fence. Thinking of this, Su Qing fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 6. When I woke up, the sky was just breaking. Su Qing stretched comfortably and washed her face with some water from a small pot. The cool water splashed on her face, and Su Qing was completely awake. She took out one of each of the 2 unknown fruits from the wooden treasure box. A white light flashed, and the identification results of the 2 fruits quickly popped up. Water Ba. Contains a lot of water, slightly sweet, edible. Oh, I can't believe it. Are you going to eat this? Aren't there always only those stupid sheep in the forest who like to find this thing to eat? Red fruit. Contains a small amount of water, edible. Strange taste. Why do you always find strange things to eat? The trading introduction of Guamping is still stable today, with a strange tone. Su Qing picked up the water lily in her left hand. It was a cone, but the end was rounded, not as sharp as a cone. The layers of red protrusions on the outside of the fruit were arranged in an orderly manner, like fish scales. After gently pinching, these scales were very hard and difficult to pull off. Thinking that she had to move the remaining wood back, Su Qing took out the dagger she got from yesterday's transaction, poured water from the treasure chest on one side, and then cut it vertically from one end of the water lily. Unlike the hard shell, the blade cuts into the fruit very smoothly. But Su Qing stopped halfway through the cut because a stream of liquid splashed on her face, and as the dagger trembled, transparent liquid continued to seep out of the cut. Letting go of her hand, she took the small pot and placed it directly under the water bamboo, and Su Qing continued to open the fruit. The juice dripped into the small pot along her hand and gathered into a small pool. Cutting the water bamboo, the light yellow cross section was like a sponge, with countless silk crisscrossing and leaving dense small holes. Su Qing poked it gently with the dagger, and the transparent juice overflowed. Okay, she knew what the large amount of water mentioned in the introduction was. It turned out that only the juice of the water basil was edible. Su Qing took away the dagger and drank a mouthful of half of the water basil. There was a lot of juice, slightly sweet, like drinking a glass of sweet water with very little sugar. But it's not bad. It can be used as a long-distance portable water bottle. Fruit equals water bottle, juice equals water. The formula is right in seconds. There are 3 water apples left. I will take one with me when I go to move wood later. Su Qing made the decision happily. She washed the other red fruit with water and took a bite. It tastes similar to a sand apple, not so sweet. But in this world, it's okay as long as it's edible. She finished the red fruit in a few bites and drank up the juice of the water apple. Su Qing took her equipment and headed to the old place. Arrived at the 3rd day of Doomsday, set out to move wood, she rushed to the place where she cut down the tree yesterday. The remaining trunk was still relatively long, so she planned to cut it into several sections. Anyway, after crossing the river, we can just roll the wood back like we did yesterday. In the morning, I compared the length of the fence and the width of the edge of the cave. It would take 2 more fences to enclose the edge. The only problem is how to get in and out. But if it is not completely enclosed, animals can get in if there is a gap. Shaking her head to put the confusion behind her, Su Qing put the rope and other things outside the forest and walked into the forest with a machete. The process of cutting wood is mechanical and boring. Without a timekeeping tool, Su Qing could only judge the approximate time by the light outside the forest. After finally chopping the trunk into 2 pieces again, Su Qing stood up and stretched her sore limbs. According to the situation of yesterday's synthetic fence, 1/3 of the trunk can be decomposed into 4 pieces of wood, so her remaining trunk should have 8 pieces of wood. The trunk can be directly decomposed into wood with the magic book, but unfortunately the extra wood was directly swallowed by others. Time is saved, materials are reduced, and it feels like a profit and loss. Su Qing dragged the tree trunk little by little, and moved it to the grass outside the forest. Then she tied it up with the rope she brought to prevent the tree trunk from rolling too far, and she would have to run over and drag it back. In a short while, the 2 tree trunks were neatly lying on the grass. Should we cut down a few more trees? Su Qing's eyes lingered on the other trees outside. Soon she made a decision. Cut. Even if she couldn't cut down a tree, it would be good to cut a hole. Ropes can be bought in Chiang, but I don't know if other people have wood. And the only thing she could trade was raw water, food? she didn't have enough. Yesterday, she traded purple cones for ropes, because she knew that Qi Yang was the only one who could immediately produce a large amount of ropes, and secondly, Qi Yang's demand for raw water would not be too high in the short term, so she resorted to this last resort. Unless it was necessary, Su Qing didn't plan to trade food for ropes in the near future, unless the remaining ropes were not enough to make a fence. But she still traded, because it was related to her safety. The fence at least had a weak resistance effect. If the cave door was wide open, if a wild beast discovered it, wouldn't she have to face it with a machete? In her endless thoughts, Su Qing quickly picked another tree. As time passed, the tree trunk made an unwilling creaking sound and bang, fell down. Unfortunately, this time the tree fell into the forest again. Even more unfortunately, the treetop was stuck on another old tree. Yes, an old tree. Su Qing raised her hand and gestured. She could only hold about 1/4 of it. There was no other way. Su Qing continued to chop at the tree trunks she could barely reach. Forget about the ones she couldn't reach. I have to be careful later. If the tree trunk falls, I must not get hit. It took a long time, and the trunk was finally cut down to only the bark. Bang! Su Qing dodged the trunk that fell on the fallen leaves. A crackling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. No way. Su Qing's eyelids twitched, and she ran out with all her strength. The huge tree crown fell from the sky, rubbing against the surrounding trees. When everything was quiet, Su Qing walked to the side of the ancient tree. Looking up, some branches under the ancient tree had been broken, revealing the bare trunk. Suddenly, Su Qing narrowed her eyes, as if she had discovered something. Is that a hole? Facing a certain position on the side of the tree trunk, Su Qing was a little dazed. Moving left and right under the tree, Su Qing finally confirmed that it was a hole. I don't know if it is a bird hole, or if it is a hole used by animals such as squirrels to store food. The machete in her hand swung up and down until a path was cleared next to the ancient tree. Su Qing circled around the old tree, and found a small hole on the back. After thinking for a while, she put away the machete, and took out the dagger from her pocket. The blade poked into the hole, and poked around, and almost immediately hit something. It was very hard. Su Qing poked with the dagger, and after realizing that she couldn't pierce into this thing, she began to work hard to pick it up to the hole. Gurgle gurgle. The rolling sound continued, as the brown round surface appeared at the hole. Su Qing felt that she should have found the granary of a little guy. In the case of a shortage of supplies, it is hard for Su Qing to say that she is not tempted by the things inside. Sorry for the unknown animal, Su Qing sighed in her heart, and changed the machete to chop vigorously. Now the hole is too small for her to put her hand in, and the things inside can't roll out. 1, 2. Su Qing looked at the unknown fruit that rolled out, and joy surged in her heart. Picking up one casually, the fruit has a round surface, and is brown all over. Pinch it hard with your fingertips, leaving only shallow white scratches on the surface. The nuts she had eaten before flashed through her mind, but none of them matched. However, Su Qing was not surprised. After all, the purple cones, water cones, and other fruits in front of her were also unfamiliar. Another world. Su Qing sighed. She had been in this strange world for 3 days. The coat played the role of wrapping again. Su Qing stuffed handfuls of fruits into it until it could not fit anymore. Then she tied the coat tightly with a rope with regret. There were still many brown fruits in the tree hole, but Su Qing could not take them anymore. After thinking for a while, Su Qing stuffed the fruit that rolled out of the hole back and covered the ancient tree with fallen leaves. In order to come back here again tomorrow, Su Qing used the edge of her tree trunk as a starting point and cleared a path out of the forest. There were layers of fallen leaves on the side of the path, which were easy to distinguish and clear at a glance. Satisfiedly patting the mud on her hands, Su Qing took the coat full of fruits and went back to find the cut tree trunk. Not long after Su Qing left, the branches and leaves in the forest kept shaking. A black shadow jumped out from the branches. The familiar hole flashed before his eyes. The black shadow looked at the tree trunk moving upwards, and finally realized that he was in free fall. Squeak, squeak! The palm-sized black shadow fluttered twice in the air, spread its limbs, glided for a distance, and fell to the ground. The black shadow quickly climbed up from the bottom of the ancient tree. The hole entrance was still the familiar hole entrance, but the branches on the side were only left with smooth broken ends. The black shadow was stunned for a few seconds, and quickly got into the hole. Squeak, goo goo goo. Achoo. Su Qing rubbed her nose, and continued to fiddle with the magic book. The familiar white light faded, and the second fence was next to the first fence. After a careful look, Su Qing was surprised to find that there was no dividing point in the middle, as if it was a hole. Su Qing didn't understand, so she didn't insist. The light blue shadow kept moving at the entrance of the cave. The white light lit up again. But this time, the light screen jumped out in front of her eyes. The fence is about to close. Are you sure that one of them is the fence door? Yes or no? So the magic book refers to a circle, not just one? Faced with the unexpected surprise, Su Qing did not hesitate and chose yes. The two fences that had been built, including the ones that had not been built, were flashing white light. Su Qing's mind moved, and the white light stopped on the right side of the cave entrance. After confirming, the magic book took over Su Qing's body again. Amazing magic. Looking at herself rubbing the fences without any instruction, Su Qing sighed again. After tonight, her cabin, the cave, will finally have a door. A fence door is also a door. The simple and beautiful fence surrounds the edge of the entire cave. A sense of security fills Su Qing's heart. The fence was successfully synthesized, but the light screen did not disappear automatically, and a new line of words appeared on it. The building. Fence. Has been built. Do you want to use the building? Fence. As a fixed building of the cabin? Yes or no? Chapter 7. The building. Fence. Has been built. Will the building. Fence. Be used as a fixed building in the hut? Yes or no? Su Qing. Shock. Did she trigger some hidden task? Will there be rewards after it becomes a fixed building? With a lot of thoughts in her mind, Su Qing clicked. Yes. The light screen lit up with white light. After fading, the personal page completely changed. The reward is page upgrade. Su Qing compared the two pages. Now, the words initial hut are still written under her name, but there are 2 more lines of introduction than before. Initial hut. The new building has slightly strengthened the hut's defense. Survivors, don't be satisfied with this. Continue to build your hut. Hurry up, move faster. A similar urging again. Su Qing frowned. She also asked them to move faster during the last broadcast. What will they face next? Looking down, the once sloppy sketch of the hut disappeared, replaced by an extremely detailed 3-dimensional picture. When her fingertips touched the light screen, the 3-dimensional picture actually moved along with it. Su Qing carefully compared the picture with her own cave. In the picture, 2 not quite identical rectangular blocks were placed side by side, connected by a thick line in the middle. This should be the short corridor where she stayed every night. When the 3-dimensional picture was moved, the perspective on the light screen suddenly turned to the sky, and 3 rectangles appeared in front of her. The corridor in the middle was directly ignored by Su Qing. The large rectangle, which was the cave she was in now, had a total of 42 square blue grids. A horizontal line on one edge was green, and Su Qing guessed that it should represent a fence. As for the hole inside, she counted and found 35 grids were lit. Can I click outside the lit grid? Su Qing did it right away, trying to click outside the blue grid, but there was no response. Then, she tried to press and hold. A green frame line appeared at the fingertips, and it continued to expand as the finger moved, but Su Qing found that the frame line was not unlimited. When there were more than 100 small grids in the frame line, it would turn red and could no longer expand. In this case, Su Qing tried to select 100 grids, and her fingertips stayed for a few seconds, and the green frame line turned blue. A prompt popped up on the light screen at the right time. Your hut is an initial hut, and it does not meet the room expansion requirements. Do you choose to upgrade the hut to level 1? Yes or no? Can you help me upgrade directly? Is there such a good thing? Su Qing had some expectations in her heart. The words that popped up again told her that she had thought too much. Upgrade failed. Insufficient upgrade materials. Upgrade materials. Magic book, hut, X1, non-attribute magic stone X1. Corresponding materials for the hut. She also knows about the magic book. What is the non-attribute magic stone? Su Qing scratched her head in distress. There were also materials for the hut. How could she know what these materials should include? There was no other way. Su Qing could only remember the upgrade materials, and look for them later. Clicking the trade section, Su Qing identified the brown fruit that Bai Ri brought back. Jade acorn. The flesh is like jade, slightly astringent. Although it looks good, I advise you not to eat it raw. Hey, wait! How come you have so many? Su Qing touched her nose, turned off the light screen, and transferred the jade acorns in her coat to the wooden treasure chest one by one. 1, 2, 3, 20. As the number of jade acorns on the coat decreased, a gray stone appeared in front of Su Qing. She picked up the stone, and felt it was as cool and smooth as jade. It was only when she looked closer that she realized that the gray of the stone was very uniform and free of impurities. She turned it over and saw beautiful blue lines. This blue was very beautiful. Su Qing couldn't describe it for a while, but she felt that it was too clean. It was like a stream that had not been polluted, and it was comfortable to look at. Beautiful, beautiful, really beautiful. Su Qing was so fascinated by it that she couldn't let it go and turned it over and over to observe it. She even thought of going to the tree hole to look for it tomorrow. Turn on the light screen. Su Qing habitually initiated a transaction with herself to identify the stone. Damn! The light screen clearly read, Water Magic Stone, Rendant can purify water. Where did you find this thing? Well, let me see, there is not much energy in it. Huh, it seems that your luck has not improved. Purify water. Good stuff. Su Qing's eyes subconsciously moved to the black iron treasure chest, where the half box of water she had filled was still inside. Opening the treasure chest, Su Qing scooped some water to wash off the dirt on the water magic stone with little energy, and then gently put it into the treasure chest. The stone sank to the bottom with a shaky look. Su Qing initiated a transaction. Stream water. Water from a stream somewhere, where many animals relieve their thirst. Water purification in progress. Countdown. 15 days. Not knowing how long it would take to purify the water magic stone with sufficient energy, Su Qing stared at the rippling water surface and thought about where to find the attributeless magic stone needed to upgrade the hut. It was the 4th day of the apocalypse. Su Qing rushed to the forest early in the morning out of her love for the magic stone. But to her disappointment, she did not find another magic stone, and there were not many jade acorns left in the tree hole. After breaking up the trunk, Su Qing took the wood and the remaining jade acorns home. In the morning, she saw that some of the fruits by the waterfall seemed to be ripe again, so she had to go back and pick them up as soon as possible and store them in the treasure chest. But what Su Qing didn't know was that after she left the forest, the branches and leaves above the ancient tree shook, and a small animal that looked like a squirrel jumped out. Squeak! Thief! The brown-yellow little animal stood up, its big tail swaying angrily behind it, making the tip of its tail more dazzling. The tip of its nose twitched slightly, and its claws stuffed a hidden jade acorn into its mouth, and it stopped only when its mouth was full. The figure glided down in the air, and after landing, it quickly ran out of the forest. That direction was the direction Su Qing left. Chapter 8. The sun was shining brightly, and the water was gurgling. However, a rare passerby appeared beside a stream outside the forest. The tree mouse's cheeks twitched, and he was a little hesitant. The surface of the stream was sparkling, and there was no end in sight. The grass under his feet was slipped with a huge trace. The smell of the thief was still there, but it was cut off at the waterside. There was no doubt that the thief should have crossed the stream to the other side. Should I take the risk to follow him? The tree mouse pondered. Ever since the forest was occupied by the gang of robbers, there has been no peace near the water source. In the past, for the sake of its life, it never approached the water source, and always quenched its thirst with dew. Is it going to the other side now? The small figure walked left and right by the stream, and its hair looked more fluffy under the sunlight, as if it was overflowing with golden light. The tree mouse's mind was filled with random thoughts. The tree mouse spun its little paws, and took out a fruit from its bulging mouth. The jade acorn, which was difficult for Su Qing to crack, was bitten open by the tree mouse in a few bites, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. Squeak! What to do? The tree mouse remembered the food that filled the tree hole. He took a vicious bite of the fruit. Delicious, delicious, no. Squeak! Thief, take another bite. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thief, give me back my food. After eating the fruit, the tree mouse looked firmly at the stream and ran back to the forest. After bargaining, the tree mouse successfully invited the neighbor who was hiding in the hole to come out. In return, the tree mouse had to share half of the food he had taken back. Quack, quack, quack. Come on! The tree mouse jumped up in fear when he saw the huge bird head suddenly stretched out in front of him. The bird's head tilted. Question mark. Squeak! Don't approach the mouse suddenly. Quack! The bird responded calmly, and its extremely beautiful black eyes looked a little dull. The tree mouse climbed onto the snow-white bird's back carefully, and its two small claws tightly grasped the two white feathers on the bird's head. Quack! Have. The bird shook its head and reminded. The birds can't be missing, otherwise the bird will grab it for itself. Squeak! The tree mouse pulled the feathers in his hand angrily. When has it ever delayed payment? Silly bird, greedy bird. Quack! Just remember it. With a flap of wings, a snow-white figure appeared in the air. Squeak! Over there, a vague figure kept flying towards the distance. In addition, quack! Is it here? The bird was circling in the air, and the ground below was bare, not as many trees as in the forest to stand on. The tree mouse looked around, huge mountains, bare grasslands, and waterfalls with rushing water. Here? What a poor place. There are no big trees that can be used as homes. The mouse shook his head slightly. With such a big body, do you sleep in the open air? Aren't you afraid of being beaten by the bandits in the forest? The tip of his nose moved, and a familiar smell rushed into his nose. Squeak! This is it. Anger flashed in the tree mouse's golden eyes. It wanted to empty the thieves' homes. After commanding the bird to put itself in the place with the strongest smell, the tree mouse said goodbye to the greedy bird and planned to enter the thief's house to find out. But the bird did not leave. Quack! Reward, reward. Huh? The tree mouse jumped up and down, constantly gesticulating. It hasn't even gotten it back yet. Quack, quack, quack. Give it now. What if you run away? The bird doesn't care. The bird wants to eat it now. The bird was originally sleeping, and you woke it up and flew for so long, so you have to give it food. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tree mouse condemned vigorously, but a certain bird ignored it completely, and its snow-white wings kept flapping. Looking at the huge wings that could completely cover itself, the tree mouse stopped talking. Forget it, mice are generous. Why bother with the stupid bird? It's more important to send it away. Squeak. Go back and wait. The tree mouse tried to persuade it to go back with its almost empty granary. Squeak, squeak. You know where my granary and home are. Go back and take a nap first. Wait for me to find out, and then we can meet up. How far can I run without you? The bird tilted its head. Stand up straight. The tree mouse breathed a sigh of relief as it watched the silly bird finally spread its wings and fly away. It grabbed the dirt with its little paws and looked at the hole above. A hint of determination flashed through its golden eyes. Yes, the smell is the strongest up there. My food is all there. It's just that the dirt is not as hard as the tree trunk. The tree mouse took a lot of effort to climb to the hole. Its little paws had already wrapped around some dirt, which made the mouse monster uncomfortable. Squeak! I'm here to save you. The tree mouse stretched out his hand, and happily wanted to rush in through the gap in the wood in front of him. Squeak! The tree mouse that was bounced to the ground stared blankly at the transparent midair. Once again. Bounce back. Once again. Bounce back. The tree mouse, who finally confirmed that he couldn't get in, looked at the hole in a daze. Why? The mouse didn't understand. At this time, the tree mouse's ears moved. A familiar smell was gradually approaching. The tree mouse looked around, quickly flew down from the hole to a bush, and curled up inside. Then he looked into the distance cautiously. High above, the snow-white bird pecked at its feathers. Looking at the figure below that quickly hid in the bushes, it called out happily. Quack, quack! The bird won't go back. The bird will watch here. The bird will collect a reward as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Su Qing held a bundle of dead branches and slowly moved towards the cave entrance. Today, many fruits ripened under the waterfall. If the previous ones were counted, she had a total of 10 purple cones, 8 red fruits, and 12 water cones. As the things in the cave increased, they were all piled on the ground, which inevitably looked messy and not conducive to her immediate search. So Su Qing planned to make a few wooden frames in the next few days, and make a softer cushion for herself. It was really uncomfortable to lean against the hard wall every day. After the safety was somewhat guaranteed, the importance of solving the sleeping problem was greatly strengthened. Su Qing kicked the gate open with her foot, staring at the branches in her arms and the road ahead, and slowly moved inside. Naturally, she did not notice the shadow following behind her. When she reached the side of the cave, Su Qing bent down and let go of her hand. The branches that had been dried and loosened by the sun fell to the ground. Su Qing stood up. TSK. The tree mouse suddenly stopped, thinking that he had made too much noise, and his little foot quickly stopped in the air and did not dare to fall. 1 second. 2 seconds. The tree mouse began to stagger, its claws fluttering in the air. Squeak, is the mouse about to be discovered? It's better to have a rope. Su Qing shook her head, but the last time the synthetic fence was used up, the remaining 8 pieces were used up. When she asked Qi Yang again, she couldn't find the blooming velvet flowers for the time being. The tree mouse's whiskers trembled slightly, and its feet finally landed gently. Squeak, although the thief was tall and big, he was so startled. Food. Food, mouse food. The smell is here. The palm-sized tree mouse moved forward, its nose constantly moving, sniffing and crawling forward like a puppy. The tree mouse opened its eyes and looked at something taller and wider than it. The smell is here. A swish sound came from behind. The tree mouse's body stiffened, and its little head turned left and right. When it saw a certain place, its eyes lit up, and then it quickly pounced on the unclear shadow. Su Qing turned around in confusion. Nothing seemed to have changed in the cave, but she did hear a slight noise just now. No. Su Qing raised her eyebrows and walked inside. The tree mouse shivered against the earthen wall. The mouse was not afraid of the thief, but the thief was too weird here, and the mouse was afraid that he could not get out. In front of the wooden treasure chest, a few small paw prints appeared on the soft ground due to the splashing of water in the morning. How could such a small animal suddenly run into the cave? You can't even see its shadow during the day. Su Qing touched her chin and suddenly thought of a possibility in her mind. Oh, if this is true, it will be embarrassing. But it would not be good to let it continue to hide at home. Su Qing pretended to pack up her things, but in fact she carefully observed every corner of the cave. A small red tip of the tail appeared in the shadow of the corridor. Su Qing's eyes paused on it. The red tip swayed and shrunk quietly into the shadow. Okay, Su Qing retracted her gaze. She would open the fence door later. If the little animal left, it would be fine. After all, she did steal someone else's granary because of lack of food. Picking up the machete and dagger, Su Qing sat back where the dead branches were. The tree trunks and vines she had brought back were piled up on the wall. Su Qing chopped the vines with the machete, then gently cut them with the dagger from the broken end, pinching the upturned skin with her fingertips. Schwa! A rope with good flexibility was freshly made. After several rapid schwa sounds, Su Qing hung the skin torn from the vines about 2 fingers thick at the entrance of the cave to dry. It can't be exposed to the sun for too long, otherwise the flexibility will decrease. After dealing with the vines, Su Qing reached out and picked up the harder branches on the ground, and measured them up and down to determine a suitable height. The machete was swung again, and there was a noise in the cave. Squeak! It was so noisy. Suddenly thinking of something, the tree mouse quickly covered its mouth with its claws. It quietly looked out, and the thief was still sitting there with his back to him, and he didn't know what he was doing, and he was still making crackling noises. It seemed that he was not discovered. So what about the food for the mouse? The tree mouse narrowed its golden eyes, as if thinking about something. Time passed by bit by bit. The sun slowly slid to the west, dragging a brilliant red glow on the blue screen. Su Qing grabbed the vine skin that she had collected long ago in her palm, and pulled it hard with both hands. The seemingly thin skin suddenly stretched straight, making a swoosh sound. But no matter how Su Qing pulled, the vine skin was very tight. Selecting 2 longer branches from the repaired branches, Su Qing tied the 2 vine skins to both sides of a wooden stick, and then tied the other side to the other stick in the same way. Turning one of the sticks over, the 2 vine skins in the middle also formed an X shape. Grasping the middle intersection, Su Qing lifted it up, and the rough skeleton of a pyramid appeared. 1, 2. Su Qing quickly filled in the sticks of different lengths. The closer to the intersection of the vine skin, the more difficult it was to insert the stick. After the last stick was inserted, the 2 vine skins had stretched straight and tightly bound the sticks. In this way, a simple branch frame was completed. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction, and picked up 2 more vine skins. With the experience of the first time, making the second branch frame was much smoother. In just a few minutes, the second branch frame was placed on the ground. Looking outside the cave, it was almost dusk. Su Qing stretched lazily. Today, I brought back the wood, collected the fruits, and made 2 frames. I was 1 step closer to the goal of having sufficient supplies in the hut. I threw the small branches, leaves, etc. on the side of the wall that were not needed into the cave, and the ground looked much cleaner. 2 freshly baked boxes were placed side by side on the other side of the wall. The dagger, the small pot, and the fence magic book were put into the boxes one by one. Su Qing opened the wooden treasure box, where she put the lighter and all the fruits. The familiar smell suddenly became strong, and several aromas that had never been smelled rushed into the nose of the sleepy tree mouse. The tree mouse, snap, opened his eyes, and looked eagerly towards the source. However, the tall man who was originally sitting outside was blocking the way, so the tree mouse could not see it at all. Su Qing listened to the slight noise in the corridor and sighed. She thought he had left since there was no movement in the afternoon, but he was still inside. Throw it out. Su Qing did not close the treasure chest, but walked out as if nothing had happened. The tree mouse looked at the tall man who had left his sight, and the sound that entered his ears became lighter and lighter, as if he had completely left. Squeak, squeak. God-given opportunity, all thanks to the mouse. The tree mouse moved lightly, grasping the wall and landing in the treasure chest nimbly. The stacked brown fruits occupied 1/3 of the treasure chest. The tree mouse looked to the side, where there were unknown purple fruits, red fruits with scales, and spotted fruits. The tree mouse's tail swung quickly. All belong to the mice. All belong to the mice. Squeak, squeak. Give half of the brown fruits to the silly bird, and keep the smelly ones for yourself. But the granary that the silly bird knew about cannot be put there, The tree mouse narrowed his eyes with joy, and did not notice that the shadow on the wall was getting bigger and bigger, until he was hanging in the air. Squeak. What happened? The tree mouse stretched out his legs tentatively, feeling the emptiness and the pain of his neck being pulled. The tree mouse turned his head bit by bit, like a stuck machine. Eye to eye. Su-Ching curved her eyes. Squeak. The mouse was going to die. The tree mouse screamed heartbreakingly. It thought of its comfortable and warm nest, and the granary that was filled with food. If I had known, I would not have come. Looking at the crystal tears wetting the fur, Su-Ching screamed. So smart. Don't cry or I. Su-Ching gestured at her neck with her other hand. Actually, she didn't know if it would work, but she always felt that this little squirrel-like animal was very smart. Squeak. The tree rat widened its eyes. What did it mean? Did it want to bite off the rat's neck? The little guy calmed down, and Su-Ching carried him to the cave entrance. Killing the little guy always felt strange. After all, she had robbed the other person's granary first. Anyway, she didn't need food that much in the short term, so it was better to threaten the little guy not to get close to the cave again and end it. After thinking about it, Su-Ching quickly convinced herself. In order to make the threat more effective, Su-Ching brought out the machete. The tree rat stared at the long object, although he didn't know what it was, but he felt it was quite bad. Goodbye, the rat's nest, the rat's granary. Goodbye, the rat's youth, the rat's partner who has not yet arrived. Alas! Su-Ching shook it. The little guy lowered his head, and did not respond, shaking left and right in the air like soft noodles. Forget it, I say mine. Listen up, little guy, don't come near me next time. Just at this moment, a long howl came from a distance. Su-Ching stopped talking, her eyes solemn. Damn, isn't it dusk yet? The dying tree mouse couldn't help but stand up when he heard this. A robber in the forest? Su-Ching raised her hand. What caught me? Looking down, the brown-yellow little animal hugged her fingertips, and the soft tail tip was wrapped around her wrist. Squeak, don't throw the mouse out. The mouse will be bitten to death if it is discovered. Gently rubbing the tall man's smooth skin, the tree mouse tried to express his wishes. Reconcile with the tall man for the time being. The little guy on the wrist was well-behaved and docile at this time. Su-Ching stuffed it into her coat pocket and hid behind the wood quietly. The tree trunks she brought back were stacked against the wall on one side, close to the cave entrance, and were the only obstacles that allowed her to avoid herself and observe the situation at the same time. The wolf howling outside the cave suddenly stopped, as if it had discovered something, and there were a few more calls. The tree mouse curled up tremblingly. It clearly heard the guy outside say, I found you. It was over, the mouse was really going to die today. The wolf howled closer and closer. Su-Ching looked at the cave entrance in doubt. It was wrong. Why did it feel like it was coming straight at me? Holding the machete tightly in her hand, Su-Ching licked her dry lips. It sounded like there was only one wolf. If she was really discovered, she would have to work hard to kill the other party, and never let it go back alive to attract the wolf pack. The setting sun cast golden light through the sunset. The majestic wolf quickly approached, following the scent. The fluffy black hair was soft and drifting. Strangely, there was a tuft of silver hair on the wolf's forehead, shining brightly, unlike ordinary things. The wolf roared happily. Its child would be born soon, and it would bring the body of the real murderer who took away the wolf pack's treasure to celebrate the birth of the child. Show loyalty to the leader, integrate into the tribe, and protect the tribe. Together. Welcome evolution. High up, the curled-up Snowball stood up straight. 2 long white feathers fluttered on his head. Snowball revealed a pair of eyes in the middle, looking down with murderous intent. Chapter 10. The bird followed the wolf's figure with an unfriendly gaze. You should be beaten for disturbing the bird's rest. Snowball blinked, and a film covered the pupils, and the color became lighter. The body leaned forward, the head sank, and only the bird knew that its eyes were fixed on the culprit who disturbed the bird's sweet dream. Until the other party stopped and began to sniff around, the bird narrowed its eyes, knowing that it was time to teach it a lesson. Swish. The claws exerted a little force, and with a slight sound of breaking through the air, the snowball that was originally here. It flew away at high speed, like a string from a bow. The wind whistled past his ears, and the bird stared at the target getting closer and closer, and slightly adjusted its posture. Closer. Closer. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other. A trace of surprise appeared in the wolf's eyes. What are you looking at? You dared to look at the bird even though you disturbed its sleep. Almost immediately, the bird changed its mind and wanted to spare the other's eye. The sharp claws easily pierced into the other's eyeball, and when the other jumped back subconsciously because of the pain, the bird retracted its claws without any reluctance and flew into the sky. Howling in grief mixed with anger, the bird circled above the wolf's head. Ga. Su Qing, who squatted at the entrance of the cave and watched the whole process, let you disturb the bird's sweet dream. Ah! The tree mouse poked its head out of its pocket. Ah! Blood dripped from its eye sockets to the ground, and the wolf lowered its head and howled in pain. After a long time, the wolf raised its head and stared at the bird flying in the sky with its only intact eye, as if it wanted to remember this figure firmly in its heart. It's over, it's a grudge. Su Qing thought to herself that it was not good, but she had no other choice now. Although the wolf in front of her had an injured eye, she was still not able to deal with it. She was an office worker in the city, not as agile as others, not as tough as others. The only weapon she could use was a machete. This also led to Su Qing not daring to go out even if she wanted to keep the wolf. If only there were long-range weapons. Su Qing watched the other party leave with regret. Let's go to the transaction later. Su Qing began to think about what to do next. Today the wolf did not find the cave, but suffered a great loss not far away. According to its performance, it might come back with a group of wolves to seek revenge on the bird next time. But the problem is that the bird can fly away at any time, but it can't leave the cave. It is precisely because of this that Su Qing is crying in her heart. Turning around, a cry suddenly sounded behind her. Ga. Su Qing looked back. Under the gloomy sky, the snow-white bird stood on the fence, looking straight at Su Qing. When did it come? Su Qing took a small step back. The scene of the bird showing its power and destroying one of the wolf's eyes just now still lingered in her mind. Su Qing was afraid that the bird would do the same to her. The bird tilted its head and lowered its head. The sight met the creature in the other party's pocket. Quack! I want to come in too. The tree mouse was stunned, and the fear in his heart gradually subsided because the other party behaved as usual. The tree mouse, who was bold again, quickly climbed onto Su Qing's shoulder. The golden pupils turned cunningly. Squeak! Squeak! The mouse is caught now. Come and save me. The bird looked at the creature that was looking at it. It had never seen anything like it in its limited memory. But the other party's gentle sight did not make the bird uncomfortable. The bird jumped forward, but a blue ripple appeared in front of it, gently pushing it back. There seemed to be some invisible barrier here. The tree mouse, who owed money, was now caught in the palm of the stranger's hand, and was constantly caressed. Although the tree mouse kept flapping and screaming, its claws never landed on the stranger. The bird suddenly realized that it had to be caressed when it entered. So the bird spread its wings, revealing its snow-white and soft feathers. In the incredulous eyes of the tree mouse, the bird rubbed the air a few times. Tree mouse? ? Silly bird, what are you doing? Su Qing was stunned, and the force holding the tree mouse in her hand became weaker. The tree mouse broke free at once, but just stood on Su Qing's hand. Squeak! Squeak! What are you doing, silly bird? Quack! Why didn't you let the bird in when you were inside? The tree mouse touched his chest in pain. It was caught. Can't you see? Quack! And what about the food that was promised to the bird? The tree mouse felt that it couldn't breathe, and it didn't even get it back. Quack! Remember to give the bird food, or the bird will beat you, damn, stinky bird, bad bird. The defeated tree mouse angrily returned to his pocket and wrapped himself with his tail. The bird won a great victory, and held his head high. The development in front of him was too fantastic, but Su Qing could see that these two animals should know each other. After thinking for a while, Su Qing wrapped her coat around her arms, and stretched out her hand. The bird looked at the hand stretched to its feet, puzzled. It couldn't get in just now, but this is the home of strange creatures. Thinking of this, the bird jumped lightly into Su Qing's hand. So good. Su Qing looked at the snowball squatting on her arm, feeling a little bit uncontrollable. Just now, it also signaled me to touch it, right? Then Su Qing finally couldn't help it, and gently stroked the bird's back with her fingertips. The warm, smooth hand slid on the back, and the bird squinted. The days of childhood are too far away, When everyone huddled together to sleep in the ice and snow, it was as warm as now. Cack, the bird sighed and shook its head. The lonely wandering life has made it like sleeping. The familiar hometown could not be found, but now the familiar feeling came to mind. Once, twice. Su Qing stopped her hand. The bird on her wrist had its chest rising and falling, its eyes half closed, and it had obviously fallen asleep. Silently curling her lips, Su Qing happily took the uninvited bird back to the cave. It felt really good to be trusted by a strange animal. She dragged the bird to the ground with her hand, and the bird opened one eye and stared at Su Qing blankly. After thinking for a few seconds, the bird followed her first thought and moved to the side of the strange creature, until it was close to it before lying down again and closing its eyes. Su Qing freed her other hand and took the tree mouse out of her pocket. She looked down and saw that the white bird had run to her side without her noticing. The fur brushed across her wrist, and Su Qing turned around and saw that the tree mouse had run to her stomach and lay down. Forget it. Su Qing did not disturb the two and just turned on the light screen silently. On a moonlit night, in the quiet cave, there was a bird, a tree mouse, and a survivor from another world. The faint light sprinkled on Su Qing's face. This was the fourth night since the end of the world. It was also the first night with animals as company. The morning light shone into the cave. Su Qing sat up dazedly. Something seemed to slide from her stomach to her legs. With a start, her sleepiness disappeared instantly. Looking down, the tree mouse spread its limbs, its little head raised blankly, and it looked like it was not very awake. "Uh-huh. What are you doing?" A bird head squeezed in. 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Su Qing laughed. "Good morning, both of you." "Uh-huh." Although the bird didn't know what the strange creature meant, it still responded subconsciously. "My name is Su Qing, Su Qing." "Ga. Su Qing." The tree mouse turned his head away, not wanting to look at the silly bird. Since everyone was awake, Su Qing stretched her body and took out 3 purple cones from the treasure chest. The tree mouse didn't move, but her eyes fell on Su Qing's hands involuntarily. Noticing this, Su Qing looked away maliciously. "Tree mouse, stare, do you want to eat?" Su Qing asked, but she looked at the tree mouse with a smile. Squeak. "I don't want it." The tree mouse looked away with difficulty, expressing his disdain with his own actions. "Really?" Su Qing bent down, pinched the bottom of the fruit with her fingertips, and gently tore the peel. The devil whispered, "It's delicious." Squeak. "If you say no, then don't want it. The mouse doesn't want it, you." "Ah, muah, muah, muah." The tree mouse, with its mouth full, chewed subconsciously. It was sweet and fragrant, and delicious. Facing Su Qing's smiling eyes, the tree mouse tightened its claws holding the cone. It had lost a granary of food, so what's wrong with eating some fruit? Thinking of this, the tree mouse turned around and faced Su Qing. But its fluffy tail was wagging happily, symbolizing the owner's good mood. "Sundra." Su Qing turned her head, and saw the white bird pecking at the torn purple cone seriously. Seeing Su Qing looking over, the bird stopped pecking. "Huh? What's wrong?" "It's okay, you eat it." After Su Qing finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something. "By the way, can I have some of your fallen feathers?" Quack, quack. "Feathers? No problem." Birds are always generous to those who are not repulsive to them. Su Qing saw the white bird turn its head and peck at her wings, then jumped towards her with a snow-white feather in its mouth. The bird gently placed the feather in its mouth on the other's palm. The soft feather was very light, but Su Qing felt that her heart was gently brushed, and she trembled with itching. Quack, quack. "My beautiful feathers are for you." After saying that, the bird spread its wings and patted the stunned stranger. No, it's not a stranger. The bird secretly despised its own negligence. It's Su Qing. This is what the other party told the bird personally, but it's a pity that the bird doesn't have any nicknames. When we were young, we were all together, either parents, uncles, or aunts. When we grew up, we wandered alone and met all kinds of strange races. Until now, we only communicated with tree rats. It seems the bird is in a trance. Su Qing is the first creature to tell her who she is. Su Qing pressed her chest, and her heart was beating. Ah, how can it be so cute? She initiated the transaction skillfully, and a few lines of words popped up on the light screen. Snow-headed bird. The whole body is snow-white, and the 2 white feathers on the head are their special signs. Oh, weird, weird. The living environment of the snow-headed bird has always been the snow mountain. What does this mean? Snow mountain. Su Qing couldn't help but flash a trace of worry in her eyes, wondering how this little guy ran into the forest. You are the snow-headed bird. I will call you Snow from now on. Ga? Ga. Me? Okay, Su Qing. The atmosphere between one person and one bird was too harmonious. The tree mouse held the half-eaten purple cone, and it was uncomfortable to swallow it or spit it out. No, you two, have you forgotten that I exist here? Chapter 11. Besides, why do you only want the hair of the silly bird? The tree mouse swallowed the fruit in his mouth, licked his paws carefully, and then grabbed the tail swaying in front of his eyes with his two little paws. The paws sank into the soft brown-yellow hair, and the tree mouse quickly glanced over there. Squeak, why did you get it again, silly bird? The tree mouse released his paws, and his golden eyes were filled with his own swaying red tail tip. The mouse's hair is also very beautiful. No. The tree mouse shuddered. Why did it think about these things? Didn't the rat want to take back its own food in the first place? Su Qing didn't know that the tree rat had already started brainstorming. After finishing her breakfast, she turned on the light screen to contact the seller she had agreed with last night. Su Qing, are you there? Yangjin, yes, we agreed last night. For 20 edible fruits, I will give you the sleeve arrow and the remaining 3 arrows. Seeing that the other party had no intention of regretting, Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the task of finding a weapon that suits her heart was not smooth. On the eve of. After the update, as long as the search area is large enough, you can always find food. Water and food are not as scarce as at the beginning. Instead, weapons have become more important. For her favorite long-range weapons, the sellers want a variety of things. So when Su Qing found out that Miss Yang was selling weapons for food, she was shocked. Su Qing, 3 red fruits, 2 water bamboos, 15 jade acorns, I have them ready. Yangjin, okay sister, you are so straightforward. Let's trade. I teach you how to use it later. The trade was successfully completed. A white light flashed, and a cold long tube and a black bag fell into Su Qing's hands. Yangjin began to introduce on the light screen. Su Qing looked at this launcher carefully. According to Yangjin, the sleeve arrow she got was a single-shot sleeve arrow, and each shot could only shoot 1 arrow. The diameter of the quiver was about 1 foot, and it was about 7 inches long. Following Yangjin's words, Su Qing opened the black bag and randomly picked out one of the 3 arrows. There is a shooting hole in the center of the sleeve cover, and Su Qing put the arrow into the hole. Yangjin, after the arrow is inserted, there is a butterfly wing 1 inch away from the sleeve cover. Look for it, it is quite obvious. It is used to hold the arrow. If you don't want to waste the arrow, don't move it easily. Seeing this, Su Qing hurriedly retracted her hand that she wanted to touch. During the communication last night, Yangjin said that the arrow of this sleeve arrow can only be used once. Now it is not known how many wolves there are in the pack. Su Qing just wants to arm herself as soon as possible, but she is unwilling to waste any arrows. After carefully remembering Yangjin's instructions, the transaction was officially over. Yangjin, okay, buy then. If Miss Su wants to buy weapons in the future, you can contact me in advance. Since you are so straightforward, if you need metal, you can also ask me. Metal. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Miss Yang also has such a good thing. Su Qing immediately put Miss Yang and Qi Yang at the top of the private chat. Su Qing, okay, happy trading. Turning off the light screen, Su Qing carefully placed the sleeve with the arrow in the corner. The frame she made was not stable. What if it accidentally touched the butterfly wings? The bird tilted its head and wanted to get closer, but was stopped by Su Qing. Shh, Snow, don't get close. Huh? Why, can't the bird? Looking at the eyes of the snow-headed old man, Su Qing actually felt that the other party was asking her why. Crazy, crazy. Su Qing patted her cheek. The problem is that she really answered seriously. This is a weapon, just like your claws, it is used to protect yourself. Su Qing pointed at the sleeve, and then at the claws of the snow-headed bird. The bird suddenly realized that this was Su Qing's claw. The bird will not move. Su Qing is relieved. Su Qing was slapped by the snow-headed bird with its wings, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at the snow-headed bird, who seemed to have understood thought for a while, and finally took out the arrow again. She put the arrow back into the black bag, and seeing that there was enough space inside, Su Qing put the sleeve in as well. Okay, now there's no problem. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction, and walked to the treasure chest. The water in the black iron treasure chest was still being purified, and Su Qing closed the lid of the treasure chest. The progress bar of the magic stone, placed the day before yesterday evening, still showed that there was 14 days to wait. As for the wooden treasure chest next to it, Su Qing's eyes showed a trace of reluctance. 20 fruits. Ga. The bird looked at the square thing, and then looked at Su Qing, who had been staring at it. Is this thing important to Su Qing? The bird got closer, and the more it looked, the more familiar it felt. It seemed as if it had seen it somewhere before. Where? The bird fell into deep thought. Su Qing closed the lid of the wooden box. Alas, no one has exchanged treasure chests for so many days. It would be great if there were more treasure chests. Ga. I remembered. Su Qing, startled by a sudden cry, covered her chest. The bird flew to the treasure chest and pointed at the chest with its wings. Ga. Su Qing, I have seen this in the forest. Ah. Su Qing was confused, and the snowhead seemed very excited. But she had no idea what it meant. Do you like this? Su Qing asked tentatively. Ga. The bird shook its head and retorted that the bird didn't like it. Su Qing should like it. Are you still hungry? The bird shook its head. Well, do you want to build a nest here? Ga. No way. Su Qing asked with a dry mouth, and her mind was full of the Ga of the snow-headed bird. Have you seen this? You? Ga. The long question and answer also made the bird very tired. Seeing that Su Qing finally reacted, the bird nodded excitedly. Ah. Su Qing stood up and pointed at the wooden treasure chest and asked, Snow, have you seen anything like it? The bird stared at the things under his feet and tried to recall what he had seen in the forest before. It looked different, and the bird shook his head. Su Qing pointed to the rich black iron treasure chest next to him and said, What about this one? The bird still shook its head. There was a post on the forum discussing treasure chests. Su Qing remembered that the treasure chests counted there included wooden treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, and the first black iron treasure chest she found. As for other treasure chests, everyone guessed that there should be higher quality ones. The guesses that everyone agreed on were wood, bronze, black iron, silver, and gold. After all, the things shown before this Doomsday really made people wonder if they had entered a game. Su Qing pointed to the green vines on the side of the cave entrance and asked, What about this one? Is the color similar? Huh? The bird shook its head. That thing was not like that either. If you really want to say it. The bird pointed at the box and then at itself. It should be a combination of my own box and Su Qing's box. Su Qing understood it quickly this time. The forum didn't really guess it right, did it? The snow-headed bird was covered with white feathers. If it was really silver, the things inside should be better than those found in wooden and black iron treasure chests, right? Today's plan was to make mats and cut wood, but if compared with the silver treasure chest, that was very likely. Su Qing's hand slowly moved to the machete. What should I do, if I'm tempted? There was almost no obstacle, and the balance kept tilting towards the option of finding a new treasure chest. Shui, can you take me to that place? Since she had made the decision, Su Qing quickly decided to take action. Quack. The bird was very happy to help Su Qing. It flapped its wings and took off, waiting for Su Qing in the air. Putting the dagger in her pocket, she picked up the black bag, put it down, and thought for a moment. Su Qing did not plan to take it with her. This is used to deal with wolves. Animals rarely encounter it during the day, so it should not be used. Should her luck not be that bad? Su Qing was a little uncertain. She was really surprised that the wolf appeared at dusk yesterday. Actually, the second line on the letter, Don't go out at night, you will meet some guys in the dark. Some guys. Su Qing had always thought that they were lethal animals, which led her to almost assume that animals would only come out at night. No, Su Qing turned to look at the tree mouse. This guy also came to the door during the day. The tree mouse was confused by the look. Shui, is it far away? Far? The bird blinked. Not far. The bird can fly there in a short time. However, it seemed that the bird could not carry Su Qing. So the bird nodded, then shook its head. Su Qing could not determine whether it was far or not. If it was too far, would she be able to get back to the cabin in time? This new question made her hesitate. Wolves, new treasure chest, and dark night. 3 words kept entangled in her mind. Let's do it. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Su Qing finally grabbed the black bag, took out 3 purple cones, and 2 water bamboos from the treasure chest, and put them into her silk coat. Let's go, let's go! Su Qing didn't know what she would encounter this time. She only knew that a silver treasure chest could give her something better, if she had understood the meaning of the snowhead. With the snowhead leading the way, I wouldn't necessarily encounter danger. Besides, what if the place Shui said was very close to here? Su Qing picked up the tree rat, took a deep breath, and put aside the thoughts in her mind. The snow-white figure flew out of the cave, and from time to time it flew a distance and stopped in the air. Su Qing knew that this was Shui waiting for them. "Hold on tight," Su Qing said to the tree mouse, and then she let go. Squeak. The tree mouse nervously used its tail to wrap around Su Qing's arm to balance itself. Squeak. "Can't you just let the mouse stay where you put it yesterday?" The tree mouse looked resentful. The journey was long, and before we knew it, the sky gradually darkened. Gaga. The bird was here, and the familiar cry made the wolf at the end prick up his ears. The wolf would never forget this cry. Just yesterday, the owner of the sound made it lose one of its eyes forever. It looked around and found that it had lost an eye, which made it very inconvenient to move. It was a consensus among all forest animals that the wolf pack had a treasure that could make them stronger. It was not easy for it to get the approval of the leader wolf and get close to the treasure. It had only become a little stronger. The wolf stared angrily at any place where the owner of the sound might be. If it wasn't the bird, if it wasn't the nosy bird, finally, the wolf's eyes were focused on the sky in the distance. By you, whether it was the bird or not, it would not let it go. The wolf turned around and looked at the wolf pack that didn't even stop to wait for it, with a trace of jealousy and anger in its eyes. No, it still has a chance. The wolf moved towards the direction where the bird flew. The bird would jump out and must know the animal that stole another treasure of the wolf pack. If it takes them back, the leader will definitely reward it. It will not be expelled from the wolf pack, definitely. The only remaining eye stared at the forest ahead, revealing a fierce look. Chapter 12. The further we walked into the forest, the dimmer the light became. Su Qing didn't know how many times she had cut off the branches that blocked the road, and her arms were already extremely sore. The snow leading the way in front of her flew high into the sky from time to time, as if she was trying to identify the direction, but she would soon lower her altitude and fly back. The tree mouse lay on Su Qing's shoulder, sweeping the ground behind her with its tail. Squeak. When will we get there? The mouse is dying of exhaustion. Quack. We are almost there, not far ahead. Su Qing didn't know what the two little ones were talking about. After walking for a few minutes, her vision suddenly became clear. A flat grassland appeared in front of her, and unknown wild flowers bloomed in patches. There are green grass and flowers under my feet, and the sky is in my eyes. I guess in countless nights, the starry sky, grass and breeze outline a beautiful dynamic picture. There is such a place in this forest. Su Qing took a deep breath. If she was not in a dangerous alien world, she would be willing to rest for a night in such a beautiful scenery. Quack. This is it. The bird flapped its wings and flew towards the location of the silver treasure chest in its memory. Su Qing lowered her head and estimated how high the fracture she was in was. After confirming that it was less than half a meter, she jumped down and followed. At this time, the snow-headed bird had landed on a field of wild flowers. Su Qing walked to the side of the snow-headed bird and looked around. Snow, is this the place? The bird nodded. Yes, it is here. Squeak, squeak. The tree mouse gently touched Su Qing's shoulder with its claws, and when Su Qing looked over, it quickly pointed to its mouth. The mouse is hungry, Su Qing. The mouse is hungry. I neglected this. After squatting down and unbuttoning the silk coat, Su Qing put the black bag containing the sleeve arrow aside, then picked up a purple cone and waved to the snow-headed bird. Snow, come, let's fill our stomachs first. Squeak. It was obviously me who did it first. Watching the bird swiftly jump towards the tall one to peck at the food, the tree mouse instantly shrank, as if it had lost all its strength, and its tail no longer swayed, but clung to Su Qing's back softly. It was obviously the mouse who said it first. Okay. The mouse raised its head, and bared its teeth after its head was rubbed. Who told you to touch the mouse's head? Mouse, mouse. The red flesh was exposed to the air, and the tree mouse opened its mouth. Su Qing handed the flesh to the little guy's mouth at the right time. I gave it to Shui first because it led the way for a whole day and needs more energy than the two of us. Quack. That's right. The bird raised its head proudly. The bird leads the way, the bird is good, and the bird should eat first. The tree mouse was so angry that his teeth itched when he saw the bird changing its position when it saw the tall one. This silly bird happily ran towards Su Qing, leading the way to find things for free, and it had been neighbors with the silly bird for so long. Why didn't it give itself something? Just talking about this time, the silly bird didn't care whether it robbed the food or not, it only remembered that it owed a debt. Stinky bird, bad bird, the tree mouse took a big bite, and the fragrance spread in its mouth as the flesh was chewed. It tastes so good. Seeing the tree mouse take the purple cone and hold it steadily, Su Qing let go of her hand. Not to mention, the two little ones ate it very happily, and Su Qing's appetite also increased a bit. Gaga! Be careful! The snow-headed bird in sight suddenly opened its eyes wide at Su Qing, and its feathers exploded. What happened? Why did it suddenly show such an aggressive look? But before Su Qing could figure it out, a fishy wind blew from behind. An ominous premonition surged in her heart, and she had no time to think, so she could only rush to the side with all her strength. After rolling on the ground for a few times, Su Qing inserted the machete into the grass, and used the force to stabilize her body. Squatting on the ground, Su Qing retched a few times and looked at the place where she was standing. It was a wolf. It had brown hair, a strong body, and strong limbs. Of course, this was not the point. Su Qing looked at the only remaining right eye on the wolf's face, and her throat seemed to be strangled by something, making it difficult to swallow. This was the wolf that Shui Gan had killed yesterday. It came for revenge. When did it come? Is there a pack of wolves behind? There? Or there? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Su Qing's mind. No, calm down, Su Qing. If there were other wolves, they could have attacked together, as they didn't notice each other at the beginning. Su Qing's hand holding the machete trembled, and she took a deep breath. Leave it. The wolf shook its body fiercely, and its head hurt, but it wanted to drag it down and tear it apart more than to break free from the bird's claws. In the corner of her eyes, the target that had failed in the sneak attack actually ran towards it. Squeak! Get out of here! Su Qing couldn't understand what the wolf was doing. The action of actively rushing towards an adult wolf had already involved all her attention. The claws of the snow-headed owl were firmly grasped on the wolf's head. Su Qing knew that with the speed of the snow, it could attack the wolf and then play with it, or fly away directly. But the snow didn't do that. When the wolf attacked, the snow flew straight towards the wolf, and the claws never let go after digging into the wolf's skin and flesh. That's why, after the wolf's sneak attack failed, its attention was all attracted by the bird with both new and old grudges, giving Su Qing some breathing space. Hiss! The machete and claws collided, making a tooth-grinding sound. Su Qing only felt a strong force coming from the machete in her hand, and she took a few steps back before she could stand firm. Her right hand trembled even more violently, so Su Qing held both hands together. Really strong. Her eyes moved on the wolf. She originally wanted to chop its neck, but unfortunately it was hit directly by the wolf's claws. Jie! The snow-headed bird screamed, and Su Qing looked up and saw a snow-white figure thrown into the air. Fortunately, it adjusted its body in time and flew up again. Snow? Jie! The bird is fine. TSK! The wolf shook his body disdainfully. The warm drama in front of him turned the roar that was originally intended to shock the other party into a breath and floated out of his mouth. Death is imminent. The wolf looked at the strange creature with contempt. He originally thought that such a big one would be the most difficult to deal with, but it didn't even notice it approaching. The wolf defined the elk in his mind, leaning down with his strong body at an angle, ready to attack. But his peripheral vision was still fixed on the snow-white figure in the sky. Sure enough, the bird approached quickly again. It was very concerned about this creature. The wolf grinned viciously, revealing its sharp teeth. Lure the bird down and kill it first. The wolf licked his teeth. No matter how hard the creatures on land tried to escape, they could only chase for a while. But how could it find the creatures in the sky if they ran away? TSK. Su Qing's eyes quietly swept over the black bag not far away, which contained the hidden arrows she exchanged today. Why did they attack her just before she was about to install the hidden arrows? The wolf on the opposite side started running. Su Qing frowned, and quickly ran towards the location of the hidden arrows. Damn. A huge force came from the machete. Su Qing gritted her teeth, and was thrown to the ground, and slid a distance on the grass. Her back was burning with pain, and Su Qing knew it was red without thinking. The wolf head kept approaching her, and the huge mouth opened in front of her eyes. A fishy smell came to her face, and Su Qing almost dropped the machete. Ah, hack you! The wolf didn't care. Almost immediately, it turned its mouth and bit the snow-white figure flying towards it. The bird flew away from the wolf's mouth dangerously, and 2 or 3 white feathers slowly fell from the air. Snow, eyes! Fuck, this wolf is using me to fish for snow. Su Qing gritted her teeth in hatred, used all her strength to resist, and kept kicking upwards with her legs. Her eyes fell on the black bag not far away, and Su Qing turned her head to look at the huge claws on the machete. The wolf snorted and used some force on its claws. The wolf thought Su Qing was keeping the bird away, and was considering whether to let the creature below bleed a little to stimulate the bird. Squeak! Here I come! The tree mouse emerged from the back of the wolf's neck. When did you run up there? Su Qing's eyebrows jumped. Squeak! Silly bird, peck here, shouted towards the sky, and the tree mouse grabbed the fur tightly and moved slowly and firmly to the wolf's eyes. The two looked at each other. Wolf? Question mark. Tree mouse? Hee hee. Ah! The pressure on the machete was instantly reduced. Su Qing fiercely moved the machete online and glanced at the wolf's body with her peripheral vision. Then, aim and kick hard. Ah! The cry was painful and twisted. The two little ones were concentrating their firepower on attacking the wolf's eyes. Su Qing rolled to the side of the black bag, panting, and took out the sleeve and sleeve arrow with trembling hands. Under the tense nerves, Su Qing failed to put the sleeve arrow in several times. Squeak! The rat was in agony, and the bird was thrown away. The wolf shook his head to catch his breath. Why did it get dark? Close your eyes, open your eyes. Close your eyes, open your eyes. The wolf was horrified to find that he seemed to be unable to see anything. Am I blind? Am I blind? Kill them! Kill them! Smelling the smell and listening to the sound, the wolf ran towards the nearest location. It couldn't hold back. It couldn't lose anything. The huge body ran towards her frantically, and Su Qing even felt the ground under her feet shaking. Blood slowly flowed out of the wolf's eye sockets. Snow and the tree rat were thrown to who knows where, and it seems that only Su Qing and the wolf are left here. At the critical moment of life and death, Su Qing's heart unexpectedly calmed down strangely. The arrow was only 15 centimeters, and although the range was enough, Su Qing did not know the animals in this strange world. Whether it was a tree rat or a snow-headed owl, they all had their own strangeness. So, Su Qing watched the wolf leaping in front of her, and when she saw the opportunity, she directly chopped the wolf with her machete. The huge force knocked her out. The wolf head that appeared in front of her didn't give Su Qing a chance to think, and bit down directly. The machete barely blocked it. The wolf raised its huge claws. The soft neck was exposed. Swish! The flesh was pierced. The huge body fell to the ground with a dull sound. Su Qing loosened her empty sleeves and lay on the grass, tears streaming down. Under the moonlight, the dazzling silver light flowed. Chapter 13. After lying there for more than 10 minutes, Su Qing finally felt alive. Hiss! The bones felt like they were falling apart, and the pain was unbearable. Su Qing exerted a little force with her arms, and climbed up from the ground with a grin. Where are you? Squeak! Hiss! Pain! Pain! Su Qing slowly moved her body, and began to look for the two little ones. Jie! The birds are here. Fortunately, the forest where Su Qing was very quiet, and even the sound of the snow was very faint. She could still hear it. Following the weak calls, Su Qing successfully found the unconscious tree mouse, and the snow-headed bird guarding the side. Hearing the footsteps, the bird turned its head. Jie. Su Qing, you are here. I have been guarding for a long time. Why is it still not awake? Squatting down, there was a series of Jie sounds, and the sourness made Su Qing's face pale. Picking up the tree mouse, Su Qing carefully put her fingertips to the tip of its nose. Feeling the weak airflow, the heart that was lifted up finally fell back to its original place. Don't worry, Shui. Su Qing touched the snow-headed bird's head. It's still breathing. It will be fine after a rest. Even so, she was actually unsure. Su Qing secretly swore, no matter what, I will do my best to make it recover. The bird did not respond, but just lowered its head. Looking at the depressed look of the snow-headed bird, Su Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache and regret. She couldn't help but start to think in her heart, if she could change a few more weapons, would the two little ones not be injured? Shui, come on my shoulder. Su Qing stretched out her hand. Let's go check out the treasure chest and the wolf. Maybe there will be some healing items in the treasure chest. With hope in her heart, Su Qing called out to the snowhead. The bird looked at the arm that appeared in front of her, quietly raised her legs, and squatted down until both feet were on Su Qing's palms. The bird's sight gradually rose, and she felt the warm palms under her body pushing her, and she moved to the side. The heavy weight on her shoulders, knowing that Shui was coming up, Su Qing turned around and walked to the back. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the grass, illuminating the messy scene. Beyond the wolf corpse, the treasure chest in the distance exuded a hazy silver glow, but the person who found it was not excited at all. As the silver treasure chest got closer and closer, the flowing light became clearer and stronger, and even the flowers below were covered with a layer of faint glow. When she arrived in front of the treasure chest, Su Qing's limbs were weak. She supported the treasure chest with her hands for a long time before she slowly sat on the ground. The breeze blew slowly, and Su Qing shivered, feeling a little cold all over. The machete hit the lock randomly, and the lock opened. Su Qing opened the treasure chest. On the top was a familiar piece of letter paper. Su Qing picked it up and glanced at it. Her eyebrows frowned involuntarily. It was because the information on it was not good news for her or anyone else. "Oh, you finally found the surprise hidden in the dark night? How is it? Are you living comfortably in the days of Doomsday?" Okay, I admit that what I said before was biased, but it was all for your safety, wasn't it? Getting lost, wild beasts. How scary. It's better to stay in the cabin and sleep comfortably, and you will be safe when the day breaks. Back to the point, you must have noticed that you can walk in the dark and find the treasure chest, right? Oh, it's terrible. The weather is getting colder and colder. I'm almost frozen. Damn it. What are we talking about? Forget it. It's not important. There are some things in the box. I think it will be very helpful to you. I won't say anything else, survivors. Hurry up. If you don't want to be a frozen lump forever, hurry up and get ready. The weather is getting colder. Su Qing looked up. The moon was bright, and the wind was clear, comfortable and pleasant. At least it had nothing to do with the word cold. Could it be because I came out too early? As soon as this thought came up, it spread in Su Qing's mind. First of all, this silver treasure chest did not exist when she came, and it only appeared in the moonlight. And if she hadn't met Shui by chance, she would never have found it by chance in the morning. Maybe the silver treasure chest would not appear until the letter said it's getting colder and colder, but she got it by coincidence on the 5th day of the apocalypse. After reading the letter in her hand turned into a light spot and dissipated like the first day. There was a black cylinder left in the treasure chest. Su Qing picked up the cylinder and found 2 folded papers underneath. Magic book? Such a good thing? Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to open it. A rectangular block was drawn on it, but considering the fire in the middle, Su Qing felt that this thing could at least be used to keep warm. On the other right page, a polyhedron was outlined with a few simple short inclined lines around it. Squeak. A weak sound came from her bosom. Su Qing lowered her head and met a pair of bright eyes. The tree mouse looked at Su Qing staring at her motionlessly and moved uncomfortably. Squeak, why are you looking at the mouse like this? Strange. The body suddenly flew into the air, the tree mouse's eyes widened, and something smooth stuck to its belly. Huh? What are you doing, big tall guy, releasing the mouse? Huh? Thank you. Su Qing rubbed the little guy's belly, looked at the other's stupid look and burst into laughter, but tears could not stop flowing down. And Shui, thank you. Thank you for helping me without thinking of anything in return. Thank you for forgetting life and death to save me. Squeak. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. This is a shy tree mouse. Ga Su Qing, you don't need to thank me. The bird simply responded, not thinking that he had made any great contribution. The bird thought Su Qing was very good, so the bird helped, that's all. Let's go see the wolf. Su Qing put everything into the treasure chest. The huge wolf lay on the ground, and when it was about to turn over, its arms were empty. Su Qing lowered her eyes, and the tree mouse actually ran behind the wolf's head that was looking up. Squeak. There's something good, come and see. Jie? What's the good thing? The bird came and saw. The tree mouse's little paw seemed to be holding something, and the bird came closer, and saw that it was a bunch of silver hair emitting a faint glow. Jie? This? Squeak. The tree mouse nodded its head, its whiskers trembling slightly. The mouse's intuition told it that this was a good thing. Release your claws, let me see. Well, seeing the tall guy coming, the tree mouse reluctantly released his claws. The look in his eyes was almost thread-like. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, there will definitely be a share for you. As soon as these words came out, the originally crooked tree mouse immediately became energetic and stared at Su Qing's movements intently. Raising the wolf's head, Su Qing's eyes quickly swept across the miserable eye sockets and focused on the silver on the center of its forehead. Under the moonlight, a faint glow circulated, and it looked like something extraordinary. Su Qing gently plucked off a strand with her fingertips, and was about to take a closer look, but her wrist sank. Squeak. Rat. The tree rat held Su Qing's wrist, revealing a pitiful expression. Wait a minute, I identify what this is. Su Qing gently patted the tree rat with her other hand, and when the little guy let go, she quickly initiated a private transaction. The introduction jumped out at the right time. Forest wolf's fur. There is a faint mysterious power lurking in it, which seems to help the injury. Hey, where did you find it? When did Selang become like this? I can guarantee that there must be a treasure behind it. Oh, you ask how to use this thing? Cook it and drink it. What else can it do? Do you want to hold it in your mouth? Medicine. As usual, ignoring the sarcastic introduction, Su Qing took out a dagger and prepared to cut off the silver hair on Sinlang's forehead. Squeak. So what is this? The tree mouse leaned over, still remembering Su Qing's previous appraisal statement. Something that can be used to heal wounds. Su Qing rubbed the tree mouse's head. I cut it off and cook it for us to drink tomorrow when we get home. Squeak. So it's going to be cooked. What? Cooked. What does it mean? A big question mark popped up on the tree mouse's head. Although he was very confused, when he heard Su Qing say that he would eat it tomorrow, the tree mouse's restless thoughts stopped. The appetite was suppressed, and sleepiness took over again. The tree mouse climbed to the tall man's left shoulder and found a comfortable position to lie down. After all the silver hairs were cut off, Su Qing carefully put them into her pocket. Clicking on the light screen, Su Qing found the private chat between Yang Jin and Qi Yang. I thought the two had already fallen asleep, but I didn't expect that Su Qing sent a message and both of them replied immediately. Yang Jin, hello sister, do you want to buy weapons again? Or do you have the intention to buy metal? Su Qing, no, I want to ask if you want wolf meat? Yang Jin, who was leaning against the wall of the mine, tilted his head and felt a question mark popping up on his head. Yang Jin, question mark. Yang Jin, what, wolf? The wolf I understand. Su Qing, yes, it didn't die for long tonight. I looked at it, the wolf is about 2 meters long, and has a lot of meat. Do you want meat? If you don't want it, I take it to the public trading area to exchange for something else. Who doesn't want this meat? Put it in the treasure chest, and you can eat it for a long time. Yang Jin stood up and ran to the metal he had dug out. Well, let me see what metals can be exchanged, this, and this. There are a few weapons in the hut. I can't use those ones. I can exchange them. Yang Jin counted her assets happily and replied to her good sister. Hee, if a good sister has something good, ask her first. If it's not her good sister's, then whose is it? Yang Jin, yes, I have copper and iron here. I also have a spear and an axe at home. How about the sleeve arrows from last time? I found a few more not long ago. After talking with Yang Jin and Qi Yang, Su Qing selected the part selected by the other party and initiated a transaction. A flash of white light passed by, and the huge wolf body shrank a lot in an instant. Well, the experiment was successful. It turned out that trading can be used to cut things. There were several glass bottles, metal blocks, ropes on the ground. And Su Qing picked up the paper on the edge, which clearly said magic book. The magic book of rope synthesis was in hand. Chapter 14. They set out at daybreak and barely got home at noon. Su Qing moved the things into the cave bit by bit. After moving everything, she was so tired that she fell down. Su Qing opened Yang Jin's private chat. The weapons they agreed on yesterday had not been traded yet. After chatting for a few words, and confirming their intentions, a white light flashed and part of the wolf's body was missing. Su Qing picked up the black bag on the ground, which contained 10 arrows. Including the ones that had not been used, she had 12 arrows. In addition, this transaction also brought a spear. Squeak. Back, the tree mouse opened its hazy eyes, and poked its head out of Su Qing's pocket. Quack. Yes. The bird squatting on the fence to bask in the sun turned its head and responded. Come and eat. When I finish sorting things, we will boil the hair and drink it. Su Qing picked up 2 purple cones and peeled them on the ground. Seeing that the 2 little ones had eaten, she took 2 red fruits to fill their stomachs. There were 3 magic books in her hand, one of which was the rope synthesis magic book that Qi Yang had exchanged, and the other 2 were unknown. Su Qing initiated a trade with herself. Magic book, fireplace, a magical product. Just add wood to it when you want to use it, and you will get a warm and dry environment. Good luck. Su Qing opened the magic book of the fireplace, and the right page showed its synthetic materials. Synthetic materials, fire magic stone X1, iron block X6, copper block X3. Wood X7 iron block and copper block are easy to deal with. She had already exchanged a lot of wolf meat for them when she had a private chat with Yang Jin yesterday. There is plenty of time to cut wood, but this fire magic stone. Su Qing had a headache. To upgrade the hut, you need a magic stone without attributes. Why does this fireplace also need one? She shifted her sight to the introduction of another magic book. Magic book, Wall lamp, a magical product that automatically adjusts the brightness as the light changes. Of course, you can also adjust the brightness to your liking by pulling the rope. It's very simple, isn't it? Wow, you have really good luck recently. Looking at the synthetic materials again, Su Qing burst into tears. Synthetic materials. Light magic stone X1. White crystal X3. Iron block X1. Rope X1. Okay, she can still understand this light magic stone. After all, there are no attributes, water attributes, and fire attributes now. But who can tell her what white crystal is? In comparison, the materials for synthesizing ropes are relatively simple, only 3 silk threads are needed. But there are no raw materials, so it can only be stored in the bottom of the box for the time being. Put the 3 magic books away. Now she has 3 treasure chests. The black iron treasure chest is used to store water, the wooden treasure chest is used to store fruit, and as for the newly acquired silver treasure chest, Su Qing plans to use it as a meat refrigerator. In addition to wolf meat, Su Qing wanted to see if she could catch some fish, shrimp, etc. to store in the coming days. Speaking of supplies, last night I got 1 silver treasure chest, 3 magic books, 8 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 8 ropes, 5 glass cups. Yeah, that's right. Su Qing suddenly remembered that there was a black long tube in the treasure chest yesterday. Looking at it again, Su Qing found that there was a small rotating shaft on the side of the black long tube. Mysterious object, identification is the best. The introduction that popped up made Su Qing's eyes light up. Extractor would select the target tree and get some wood. I'm a little jealous of your luck. Wait. Then the only thing missing from my fireplace is the magic stone of fire? And I can definitely extract wood to exchange for other things. It is known that upgrading a cabin requires magic stones and corresponding materials. What if someone builds a cabin? Thinking of this, Su Qing's heart was pounding, and she felt like she had one. Didn't she cut the tree trunk in the cave into several pieces? How about give it a try? Su Qing turned around and pointed the extractor at the tree trunk on the wall. Well, simply pointing it at it doesn't seem to trigger it. Then touch the extraction object at the same time like a magic book? That won't work either. What about this small rotating shaft? Huh? Turning forward with the fingertips against the small rotating shaft, a blue parabola also extends into the distance in the field of view. So that's how it's used. Su Qing kept turning until the entire tree trunk was marked with a blue dotted line, and a thought came to her mind. Like magic, with a soft bang, 4 pieces of wood fell to the ground. Then, Su Qing moved her sight to another tree trunk. Bang, 4 more pieces of wood were on the ground. Su Qing piled up the 8 freshly baked pieces of wood with satisfaction. Hee, it's really a good treasure, saving a lot of time. After packing up everything, Su Qing took out a lighter, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally decided to go outside to make a fire. She simply picked up a bunch of dead branches and leaves under the waterfall. After picking up a bunch, she deliberately found a place without grass, surrounded it with 3 or 4 stones, and lit a fire with one end of the dead branches. The sparks quickly spread along the branches, and a cluster of flames emerged. Put the burning branches in the center of the pile of stones, and Su Qing slowly added dead branches and leaves. When the flames got bigger, put in thicker sticks. All right, Shui. Su Qing shouted towards the cave. The bird tilted its head, and flapped its wings to Su Qing's side. Crack? What's going on, Su Qing? Shui, can you wait here for me? Su Qing pointed to the shade not far from the fire. I get everything. As she spoke, she added a few more dead branches to the fire. The bird watched Su Qing's movements quietly and nodded. After gently stroking Shui's back, Su Qing went to the cave with peace of mind. A small pot, a glass bottle. After thinking for a while, she took out 10 more jade acorns. From a distance, she saw a snow-white bird pecking at the dead branches on the ground and jumping towards the fire briskly. When it reached the fire, the bird opened its mouth, and the dead branches fell into the flames. Shui is so smart. Su Qing couldn't help but curl her lips. Shui, Su Qing poked the snow-headed old man's forehead. Thank you for your help, but be careful of the fire. Putting the things on the ground, Su Qing threw all 10 jade acorns into the fire, and then went to the river with 3 glass bottles and a small pot. After washing it, she returned to the fire after half a pot of water was filled in the small pot. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Qing still poured some water to brush the silver hair. The small pot was placed on a few stones, and when the water started to gurgle, the silver hair fell into the water. Strangely, the silver hair spun a few times in the water, then seemed to melt, and could no longer be seen. The originally colorless and transparent water gradually became colored, like bubbles, colorful and sparkling, very beautiful. But it made people a little reluctant to drink it. Squeak! It smells so good. The tree mouse sniffed and quickly followed the fragrance. Squeak! The tree mouse looked at the tall man and the bird in front of him, a little confused. But soon, he was attracted by the black thing in front of the tall man. What a nice smell. It's coming from inside. It's a treasure. Rab wants to eat. Rab wants to eat. The tree mouse couldn't reach it, and was afraid of the high temperature next to the black thing. So it kept pulling Su Qing's clothes and calling out. Don't worry. Su Qing picked up the tree mouse and put it aside. It's not cold yet. Quack. Listen to Su Qing and wait a little longer. The bird patted the tree mouse. Su Qing had just distributed delicious food to us, and now she said that we should drink together. She will definitely not lie to you. Squeak. The tree mouse rubbed his paws in embarrassment. Intuition told the mouse that it was a good thing. The mouse was still in pain, and maybe drinking this would make it better, so the mouse was eager to eat it. Pour half of the boiled water into the glass bottles, just enough to fill 3 bottles. Turning her head, Su Qing looked at the eager tree mouse, and pulled the tree mouse's paw with a smile. When it cools down, we will drink it together. Let's see if you like the jade acorns? Thinking that the time was almost up, Su Qing used a wooden stick to poke the fire, and scraped out the jade acorns that had been put in earlier. Tapping the jade acorn, it felt not as hard as when it was raw. Su Qing picked up the softest one. Hiss, hot! The jade acorn flew in the palm of her hand, and it didn't feel so hot anymore. She broke it with her fingers, and the black shell fell off. The yellowish flesh inside was exposed. Although it was not as pure white as when it was raw, it looked very appetizing. You want to try it first? Really? Should I give it to the mouse first? The tree mouse's eyes lit up, and his tail wagged happily. Take a small bite, be careful of the heat. Seeing that the tree mouse was eating happily, Su Qing let it hold it and eat, and opened 2 more, one for Shui and one for herself. After tasting one, Su Qing's eyes flashed with joy. It was sweet and delicious, soft and delicate, not bad. While eating the jade acorn, Su Qing began to think about the next plan. First, we must find treasure chests as much as possible. One of the treasure chests at home is used as a water tank, and the other 2 have limited space for food. If the cold winter really comes, it will always be better to have more refrigerators to store food. Secondly, there are still many empty spaces in the wooden treasure chest and the silver treasure chest, so I have to find more food and try to fill the treasure chest. I will pick the ripe fruits under the waterfall later, and I have to think about it in the next few days to see if I can find fish, river shrimp and other creatures. I also have to store wood. Not to mention that I can use it to make fire. The wood will be consumables after the fireplace is synthesized. Who knows how long a piece of wood can be used, and the required materials in the hut upgrade. Su Qing wondered, what if I need wood? If she really has too much, she can take it out for exchange, so she won't lose anything. If she were to make her next task specific, Su Qing scratched the ground with a stick, and there should be only a few important ones. Task 1, upgrade the cabin. Task 2, collect supplies, hoard them. Task 3, find synthetic materials, synthesize fireplaces and wall lamps, and deal with the possible cold winter. Anything else? Su Qing rubbed her fingertips, shook her head and gave up. She didn't think about it anymore. Oh, I have to pay attention to the reaction of the wolf pack. After all, the wolf, with a mysterious forehead, is gone. If the wolf pack is abnormal, I have to act in advance for safety. If the wolf is not from the wolf pack, it would be great. Su Qing can take it easy, build a hut first, arm herself, and then find a way to solve it. Doomsday. Su Qing held her chin. What versions will she experience next? Chapter 15. 10 jade acorns were quickly eaten, and the glass bottle was still very hot when she touched it with her fingertips. After thinking for a while, Su Qing picked up the small pot and returned to the cave, and then brought the vine skin that had been dried a few days ago to the fire. Since she wanted to catch some fish, she had to think of ways to deal with them as soon as possible, such as how to catch them, where to catch them, and how to transport them back to the cave. The pool under the waterfall was deep, and Su Qing would not dare to go down rashly even if she was a little better at swimming, let alone her average swimming ability. Thinking of this, the downstream with a gentle flow became the first choice. But, thinking back to the time when I walked across the stream while logging, I didn't seem to see any particularly large fish. Let's go to the first fork first. There's still an afternoon. Let's try to make a bag out of these vine skins. It will be useful for a while. 15 vine skins were placed side by side on the ground, and one end was pressed down with a relatively flat stone. Su Qing recalled the steps of making a backpack with packing tape in the past, and weaved the other 7 in at right angles, one by one, and shuttled up and down every 2 vines. The vine skin is not as straight as the packing tape, and it took a long time to make the bottom. Su Qing simply wanted a bag that was easy to carry, so she ignored the steps of closing the bottom. She moved the stone away, folded all the protruding parts upwards, grabbed the top, and then repeated the operation, weaving the vine skin in horizontally, and tied a knot on the extra part. Estimating the height, there were only 2 left in the opposite direction. The remaining vine skin squeezed in from the gap, and was wrapped with the rest to reinforce, and finally the 2 parts were tied into a knot. A crooked, knotted bag appeared in front of Su Qing. Although it was a bit ugly. The stones were stacked in the bag. Su Qing lifted it up, and shook it in the air. The bottom of the bag was heavy and bent downward. Fortunately, the gap between the vine skins was not that big, at least none of the stones fell. She took 2 steps left and right, and everything was fine. Su Qing threw away all the stones with satisfaction. Before the vine bag was completely broken, she used it to carry things. By the way, let's see if the medicine has cooled down. The fingertips touched the bottle, and it was warm. Su Qing held the bottle, and put it to her lips. When the water vapor touched the corner of her lips, it turned into mist, which was not hot. Carefully tilting upwards at a slight angle, the colorful liquid slid into her mouth. The warm liquid entered her mouth, and Su Qing tasted it. It was neither sweet nor salty, just like water. After swallowing a bottle, a soft white light began to spread from her abdomen. Wow! Su Qing felt warm all over, and her eyes narrowed in comfort. It's so comfortable. Squeak! The tree mouse straightened up, his eyes sparkling. Treasure! Treasure! Mouse wants to eat it. Mouse wants to eat it too. Come here! The white light had dissipated, and Su Qing waved lazily at the tree mouse. Seeing that it was his turn, the tree mouse quickly jumped to Su Qing's hand and waited quietly to be fed. Su Qing held the bottle and pointed the bottle mouth at the tree mouse. If it's too hot, don't force yourself to drink it, wait until it cools down before drinking it. Squeak! The mouse got it. Give it to the mouse quickly. The tree mouse nodded, his eyes never leaving the bottle beside his mouth. The mouth of the bottle tilted, and just after drinking a little, the tree mouse's eyes lit up, and his 2 little paws couldn't wait to hold the bottle and drink it quickly. Squeak! Squeak! Rat can still drink. So comfortable, the white light enveloped the tree mouse. Su Qing moved the bottle in time, and supported the shaky tree mouse. There was still half a bottle. Turning his head, he met the eyes of the snow-headed old man. Shwe, come and drink the healing medicine. Su Qing shook the bottle. Gaw! Here comes Su Qing. In just a few seconds, another person fell to the ground. There was still a bottle of healing potion left, so it was just right to put it away. Su Qing put out the fire, asked the 2 little ones for their opinions, and then went back to the cave alone. Taking the dagger and the exchanged spear, Su Qing went back to find the 2 little ones. Let's go check the situation today. It's considered fishing Operation 1.0. Not to mention, the water boiled with that bunch of magical silver hair is very effective. Not only can I not feel the abnormality of the wound, but my condition has also become better. The whole body felt extremely relaxed. Su Qing's steps were brisk. If there was more stock, wouldn't it be possible to use it to restore the state? Oh, drowsy, tired, aching. Just drink it, and the state will be full. Of course, Su Qing had no idea whether it would work or not, and she didn't have so many silver hairs to try an error. Entering the stream again, feeling the cold water, Su Qing squinted her eyes comfortably. Squeak! Is it so comfortable? The tree mouse looked at the tall man who was comfortable, and then looked at the bird shaking its body in the stream. After thinking again and again, the tree mouse slowly stretched out its feet. The claws gently touched the water surface, causing ripples. Come, see if you are deep enough. Su Qing stretched out her hand. If the little guy was not deep enough, she would let him stay on the shore. Squeak! As soon as he entered the water, the coolness rushed directly into the heart of the tree mouse, causing the tree mouse to tremble a few times and hold Su Qing's hand tightly. Squeak, squeak. The mouse should go back. Su Qing asked the mouse to go back. Okay, then you stay on the shore obediently. Seeing that the tree mouse was not adapting, Su Qing raised her hand and sent the tree mouse back to the shore. The fur stuck to his body, extremely uncomfortable. The tree mouse shook his body and grabbed his still wet fur with a deep hatred. Wow! Squeak! The tree mouse was attracted. Did Su Qing find something good? Chapter 16. The tree mouse jumped to the shore, and in front of him was the sparkling water. Thinking of the experience of immersing in the cold river water just now, he shook his body. Thinking about what Su Qing had discovered, the tree mouse leaned out and kept looking in Su Qing's direction. Squeak. Let the mouse see, let the mouse see sure. Su Qing turned around, stretched out a finger and shook it in front of her mouth, and pointed to the water in front of her. In the clear stream, a palm-sized fish poked its head out from the shadow near the shore. The sun was shining brightly, and the water surface was shimmering. One could only roughly see that it was a black fish, long and slender, swimming slowly out. Squeak. The tree mouse touched its paw in confusion, but since Su Qing had said that, the tree mouse calmed down, swaying its big tail. At this time, the black fish had slowly swam in front of Su Qing. Su Qing tightened her grip on the spear, staring at the fish with great concentration. Suddenly, Su Qing's eyes condensed, and she exerted force with her right hand, and the spear stabbed at the fish under the water. With a splash, the water surface was split open, and waves spread out in circles. The spear shuttled rapidly in the water, chasing the target unstoppably, and then stabbed something fiercely. Wait until the turbidity on the water surface gradually dissipated. Squeak. Did it hit? The bird floated over quietly, stretched its neck and looked under the water. Su Qing licked her lips and scratched her head awkwardly. With her hand raised, the gun body slowly left the water surface, and finally revealed the empty gun head. Obviously, she did not hit the fish. Squeak. Su Qing has it here. The sharp-eyed tree mouse noticed that a fish had appeared behind Su Qing at some point, blowing bubbles leisurely. Su Qing turned her head and saw the fish swimming behind her, but, well, how could she turn around without disturbing the fish? Tentatively turning her toes, the mud and sand accumulated at the bottom of the water began to swirl and float because of the movement, not to mention the larger movement. The bird pecked at its wings, looking at the distressed Su Qing, and then at the black fish that was still blowing bubbles leisurely. The bird's claws gently paddled in the water, and the snow-white bird floated toward the surface of the water above the black fish. Seeing that it was almost there, the bird pecked at the water without hesitation. Paw paw. The fish's tail hit the water, making a fierce sound. The tree mouse, who had been watching on the shore, jumped up happily and quickly brought the handmade bag that Su Qing brought over. Squeak. Put it here. The bird opened its mouth and watched the fish fall into it and jump wildly. Quack. Su Qing, who witnessed everything, awesome. The tree mouse held the edge of the bag tightly. The fish inside struggled so hard that the tree mouse was forced to move a little distance. Staring at the black fish inside, the tree mouse shook left and right, and its golden eyes lit up when it saw something. With two paws, it lifted the stone in its hands, and its body shook with effort. Squeak. The mouse smashed it. The stone was raised high and fell hard on the fish's head. Su Qing walked over. The tree mouse's strength was not great, but it was more than enough to knock out the palm-sized fish. After catching the black fish, Su Qing was able to see the whole picture. The fish is not actually dark black, but a beautiful dark purple, reflecting beautiful light under the bright sunshine. The fins on the side are like a pair of wings, and the color is much lighter than the body, a very beautiful light purple. In general, this fish is very beautiful. I just don't know if it can be eaten. Su Qing swallowed her saliva. I have been in the apocalypse for so many days, and I eat fruits every day, not meat. Looking at the fish in my hand, my thoughts began to diverge. Steamed fish is fresh, fragrant, and tender. Braised fish is bright red and delicious. The one I often eat is used to frying it before stewing. The fish skin is golden and crispy, and it has a rich soup. Spicy fish is spicy and fragrant. The meat is tender. Pickled fish. Stop, stop. Su Qing hurriedly stopped her association. If there are conditions in the future, I must build a kitchen, Su Qing thought firmly. Well done, Shui. Su Qing touched the head of the snow-headed old man. When Su Qing said this, the tree rat stood up. Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? The mouse also contributed. The next second, the tree mouse felt his head being gently rubbed. The woman's smiling voice sounded, thanks to you. Well, that's right. The tail swayed happily, and the tree mouse straightened his chest. Ahem. Su Qing raised her spear and launched a mobilization speech. In that case, let's work together. Snow, you are responsible for catching fish. The bird looked solemn and nodded, like a soldier who had been summoned. Squeak. Where's the mouse? What does the mouse do? The tree mouse scratched its claws in the air a few times, feeling excluded from the activities. Of course, we need your help. Su Qing put her hands on her hips, You need to help Shui find the movements of the fish, knock them unconscious, and finally store them in the warehouse. Squeak. Hearing the unfamiliar words, the tree mouse looked confused. Su Qing pointed to the bag beside him, just like you did before. Squeak. Wrap it on the mouse. The tree mouse understood now, and patted his chest happily. What about me? Su Qing touched her nose. With her current skills, she would definitely not be able to poke the fish with a spear, so she could only try to find other food. I will be responsible for finding other creatures. On the side, the bird kept scanning the surrounding underwater, ready to go, and the tree mouse on the shore also looked eager to try. Move! Su Qing gave the order. The bird dived into the water in a flash, and Su Qing could only see a ball of snow white cotton swimming fast in the water. The tree mouse jumped on the shore, gesturing with its claws. Both of them were very enthusiastic in completing the assigned tasks. Very good. Su Qing walked away to avoid disturbing the prey of Shui because of her big movements. Then I will also work hard. The stones at the bottom of the stream were turned over by Su Qing one by one. Her parents had an accident when she was very young, and it was her grandmother who raised her. In the village where she had lived for more than 10 years, there was also a clear stream that was often visited by children. When we were young, we would just turn over the stones one by one, and we would often see animals like mackerel, river shrimp, and crabs. Even if we didn't find these, the snails attached to the stones would be enough for them to collect for an hour or so. When they filled their pockets, they would go home and ask Grandma to fry them. Paw. The palm of my hand was gently poked by something, and it was a little itchy. Su Qing slowly retracted her hand until she caught the thing in her palm, and then she raised it to observe with satisfaction. This was a small white shrimp, the size of a thumb. Su Qing quickly decided to go back and cook soup with the fish, and stuff the shrimp into her coat. After a long time, Su Qing returned to the shore tiredly. The two little ones were already lying on the grass to rest. The coat was spread out, and Su Qing began to count the harvest this time. 8 white shrimps of different sizes. Su Qing was also very lucky to catch 2 yellow-brown longfish. Together with the 9 fish caught by the 2 little ones, a total of 11 fish and 8 shrimps. Squeak! The tree mouse turned over weakly. It was really exhausted. To ensure that each fish was unconscious, the mouse knocked carefully several times, which caused its claws to tremble. It was almost time to rest. Su Qing looked up at the sky. The sun began to set. Let's go home. After packing up everything, Su Qing called to the 2 little ones. The bird stood up and was ready to take off. The tree mouse on the side paused, and finally remembered the small cave and warehouse that he had not returned to for a few days. The golden pupils turned around, and the tree mouse hesitated. What's wrong? Su Qing lowered her body. Are you tired? As she spoke, Su Qing extended her hand considerately, moving her fingertips, and surprisingly asked the tree mouse to rest on her shoulder. The tree mouse was shy, and it was the tall guy who invited it. It jumped onto Su Qing's shoulder happily, and its big tail subconsciously wrapped around her arm. As for the small hole that just came to mind, it had been forgotten by the tree mouse. Let's go home. Su Qing shouted happily, and the snow-white figure in the air followed her. Under the clouds that gradually turned orange, the 3 shadows kept lengthening, getting closer, and moving side by side into the distance. Chapter 17. On the evening of the 14th day of the apocalypse. It was late at night, everything was quiet, and the soft moonlight was shining. When everyone was deep in sleep, the mechanical system sound rang. Ding! The Apocalypse version 1.1 is being updated, adding a random event. Heavy rain. When the survivors are exposed to the rain, they will have the probability of receiving the following negative effects: cold, high fever, vomiting, and reduced physical strength. Ding! The update has been completed. Su Qing, who was sleeping with the tree rat in her arms, turned over. The sound of pattering sounded outside the cave. The sound was still growing. A gust of cold wind blew in. Su Qing shook her body, and unconsciously moved a few times to the corridor. In the early morning, Su Qing shivered and opened her eyes. The blue-white sky seemed to be covered with a thin film, blurry and gray. The sound of rain fell, hitting the ground, colliding between the leaves. The breeze blew slowly into the cave. Hoochoo. Su Qing quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Hiss. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Rubbing her arms, the closer she got to the cave entrance, the more she felt a chill coming towards her. The fine rain blew on her face, and Su Qing looked up. The continuous rain line extended from the sky, like jade beads falling into a plate, crisp and beautiful, and the sound of rain filled the silent world. Su Qing turned her head with her shoulders sank. The tree mouse squatted, with its two small paws folded in front of it, and its golden eyes kept looking into the distance, as if worried about something. Let's go. Let's fill our stomachs first. The breakfast was simple, still a purple cone. After finishing the fruit in a few bites, Su Qing walked to the pile of materials she had collected. After a few days of collecting, the wall was filled with wood, vines, dead branches and other things. Picking up the stones, Su Qing chose a spot on the other side of the wall and piled them into a circle. Fortunately, the wind was not strong today. She picked up some dead branches and put them into the stone circle. Su Qing took out a lighter to light them. The orange-red flames jumped on the branches and soon spread to the dead branches in the stone pile. When it was almost done, Su Qing added a piece of wood. The fire finally started, and Su Qing's face was red. Su Qing lowered her head as she brushed her arm against the fur. The two little ones had come to her side, without her noticing, and were squatting by the fire to keep warm. Her eyes were smiling. Although they had only known each other for a few days, it felt particularly good to have them around. It was raining outside, and she would not go out unless necessary without shelter. Su Qing took out a bunch of golden poles from the wall. She had accidentally found them downstream a few days ago. Each pole was about 1 meter high, thornless, non-toxic, and very soft, making it the perfect mattress. Materials. After washing and sun exposure, these golden straws become soft and dry. Holding a handle, the vine skin keeps winding until a cylinder appears in her arms. For her crib, Su Qing planned to build a bed with wood as the base. Then use these bundled straws to cushion the middle to soften the hardness. When the time comes to move to the hole inside, Su Qing shook her body. Don't say it, although the fence door is safer, it is still not as good as a normal door. The wind is so cold, I can't bear to think about what to do when winter comes. Squeak. Do you feel it? The tree mouse poked the curled-up snow-capped bird seriously. Ga? The bird raised its eyelids, not knowing what its neighbor was talking about. Oh, the tree mouse is so disappointed with you, stupid bird, it's cold, cold. Squeak. The mouse has been in the forest for much longer than you. And do you know what the abnormal temperature today means? The cold is coming soon. The tree mouse gestured in the air. It had experienced 3 cold weathers in total. Every time the cold weather came, it was covered with white snow outside. It couldn't even tell the direction, let alone find food. The bird tilted its head. There was snow everywhere, but the place where the bird lived when it was young was also like this. If you really want to talk about strangeness, the bird thinks the forest is magical, with so many changes. And even if it is hot at night, the bird doesn't like to go out at all. Squeak, squeak. The tree mouse jumped up unhappily. In addition to food, the cold itself is also terrible. The mouse always blocks the cave door tightly before he feels at ease. Quack. The bird is not afraid of cold. Squeak. What about Su Qing? The tree mouse, who asked this question subconsciously, was stunned. The bird lowered its head and glanced at Su Qing's exposed smooth skin. Yes, Su Qing has no feathers. What should she do? As for food, the bird can still go out hunting. But how can Su Qing keep warm without feathers? The bird fell into deep thought. The tree mouse poked the snow-headed bird again. Squeak. As for food, I think the tall one won't be short of it for now. Although she doesn't have feathers like you, nor hair like the mouse, we can find hair for her. The bird's eyes lit up, and it glanced at Su Qing secretly and leaned its head over. Ga. Tell me more. The tree mouse shook its tail, and it had to rely on the clever mouse for advice. Squeak. Squeak. The bird nodded as it listened, and after a while, it seemed to have heard the key point, and it stood there motionless. The interaction between the two little ones naturally did not escape Su Qing's eyes. Damn it, why can't I understand? I really want to know what the little guys are talking about. There are already several bundles of straw at the feet. Su Qing put the bundles one by one in the corridor, and then lay down on them. The straw that has been pressed and dried is more comfortable than the cold ground, but not much more comfortable. Ah, I miss her soft, smooth sheets, I miss her warm quilt. Su Qing turned over and wailed in pain. Her snacks, her bed, her cozy little house, god damn it, the damn Doomsday is so game-like. Why don't you go to the mall? Gurgle. My stomach was singing the empty city plan. Su Qing got up, opened the treasure chest, glanced at the food, and completely focused on the braised beef noodles. Today is the 15th day since she came here, and she hasn't eaten oily food for 15 days. Take out the small pot, scoop some water from the black iron treasure chest, and move the stones inside until the small pot can be placed. What are you two eating? Su Qing held the purple cone in her left hand, and the jade acorn in her right hand. Purple cone or this? Whispering, the two little ones turned their heads and moved in unison. Squeak! Eat this. The tree mouse quickly ran to Su Qing's right side, tiptoed, and placed its two little paws on the jade acorn. Raw or cooked? Both. The tree mouse quickly made a decision, pointed at its mouth, and then pointed at the fire. Oh, how many do you want to eat? The tree mouse stretched out a paw. Su Qing counted and understood. Eat 4, 2 raw and 2 cooked. Where's the snow? The bird gently rubbed its head against its left hand. It preferred this to the hard jade acorn. After peeling the skin, the snow-headed bird pecked at the flesh. Bubbles were bubbling in the small pot. Su Qing tore open the instant noodle bag and put the seasoning in. A familiar smell rushed into Su Qing's nose. Seeing that it was almost time, the light yellow noodles were put into the water. Soon, the instant noodles were cooked. Stirring with chopsticks, in fact, she had traded for 4 bowls a few days ago, but she was eating alone, so she just went with the small pot. The sound of rain outside the cave was getting louder. The small pot was steaming, and Su Qing picked up some noodles. The soft and glutinous noodles were delicious, with the salty and fragrant soup. Turning on the light screen, Su Qing clicked on the post she had posted a few days ago. She roughly described the process of finding the silver treasure chest in the dark night. Of course, she shared information flexibly. At least, she didn't say what good things she found in the silver treasure chest. Su Qing felt that this was her privacy. Regarding the letter paper found in the treasure chest, most people agreed with the speculation that extreme weather would occur in the future, and quite a few people thought that the next version would be extremely cold weather. But guesses are just guesses, and there is no way to change the weather. We can only work harder to search for supplies, and find ways to build huts. After she posted the post, the trading conditions for weapons increased a lot. Obviously, many people were tempted to go out at night to find the silver treasure chest. Su Qing could only explain the dangers of going out at night, and that her discovery was the result of a combination of circumstances. So far, some lucky people who have made discoveries have spoken under the post. Su Qing read it very seriously. Everyone's comments were full of their own opinions and insights, and a few people even expressed their intention to trade directly. If there was something she was really interested in, Su Qing would also chat with her privately to see if she could exchange it. After reading almost everything, Su Qing exited her post. At this time, a post caught her attention. Xiao, ugh. Don't go out. You Kai, oh my god, what's wrong with you, man? Why don't you go out? Yu Ling, he's right. Don't go out easily if you don't have rainproof tools, or don't keep warm. Xiao, ugh. Ugh, I just went out to move something, got caught in the rain for a while, and came back to the cabin and vomited until now. There is definitely something wrong with this rain, ugh. If anyone wants to go out and experience it, welcome. Fuck, ugh. Yu Ling, it's different for me. After getting caught in the rain, I felt very cold, like being in a world of ice and snow. I asked a few friends, and although the temperature there was not high, it was definitely not as cold as a world of ice and snow. Su Qing flipped down, and several people spoke, showing the same symptoms. After a rough calculation, the symptoms that occur after being caught in the rain are basically feeling cold, high fever, vomiting, and weakness. This rain is really poisonous. Su Qing looked at the hazy rain scene outside the cave with a sad heart. The cold wind blew. Su Qing touched the wall of the small pot. It was no longer boiling hot, blew on it, and drank a mouthful of soup. The warm liquid flowed into the stomach, and the whole person seemed to warm up. Squeak. We will act when the rain stops. The tree mouse finished eating the jade acorn in his hand, and looked outside the cave, with an expression that everything was under control. With the mouse in charge, the little furry will be easy to catch. The mouse will definitely find enough furry for the tall guy, so don't worry. Quack. The bird nodded. Only success is allowed, not failure. Chapter 18. According to the comments in the post, being caught in the rain may cause negative effects such as high fever. Su Qing roughly browsed through it, and found that there were also people who went out, but nothing happened. So it is a negative state in metaphysics, right? Squeak. The rain stopped. The sound of the tree mouse sounded, and Su Qing subconsciously turned her head to look for the two little ones. I didn't notice it for a moment, and the two little ones actually ran up the fence. Hey, why did you run up? Su Qing trotted to the edge of the cave, and suddenly realized that the rain had stopped without knowing when. The world after the rain seemed to have been enhanced in pixels. The sky was so blue, the leaves were so green. The wind blowing in the face still carried moist water vapor, but it also had a little more freshness after the rain. Wait. Su-Ching narrowed her eyes slightly. What is that? In the field of vision, the water level of the winding river surged, flooding the grass on both sides. Dots of blue light floated on the water surface, converging into an illusory blue light band drifting upstream. Above the water surface, the blue light band shuttled through the mist, like a fairyland. Squeak, squeak. Mouse, smell it. Familiar smell. Is there a treasure? The tree mouse stood up and quickly climbed to Su-Ching's shoulder, holding her arms with two small claws, and then quickly released them and pointed outside. Without getting a response, the tree mouse jumped up anxiously. Hurry up, big guy. What if he gets robbed if he goes too late? Although the mouse doesn't like this smell very much, how can he not grab the treasure? Quack. Are we going to find Mau Mau? Squeak, 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 squeak. Looking for a fart, of course. The treasure is more important. How can the treasure be taken away right at the doorstep? The little guy wanted to take her away, and Su-Ching quickly realized that it must be something that attracted the tree mouse. I had taken the time to identify the fur of the tree mouse before. The introduction said that the little guy had a particularly sensitive sense of smell and seemed to have some potential. Su-Ching believed it without a doubt. After all, the water magic stone in the treasure chest was still purifying the water quality without sleep. Quickly tying the sleeve arrow on her wrist, Su-Ching took the spear and vine bag and prepared to go out. Oh, and there's the bottle of healing water boiled by the silver hair. If it rains again, maybe it can be used. Grab the bottle and get everything ready. Looking ahead, the tree mouse has already run onto the back of the snow-headed bird. The two little ones are turning their heads to look at her, obviously waiting for her. Let's go, you lead the way. The bird chirped and flew out of the cave with the tree mouse. Squeak. Wrong, not here. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, Su-Ching was standing in the bushes. Next to it was a familiar waterfall. After the rain, the water flow jumped down from the top of the mountain more violently, splashing water everywhere, making it more magnificent and spectacular. In the sky, in front of the white splashing water, blue light bands from all directions gathered together, and only 3 independent objects could be seen in the center. How to take it? Su-Ching looked down, and the bottom of the 3 objects was facing the pool directly. At this time, the water surface occasionally revealed a sharp back, and at a glance, there were 3 or 4 huge black shadows hovering under the water. There is no doubt that this should also be a fight for the treasure, and it has a great advantage. Once they fail to intercept the treasure in the air, the treasure will fall directly into the water. Entering the water, fighting with these unknown black shadows for treasures? Whether you can come back is a question. Moving your eyes to the snow-headed bird, Su-Ching rubbed her hands in embarrassment. The bird spread its left wing and patted its chest. Quack. The bird will help you bring it down when the time comes. Why when the time comes? Because the bird intuitively knows that the things above have not yet been conceived. If you go up and intercept them now, I'm afraid the treasure will be ruined. Squeak. The tree mouse, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, suddenly fixed his eyes and pulled Su-Ching to look into the distance. Su-Ching looked over along the force. Damn, wolves. 3 wolves. Su-Ching lowered her body and began to think about what to do. It was hard to kill 1 wolf last time. How could she deal with 3 now? The weapons in her hand were only a spear and a sleeve arrow. If she could kill 1 secretly, that would be great. Yes, could she sneak up and kill 1 first? No, the wolf's sense of smell was better than hers anyway. Don't let them be discovered before you get close. Thoughts in her mind changed rapidly, and the choice of leaving or staying made Su-Ching very entangled. The tip of her nose felt cold. Su-Ching was stunned. Fine drops of water kept falling. She looked up and saw thousands of continuous rain lines looming in the dim light. It was raining. Would the rain that was harmful to the survivors have the same effect on the wolves? Su-Ching thought blankly in her mind. She knew clearly that she was making a dangerous decision. But what if the wolves also had negative states in the rain? Even if they just felt cold, their actions would definitely be affected. Wouldn't that be her chance? Shwe can intercept the treasure in the air. As long as she flies high enough, the fish below can be completely ignored. The only threat that cannot be ignored is the 3 wolves in front of her. But if any of the wolves are affected by the heavy rain, she can consider a sneak attack. If the wolves are not affected, she will retreat immediately. Su-Ching lowered her head and hid her figure behind the bushes. Shwe, you go up there and act according to circumstances. If there is any danger, you go first. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tall guy is right. Once the baby is born, you take it away and hide it, and then come back to help. A sly look flashed in the tree mouse's eyes. According to the speed of the neighbor, no one in the forest could catch up. The bird nodded. The blurred light and shadow flashed by, and the figure of the snow-headed bird was no longer there. You too. Su Qing grabbed the tree mouse and put it on her shoulder. If a fight really breaks out, find a place to hide yourself. Squeak, of course, the mouse can't beat it, so of course it has to hide first and then make plans. The big tail slapped Su Qing's arm lightly in annoyance, and the tree mouse stared at the wolf with a serious mood. In fact, they could just let the stupid bird fly away with the treasure, and they could just wait in the cave. But the tree mouse also knew that if this happened, the bird would probably become enemies with the wolf pack. The tall guy killed the wolf miraculously last time, so it should be possible today, right? With the expectation of Su Qing's methods, the tree mouse jumped to a higher branch and curled up among the yellow leaves. The rain was getting heavier, hitting the leaves and Su Qing. Water dripped from his forehead, and his vision became a little blurry. The wolf pack was getting closer, and Su Qing narrowed her eyes. The three wolves walked back and forth to the grass 2 meters away from her. It was relatively open, and there were no large plants growing there. They had already entered the range of the sleeve arrow. Sure enough, Su Qing was affected. She raised her sleeve arrow and looked relaxed even at such a close distance. Her eyes scanned the three wolves, and a hint of surprise flashed in Su Qing's eyes. The wolf on the edge was the tallest, much stronger than the previous wolf, with silver hair on its forehead. Its limbs were firmly supported on the ground, and it looked very handsome. Like the previous wolf, its main colors were yellow and beautiful silver. From the center of the forehead upward, the silver hair outlines a beautiful line. In the hazy rain, these silver hairs floated unaffected, and every strand was clear, like a silver-white flame burning on the wolf's back. The wolf on the inside of the big wolf was smaller, but its snow-white face was whiter. As for the wolf behind the two wolves, it was in the middle, and was the most cautious. It kept sniffing and observing the surroundings. But the jerking movements clearly told Su Qing that it had been affected by the rain. Su Qing licked her lips. The three wolves in front of her had silver hair, just like the wolf that attacked her before. This magical silver-haired wolf must be a group in the forest, right? Pull them out, or drive them away. She didn't want to be threatened by the wolf pack in the future, so she had to find a chance to see if she could solve this problem forever. The rain was getting heavier, and a chill came over Su Qing's heart. It came suddenly and strangely. It was as if she was in the ice and snow, and her body was frozen. She was also hit. Moving her fingers, fortunately, did not affect her activities. Su Qing continued to stare at the three wolves intently, and when the time came, she would drink the water in the bottle. If it doesn't work, retreat. Snow's cry came from the sky. Awoo! A wolf began to howl. It seems that the treasure is almost ready. Su Qing raised her hand and adjusted the angle of the sleeve arrow. The other hand took out the bottle. She was ready to drink it at any time, and then shoot the arrow. What the hell? However, the scene in front of her made Su Qing almost cry out. The wolf that had been hiding behind the tall wolf leaned out half of its body, and then, in Su Qing's unbelievable eyes, a pair of snow-white wings spread out. The wolf flew up to the sky so gracefully. Is it reasonable or not? Su Qing bit her lip and hesitated. Squeak! The tree mouse hiding in the leaves covered its mouth and dared not move. The wolf pack also has a flying guy. Then it, should it thank the wolf pack for not sending this one to chase it? Jie? Shue's confused cry came. Oh no, I forgot that Shue was exposed in the air. Take action. Su Qing didn't expect the wolf to fly. Now she is in a dilemma, and can only take action. After drinking the water in the bottle, his body instantly warmed up. Swoosh. Ah! The wolf screamed. It was hit. Su Qing quickly loaded another arrow and fired another one. It was not until both arrows hit the wolf in front that the wolf behind slowly raised its head. Ouch. As soon as it raised its head, the wolf couldn't help but lower its head and vomit in the air. Oh yeah, double negative effect. Excited, Su Qing lowered her steps and approached the wolf. She shot both arrows at the eyes of the strongest one, but unfortunately only the first arrow hit the eye, and the other arrow was slightly off and shot into the top of the wolf's head. Ah, vomit. The wolf roared threateningly and vomited uncontrollably. While the strongest one stumbled to find her, Su Qing stabbed the remaining wolf with a spear in her hand. The tip of the spear pierced the flesh, and bright red blood oozed out. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, if there was a way, Su Qing also wanted to build a hut in a safe place. But the reality is that her hut is in the forest, and in the forest, This group of wolves with magical powers have dominated for a long time. She can't leave. Will the wolf pack be willing to leave? I want to live. Su Qing pulled it out amid the wolf's screams of pain, and stabbed it again in the neck with all her strength. A gust of cold wind blew from behind. Squeak! Su Qing, be careful. Chapter 19. Almost immediately, Su Qing turned sideways and retreated. In a panic, she seemed to step on something and fell backward uncontrollably. In her peripheral vision, the huge body of the forest wolf rushed towards where she was originally, bringing with it a gust of fierce wind. With this force, if she had not dodged just now, she would probably be in great danger now. With fear in her heart, Su Qing used her right hand to try to stabilize herself with the help of the long spear that was deeply pierced into her flesh. However, after successfully stabilizing her body, she felt that her right hand was much empty. Su Qing took a quick glance and found that while she was using the force, her spear was also pulled out. Ha! The wolf half lying on the ground made a sound like a box being broken, and blood kept oozing out of several holes on its body. Woo! The wolf that bumped into its companion because Su Qing dodged struggled to get up, whimpering in its throat, and its only remaining eyes looked at its companion sadly. Hateful eyes swept between the tall man in front of him and the tree rat that jumped out. Stealing the treasure of the wolf tribe, and now attacking the wolf pack with other races. Hearing this, the tree rat was so angry that his hair stood up. It was the rat that discovered it first, and you came later and kept saying you were thieves. Do you really think the forest is your home? The rat is afraid that you will bite it, not really admitting that you are a thief. Squeak! Su Qing hit it. You wolves know how many treasures you have collected are stolen. Why don't you talk about the previous wolf pack? The tree rat bared its teeth. When it was time to talk about reason, you wolves were competing in strength. Now you are talking about reason again. A wolf and a rat are challenging each other in the air. At that moment, Su Qing quickly loaded another arrow. This time, it was aimed at the throat of the forest wolf. Swish! With a slight sound, the arrow shot out quickly. A strange scream sounded. The imagined scene of the forest wolf being shot did not appear, and a snow-white wing blocked the arrow. It turned out that the wolf that flew into the sky in front had returned to the wolf pack at some point. What are you blocking? Attack it! The smaller wolf dragged its bleeding wings to the side of the dying old wolf and bowed its head. A soft white light gradually lit up from the center of its forehead. Although the light was very weak in the rain, Su Qing, who had sharp eyes, still found it. Her eyelids twitched, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. No matter what he was doing, interrupt the spell. Adding an arrow to the sleeve arrows skillfully, Su Qing first shot at the big wolf guarding the side, then quickly turned the direction and stabbed the wolf with a long spear. Kung! A strong force came. The fangs bit the spear, and the wolf shook its head. Su Qing was almost thrown away, her palms were numb, and she took several steps back before she could stand firm. But the big wolf was not much better. In order to prevent her from disturbing his companions, the big wolf almost didn't dodge the arrow, and now there was another hole on his left leg. The rain kept hitting, and pools of blood had gathered on the ground where the big wolf passed. Woo! A white light flashed, and the winged wolf howled in pain. Su Qing looked at it nervously, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Her heart fell back into her stomach, and she continued to wait for opportunities. Treasure, take it and retreat, just in case the leader needs it. In order to be safe, the wolf pack sent him, his sister and his cautious father out, and the result. The wolf knew to make a choice. You go grab the treasure, we will retreat separately. It means giving up on my father. The wolf, who understood it, cried out sadly, looked at his father lying on the ground again, and flapped his wings to fly off the ground. Through the continuous rain, the wolf remembered the strange species holding the long object firmly in his heart. After dominating the forest for so long, the wolf pack has become lax. If not, they would not have brought their father out, but this matter will not be let go. As long as the wolf pack survives, the other side will pay the price sooner or later. Shui, be careful. Watching a wolf fly away, Su Qing reminded Shui loudly, and at the same time, she also raised her vigilance. What if they are trying to attack her from high altitude? Jie. Shui's response spread in the air. Su Qing was relieved, pointing the spear at the wolf with her right hand, and taking out the arrow with her left hand. The wolf walked slowly, looking limping, but no one would look down on a wolf of this size. Su Qing didn't know that the wolf had already retreated, waiting to come back for revenge in the future. For a moment, the situation was deadlocked. The wolf lowered his body, constantly threatening, but his eyes were always focused on his sister in the sky. Once his sister got the treasure, he would withdraw. The little bird in the sky was convinced that it had no way to do anything to his sister. Suddenly, a light splashing sound came, and all the water trembled slightly. The blue light band in front of the waterfall began to disappear from a distance, but in the blink of an eye, all the mysterious light spots disappeared, and only 3 small objects were spinning in the sky, as if all the light spots had been absorbed by them. This magical scene shocked Su Qing's heart, and at the same time, she knew that the baby should have been conceived, and it was time for it to be born. It just felt that the development was getting more and more fantastic. As all the blue light spots dissipated, the 3 objects seemed to have lost their carriers and fell from the sky. Gaw! The bird flapped its wings, and quickly flew towards the 3 stones. Relying on its sense, the bird opened its mouth and took the most peculiar piece, and then turned into a shadow to chase the other piece. Ah! The wolf, who had bitten nothing, focused his eyes and chased after it. However, the arrow hit its wing and affected its movements. In the sight, the white bird had already grabbed a piece and chased the last piece. While the tense chase attracted the attention of the man and the wolf on the ground, but what was unexpected was that a stream of water suddenly rushed into the sky. The huge black mouth appeared under the white bird with the water flow and suddenly closed. Shwe! Su Qing's heart almost stopped beating when she saw this scene, and she couldn't help shouting. Fortunately, the white figure twisted and rushed into the sky. Before Su Qing could be happy that Shwe escaped the attack, she saw Shwe was stopped by the wolf. Squeak! Su Qing turned around. The fishy wind blew. I was just paying attention to Shwe and didn't notice it. There was no time to aim. Su Qing raised her hand and shot by feeling. The wolf quickly rolled down on the ground, and after standing up, he looked at the strange creature in front of him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Could this race also be affected by the treasure, so that it could shoot things and hurt itself without anyone noticing? Su Qing? Su Qing was confused by the wolf's action and raised her hand. The wolf twisted again. Oh, Su Qing understood. The other side thought that she could shoot arrows by raising her hand. The situation was deadlocked again. Wait, now she just had to wait. She didn't believe it. She was not weak after losing so much blood. After being in the rain for so long, there is still no negative state. The bird twisted impatiently again to avoid the huge mouth below. There was a sneak attack from the fish below, and the wolf was guarding above, which made the bird very annoyed. Squeak! You are also leading that stupid wolf down, huh? Can this be done? With the treasure in its mouth, the bird rolled its eyes and flew up into the sky, deliberately slowing down, hanging behind the wolf. From time to time, it gave the illusion that it could catch up with it, and then flew away quickly, and the bird began to deliberately anger the wolf behind its butt. Ah! It was almost done. The bird opened its mouth, and the treasure in its mouth fell straight down. The wolf was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up, the bird was no longer in front of him. Without time to think, the wolf chased after the treasure. It would be better to take one back, and settle the rest later. It was getting closer, closer, and the gray stone was so clear in front of him. The wolf opened his mouth, but bit nothing. Wolf? Looking up, the bird in front of him was holding the gray stone in its beak. The heartbreaking howl of his brother came from below. What? Let me avoid. Avoid what? The wolf thought in confusion. A startling pain came from the leg, and a huge force came. The wolf flapped its wings, but found desperately that it could not get away at all. The water surface soon returned to calm again. The wolf watched his sister disappear in despair. Opportunity, Su Qing thought to herself, and attacked without hesitation. Huh? What is this? Su Qing pulled back the spear, and the old wolf, who had been lying on the ground, bit the spear head like a last breath. Ah! Get out of here! The wolf, with only one eye left, whimpered a few times and rushed away. The old wolf bit too hard. Su Qing could only use the hidden arrow, but after a while, the wolf had already run a distance. There was no wailing, and she didn't know whether it was hit or not. The snow-headed bird flew to her shoulder, and put the treasures in Su Qing's palm one by one. Looking at the wolf that didn't let go until it died with complicated eyes, Su Qing walked forward and closed its eyes for it. By chance, if she had a choice, she didn't want the cabin to be within the wolf's territory, and she didn't want to fight with the wolf. Hiss, so cold, so cold. Su Qing shook herself, dragged the wolf into the bushes, and called the 2 little ones. Let's go back to the cave first. They almost ran back to the cave, and after lighting the fire again, Su Qing felt warm. Huh? She took off all the wet clothes on her body and wrung them dry, not shying away, After all, what do the two little ones know? The tree mouse shivered and approached the fire, rubbing his wet fur, thinking of the wolf that had escaped. It's over. The mouse remembers how many wolves there were in the wolf pack. Well, there were still 7 last time, but I heard that a new one joined later, so there should be 8. I killed one before, and today I got 2 more. 8 are missing 3. The tree mouse moved his claws left and right, and fell into deep thought. It wasn't until his whole body was warm that Su Qing looked at the treasure in his hand. The gray stone was very familiar. Damn, it's a fortune. Su Qing's eyes lit up. The magic stone, and there were 3 at once, turned it over, and the familiar blue pattern was in the middle of the largest one. And it is more transparent and more dazzling. It is better than the previous one at first glance. Don't ask, it's just intuition. Su Qing initiated the transaction, and the introduction popped up on the light screen. Water magic stone. Sufficient energy, can purify a lot of water. Wow, I can't believe you found a magic stone with sufficient energy, however. Su Qing picked up the other 2 stones. Why are these 2 still gray and without lines after turning them over? Let's go for the identification, non-attribute magic stone. Sufficient energy. Because it didn't absorb enough attributes, it only has energy, damn. Su Qing stood up in surprise. Isn't this one of the materials needed to upgrade the hut? Chapter 20. I still remember that the conditions for upgrading the hut are a magic stone without attributes, a magic book in the hut, and some unclear corresponding materials. Holding the magic stone tightly, Su Qing sat back in her seat, feeling excited and unable to calm down for a long time. Who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that the magic stone without attributes required for upgrading the hut would appear right in front of her? Fortunately, she followed the tree mouse and fortunately did not retreat. Otherwise, she would have to find a time to go. Ah! Thinking of this, Su Qing grabbed the tree mouse and rubbed it hard a few times. You are really my lucky star. Squeak! What? The sight suddenly rose, and the tree mouse stretched out his feet tentatively, but could not touch anything. But before the mouse could figure it out, his wet forehead touched warm skin. Mouse is a lucky star? What is a lucky star? The tree mouse, who was put back on the ground, spun around, his claws fluttering up and down, thinking a little dizzy. And Shui is also super good. When his sight came into contact with Shui, who was nestling on the side, Su Qing praised without hesitation and gave a thumbs up. Shui's speed was really fast. If it weren't for Shui, she would definitely have missed the magic stone. Jie, thank you Su Qing, the bird is very happy. The warmth from the fire continued, and the bird squinted its eyes comfortably. Puff. Turning around, the tree mouse felt himself sinking into softness. Squeak. Why isn't your fur wet? Realizing it was a neighbor, the tree mouse relaxed and asked curiously. The warm firelight made the mouse sleepy. Jie. Waterproof, natural. Squeak. Then let's find waterproof fur for Su Qing. Jie. Good. The 2 little birds chatted more and more quietly. Su Qing moved lightly, and took some dried golden straw and spread them not far from the fire. Huh? The bird opened half of its eyes, a little confused, but when it saw that it was Su Qing, it closed its eyes, and continued to sleep. Shuiguai, let's go to sleep on the grass. The ground is cold. Su Qing explained in a low voice, and carefully lifted the 2 little birds, and placed them on the straw. Well, this position is not very close to the fire, but you can still feel the warmth. It's suitable. After confirming that the 2 little ones had rested, Su Qing turned on the light screen, and thought about what to do next. The wolf body in the treasure box outside could not be put in any more, so she simply took it to trade. The rain was heavy now, so she first found a buyer, and waited for the rain to stop before going out to trade immediately. For the first target of the transaction, Su Qing chose weapons, even if she gave more wolf meat. After all, if a wolf escaped, it would be considered an enemy with the wolf pack. Quickly create a new post. Su Qing intends to explain the transaction intention here. The wolf is still outside, and it cannot be traded in real time. Su Qing, wolf meat for powerful weapons. If you are interested in trading, please chat privately. Soon, someone commented on the post. Wang Hong, is that the wolf I understand? Awesome. So you are the boss, are you only exchanging weapons? Wu Jia, wolf meat. Powerful weapons. 2 strange things, goodbye. Yang Jin, wow. I'm here. Su Qing raised her eyebrows when she saw the familiar name. Hey, didn't Jin exchange a large amount of wolf meat last time? She thought the other side had enough food, so she didn't ask this time. A small red dot appeared in the private chat. Yang Jin, another one, sister is awesome. I still have some good stuff. Can you ask me next time? Su Qing, I thought you had collected enough last time. Yang Jin sighed, and threw the military shovel in her hand aside. How could it be enough? Her hut is in this godforsaken place. There are only mines and mines. She mines every day, or looks for treasure chests in the mines. She hasn't seen any animals in the past half-month. She gets all the water she drinks, and the food she eats through trade. Yang Jin wiped her tears. Not enough, really not enough. I have less food here. I understood immediately, but the replacement of weapons is related to the safety in the future. Su Qing must think carefully. Su Qing, Jin, do you have any weapons with greater lethality? Yang Jin, yes, that is. I have a hunting rifle here. You give me the whole wolf, and give me some other things, and I will give you 6 bullets, okay? Gun? Su Qing was stunned. Sister, you already have such a weapon? 15 days after the apocalypse, she recalled what she had opened. Sadly, the only weapon she opened was a machete, and the others were exchanged. Yang Jin, who thought Su Qing could not shoot, quickly marketed it. Yang Jin, sisters, it is not difficult to operate. This shotgun is even easier to operate than the hidden arrow. It is similar to the magic book. There is a circular pattern on one side of the gun body. When you hold it, press it, and a blue light spot will appear in front. Just aim it at the target you want to hit. The other side sent another message. Yang Jin, it's really not difficult. After bargaining, except for the wolf skin that Su Qing kept, the rest was exchanged for a hunting rifle and 6 bullets. Yang Jin, happy cooperation. Just call me when the rain stops. Su Qing, okay, happy cooperation. Her eyes moved to the 2 attributeless magic stones in her hand. Only one was needed to upgrade the hut. The other one. Should I exchange it for a magic stone with other attributes? She now has a water magic stone and a magic stone without attributes. The water attribute can purify water, but what about the other attributes? Will there be a more magical effect? After careful consideration, Su Qing initiated a transaction in the public trading area. Exchange attributeless magic stones for other attribute magic stones. Personal note, attributeless magic stones are essential materials for upgrading the hut, so only other attribute magic stones are exchanged. You can go to the homepage to try it out yourself to see if it is true or not. There is only one attributeless magic stone now, and those who are interested can bring their own identification and introduction. Done, Su Qing clapped her hands, and then just waited quietly. If no one really wanted to exchange it, she would just leave it alone. However, when it comes to upgrading the hut, Su Qing can't help but think of the operation on the homepage that day. What exactly does corresponding materials mean? Or, study it again. Su Qing did it right away. She clicked on the personal section, and a 3-dimensional picture of the hut appeared in front of her. Press and hold the fingertips to move, and the green frame line will grow with the movement. Try to fill 100 grids on the edge like last time. After filling 100 grids, the range cannot be expanded. Stay for a few seconds, and the frame line will turn blue. A familiar prompt popped up. Your hut is the initial hut, and does not meet the room expansion requirements. Do you want to upgrade the hut to level 1? Yes or no? Okay, the result is the same as last time. Sure enough, it still shows failure after clicking. The magic stone has corresponding materials. Unknown, the magic book in the hut does not have it. Does it have to find the magic book before the corresponding materials will be displayed? Annoying. Where can I find the magic book in the hut? Su Qing raised her eyebrows. There is another red dot in the private chat. Let me see. Yang Lin, speed up. Speed up? Yang Lin, would magic stone, can speed up plant growth, exchange it? It can speed up plant growth, speed up growth? If it is really exchanged, won't she be able to plant by herself in the future? Su Qing, exchange. Yang Lin, okay, can I ask a question off topic? Off topic? What to ask? Su Qing frowned, a little confused. But doubts aside, for the sake of wood magic stone, she is still willing to answer some questions, of course. Flexible answers he. Su Qing, sure, what do you want to ask? Yang Lin, I got 2 wood magic stones from the treasure chest. Can I ask how you found the attributeless magic stone? And did you find the magic book in the hut? Good luck. I got 2 wood magic stones from the treasure chest. I guess the other one also has the effect of accelerating growth. Su Qing, I found it at the end of the vision. I don't know what happened there. I can only say that the strange phenomenon is very obvious, similar to the special effects in the movies. As for the magic book in the hut, to be honest, I didn't find it either. Su Qing, the letter mentioned that we should upgrade the hut before. Although the animals are still normal now, there may be threats to the hut later. So upgrading the hut is very important. Please exchange with me. Strangely, the message from the other side did not pop up on the light screen for a long time. Until 3 minutes later, Su Qing received the transaction link. Without paying attention, Su Qing chose a magic stone without attributes. When the transaction was successful, a gray stone with green lines fell into her palm. This should be the wood magic stone. After a careful look, the introduction on the light screen was indeed as Ouyang Lin said. Wood magic stone. Sufficient energy, can accelerate plant growth. Oh, a transaction between 2 lucky eggs. With the wood magic stone, planting is certain, but where should she do it? Can she dig a new hole and plant something in it? Oh, I'm so excited. They are all in the hut. Anyway, she already has a room in it. After the upgrade, the newly expanded hut is just for planting. If I plant directly, will it affect the cave? If I make a circle and bring soil in from outside, can I plant it? Thousands of thoughts are flying in my mind. This novel plan makes her completely unable to calm down. After all, if it succeeds, doesn't it mean that she has food reserves in some extreme weather? The reserve food is still growing. Huh? Su Qing let out a long breath silently, trying to calm herself down. The first thing, look for the treasure chest to see if the magic book of the hut can be opened. After opening it, the corresponding materials will be clear. After that, when the hut is upgraded and the new room is built, she can experiment whether it can be grown indoors. The second thing, find the habitat of the wolf pack and solve it as soon as possible. The last time the winged wolf had a white light on its forehead, who knows if there are similar creatures in the wolf pack? Even if the white light didn't seem to work, who knows if it was because the winged wolf wasn't strong enough? These two things had to be solved first, in no particular order. Touching the clothes that were drying above the fire, it seemed that there wasn't much water left, so Su Qing took them off and put them on. Looking outside the cave, through the rain curtain, the wolf's hateful eyes reappeared before her eyes. She had to survive, expel, or completely destroy the wolf pack. There was no other choice. Chapter 21. Although Su Qing planned well, this sudden rainstorm lasted for 3 days before it ended. On the 19th day of the Doomsday, the sky was blue and clear, and a new sun hung on the top of the mountain. It finally stopped raining. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Su Qing stretched comfortably. Although it didn't rain every moment in these 3 days, it still greatly restricted her range of activities. Looking around, she still felt a little empty despite the piles of supplies. The 2 little ones said goodbye in the morning. Su Qing had thought about this scene, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Cheer up, isn't it lucky to know them? And the 2 little ones have helped me so much. Besides, I won't move away. The 2 little ones can come back to see me at any time. But to be honest, I'm still a little sad. Rubbing her head in frustration, Su Qing took out the 2 wolf skins. The weather is good today. She has to wash them carefully in the morning and then deal with them. With a hunting rifle, Su Qing headed towards the water source. The gun she exchanged from Yang Jin was indeed, as she said, easy to operate. Press the pattern on the side of the gun, and a blue light spot will appear in front to help aim. Then just press the trigger. With a strong Doomsday-style magic, the wolf's skin was immersed in the water and floated along the stream. The most obvious benefit of trading with the help of the light screen is that the division is very perfect. Rub it in the water a few times, and let the remaining blood stains float away with the water. Su Qing didn't wring it out until there was no more blood. Mainly because there was no condition, so she could only wash it like this. I posted a question online about how to deal with wolf skin, and someone kindly answered it last night. After a lot of discussion, I only remember that it needs to be cleaned, stretched, softened, and tanned. After asking many people, Su Qing personally thinks that the most difficult step is tanning. The other party suggested that she use the smoke method to turn raw skin into mature skin. The main thing is to create a smoke environment, and after 3 to 2 hours, the wolf's skin will turn white. Smoked environment, oh, it's troublesome. Su Qing recalled while carrying the wolf's skin back to the cave. There were no wooden boards in the cave, so Su Qing could only use wood to splice together and hang the wolf's skin diagonally, which is said to allow the wolf's skin to stretch. The kind-hearted person also introduced the specific measures of smoking, saying that applying animal brain marrow to the wolf's skin can better preserve it. Although Su Qing didn't know whether it was authentic or not, she thought that the kind-hearted person should know better than her. Fortunately, there was still a wolf head that had not been replaced. Su Qing reached out to take the dagger, hesitated for a moment, and turned to the machete. She picked up a piece of intact dead leaf and began to take the wolf's brain. She said sorry in her heart, took out the wolf's brain, and evenly smeared it on the inside of the wolf's skin. Next, just rub off the excess pulp before the wolf's skin becomes completely hard. Rope. Forget it, use rattan. If it fails, wouldn't it be a waste of a rope? Grab the wolf's skin with both hands and rub the tied rattan left and right. According to the kind-hearted people, this is to make the leather fiber looser and more stable, so that the leather will be softer later. After the operation, Su Qing found that this job was really tiring. After pulling 2 wolf skins, the sun was high in the sky outside. Drops of sweat fell, and Su Qing, who was thirsty and tired, put the finished wolf skins on the table, then ran to the treasure chest and scooped water from the washed bottle to drink. Not to mention, the 2 water magic stones working together are highly efficient, and the water in the black iron treasure chest has reached a very high quality almost at high speed. After drinking it, Su Qing felt a faint sweet aftertaste. After a short break, she went straight into the preparation phase of tanning. Su Qing picked up her things. First, she had to choose a place outside for tanning. Soon, she chose a shady place. She quickly found some long wooden sticks, and knocked them into the soil one by one in a circle. Then, she laid 2 wolf skins flat on top, and tied the limbs together with rattan skin and wooden sticks. In this way, part of the work was completed. She picked up stones, and made a circle under the wolf's skin as usual, and then started a fire inside. The dead branches were lit, and there was a crackling sound. Actually, it would be better to let the smoke go directly to the inside of the wolf's skin, but she didn't have the corresponding tools, so she could only do it in this crude way. After adding a few pieces of wood, the fire started soon, and the gray smoke floated upwards, which was blocked by the wolf's skin covering the head. Ahem, this counts as smoking. Ahem. After checking left and right, and confirming that the wolf's skin was smoked, Su Qing was relieved. Squeak. The familiar sound made Su Qing look around subconsciously. However, she did not see the figure in her memory. Ah. I was hallucinating after all. Su Qing couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Was she disappointed? Maybe a little? Squeak. Ah, come again. It can't be that I am hallucinating again this time? The tree mouse that witnessed everything in the air touched its head with its 2 little paws. Su Qing was so tall, what would she do without the mouse? Squeak. Let's go down. The bird flapped its wings and slowly landed on the grass in front of Su Qing. Su Qing stared blankly at the snow, then at the tree mouse. Didn't the 2 little ones leave? The tree mouse tilted his head. What happened to Su Qing? Oh, never mind. Jumping to Su Qing's feet, the tree mouse pulled Su Qing's trouser leg, excitedly wanting to show her their achievements. Squeak, squeak. Come and see this. Under the command of the mouse, we found Mao together. Su Qing, ? Come and see. The tree mouse excitedly pulled its trouser leg and jumped towards the snow-headed bird. Obviously, it was impossible to pull it. But the tree mouse's mind was so easy to understand. Su Qing followed the little guy's strength and slowly moved over. It looked like the tree mouse had successfully pulled Su Qing. Seeing the man and the mouse coming, the bird stepped back, loosened its claws, and revealed the prey under it. Rabbit? Su Qing looked at the dead rabbit on the ground in surprise. It was very fat, and she didn't know how Shui brought it here. The tree mouse nodded and jumped to the side of the rabbit, pointing its little claws at itself, and then at the snow-headed old man. Squeak. The mouse and the bird were caught together. The little guy was so cute with his head held high, and Su Qing felt strangely better. She squatted down and touched the tree mouse and the snow-headed bird. She didn't care what the 2 little ones caught. She was just happy that the 2 little ones didn't plan to leave her now. Later. Su Qing prayed in her heart. When she was in her teens, she lost her grandmother who raised her. Since then, she has been crawling alone and sometimes misses her deceased relatives. Although the 2 little ones are not human, she has treated them as friends in these days of companionship. It would be great if the 2 little ones could live with her. Quack. The bird was a little confused as to why Su Qing didn't seem very happy. The bird raised its claws and put them on the rabbit. It pushed the rabbit a little further with a little force. Quack. Does Su Qing not like it? Oh, is it for me? Su Qing stopped her increasingly strong thoughts and asked with a smile on her lips. Quack. Su Qing has no fur, so its fur is for Su Qing. Although she didn't know what the bird was saying, Su Qing still looked at the rabbit happily. The fat rabbit was half the length of her arm, and its body was light brown. When it turned over, Su Qing found that the rabbit's head was limp and tilted. The neck was broken, and there were no obvious wounds elsewhere. Huh? Su Qing, who was checking, was suddenly shocked. What is this? Do you know? The fingertips pinched a ball of snow-white object from the side of the rabbit's leg. Su Qing gently pinched it, and the white ball-like thing suddenly became flat, and then slowly returned to its original shape. She actually didn't recognize many things, but this white ball in her hand. Are you sure it's not cotton? If you don't recognize something, let's identify it. White cotton seeds. Fluffy, soft, like sunlight, like dryness. You know, there are not many things in the forest that are unwelcome. If you are willing to take it away, well, I don't think anyone will object. Thinking that there was something new, the tree mouse stood up anxiously and glanced at Su Qing's hand. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. What? Let the mouse see it. Oh, this thing? There are a lot of them there. Su Qing really waited for Su Qing to hand it over, and the tree mouse immediately lost interest when he saw its true appearance. Oh, why did Su Qing ask this? There are a lot of these things there, growing in patches, and they can neither be eaten nor played with. They are useless. Can you take me there? The mouse didn't quite understand. If it can't be eaten or played with, why should it be found? The little guy asked a question. Huh. No problem, Su Qing. The bird nodded. The bird didn't care about anything else. It just knew that Su Qing wanted to go, so it led the way. It was that simple. Seeing Xue nod, Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she wanted to follow the bird to the place where the white cotton grew. But the wolf's skin was still being smoked. Thinking of this, Su Qing looked up at the sky again. At this time, the sun had shifted, and the sky was filled with orange clouds. I don't know when the wolf's skin will be smoked. If she leaves, what will happen if no one adds wood to burn it? Forget it, take me there tomorrow. Jin Chao started to do other things first. Su Qing made a decision. If she set out early tomorrow, she would have more time. The bird nodded. Whether Su Qing wanted to go today or tomorrow, the bird could lead the way. Squeak. Seeing that Su Qing and the bird had finished discussing, the tree mouse cried pitifully, touched his stomach, and pointed at his mouth. Su Qing was hungry, the mouse was hungry, and the tree mouse looked at Su Qing expectantly with its big tail shaking. Okay. Su Qing picked up the tree mouse and gently touched the little guy's forehead with her fingertips. I take you to eat now, Xue, let's go home. Pick up the rabbit, well, put it in the treasure chest, put it together with the wolf meat. Anyway, the treasure chest is as magical as the magic book. She has so many things in it until now, and there is no smell. Jie. Here comes Su Qing. The bird responded and followed. On the wet soil, one paw print after another, like a blooming plum blossom. Chapter 22. Thinking about the white cotton brought back by the two little ones, Su Qing got up early the next morning to prepare. After all, the two little ones only came back in the afternoon yesterday. If she wanted to go, it would take her longer. Turning around, Xue looked at her quietly. Is Xue still sleeping? Su Qing asked softly. If not, come and have breakfast. The bird being questioned blinked, walked around the still sleeping tree mouse, and walked to Su Qing's side. The bird was not sleeping. Was Su Qing going to go now? Come, Xue. She peeled a purple cone and handed it to Xue. After finishing her breakfast, Su Qing picked out the thing she was going to take out. Observing Su Qing's movements, the bird's claws exerted a little force, and a few drops of juice oozed out of the purple skin. He lowered his head and tore off a piece of fruit pulp, and the bird swallowed it into his throat. Everything was ready, and Xue had finished her breakfast and was elegantly tidying up her feathers. Let's go. Su Qing grabbed the tree mouse, who was still sleeping. The little guy half opened his eyelids, looked around confusedly, and crawled into the pocket where he had been and curled up. I don't know how he slept. His big tail was exposed, swaying with Su Qing's movements, just like Su Qing was wearing a waist pendant. Fortunately, the sun hadn't come out yet, and only a faint golden red light could be seen in the sky, which was quite beautiful. From time to time, a breeze blew towards her. Various colors filled her eyes, and Su Qing felt for a moment that it would be nice to stay here. Unfortunately, the beauty is real, and the danger is also real. The road in the forest is crooked, and it is difficult to tell the direction. I don't know how far I've walked. Wait. Su Qing suddenly stopped, her eyes solemn. The snow-capped owl flew back curiously. Crouching down, Su Qing touched the huge claw marks on the ground with her fingertips in the light coming through the layers of leaves. Then, she pulled out the silver-white hair that was only half exposed. Squeak. The rat seemed to smell the smell of wolf again. This thought flashed through its confused head. The half-awake tree rat was about to jump up with a start. It scratched its limbs fiercely for a few times before it awkwardly realized that it was in Su Qing's bag. Turning over with difficulty, the tree mouse crawled out and saw a man and a bird studying a tuft of hair. "Are you awake? It's just right. Come and see if this is wolf hair." Su Qing pinched the hair and handed it over. The tree mouse had the most sensitive sense of smell. If there was anyone present who was most likely to tell it, it must be the tree mouse. Hesitantly stretched his head, the tip of his nose moved, and the tree mouse felt an unpleasant smell drifting into his nose. Squeak, squeak. "It's a wolf! It's a wolf!" Su Qing was sure, and the tree mouse nodded desperately, and his little claws did not hesitate to put on the fingertips, and pushed hard. "So don't let the rats smell it anymore, it really smells bad." Confirmed, Su Qing let go of her hand, and the hair fell lightly. "Jie? Aren't we going to keep going?" The bird looked at Su Qing, pushing aside the grass, and occasionally staring at the bare soil, a little puzzled. Maybe there are more important things now, just like birds sometimes sleep in the middle of eating. After thinking hard for a minute, the bird flapped its wings, and a small light bulb popped up on its head. So, in the forest, behind Su Qing, who was bending over and concentrating on looking for footprints, there was always a jumping bird following. The footprints were not hard to find. Su Qing sighed, and picked up a long wooden stick and knocked it into the soil. However, there were no other footprints after walking here. Crack, the upper and middle part was broken. She looked over and saw that the wooden stick suddenly showed a twisted angle, and the remaining skin on the edge glued the two parts together. However, the forest is not like under the waterfall. The light is dim. Who knows if there are any small animals that accidentally encounter it? After thinking for a few seconds, Su Qing gave up a vine skin and tied it to the wooden stick in circles. Well, with the green bough, it is more conspicuous, and even if it falls, it will not be mixed with other sticks or wood. Wolf pack, wolf pack. Su Qing murmured, "Let's go check on Baimian first today, and search the surrounding area tomorrow or in the next few days. There are claw marks of different sizes, and no blood. I hope their habitat is not far away. Let's go, let's keep going." Having made up her mind, Su Qing called out and returned to the original path. After walking a long way, the trees changed one after another, and the light above the head was bright and dim. Crack. The sound of snow came from the front. Su Qing bent over and panted. It was really tiring. Slowly walking forward, the trees around were unknown species, all very tall, and various plants that could not be named grew between each tree. The light here is much better. After resting for a while, Su Qing took a step forward. "Where is the white cotton?" "Ah, I found it." On the raised hillside, white balls pressed against countless brown branches. As we approached, the snowballs were crowded together, and there was no end in sight, as if they were in the flawless clouds. The white cotton grew straight, and the highest part only reached the abdomen. The leaves were broad and ovate, wide at the bottom and gradually tapering at the front. The top of the brown branch held a white flocculent object, and 5 flat and crisp membranes divided it into several petals, which looked very much like a blooming flower. Su Qing took a branch and pinched some short cotton wool with her fingertips. After kneading it for a few times, it was difficult to tell whether it was separated with the naked eye. After repeated attempts, it was still difficult to completely separate the hair. And she had a piece of such soft and thick short cotton hair. Thinking of this, Su Qing grinned happily. However, she glanced at the 2 artificial bags she brought with her. The gaps between the vine skins were too large. If she put them directly in, I'm afraid they would fall off on the way. Got it. Su Qing took out a dagger from her trouser pocket and ran to the ancient tree nimbly. The plant in front of her was half a head taller than her, and its leaves were broad and slender, about the same length as her arms. After cutting more than 10 leaves, Su Qing returned to the vine bag and put the leaves in one by one, with the last leaf covering half of the first one, until there was no gap at all. The dagger scratched the handle at the bottom of the snowball, and the snowball fell into her hand. After a while, Su Qing had already grabbed a handful of them. Huh? Does Su Qing need this? The bird hovered above the white cotton, and the dense white cotton was one after another, making it impossible for the bird to start. After hesitating for a while, the bird aimed at a protruding flower, and grabbed it with its claws, so smoothly that the bird could hardly feel it grabbing it. The bird moved its empty claws, looked at the target it had just grabbed, and then looked at its claws. Squeak! Come here, mouse, are you calling the bird? Squeak! Come quickly! The bird was sure that it was calling itself, and looked to the side. Su Qing was still diligently collecting white cotton, with neat and fast movements. The bird went to see what was going on. The bird really couldn't help Su Qing with this white thing. Snow-white cotton popped out of the bag. Su Qing pressed it down again, and stuffed some more in. The cave was a bit far from here, so she took as much as she could. The cotton in the first vine bag slowly popped out after being pressed. Su Qing stuffed it from the side, but the cotton that had been put in popped out the same way. It seemed that there was really no extra space. She overlapped a few leaves on top of the cotton and stuffed the edges tightly into the bag. Okay, one bag is done. Su Qing clapped her hands, her face happy. Let's start with the second bag. Snowballs fell to the ground one by one, and when they gathered into a pile, Su Qing stuffed them into the second vine bag, until a corner of the square treasure chest appeared between the curved stems and leaves. What good day is today? Su Qing touched her cheeks with both hands and pinched herself in disbelief. There was a slight pain. Oh, I understand. It's my good day, hee hee. Su Qing didn't bring a machete, so she stabbed with a dagger, and the lock fell off with a click. Let me see what good things are in this black iron treasure chest. Su Qing couldn't wait to open the box, her eyes widened in surprise. On the snow-white paper, there was a gray stone pressing on it. There were 4 of these in the house, each with its own magical effect. It felt slightly cold, and Su Qing's heart was pounding. The treasure box wasn't playing a joke on me, was it? Turning it over, there was a familiar pattern in the center of the gray stone. Huh, great! She breathed a sigh of relief. It was the magic stone she had been thinking about. However, Su Qing curiously touched the stone. The water magic stone had blue patterns, the attributeless magic stone had no patterns, and the wood magic stone obtained in exchange had green patterns in the center. The pattern of this magic stone is yellow. What attribute does it represent, and what effect does it have? With curiosity and expectation, Su Qing opened the light screen and initiated a transaction with herself. Earth magic stone contains sufficient energy. When placed around the soil, it can make the soil fertile. In theory, any soil can be used. Why does it feel like it has the same effect as the wood magic stone? Su Qing touched her chin. The wood attribute can accelerate plant growth, and the earth attribute makes the soil fertile. If she really compares them, why does she think the wood magic stone is more useful? No matter what, this is a magic stone anyway, so keep it for now. Su Qing put the magic stone into her pocket, and then looked at the white paper underneath. It's also an old acquaintance. Su Qing sighed, and turned over the folded paper. On the left are the same 3 words magic book, and she just skipped over and looked at the simple drawing on the right. This the shape? Su Qing's eyes lit up. Is it clothing? Without further ado, let's start the identification. The introduction popped up on the light screen. Magic book, winter clothes, a winter coat that reaches the ankles. Although it looks like a coat, don't worry, as long as you zip it up, you will get a very warm coat. Its inventor said that even in sub-zero weather, the winter coat is very resistant. Good stuff. Let me see the synthetic materials. Su Qing looked at the magic book with interest. Synthetic materials. Cotton X100. Iron block X1, she can make it. There is a large piece of cotton here, and there are iron blocks at home. If there are not enough, she can exchange them with Miss Yang. She made a fortune, and she also has things that can be sold in large quantities. Su Qing's eyes curved, and she smiled like a little money grubber. Chapter 23. Su Qing happily stuffed the magic book into her pocket. She came here for Baimian, but ended up with an unexpected surprise. That is, she looked back and forth between the 2 bulging bags and the treasure chest. It was a bit difficult to move now. The vine bag was pressed very tightly, and it took up most of the space as soon as it was put in. The other one couldn't be put in anyway. Then she could only come back tomorrow to move the treasure chest. Anyway, besides them, the survivors, who else would pay attention to a black box? Could animals also be interested in treasure chests? This thought flashed through her mind, and Su Qing felt that she was really fanciful. Snow, tree rats? Since she had decided to move back in 2 days, Su Qing planned to go back home, but she looked around and didn't see the 2 little ones. What was even more strange was that she didn't hear any response after calling them several times. Could the 2 little ones have gone far away, or... Su Qing frowned, thinking that the 2 little ones might be in danger, and immediately took out her shotgun and became alert. Snow tree rats. Su Qing turned up the volume, and randomly chose a direction to move forward. After walking a short distance, a few faint squeaks sounded. It sounded like the calls of tree rats. Su Qing stopped and concentrated her mind, at least to distinguish the direction, so that she could see if they were 2 little ones. But the sound was too small, and it was as fast as the fading of a flower, so fast that she couldn't distinguish it. It seemed like her hallucination. Su Qing closed her eyes, and felt it carefully again. There were leaves rustling in the wind, and there were long and loud cries of unknown animals, but no similar calls continued to sound. Did the two little ones really run away? Compared to the speculation that the two little ones were in trouble, Su Qing was more inclined to believe that they had discovered something, so they ran away for a while. Besides, tree mice are always smart and agile, and snow flies very fast in the air. Who can deal with them all at once? Yes, that's it. Su Qing took a deep breath and planned to go back to Baimian to wait for the two little ones to come back. Squeak. The movement of turning around suddenly stopped, and the pupils slightly dilated. Su Qing held her breath nervously and listened carefully. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gaw gaw. There are two little ones for sure. Shwe. There was a rustling sound. Su Qing looked over and saw the waist-high grass not far away shaking. After a while, a snow-white bird's head appeared between the leaves. The bird turned its head to the left and then mechanically turned to the other side. Shwe, I'm here. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and walked toward Shwe with big strides. Gaw gaw? Shwe narrowed her eyes, as if she had just noticed Su Qing in front of her. Gaw gaw. Su Qing, come quickly, there are delicious foods. Hey, what's going on? The bird's head was still sticking out of the bush. Su Qing touched the snow-headed bird, and the little guy actually half closed his eyes, and fell down without support. She was so scared that she hurried to catch it. Why did it become like this? And the tree rat? With a shotgun, the half-waist-high bush was pressed to the side. The brown-yellow tail moved between the grass stems as thick as a thumb. Su Qing pulled it forward along the tail, but saw the other owner, Zheng Gong, sleeping soundly with his 4 legs up in the air. The soft belly rose and fell. I don't know what sweet dream the tree mouse had. Its little paws clenched from time to time. Moi. This is. Su Qing gently picked up the white crumbs on the tree mouse's mouth with her fingertips. Without using any force, she saw only a small pool of white stains on her fingertips. Huh? Is it gone? The bird leaned over in a daze and glanced around. It seemed that there were indeed only a few stubs left. Got it. A light bulb popped out of the bird's head. The bird excitedly dived into the bushes. Su Qing, wait, the bird will find it for you. Hey, where are you going, Shwe? Grabbing the tree mouse and putting it in her pocket, Su Qing hurried to dig the place where Shwe just disappeared. Ga. The sound of a bird came from the front. Fortunately, the grass was not too big, and Su Qing found Shwe soon. The little guy stood in the grass with his head held high, swaying left and right. Ga. Su Qing ate. The bird pecked at the soil, inviting him warmly. On the dark brown soil, several white umbrellas of different sizes were distributed between the grass stems. The smooth and full umbrella is like a porcelain bowl, white as jade, with a yellowish small column in the center of the back. I picked the largest one from the inside, and just shook it left and right a few times, and it was easily pulled out. Looking in the opposite direction, it looks like a snow-white skirt, with countless folds on the skirt like patterns, and it is very beautiful. White jade mushroom, non-toxic, snow-white cap, yellowish stem, fresh and tender. Although it tastes great, I still advise you not to be greedy. It's okay to eat it at home, because if you eat too much and get drunk outside, no one can help you. White jade mushroom, eat too much and get drunk. Su Qing looked at the bird with hazy eyes, and then at the tree mouse that showed no signs of waking up. How could she not understand what was going on? The bird tilted its head. Su Qing, don't you want to eat it? It's really good stuff, but it's too easy to break. After thinking about it, Su Qing lifted the hem of her clothes and pressed it inside, and a man-made pocket was made. Su Qing didn't take the white jade mushrooms that were too small. She took half of her index finger as the standard. If they were about the same height or even bigger, Su Qing would pick them gently and put them in her pocket without hesitation. Soon, all 7 of the white jade mushrooms found by Shwe fell into Su Qing's arms. Su Qing searched the bushes with great interest, and finally found only 8 more. Let's go, Shwe. Looking back, she saw Shwe still squatting on the ground in a daze, and her eyes softened. Fortunately, the little guys were all fine. Ga. Okay. Standing up shakily, the bird stretched out its claws, shook them in the air for a while, and finally split into a cross. Ga, what happened to the bird? Why did the bird come down again? Feeling the decrease in vision, Bird thought vaguely. Su Qing, who witnessed everything, forget it, let's put Shwe on her shoulders. Carrying the 2 little ones, Su Qing returned to the distance. Put all the white jade mushrooms in the hem into the treasure chest, and then push them into the bottom of the white cotton and hide them symbolically with some branches. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction. The white jade mushrooms are too fragile. I'm afraid they will break on the way back today. Anyway, the state of the treasure chest is unchanged, so it's better to put these 15 mushrooms in it first and move them back to the cave tomorrow. Su Qing raised her eyebrows when she picked up 2 bags of bulging white cotton. She didn't know if she was used to the labor these days. The bags in her hands were not too heavy, and she even felt a little relieved. Let's go home. Jie. Su Qing waited for the bird, and the bird led the way for Su Qing. She quickly freed one hand to hold down the snow-headed bird that was about to take off with its wings flapping. Su Qing didn't want to see the snow-headed bird fall to the ground in a drunken state. Stop, stop. Jie? The bird was puzzled. Why did Su Qing stop the bird? Didn't the bird lead the way before? How can we go back without a guide? Look at what this is. Su Qing raised her chin and pointed at a tree beside her. The straight and thick trunk had uneven surfaces, but there was an obvious arrow on the gray-brown bark, pointing to the back. Huh? The bird's eyes widened, and its confused mind seemed to be clearer. When I came here, I used a dagger to cut an arrow every few trees. You two ate a lot of white jade mushrooms, and now you are drunk. Su Qing smiled and glanced at Snowhead. How can I bear to order you two around? When I can't tell the direction, come out and point it out, okay? Huh. No problem, Su Qing. The bird patted its chest and wrapped it around itself. Haha, I still feel dizzy. The snow-white bird's head moved little by little, and its eyelids opened from time to time, looking around with a sharp gaze, but after only a few seconds, it slowly closed and half-closed its eyes. A fork appeared in the distance in her sight. Su Qing put 2 vine bags on her arms and carefully observed the surroundings. She was almost at the place where she found the wolf's footprints. The trees were tall, and the leaves above were layered, so the light was not good. But at this moment, no other sounds could be heard, only the rustling of grass gently brushing against shoes, and a few light or heavy breathing sounds. The quiet environment plus the factor of being alone always made people think wildly. Su Qing couldn't help but look around. She imagined that a wolf would jump out of the grass in front of her, or a pair of sinister green eyes would stare at her in the dark shadows behind her. But nothing happened until she walked a long distance. Maybe my guess is wrong. The wolf pack's habitat is not nearby. The footprints found here are just an accident. Su Qing's tense mind relaxed, but for some reason, she felt something inexplicable in her heart. Maybe. Even if there is a sneak attack by the wolf, she can accept it, right? Looking up at the sky is clear. When can this matter be resolved? Why don't we sneak attack? The strong wolf asked his partner beside him. The sub-wolf ignored it, but got out of the shadows and followed the white wolf, which was a circle smaller than himself. The 2 companions we lost were mysteriously attacked, and the only child who returned could not be completely healed even if he was close to the light. The white wolf did not move his mouth, but the 2 wolves understood what he meant. It was as if the sound rang directly in the minds of the 2 wolves. Leader, but I lost my partner and my most beloved little daughter. The white wolf calmly looked back at the anxious big wolf. Would I not want to bite her throat and drink her blood? That's not what I meant, Chief. The big wolf cried for mercy, its tail hanging tightly behind it. Ah! The sub-wolf called softly, trotting to its sister's side, lagging a little behind, and lowered its head submissively. You just gave birth to a child not long ago, so you didn't have to follow me. Ah! I accompany you. The white wolf's eyes fell on his sister, and became gentle, like the quietly flowing moonlight embracing this picked-up sister. After meeting the treasure that changed their lives, the 2 sisters have never been separated. If the tribe really can't win, it will let its sister and other unrelated wolves leave the forest. Once the territory, tribe, treasures, and other things that bind the tribe together are handed over, the other party should not pursue it anymore. But as a parent and a partner, either the other party's throat is bitten by it, or it dies. There is no other possibility. Chapter 24. Su Qing, who had no idea what was going to happen after her death, felt tears welling up in her eyes when she saw the familiar waterfall. She hurried back to the cabin and threw 2 vine bags filled with white cotton into the cave. Su Qing pushed open the gate and rushed straight to the black iron treasure chest. She opened the lid, picked up a glass bottle, and scooped half of it. Su Qing couldn't wait to drink it up. However, in a blink of an eye, the water in the glass bottle disappeared. After swallowing the last sip of water, Su Qing wiped the water marks on her neck. Huh? Feeling the corner of his clothes being pulled, he looked down and found that Shui was looking straight at him. The bird blinked and retracted its claws. The bird promised that it didn't use too much force and wouldn't damage the ground. That's it. The bird jumped forward a few steps and pecked lightly at the hard side of the treasure chest. Su Qing, the bird also wants to drink water. Shui is thirsty too. Su Qing's eyebrows curved, and she leaned over to look through the box. She remembered that she seemed to have changed 5 plastic bowls before. Ah, I found it. Su Qing raised her hands and finally took out a stack of plastic bowls from the tree branch frame. Well, there are red, purple, green, yellow, and white. Shui, which one do you like? The one you pick will be your exclusive bowl in the future. You can't just keep putting food on the ground. Anyway, she doesn't have the conditions to build a kitchen now, and cooking like on Blue Star in a short time is even more absurd. In this case, she doesn't need a bowl for herself. It's better to give it to the 2 little ones as a rice bowl. Besides, this is her friend. Friend. Su Qing chewed the word over and over in her heart. Her eyes softened completely. It was great to meet the 2 little ones. The 5 high-color plastic bowls looked really cheap, and none of them actually met Su Qing's aesthetic taste. Watching the snow-headed bird fly to the bowls lined up and carefully choose, Su Qing felt a little shy, and suddenly wanted to take everything back and replace them with a few better ones for the 2 little ones to choose. Uh-huh. The bird likes this. The bird doesn't know whether the thing in front of it is precious or not. The bird only knows that this is a gift from Su Qing. The bird pushed the white bowl a little distance with its beak, and the bird happily called twice. The bird likes this, thank you Su Qing. Squeak. The awakened tree mouse climbed onto Su Qing's arm and looked at the 2 people and the bird in surprise. What did the mouse miss again? Just in time. Su Qing filled Shui with water and pointed to the remaining 4 plastic bowls. Choose one too, it's for the tree mouse. Squeak, only rats have it. The tree rat widened its eyes, and Su Qing was reflected in its golden pupils. Squeak. The tall man in its eyes was talking and laughing, and the tree rat felt a little embarrassed for some reason. Turning its little head, since you let the rat choose, then the rat will choose one. Squeak. This one looks like the color of the rat. The tree rat looked at the yellow plastic bowl in front of it, and then looked at its own fur in disbelief. No, it's much brighter than the color of the rat. After discovering this flaw, the tree rat shook its head and walked away, thinking that the rat was the most beautiful. I've never seen a dark color before. No, the same color as the leaves, I don't like it. The last one. Wow, Su Qing, who was watching from the side, raised her eyebrows. The tree mouse, who originally looked very reserved, jumped to the edge of the red plastic bowl, grabbed the edge of the bowl with 2 claws, and kept rubbing it. It seems that he likes it very much. Like this? Su Qing asked knowingly, just wanting to hear the tree mouse's response in person. Just as she asked, she suddenly thought of something, and her tone unconsciously lengthened, speaking of which. Squeak. The tree mouse's body froze. What, squeak? Can't the one that mouse likes be given to mouse? The big tail that was originally swaying happily suddenly became wilted. Well, it doesn't matter if mouse chooses other ones. Tears appeared in the golden eyes. The tree mouse slowly loosened his claws and said goodbye. Aww. Looking at the little guy's tearful appearance, Su Qing panicked instantly and quickly hugged the tree mouse in her arms. I was wrong, don't cry. Squeak, squeak. What do you mean, Su Qing? The tree mouse looked at Su Qing aggrievedly. It's yours, of course it's yours. Su Qing was in a panic. I just suddenly remembered that for so long, I only knew you were a tree mouse, but didn't know what to call you. Su Qing's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. I just want to ask if I can give you a name, just like Shui. Squeak. Give a mouse a name. The tree mouse was not sad anymore. It stared blankly at the tall man who lowered his head in front of it. Is it the same as you calling the Akshu? Squeak. Great. The tree mouse opened its claws and nuzzled the tall guy's warm belly. I want it too. Su Qing will call me Mouse by my special name in the future. Do you agree? Su Qing, who thought she couldn't be coaxed, raised her head instantly after hearing the excited squeak. The tree mouse turned its head to the side, opened one eye quietly, confirmed that Su Qing was looking at it, and nodded. Cute. Su Qing pursed her lips. Well, our tree mouse is smart and cute, and can always find treasures. How about calling you Lucky in the future? The tree mouse was a little confused. Is this what the mouse should be called in the future? Lucky means good luck in my hometown. Su Qing lifted the tree mouse up and looked at him seriously. I took your food before. I'm sorry, tree mouse. But for me, you brought me luck. Friends, company, treasures, these are all brought to me by you. The tree mouse scratched his head and said, in fact, the mouse has forgotten. But the mouse also ate a lot of Su Qing's fruits. Besides, the tree mouse secretly glanced at Su Qing. The mouse has a lot of food. Look at me. Su Qing put down the freshly baked Lucky and added some water manually. My little Lucky, come and drink some water. The tree mouse shook its tail lightly and grabbed the edge of the bowl with its claws. The mouse liked this name very much, and the mouse also liked Su Qing very much, just a little bit. It seemed that the tree mouse was in a good mood. Su Qing patted her chest. Fortunately, the little guy was not angry. Then, Su Qing reached into her pocket. Speaking of which, Su Qing took out the earth magic stone. These magic stones always seemed to feel very cool to the touch. A shadow flashed before her eyes, and Su Qing looked closely, and her hands became empty. Looking around, Su Qing finally found the murderer. The brown-yellow tree mouse's little paws tightly grasped something and rubbed it frantically. The gray stone was either the earth magic stone or something else. Lucky, Su Qing reminded. The tree mouse, who was high from the drug, felt very comfortable, looked at Su Qing warily, and turned away pretending not to see it. The little guy played dumb, and Su Qing lifted the whole tree mouse with a smile. Squeak! What are you doing, Su Qing? The tree mouse blinked and innocently moved the treasure in front of him to his back. The mouse didn't take anything. Lucky, if you really like the earth magic stone, Su Qing said seriously, you should tell me first. If it is really useful to you, I can consider giving it to you. Squeak! Really? The mouse likes it. The mouse likes it. The mouse likes it very much. The tree mouse nodded frantically. Do you really like it so much? Squeak! Super! Okay, but... Su Qing pointed outside the cave. It's easy to fall outside, so you could only hold the magic stone when you were in the cave. You shouldn't eat this thing? Squeak! The tree mouse looked at the stone in his hand in confusion. Can it be eaten? Then take a bite? Thinking of it, the tree mouse opened his mouth and was about to bite. Aww! Su Qing quickly pinched the tree mouse's mouth. Okay, this can't be eaten. Be good, Lucky. Let's eat the fruit. After coaxing the tree right away, Su Qing wiped the sweat off her face and took out the magic book from her pocket. As usual, she touched the magic book and the synthetic material of the winter coat at the same time. A familiar white light lit up. Was the white cotton she'd brought back enough? In the expectant eyes, the white light quickly dimmed. Well, it's still not enough. The light screen popped up at the right time. Insufficient synthetic materials. Synthetic materials. Cotton X100 iron block X1. Current materials. Cotton X59 iron block X12. I have to go again tomorrow. Su Qing lay on the ground unhappily, and as she lay there, she felt sleepy instantly. Gaga? Isn't Su Qing eating? The bird pecking at the fruit tilted its head, as if the big thing was not closed. Send the bird to Su Qing. A light bulb popped out of the bird's head. It flapped its wings and flew to the edge of the treasure chest. Well, Su Qing usually eats this the most. This is it. It opened its claws as if to grab it, but poof! The bird widened its eyes in panic. How did it get scratched? Squeak! Stupid! Why don't you just pick the fruit with short black branches underneath? The tree mouse, curious about what the bird was doing, jumped onto the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the stupid bird actually used its sharp claws to grab the purple cones. Quack! I see, thank you. The bird happily chirped a few times and quickly reselected its target. It grabbed the fruit and flew towards Su Qing. Quack! Su Qing ate. The bird let go of the fruit and pushed it towards Su Qing with its head. Su Qing was originally hesitant about whether to eat or go to sleep. Shock! Now she chooses to eat while sleepy. Thank you, Shui. Su Qing said stickily. The tree mouse standing on the treasure chest stared at this scene in a daze. Ah! What should I do if I can't laugh anymore? After finishing breakfast, Su Qing pushed the two little ones to the bed early. The golden mattress was made of dozens of bundled straw. It's time to go to bed. We have to go to the place where white cotton grows tomorrow. Su Qing laid down with half-closed eyes. There are still treasure chests to be brought back. Go to bed early. The cave was quiet. Good night, Snow Lucky. Su Qing suddenly thought of it and added. Squeak. Good night, Su Qing, bird. The tree mouse imitated Su Qing's response. Quack. The bird couldn't help but call out after hearing what the man and the mouse said. A dreamless night. After waking up the next day, Su Qing had a simple breakfast, took her hunting rifle and hidden arrow, and headed towards the white cotton field again. Compared to yesterday, she returned to the white cotton field with ease today. However, Su Qing frowned, carefully raised her hunting rifle, and the blue light spot moved left and right in front of her. Why was the treasure chest she closed yesterday opened? Chapter 25. The unharvested white cotton still stood straight towards the sun, like a calm white sea. Only when the breeze blew did it rise and fall in waves, making a rustling sound. The tall and short bushes around were also very suspicious, and each one seemed to be an excellent shelter. Su Qing observed for a while. It seemed that there was nothing unusual. Although she was a little worried, she couldn't do nothing or just go home. Always paying attention to the slightest movement around her, Su Qing walked towards the treasure chest step by step with a gun in hand. A breeze blew in, blowing away some of the heat. Su Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the tension in her heart was slightly reduced. Squeak, the tree mouse moved his nose. Why did the mouse feel a smell of wolf in it? Somewhat puzzled, the tree mouse sniffed carefully without giving up. The white plants in sight were getting closer and closer. Squeak. It was the smell of wolf, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Confirming it, the tree mouse poked Su Qing hurriedly. What's wrong, Lucky? Su Qing's neck was a little itchy from being scratched. She tilted her head slightly, but her peripheral vision was still glancing at the white cotton field. It's not that she thinks too much, it's just that the bushes and trees on the side are mostly far away. Even if there is something lurking, she can still fire a few shots to buy some time if she is in a normal state. But the white cotton field in front of her is different. The white cotton in large pieces is a cover and a barrier. If there is really something ambushed inside, this is not an open space, and the bullet is likely to hit the white cotton. The tree mouse pointed forward, leaned forward, and moved its little claws back and forth. Wolf, Su Qing, wolf. But seeing Su Qing's confused expression, the tree mouse knew that she definitely didn't understand. Squeak. Got it. The golden eyes lit up. Goo woo. That's how it called. The tree mouse jumped up anxiously, and pointed forward again. Goo woo. Oh, the mouse was so anxious. Seeing that Su Qing didn't respond, the tree mouse straightened up, and kept tilting his head back. Su Qing, who originally thought the little guy was performing, saw the movements behind, and the familiar tone, and a flash of inspiration flashed through her mind. Looking at the white cotton field in doubt, is it true? Just when she wanted to ask, her words got stuck in her throat. Su Qing thought of one thing, that is, whether it was Lucky or Shui, the two little ones were very smart and intelligent, at least they understood the general meaning of what she said. And the four wolves that appeared before also seemed to be very emotional. What if the wolf ambushing here could also understand what she said? Ahem, Lucky. Su Qing tactically cleared her throat. Do you remember the night when the three of us went out together for the first time? The first night we went out together? Why bring this up? The tree mouse tilted his head in confusion. Wasn't there an outsider that day? Do you think we meet other animals today? And in which direction? Su Qing blinked at the tree mouse. Can you point out the specific location? What did Su Qing do when she blinked suddenly? And what about a squeak? A light bulb suddenly popped up in the tree mouse's head, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide when he understood. Squeak. So this is what Su Qing meant. The tip of the nose twitched. It was right in front, but it seemed. The tree mouse turned left and right in doubt, and there were still a few faint smells. Following the tree mouse's claws, Su Qing looked forward, pretending to relax her vigilance, and put down the hunting rifle gathered in front of her chest, but her hands were still tightly grasped. We should go. The leader's voice sounded in his mind, and the crouching big wolf glanced outside with some doubt, and a pair of dark green eyes appeared behind the ancient tree not far away. The big wolf knew that it was his wife, who was also a sub-wolf of the wolf pack. Why leave? The big wolf stared at the strange species that was getting closer and closer. Soon that guy would be able to enter its hunting circle. If he got any closer, it would rush out and bite off his neck. Retreat immediately. This time the leader's words were more majestic, and could not be refuted. No, it wouldn't. If it doesn't attack this time, and it won't attack next time, then when will it take revenge? The creature in front of it is so close, and hasn't noticed it yet. How can it not take the opportunity to try to kill it? The big wolf lowered its body, and slowly paced forward with its powerful front legs. It was ready to charge at any time. The sub-wolf looked at the white cotton field at a distance with concern. The white wolf next to it was thinking more and more. It has its own ideas, and did not follow my order to withdraw. In the white wolf's sight, a man and a mouse were still talking unconsciously. Are they really weak? But who caused the casualties of the children? Are the children lying? The sub-wolf whimpered softly. I will teach it a lesson later, sister. Perhaps it is better to test it. If these creatures are really weak, then the wolf pack can also take revenge. If the attack fails, retreat immediately. Although I gave such an order, I don't know why I have a bad feeling in my heart. GA. The bird landed on Su Qing's other shoulder. You are back. Where are you? Su Qing showed a fake smile, and only she could see a blue light spot shaking on the grass in front of her. Quack. There. The bird pointed to the old tree behind the left. How to express that there are two? The eyes moved to the tree mouse beside. Quack, quack. There are two. You and Su Qing said. Squeak, it's still the mouse. The tree mouse raised two claws towards Su Qing with a proud frown. There are two more. Su Qing moved forward slowly. Let's deal with the one in the white cotton first. The old tree is a little far away. It shouldn't rush over so quickly. When it was 1 meter away from the bare white cotton pole, something seemed to move inside, and the whole piece of white cotton began to shake wildly. Here it comes. Su Qing was shocked, quickly raised her hunting rifle, and slowly retreated backwards. A gust of wind rushed over, and the straight pole was instantly squeezed to the sides, and the huge brown wolf jumped in the air, biting towards her ferociously. Don't come out, Awu. Don't come out, ignoring the sudden wolf howl behind her. Su Qing raised her hand, squinted her eyes, and the moment the blue light appeared on the wolf's forehead, she pressed down hard with her fingertips that had been prepared long ago. Bayu. The dazzling gold flashed by. As expected, it is vulnerable. The big wolf thought sarcastically. The leader and his mate asked him not to come out. Look, this guy is so scared that he is standing there. He is even dumber than the elk in the forest. People know how to fight back and run away. A drop of blood-colored liquid flew across his eyes. Where did the blood come from? The big wolf thought confusedly, and suddenly a severe pain spread throughout his body. With a blast, Su Qing coldly watched the big wolf that attacked her fall to the ground. His head seemed to have not yet reacted, and his limbs kept twitching. Ding. The slender golden bullet rolled to the ground, making a crisp sound. Su Qing turned around, pointed the muzzle at the obviously white wolf, and fired a bullet. Although there were only 6 bullets, Miss Yang's hunting rifle was a very powerful weapon. My mind couldn't help but think of the introduction of the hunting rifle that day. A hunting rifle that has been modified. This is an old guy that has accompanied the Hunter family for countless years, until it was irreversibly damaged. The last child put all his efforts into modifying it, but he could only fire 8 more bullets. After firing, ignore the target, and there is a chance to trigger the 1 shot and 1 penetration effect. Not a bad weapon, but there are only 5 shots left. Oh no, it's 4 now. The bullet just now passed through the wolf's brain and fell to the ground. Su Qing thought this should be the so-called 1 shot and 1 penetration effect. Shaking off the unnecessary thoughts in her mind, Su Qing raised her eyes. Huh? Su Qing was a little surprised that the white wolf actually avoided a bullet in the forehead. Seeing the opposite side looking at him, the white wolf subconsciously hit his bleeding right forelimb. Awuh! Sister, in a flash, the leader was injured, and they didn't even know when. The subwolf quickly turned its head and stared at the opposite side nervously. What kind of ability is this? Without hesitation, the blue light spot aimed at another wolf that was still in good shape. There were still 4 bullets, so she used them. 3 wolves were ambushing in her face. Would she not shoot and let them go? Wait a minute, Su Qing suddenly heard a voice in her mind, and her eyes widened in shock. Damn, what the hell? Ouch! A sharp pain hit, and the wolf lowered his head unbearably, as if something had drilled into his brain, and it hurt like crazy. The white wolf lowered his head, and a little golden thing appeared on the forehead of his sister, with a cold luster, and a trickle of blood kept dripping down. The wailing in his ears became sharper and sharper. With this magical ability, the white wolf turned his head and memorized the appearance of the creature in front of him, and then pushed his sister, who was still conscious, and turned away. It had stayed in this remote forest with its tribe. Was it wrong? Squeak. Are you not going to chase Su Qing? The tree mouse looked at Su Qing with a dazed look in confusion. Su Qing was still immersed in the wait a minute. Just now. Damn, who can tell her what that is? Voice transmission through the air? But the 2 little ones didn't seem to hear it? Or, is it a specific voice transmission? Isn't this too fantastic? She just accepted the gamification and magic style of this world, but now there is voice transmission? It seems that. Doomsday. There are many secrets in this world. Su Qing covered her face helplessly. Shwe. Jie? What are you doing, Su Qing? 2 white feathers swayed slightly with the bird's movements. Shwe, follow quietly and see if you can find the wolf pack's habitat. Su Qing gently stroked the feathers of the snow-headed bird. No need to attack. Just follow from a distance, okay? Jie. Wrap it around the bird. The bird excitedly flapped its wings and flew up. Shui, remember that your safety is the most important thing. Su Qing's voice came from far behind. The bird narrowed its eyes happily. Gah, Su Qing is relieved. Looking at the snow-headed bird disappearing in front of her eyes in a blink of an eye, Su Qing suppressed her worries. 3 bullets were used up like this, and thanks to the existence of the blue light spot, she could aim quickly. Otherwise, the result would not be so one-sided. It was also Su Qing's sudden decision not to continue shooting. She was tired of being attacked again, and she wanted to solve this matter completely in these few days. Su Qing looked up at the sky, which was still clear as usual. But Su Qing knew that the temperature during the day was not as high as before. Perhaps, the cold winter is really coming soon. Chapter 26. With worries about the future in her heart, Su Qing started working today. Unexpectedly, she had just filled half of the treasure box with white cotton when a familiar cry came from the sky. A snow-white figure flew over at high speed, landed beside her, and pecked her wings gracefully. It was Shui who had just gone out. Have you found the wolf's habitat? Thinking of this possibility, Su Qing looked at the snowhead bird expectantly. Quack! Of course, the bird nodded as a matter of course. The wolf, with the same color, as the bird left its companions halfway and started to circle around after a while. The bird could tell from the sky. And the location of the wolf pack is also easy to find. Just ask a few birds. Let's go, Shui, lead the way. Now that we have found it, let's solve it quickly. Quack! The bird will take you the fastest way. The bird cried excitedly, flapped its wings, and led the way. The road to the wolf pack's habitat is not smooth. In addition to the inconvenience caused by the dim light, the road is also covered with various plants. Suddenly, Su Qing stumbled and tilted her body. Seeing that she was about to fall backwards, Su Qing quickly grabbed the nearest tree. Su Qing grimaced, and in order to stabilize herself, she knelt directly on the slope. Lifting up her trouser legs, her 2 knees were red as expected. Fortunately, there is no skin breakage. Su Qing gently rubbed her knees a few times. Gaga? It's okay. In the dim light, Su Qing saw the white figure flying back, and hurriedly shouted to Shui, Shui, you wait for us in front. Where's Lucky? After responding to Shui, Su Qing picked up the hunting rifle, and suddenly found that the tree mouse was gone. Lucky? Squeak. I'm here, a resentful voice came from behind. Following the little guy's cry, Su Qing successfully rescued the tree mouse hanging between the vines. Sorry, Lucky, I didn't stand firmly just now. Squeak. The tree mouse shook his head. It seems that he can't be lazy when staying on Su Qing in the future. The mouse doesn't want to fly out without any defense again. Su Qing gently stroked the little guy's back, smoothing his fur while speeding up and continuing to follow the snow. Climbing the slope is so difficult. Su Qing climbed up the tree trunk with difficulty, and her mind began to diverge. Aren't those guys tired of climbing the slope every day to go home? I don't know how far I walked, but the view in front suddenly opened up, and the bright sunlight shone in. Su Qing subconsciously squinted her eyes to avoid it. Crack. It's just in front. The bird flew back to Su Qing's shoulder, deliberately lowering its voice. After getting used to the light, Su Qing walked behind the bushes at the edge and looked at the flat and open outside. This was a circular field, with trees growing outside the circle, but the inside was flat and open. In front of Su Qing's right, a huge mountain stood there, with jagged rocks and only a few unknown weeds growing out of the cracks in the rocks. I wonder how many wolves there are here. Su Qing scanned every spot carefully. Now there were only 3 bullets in her hunting rifle. If there were not many wolves, she would go. Suddenly, Su Qing's eyes fixed, staring at the forest opposite. A wolf staggered towards the mountain dragging something, panting and resting for a while every few steps. The big wolf came a little closer, and Su Qing's eyelids twitched when she saw the other side clearly. The silver hair spreading from the forehead to the back, the familiar arrowhead. Damn! Isn't this the big wolf that escaped that day? The hunting rifle was fired, and the blue light spot jumped on the wolf's forehead. But Su Qing didn't shoot. She wanted to wait and see how many wolves were here. In Su Qing's sight, the big wolf had limped to the front of the mountain. Ayo woo woo. Unlike before, the big wolf's cry became weak and desolate now. Ayo woo. The intermittent cry was as weak as a mosquito, and Su Qing could only catch a few sounds occasionally, and could not tell from which direction. In the sight, the big wolf seemed to receive some information, and began to bite the meat on the ground with great effort. It took a long time for the big wolf to disappear on the side of the mountain, with the torn meat in its mouth, and return to the original place again. Su Qing moved her sore arms. So far, she hadn't seen any other adult wolves. Perhaps there were some on the side of the mountain, but they were probably not in good condition. With a judgment in mind, she turned around and told Shui to be on high alert. Su Qing took advantage of the big wolf eating in the open space and shot it in the forehead. She watched the big wolf fall to the ground with a bang, its limbs twitching, and then it stopped moving completely. Su Qing waited quietly for a long time. Still no big wolf appeared. Su Qing narrowed her eyes and prepared to get up and head to the mountain. As soon as she walked out of the forest, Su Qing immediately raised her hunting rifle and slowed down her pace. Looking at the white wolf that emerged from the forest on the opposite side, Su Qing's eyes showed a trace of embarrassment. Ahem. What is this? Is it considered being caught stealing a house? The white wolf also saw Su Qing holding an unknown object on the opposite side, and then looked at his eldest son lying on the ground. How could he not know what happened? Whimpering sadly, the white wolf painfully used the intact claw to dig the ground. Why is this happening? Facing the sudden appearance of the white wolf, Su Qing raised her eyes to look at the snow circling in the sky, and after confirming that the snow had not discovered other lurking guys, she began to aim again. The white wolf was in pain when he saw the strange creature's movements. However, he still spoke. Please wait. Almost all of them died. Tears welled up in the white wolf's eyes. His sister died halfway through the journey, leaving behind a daughter who was still breastfeeding, and she herself only had a pregnant child. It just so happened that the eldest daughter had a heavy bleeding a few days ago when giving birth to the child, and could only stay in the cave weekly. It was still a question whether she could survive. What should I do? The white wolf wondered in confusion. Why did such a powerful animal suddenly appear in the forest? If she had stayed with her sister in the wolf pack, would she not have to face the pain today? How much it wanted to attack immediately, even if it died. So what? But the white wolf thought of its sister's child, and the baby that its eldest daughter had desperately given birth to. Even if the eldest daughter survived by chance, how could it raise two children in the coming cold wave? The white wolf turned its eyes to Su Qing, who was still cautious. The creatures with such magical abilities must belong to a very strong tribe. Please wait a moment. The scene that happened not long ago was repeated. Su Qing pointed at herself, and then at the white wolf opposite, who did not make any offensive moves. Are you talking to me? Yes, sir. The white wolf nodded. You are very strong, and the forest should belong to the strong. In my opinion. Wait a minute. Su Qing stopped him. She did not want to listen to a wolf's praise, especially when they were still enemies. Just say what you want to say. The white wolf shifted his gaze to his sister's child, and closed his eyes. The wolf pack will no longer pose a threat to you. I have two requests for your help. Ah? Su Qing was stunned. No, don't we have a life and death feud? Sir, riots happen all the time in this world, and it is not uncommon to surrender to a stronger tribe. When I was young, my mother surrendered to another powerful wolf pack that had just slaughtered her tribe. After hearing the explanation in her mind, Su Qing realized that she had asked directly. However, this white wolf seems to know this world very well. Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Since she was free anyway, she might as well see if she could dig something out of its mouth. From what you said, there are other tribes outside the forest, and why can you speak? The white wolf took a deep look at the strange creature opposite, but in the case of asking for something, it only hoped that after answering all these questions, the other party could agree to at least one condition. Yes, sir. I have lived in a canyon since I was a child. After my tribe was occupied by another wolf pack, I began to wander. By coincidence, I ate a glowing purple flower, and then I found that other animals could directly understand what I wanted to say. The glowing purple flower. Su Qing felt that she remembered it in her heart, which could allow animals to achieve the effect of transmitting sound. Is it something related to magic? Later, I met my sister and came to this forest by accident. It was because of this that I found the treasure that changed our lives. The white wolf said this and lowered his head. Now there are only me and my weak eldest daughter left in the wolf pack, and we can no longer pose a threat to you. So, my lord, the forest, the treasure, the wolf pack can be given to you. Can you listen to my request? Then, what do you say? Su Qing, who was concentrating on listening to Bai Lang's story, hesitated for a moment. Well, let's listen. Whether you agree or not is another matter. Please follow me. The white wolf turned around and headed towards the mountain. It's not a trap, is it? Su Qing narrowed her eyes, a little suspicious. Su Qing, I go and take a look first. Be careful of Shui, don't fly too low. When she saw Shui barking twice and flying over the white wolf towards the mountain, Su Qing's eyelids twitched, and she quickly reminded him. No, I have to go too. What if there is another wolf with wings bullying Shui? Thinking of this, Su Qing gritted her teeth and followed. Following the white wolf to the side of the mountain, Su Qing discovered that there was actually a cave here. As soon as she approached, a strong smell of blood mixed with other smells hit her face. Su Qing, who was caught off guard by the smell, hurriedly stopped and covered her nose as she walked into the cave. Fortunately, the sunlight was sufficient, and the cave was not big. With just a few glances, Su Qing found the big wolf hiding inside. Su Qing, who thought that the adult wolf was gone, was so scared that she quickly raised her hunting rifle and aimed at it. The big wolf, who was lying on the ground sickly, bared his teeth and exerted his strength with his limbs, as if he was going to attack in the next second. The white wolf immediately stopped the big wolf's action and pushed his daughter back to the ground with his head. "Awah! Mother?" The big wolf was a little confused. Without explaining immediately, the white wolf also lay on his side and licked his daughter gently. After licking the fur on his daughter's face, the white wolf glanced at Su Qing, who was very tense, and communicated with her daughter. Su Qing, who was standing next to him, felt a little uncomfortable. The two wolves didn't know what they communicated. The originally hostile female wolf lay there relaxedly for a while, and looked at her steadily with her green eyes from time to time. "Awah!" The mother wolf whimpered a few times, tears in her eyes, and finally agreed to her mother's persuasion. She stood up, gently picked up the two children hidden behind her, and put them in front. However, it seemed that just these few actions consumed most of the mother wolf's strength. After putting the children on the ground, the mother wolf fell down softly. "Awah! Please accept them." The mother wolf gently pushed the children towards Su Qing with the tip of her nose. "Huh?" Su Qing, who saw the signs, took a few steps back and pointed at herself in disbelief. The mother wolf nodded vigorously, her gray eyes revealing a strong pleading. Su Qing felt her scalp tingling, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. No, they are still so young, their eyes are not even open yet. "Sir, my first request is that you please accept them. The cold wave is coming soon. If they don't join a strong tribe, they will definitely not survive the cold winter." "Cold wave?" Su Qing frowned. "Is it really coming soon? Then do you know how long it will take?" The white wolf shook his head. He only knew that when the leaves of the forest turned yellow, the cold wave was not far away. He had to start storing food with all his strength. It would be too late when the first cold wind blew. The whole world would be covered by the cold wave. Well, it seems that the white wolf didn't know either. I thought the natives would know better. Su Qing felt a little regretful. After all, she was the only forest native who could communicate so far. "Our teeth are very sharp, and our limbs are very strong. Please allow them to join your tribe. They are still young. As long as they grow up, they will definitely become the most loyal wolves in your tribe." The white wolf was still persuading. Su Qing fell silent, not because she was convinced. Of course, she was moved, because the flying white wolf was so handsome. She was like this now, just because the light screen rarely jumped out. The forest wolf pack is handing over its own members. Do you accept the surrender of the forest wolf? Yes or no? Do you accept the surrender of the moonlight wolf? Yes or no? After accepting the surrender, the forest wolf/moonlight wolf will automatically bind to the cabin and guard the cabin. She knows the forest wolf, the moonlight. What kind of new species is the moonlight wolf? Su Qing held a gun and looked at the two little wolves on the ground. At this glance, the great baby wolf was obviously more than twice as loud as the lively and active one next to it that kept. "No." Su Qing complained in her heart. "Are they from the same litter? The size difference is too big." The little one was still calling, and the lying mother wolf subconsciously stretched her head forward. Could it be that there are really two mothers? Shaking her head, Su Qing quickly stopped the random thoughts in her mind. Suddenly, Su Qing felt something pulling her trouser legs. She looked down and found that the little one had crawled to her feet. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qing slowly squatted down and picked up the little guy with one hand in a strange posture. After picking him up, she found that the little guy was Snow White, with a pink nose and two bulging little meat bags on both sides of his body, with a few short hairs on them. Damn, this one can fly, right? For some reason, Su Qing thought of the wolf with wings that day. Well, don't say it, it's really possible. Looking up, 3 pairs of eyes met. The mother wolf showed a hint of hope. It knows how it is, and it can hold on until now because it can't let go of its children. The white wolf is also waiting. Su Qing pondered and decided to follow her heart. I will take them back, but this is my first time to raise baby wolves. I don't know if they can grow up successfully. I will do my best to raise them. It doesn't matter. The mother wolf looked reluctant. As long as there is hope, it's good, compared to freezing in the cold wave or being eaten by other animals. This is good? What's your second request? The white wolf turned his head to look at his daughter, but only saw the back of her head turned away. It understood what I wanted to do. The white wolf lowered his eyes. Forgive my selfishness, child. My second request is the white wolf stood up straight. Please fight with me. I really can't live in shame in the future. Why it has developed to this point, I don't want to explore the reasons behind it. So please kill me. Chapter 27. What? Su Qing subconsciously asked back, not expecting that the white wolf's second request would be a fight. Please fight me until one of us dies. The white wolf repeated, his body straightened. The snow white wolf looked straight at Su Qing. Su Qing saw the accumulated hatred inside, and also understood the white wolf's determination. I understand. Su Qing nodded, put the two little wolves back into the mother wolf's arms, then let's go. Without saying much, the man and the wolf walked out as if they had telepathy, away from the cave. After standing still, Su Qing raised her gun and waved at the white wolf. The white wolf's eyes lit up, and he rushed over without hesitation. His injured foot stomped heavily on the ground, and the pain only made him pause for a second. Unfortunately, Su Qing watched the light spot moving in the air. When the light spot in her sight coincided with the white wolf's forehead, she pressed the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot. The white wolf fell from the air, and a blood mark flowed down his forehead. Intense pain swept through his body. It's great. At least the two little wolves can survive. The white wolf thought in a daze, and the darkness in front of him was completely gone. Su Qing stood there quietly, feeling a little complicated. It wasn't until the snow fell on her shoulders again that she seemed to figure it out. Gently closing the white wolf's eyes, Su Qing sighed. Damn the Doomsday world. After calming down, Su Qing returned to the cave. The mother wolf lay on the ground, without any reaction. She went forward to sniff her breath, but she was not breathing. Silently taking the two little wolves out and holding them in her arms, Su Qing turned her head and looked at the two little ones. Squeak. Don't be sad, Su Qing. This is actually very common in the forest. The tree mouse called softly, and rubbed its head against Su Qing's neck. Let's go back to the cave. Shui, lead the way. The two little wolves in her arms seemed to feel the warmth and kept puppy. Su Qing adjusted her movements, and the two little guys finally calmed down and lay obediently in her arms. Take the two little guys back first, and deal with other things later. Huh? Shui was a little confused, but still flew out obediently. The journey home with the two little wolves was not smooth. The white one was very active and struggled from time to time. As a result, it was already dark when we returned to the cave. I wiped the two little ones with my coat, even the gaps between their paws. Su Qing hung her coat on the fence at the entrance of the cave. It looked much drier. The gray little wolf put on the straw mat, stretched its limbs, and then turned over to continue sleeping. It looked quieter. The other one was different. Su Qing had a headache and caught the little white wolf that had crawled out of the straw mat. But this little guy was stubborn. As soon as she put him back, he turned around and started to crawl out. He kept making calls. Squeak. The tree mouse covered his mouth and chuckled. Stupid Su Qing. Wow, Lucky, you are still laughing at me. Okay. Su Qing put her hands on her waist, grabbed the tree mouse, who wanted to run away when she saw something was wrong, and put it on the straw mat. Then Lucky, come and discipline the child. Squeak, squeak. Let go of the mouse. The mouse doesn't want to take care of the stinky wolf. Oh, okay. Su Qing let go of the little guy and stretched out her voice. I really hope that the clever little Lucky can help me. Squeak? Clever? Me? The tree mouse paused, and his ears couldn't help but stand up. Lucky is so smart, so well behaved. Su Qing glanced at the little guy with his tail swaying, and the corners of her mouth curved up. So cute. If Lucky comes, he will definitely make the babies become like this. A short hand stretched out in front of her eyes, with thin webs between the fingers. The tree mouse held his head high, pointed at the two little wolves, then pointed at himself, and nodded confidently. Leave it to the mouse. The tree mouse showed a determined look. Okay. Su Qing curved her eyebrows and held the tree mouse's paw. Then I leave it to Lucky. Since she had decided to take good care of the little wolves, she hoped that the tree mouse and Shui would at least not hate the little wolves. If the tree mouse could get a better relationship with the two little wolves because of his company, that would be great. However, Su Qing turned on the light screen while making a fire. When they came back, The two little wolves had bulging bellies, probably because they had been fed by the mother wolf. For the time being, she couldn't find another mother wolf to feed them, so she could only see if she could exchange them for milk powder or something like that in the public exchange. With so many people, someone should have milk powder. Maybe? Su Qing felt a little uneasy. The next morning, Su Qing yawned and followed Shui back to the wolf pack's habitat. The tree mouse took care of the two little wolves at home. Fortunately, she waited until midnight yesterday and finally exchanged for 8 cans of milk powder, and was also given a milk bottle. Well, correspondingly, Su Qing exchanged the water magic stone marked broken. When she was approached, she was very skeptical whether the other party had so much milk powder. Who knew that he said that when he woke up, there was half a wall of milk powder in the hut, and these 8 cans were still left. Su Qing, who had only a small wooden table at the beginning, successfully had a heart attack. However, the other party seemed to have seen her previous posts and transactions, and his target was directly the magic stone. Normally, she would definitely not exchange milk powder for the magic stone, but now there is a little wolf. She really has this need. After a conversation, perhaps the other party was afraid that she was just impulsive, so the deal was magically reached. While the fire was still burning, Su Qing boiled some water, brewed the milk powder, and let it cool. Sure enough, not long after she fell asleep, the two little wolves began to get hungry. The brewed milk powder just became warm, and Su Qing fed them before falling asleep. Ah! Su Qing patted her cheek. According to the popular science of the kind-hearted people, normal little wolves can be weaned in about 5 weeks. It's about 6 times a day. For little wolves like this, because they are too small, they need artificial defecation assistance. I hope these 8 cans are enough for them, and if not, they can eat for a longer time. It seems that we have to pay attention to other sources of milk on weekdays. After handling the scene, Su Qing looked up and saw that Shui, who was sent out to find treasures, seemed to have found something and flew back excitedly. Following Shui all the way to the back of the mountain, under the sunlight, the things on the cross-section radiated a dazzling brilliance. Damn! Su Qing stood there in shock after seeing what it was. Nothing else. There was a flat cross-section between the jagged stone pillars on the back of the mountain. The golden, shining box was placed there, surrounded by the stone pillars. Golden treasure chest. Su Qing was in a trance, and she didn't know how she got the treasure chest down. It seemed that in a blink of an eye, this unexpected surprise was quietly transferred to her. The treasure chest in front of her was golden, and there were flashes of light from time to time. Turning the treasure chest over, Su Qing took a breath of cold air. Unlike the treasure chest she had found before, there were 3 beautiful decorations inlaid under the lock of this golden treasure chest. These 3 decorations looked like gray stones, with different white lines in the center. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, but as long as you look carefully, you can detect the light flowing in the lines. Su Qing burst into tears. The magic stone. There are only 3 pieces on the outside of this treasure chest. Ah, is the golden treasure chest so rich? The magic stone is not even worthy of being placed inside. It can only be used as a decoration outside. The identification result is displayed on the light screen. Light magic stone. It has sufficient energy. The plants and animals that evolve from it seem to have a chance to obtain magical abilities. It is really a rare treasure. Oh, how did you suddenly get lucky? Great. Light magic stone. Almost immediately, Su Qing thought of the synthetic magic book of the wall lamp, but it was still missing the white crystal. Open the treasure chest, and the letter paper filled with handwriting comes into view. Dear survivor, when you see this, it means that you have begun to really come into contact with the cruel side of this world. Don't worry about who wrote this letter, believe me, it's meaningless. I have a lot of things to tell you, but... You tell me, Riddler. Su Qing complained unhappily. The last time the silver treasure chest was also a lot of nonsense. Shaking the letter paper, Su Qing continued to read on. There is not much time left. So let me make it short. In this world, the hut is the only safe place. You must build your hut as soon as possible, and use everything to upgrade it to. Huh? The letter paper in her hand began to slowly turn into light spots. Su Qing was surprised and looked down quickly. What is going on? Dead eyes, looked faster. For this world, we found that the 4 seasons have different degrees of changes. Among them, autumn is the only friendly season for us. With the first north wind, the cold wave will soon arrive, and then everything will be covered. Chun Xia. Be careful. Su Qing was desperate. What should she be careful of? Without time to continue reading, Su Qing jumped directly to the end. If there is a chance, go to the center of the world *****. The letter paper completely turned into a light spot. Ga? Is Su Qing sad? The bird looked at Su Qing, who looked like a mourner, and was a little confused. Almost, just a little bit. Su Qing was stunned, and saw the clear information of the cold wave. What about Chun and Xia? That was not clear at all. And be careful of what? And the center of the world? Where is the center of the world? How do I know? After calming down, Su Qing took out the other things in the treasure chest. Still going to identify. Magic book, hut can be used to build your hut. You finally found it. To be honest, I am a little worried about you. If you don't have it, how can you live? The magic book of the hut, Su Qing pondered. So far, the upgrade materials on the surface have been net, leaving only a vague hut corresponding materials. I don't know what it is. When she returns to the cave, she will try to collect all magic books and attributeless magic stones. Light screen personal, what will the reaction be? As for the last one, Su Qing scanned the introduction that popped up on the light screen. One-time wish list. Magical products. Meditate on the 3 things you desire most. If words appear successfully on each line, put them back in the treasure box and wait quietly for the next day. A kind reminder to you, things that do not exist cannot be realized, dear. Chapter 28. Meditate on the 3 most desired things. Su Qing murmured. Since it was a one-time wish, she had to think carefully about how to make a wish. Now it was certain that the cold wave was coming, and the first problem was safety and warmth. In terms of safety, the magic book and attributeless magic stone required for upgrading the hut had been obtained, and the living environment should be able to change soon. As for weapons, the most powerful hunting rifle only had the last bullet left, and there were about 8 or 9 hidden arrows. In addition, there were spears, machetes, and a dagger. These are all the weapons she has. Well, maybe I can try to repair the shotgun, but what about the bullets? Make another wish. Su Qing touched her chin. Can I wish for a gun with unlimited bullets? Let's try. Su Qing closed her eyes, and forced herself to imagine in her mind. A gun with unlimited bullets. After counting to 1 minute, Su Qing opened one eye. The 3 horizontal lines on the list were still empty. It seems that I can't do it. Su Qing shrugged, feeling a little regretful. If she could succeed, wouldn't her strength increase greatly? What about repairing the hunting rifle? But in fact, Su Qing herself knew that the success rate was not high. After waiting quietly for another minute, the list did not change. Okay, Su Qing put the list and other collected things into the treasure chest. Let's move the things back to the cave first. Bai Mian still has a treasure chest that has not been moved. After moving all the things back to the cave in several trips, Su Qing was exhausted and panting. Squeak. Su Qing leaned back and leaned against the wall. The tree mouse tried to push the white wolf that was licking it with its 2 little paws, and its eyes were full of resentment. You take care of them. Quack. You have such a good relationship. The bird that flew back and forth tiredly found its position and squatted down, half closed its eyes and sighed. Squeak, squeak. How did you see it? Ah, stop licking the mouse. One of the tree mice didn't pay attention and felt the wetness on his face, and the other fur pressed over. Blinked, the mouse was finished. Squeak. Stop licking, the white wolf happily pressed on the nanny who fed him. On the body, licking again and again. Like. Okay, Su Qing picked up the white wolf. The little guy licked forward habitually, but licked the air. He tilted his head in confusion, as if he had just realized that he was stepping on air, and did not struggle, just cried fiercely. Ah, you little guy. Su Qing smiled and held it in her arms. Miraculously, the white wolf stopped crying as soon as she held it in her arms, and began to crawl around until its limbs were facing the sky. Then it shook its head comfortably, and a small bubble came out of the tip of its nose. Su Qing carefully identified and found that the little wolf was actually asleep. Huh? There was no movement around, and the bird opened its eyes to look. Shoo. Su Qing raised her middle finger in front of her lips, and gently put the particularly noisy white little wolf back on the straw mat. Can't make a sound. The bird should rest for a while. Suddenly soft hairs were pressed against its back, and the bird opened one eye. The tree mouse blinked. Let the mouse lean on it. You two go out, and leave the mouse at home. These 2 little things are troublesome. The bird turned its head back, squinted its eyes, and began to doze off. Squeak. The tree mouse swept its tail. It seems that the stinky bird still cares about the mouse. Turning over happily, the tree mouse stretched out its paws, and its eyes could not help but sweep over the gray ball curled up inside. Squeak. The tree mouse squinted its eyes. Why did it feel that this gray ball was trembling? struggling in its heart, the tree mouse still climbed up and jumped over. After getting close, the tree mouse touched the gray fur, and its paws clearly felt the warm body trembling constantly. Squeak! The tree mouse shook his head. Stupid wolf, you can't even cry when it's cold. He turned his head and looked at the white ball that started to crawl again not far away. A trumpet and a mute. Oh, it's so hard to take care of a baby. Complaining, the tree mouse quickly ran over and brought the trumpet to the place where the gray wolf cub was sleeping. The gray and the white were squeezed together, and the white ball was particularly rude, lying on the gray wolf cub. After correcting it several times, it was impossible to get the white wolf cub to come down, and the tree mouse finally gave up. He glanced at the little guy who was pressed down with hatred. The tree mouse stood outside the two little wolves, and his fluffy big tail circled the two little wolves. His vision was a little darker, and the tree mouse raised his eyes. The stinky bird ran over at some point and stood in front of him. Squeak! Really? The tree mouse smacked his lips, but his golden eyes narrowed in pleasure. Su Qing, who had seen everything, smiled knowingly and continued to study the upgrade conditions of the hut. Unlike before, after the prompt popped up, the light screen returned to the three-dimensional image interface. This is... Su Qing looked at the two holes in the three-dimensional image that represented her hut. Let me select it again. She pressed and moved her fingertips on the other side of the hole again. The green frame continued to expand. Su Qing stretched it to the maximum and pressed, and the frame turned blue. On the interface, the original flat grid became three-dimensional after the blue frame was fixed. Following the same method, the four sides were also fixed. What next? Su Qing looked at the blue hexahedron on the light screen, and a question mark popped up in her head. Click a little more. Oh, eyes lit up. Su Qing moved her fingertips, and a frame line appeared on the wall connected to the cave in the middle. Long press, and it turns blue, and a small box pops up again. Door/window. Su Qing pondered, are there no other options? Click. Door, a horizontal line appears on the box. Click randomly, and a black vertical line keeps flashing. Oh! Su Qing suddenly realized, it turns out to be a free fill-in-the-blank. What should I write? Shape, color, materials. After a while of studying, the sky outside gradually darkened. Su Qing finally figured out what the upgrade was all about. First of all, the initial cabins of all of them should have no level. If they want to upgrade to level 1, they must find a magic stone without attributes and a corresponding magic book. Also, upgrading from the initial cabin to the level 1 cabin can expand a room. A maximum of 100 grids can be selected on the light screen, and she doesn't know how big each grid represents. Then, what happened to the hut corresponding materials that popped up earlier? Su Qing guessed that when they upgraded, they could design their own huts. For example, if she selected a wall, a box would pop up. If she filled in wood on the horizontal line, the corresponding materials would add the wood needed for a wall. Unfortunately, the design of the hut only included places related to the wall, such as windows and doors. Even if you pinched a raised part on the ground and hollowed it out, it would recognize it. But the others are not. In summary, it must be integrated with the cabin. After figuring it out, Su Qing began to think about how to design the expanded room. She has already chosen the location, which is on the other side of the current big hole. Su Qing plans to use the small hole inside as a bedroom. When the time comes, she will use the existing materials to make a small bed in the bedroom, and then put the fireplace synthesized by the magic book, and when the cold wave comes, move everything to the bedroom. But speaking of it, it seems that the fireplace synthesis material is still missing a fire magic stone. As for the hole in the middle, Su Qing touched her chin. Living room plus dining room plus storage room combined, important things can be moved to the bedroom, and less important things can be piled here. In the future, we will make fire and cook in this hole outside, so as not to make the bedroom messy. Well, maybe we can take this opportunity to remove the fence and install a wooden door. Su Qing nodded. She would not think about the iron door for the time being. She had and could not afford to replace it. Then this newly expanded room. Su Qing's fingertips kept moving. First, you need to select a door to make a passage. You don't need to fill in the materials. Just break through this wall. In the middle, she plans to try farming. With a slide of her fingertips, the edges of the 50 grids in the center of the ground on the light screen rise. Su Qing carefully controls the height and thickness, and chooses wood as the material. Ahem, her most common material is wood. After all, the silver treasure chest opened a wood extractor before. After upgrading, she dug soil from outside and filled these 25 grids. It happened that the soil magic stone could improve the soil quality. Although Lucky treasures the Earth Magic Stone, he is still very obedient. The Earth Magic Stone improves the soil quality, and the Wood Magic Stone accelerates growth. Let's see if the two magic stones together can urge the plants to grow fruits. Su Qing named the 25 grid she circled as the 25th magic field. If it fails, it can only be used to store miscellaneous items in the future. In the 25th magic field, the purple cone plants will occupy a large space, and the red fruit plants can be transplanted for a few, but the water cones are not necessary. There is also velvet flower. I have already exchanged the rope's synthesis magic book. Maybe I can make a deal with Qi Yang and ask if he can pull one up for me. The magic field is designed like this for the time being. Su Qing moved her fingertips to the inner wall. The ground was raised again, this time much higher and thicker. Plan 2. Build a water tank. It is actually not enough to store water in a treasure chest alone, not to mention that the water surface may freeze when a cold wave comes. It just so happens that she has a water magic stone that can improve the water quality. If she builds a water tank to store water, the capacity will be larger, and the previous black iron treasure chest can be emptied as a refrigerator. Perfect. Su Qing filled in the materials. Now all the cabins have been designed. Let me see how many materials are needed. Chapter 29. Upgrade materials. Magic Book, House, X1. Non-attribute Magic Stone X1. Wood X1035. Iron Block X5. Copper Block X6. Su Qing touched her chin and said, more than 1,000 pieces of wood. If I only chose to decorate the bedroom wall for the 3 holes, would a room have about 700 to 800 pieces of wood? Based on the previous experience of using the wood extractor, a tree as thick as half an arm can be decomposed into about 35 pieces of wood. If you choose a thicker one, you will get more wood. About 30 trees. Su Qing calculated in her mind that even if she saved the effort of cutting trees and added the time of transporting them back and forth, it would not take 10 days at the slowest. If she moved faster, she might be able to upgrade the hut in 3 or 4 days. After clarifying the corresponding materials for upgrading the hut, Su Qing took out the one-time wish list again. She must make a wish for weapons, and it would be best if she could make a wish for a magic book that could synthesize weapons, so that if it broke, she could continue to find materials to synthesize. Unfortunately, the shotgun obtained in exchange cannot be repaired. When I made a wish in the morning, the list did not respond. Alas, after all, the description said that there was irreversible damage, so it was normal that the list did not respond. It was a pity that the probability of triggering the one-shot penetration effect, and I don't know if I can encounter similar special weapons in the future. So the first wish, Su Qing grabbed the list and decided to make a combination magic book of shotguns and bullets. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Is this not possible? Su Qing frowned. Is it not specific enough, or does it not exist? It is impossible. She has a shotgun in her hand. It must exist. Then, Shotgun Synthesis Magic Book. Or, black words slowly appeared on the first blank horizontal line. Oh, the shotgun and bullet magic books cannot be together. What is the third wish? There is no shortage of food for the time being. As for water, first use the purified water in the previous step to fill it up. Wait until the cabin is upgraded to the water tank. The plan can be gradually realized. Cold wave, cold wave. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips a few times. The synthetic materials needed for the fireplace are still missing the fire magic stone. We can hope for a trade, but whether others have extra fire magic stones willing to exchange is also a problem. Oh, never mind, why think so much? Su Qing patted her cheeks. First, build the fireplace. The cold wave, may really freeze people to death. Besides, will I never find the gold treasure chest again in the future? Su Qing was meditating seriously, and originally wanted to try to find a bug. But when she saw the list, no one paid any attention to her, so she could only wish for a fire magic stone. All 3 horizontal lines were filled with black words. Su Qing glanced at it, and put it back into the gold treasure chest with anticipation. Let's see it tomorrow. Gurgle. Her stomach was singing the empty city plan. Glancing at the 4 little ones sleeping together on the straw mat, Su Qing started a fire. Some sparks jumped up from the burning wood and dissipated in the air. The warmth hit her face. Su Qing shivered, and then she realized that her hands were already cold. The small pot was placed inside the stone enclosure. Su Qing added water. As time passed, bubbles appeared at the bottom of the pot. Squeak! Su Qing turned her head, and met a pair of bright eyes in the dim light. Raising her eyebrows, Su Qing waved to the tree mouse. Squeak, come here. The tree mouse happily got up, and ran to the fire to keep warm. In fact, the mouse didn't fall asleep, mainly because a certain guy was too dishonest and kept nudging. The tree mouse tidied up its messy tail, then sat down next to Su Qing, imitating Su Qing's posture and stretching out its paws to keep warm. Squeak, squinting comfortably, the tree mouse retracted its warm paws, and then stretched out its legs. The water in the small pot was boiling. Like last night, she poured a few bottles of water and waited for it to cool down. Su Qing took out the white jade mushrooms she had picked before, rinsed them with water, and gently put them into the water. Once the snow-white jade mushrooms entered the water, they floated up like a small umbrella. After thinking for a while, Su Qing took out 6 or 7 jade acorns, washed them, cut them with a dagger, and threw them into the water to cook. Squeak! The tree mouse stretched its neck curiously. If the mouse was not mistaken, Su Qing had thrown the fruit in as well, right? I don't know if it tastes good this way. Gulp! The tree mouse swallowed his saliva. Hungry? Under the firelight, the little guy seemed a little surprised, rubbing his paws helplessly. Su Qing took 2 more jade acorns and handed them over. Here, fill your stomach first. Squeak! Su Qing is so nice. The tree mouse took the jade acorn and his eyes were filled with tears. After browsing the forum for an unknown period of time, a fragrance suddenly rose to the tip of his nose. Su Qing lowered her head and saw that the jade acorn that had been put in the small pot was tilted at the flower mouth, and the brown shell was tilted, revealing the slightly yellow flesh inside. Did it turn from white to yellow after being boiled? The chopsticks poked gently, and the jade acorn rolled under the water, and the tiny yellow particles on the track scattered. It's said that it's so fragrant even if it's boiled in water without adding salt. But thinking that this doomsday world itself was strange, Su Qing stopped worrying. Take the small pot off and set it aside. Su Qing took a plastic bowl and poured some soup. The steam was boiling, blurring her vision. Su Qing carefully picked up a piece of white jade mushroom with chopsticks. In the soup, the edge of the white jade mushroom was transparent, as if it was covered with a layer of gelatin. As soon as she bit it, the juice that popped out had no obvious taste, but it was so hot that Su Qing grimaced. Hiss, hot! Squeak! The tree mouse looked eagerly. Can the mouse have a bite? Putting the bowl aside, Su Qing patted the tree mouse and pointed at her tongue, which still felt hot. It's very hot. Let it cool down before eating. If I had known, I wouldn't have been curious. Su Qing fanned it with her hand. It turned out that it tasted better with salt. Ah, I miss stir-fry, stew, steamed food. No matter what kind of cuisine, I miss Blue Star so much. Bing. It seemed that something warm and wet was stuck on my face. Su Qing opened her eyes and reached for her face. The cry in her ears became more intense. Are you awake so early? Su Qing patted the white wolf's head, causing it to whine in grievance. Are you hungry again? After observing it for a while, it seemed that the stomach was indeed flatter. Su Qing thought uncertainly. Squeak. What happened? The mouse seemed to have heard the wolf cry just now. The tree mouse rubbed his eyes, and suddenly, realizing something, he turned his head very quickly to look behind him. What about the white one? The tree mouse panicked visibly. Squeak. The mouse just took a nap. How could it disappear? Squeak, squeak. Su Qing is gone. Ah, she's here with you, Su Qing. The tree mouse patted his chest with his little paw and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they're not lost. It's good that they're not lost. Are they all awake? Looking back at the sound of the tree mouse, Su Qing found that Shui and another little wolf had also woken up. Su Qing held the white little wolf in her arms with one hand and took out the bottle from the treasure box with the other hand. Just in time, let's have breakfast. I don't know if he got used to the smell of milk powder these days, but when Su Qing took out the milk bottle, the little guy in her arms excitedly pupated up, flapping his limbs constantly, as if trying to grab something. Okay, I give it to you. How can I miss yours? Smiling helplessly, Su Qing put all the glass bottles back into the treasure box after making milk powder last night, and lowering the temperature to a suitable level. Thanks to the treasure box that can keep the state of the items unchanged, the 2 baby wolves can drink the warm milk so conveniently. Podgy. As soon as the white wolf touched the pacifier, it drank happily, with its 2 front paws resting on the bottle, as if Su Qing would snatch it from it. Gigi. Su Qing still has this one. The tree mouse dragged and pulled with great effort, and finally led the gray wolf to the edge of the grass mat. Gigi. Su Qing must not forget this little mute. Gee, really, look at how active the other one is. Why doesn't he find Su Qing to eat when he's hungry? Imitating Su Qing, Patting the wolf's head, the tree mouse didn't care whether the other party could hear or understand, and chattered a lot in the wolf's ear. Squeak. The mouse has made it very clear. The tree mouse put his hands on his hips. The little guy must eat on time, grow up quickly, and help the mouse with things in the future. Squeak. After feeding the one in her arms, Su-Ching put it back on the straw mat. After eating, the white wolf cub no longer pupa, but happily found a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Lucky is great, you have worked hard, you should go eat too. Su-Ching poured some more milk into the bottle, picked up the gray wolf cub, and found that it was indeed a circle larger than the white one. The gray one was quiet, drinking when fed, without fluttering. After all the members of the hut finished their meal, it became clear outside. Su-Ching opened the golden treasure chest, and there was still a list inside. She estimated that it was not time yet, so she closed it again. Quack? What are you going to do today, Su-Ching? After eating the purple cone quietly, the bird asked curiously. Lucky. The tree mouse shuddered and stood up seriously. Can you and Shue stay at home to take care of the little wolves today? Squeak. The bird will also stay to take care of it? The tree mouse looked at the big bird beside him doubtfully. Squeak. The bird's sharp claws. Can it do it? The little guy's hesitant look fell into Su-Ching's eyes, and she bent down and put her hands together. Please, Lucky, I have to upgrade the cabin to level 1 as soon as possible before the cold wave comes. After thinking about it, I can only ask Lucky and Shue for help. Squeak. Is it just us? The tree mouse was embarrassed. Stupid Su-Ching always said these things, and the mouse was a little embarrassed to listen, although the mouse knew that the mouse was very reliable. Squeak. Leave it to the mouse without worry. The tree mouse raised his little head. Even if the bird was not there, the mouse could handle it. They were just 2 little babies. Then I leave it to Lucky. There's also snow. Su-Ching took out the wood extractor and other equipment. I'm going to transport the wood back so that we can upgrade our cabin as soon as possible. Come on. See you later. Quack. Su-Ching will see you later. Squeak. Don't worry, Su-Ching, the mouse will take care of everything. Although she couldn't understand the 2 little ones' response, Su-Ching was still happy. In the next few days, she would have to go back and forth for wood. Chapter 30. In fact, although it is very tiring to collect wood every day, the results are gratifying. Su-Ching struggled to throw the 8 pieces of wood in her arms to the ground. The wood rolled down with a force and collided with other scattered wood lying on the ground. Huh? Sit down with her waist, her heart beating violently. Su-Ching took deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. 6 days. 6 days of running back and forth, but finally finished. Her sight drifted to the large amount of wood piled not far away. Can I finally upgrade today? The fingertips trembled and pointed at the light screen. Oh wait, the 4 little ones and their things are all inside. Forget it, let's take a rest first. After resting for a while, Su-Ching stood up and moved the 4 little ones and their important things outside. Squeak. Why do you have to move them out? The tree rat asked in confusion, holding the 2 little wolves with its tail. Su-Ching stared at the light screen as if she didn't hear anything. The fingertips holding the magic book and the attributeless magic stone turned pale. The light screen popped up. Your hut is the initial hut and does not meet the room expansion requirements. Do you want to upgrade the hut to level 1? Yes or no? Click. Yes. Her heart was pounding. Although she knew that all the materials had been collected, she was still nervous, very nervous. The white light lit up little by little, and the magic book in her hand, the attributeless magic stone, the piled wood in front of her, and the cave where she had stayed for more than 20 days were all covered by the white light. The first place where the light dissipated was where she piled the wood, and the wood that was originally piled high disappeared. The thin object fell silently into her palm. Su-Ching looked down and saw that it was the magic book in the hut. Is it true that the magic book in the hut is not considered a disposable material among the synthetic materials? But it is also good this way. If she needs it in the future, she can use it. If she doesn't need it, she can exchange it with someone who still needs it. Squeak. Oh my god. The tree mouse suddenly opened his eyes wide. How could this happen? Squeak. Putting away the synthetic magic book in the hut, Su-Ching raised her eyes. The originally wide open cave door and the built fence are gone, replaced by a brown arched wooden door. Su-Ching felt a sudden weight on her shoulders and touched the back of Snow-Headed Bird. Let's go, Lucky and Snow. She picked up the 2 little wolves, and they kept whimpering in her ears. Su-Ching blinked her eyes. Let's take a look at our new home. Quack. Our home? The bird tilted its head, and it didn't remember looking like this. Turning the handle, there was a slight sound. Su Qing opened both wooden doors, and light poured into the cave. She didn't change much to the hole in the middle, just removed the fence and installed the wooden door. In addition, Su Qing squatted down and pinched the raised small earth wall, which was this small stove. The 4 walls of the small stove are not connected, and the gaps in the 4 corners are large. Su Qing gestured and found that it was enough to put a piece of wood. According to her idea, a small pot can be placed on it, and small dead branches can be placed in the middle. As for the wood, just add it from the 4 corners. The snowball in her arms made me uncomfortable being held, and she started to cry loudly again. Her legs kept gesturing, and she wanted to rush out. Okay, I put you down. The little guy has eaten a lot these days, and Su Qing's stomach is upset, and the weight is much heavier. The white little feet touched the ground, and the whole ball trembled as if it was electrocuted. The claws hooked the trouser leg on the side. Ah! Su Qing pulled away the little wolf that was pulling at her trouser leg. I'm going to move the things in. You little guy, stay on the ground for a while. Let Su Qing go. The tree mouse jumped over, gave a chestnut, and then led the 2 little wolves to the side to take care of them. The tree mouse shook his head. It seemed that the mouse had to talk to him. 5 treasure chests were placed against the wall, iron blocks, copper blocks, wooden frames containing things. All were moved into the cave one by one. Done, Lucky and Shui. Do you want to go inside and take a look? Su Qing's eyes flickered. She couldn't wait to see the 2 houses she designed. Quack. You go first, I watched them. The bird spread its wings and patted the 2 groups beside it. The cubs are still young, and they must be watched. Su Qing touched her chin. Shui's meaning was easy to understand, and the 2 little wolves had to be watched. Then take turns. I take Lucky for a walk first, and then take Shui to take a look. How about it? Squeak. Agree. Quack, quack. Is that so? The bird will follow Su Qing later. Come on, Lucky, I tell you something. Su Qing picked up the tree mouse and strode towards the house she was most concerned about. This is related to our next important plan. Squeak. Suddenly walking into the darkness, Su Qing squinted her eyes, and only walked cautiously along the wall until she got used to it. After passing the first corner, Su Qing raised her hand, and finally touched the edge of the window. Creaky. The wooden window was pushed open, and a large area was illuminated. Su Qing pointed to the large square in the middle and introduced it with great excitement. Dang dang, this is my plan number 1, magic field number 25. When the soil fills it up, we can plant things. Purple cones, red fruits. We can try to plant them. Squeak. Plant? The mouse didn't quite understand, but since Su Qing could turn the cave into this in an instant, then she must have her reasons for saying plant. The tree mouse nodded, revealing a deep expression. As smart as a mouse, it will understand one day. And this? Su Qing gently moved the tree mouse's head and pointed it at the waist-high wall in front. This is a water tank, which will be used to store water in the future. No matter what the future holds, we need a water tank to store water. Su Qing stroked the hard top of the water tank with her fingertips. Take the recent cold wave for example. If the temperature is too low and the water freezes, it will be much more troublesome to get water. Squeak. That makes sense. Can Su Qing also build a house for the rat next to his home in the future? But speaking of it, the tree rat's tail drooped. It seemed that it had not been back to check for a long time. I don't know if there is anything missing from the granary. The cold wave. The cold wave is really coming. Will the things that the rat stored before be enough? Rubbing his paws, the tree rat stared at the sky. Will he say goodbye to Su Qing in a few days? Ding 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 ding. And this? Lucky, please look. Su Qing quickly passed through the hole in the middle and came to the bedroom, pushed open the window, and then turned to the side lightly, pointing to the pillar connecting the upper and lower walls. Squeak. The tree mouse blinked doubtfully and looked in the direction of the fingertip. The yellow-brown wooden pillars connected straightly from top to bottom, as if they were originally integrated with the room. The warm fingertips of the human touched the hole in the center of the wooden pillar. The small hole was half open, and only the oval bottom could be seen. Su Qing was still talking, and her words were full of happiness and expectations for the future. The tree mouse didn't hear clearly, only one sentence kept echoing in his mind. Lucky, this will be your exclusive nest in the future. Eyes moistened, mouse's exclusive nest? Squeak. Mouse loved Su Qing the most. Tree mouse hugged Su Qing's neck with tears in his eyes, and rubbed her constantly. It's decided, Mouse has to go back tomorrow. Mouse is moving, and everything is moving here. Su Qing smiled, as long as Lucky likes it. The branches on the pillars are for Shui. Shui can stand on them at ordinary times, and she also prepared a nest for Shui. After changing to Shui, Su Qing still shared happily. The difference is that Shui seems to be very interested in the magic field, and has been looking at it from the side. The man and the bird returned to the hole in the middle. The tree mouse carefully raised the milk bottle, and the white wolf, who was trying hard to eat, hummed a few times in dissatisfaction. Squeak! I know, the mouse can't lower it. Hey, Su Qing came out? Thank you for your hard work, Lucky, let me do it. Su Qing took the milk bottle, and fed the white piglet before she was able to pull her hand to feed the other one. And the well-fed little piglet? I have already found a comfortable position and fallen asleep. Thanks to my sister's quietness, Su Qing gently caressed the gray wolf, lying on her knees, and drinking milk, otherwise the other piglet would not have been able to snatch it. I hope my sister will grow up quickly, and spend every day happily. After feeding the two little wolves as usual, Su Qing put them together, and prayed from the bottom of her heart. It was almost done. Su Qing got up and found the magic book of the fireplace. Its synthesis materials were 6 iron blocks, 3 copper blocks, 7 wood blocks, and fire attribute magic stones. There were 8 pieces of wood left, and the iron and copper pieces that were exchanged before were not used much. As for the magic stone of fire attribute, Su Qing took it out from the golden treasure chest. 3 wishes had been fulfilled in the list a few days ago, and it disappeared completely. All the materials were moved into the bedroom. Su Qing held the magic book in one hand, and touched the materials with the other hand. The white light dissipated, and a reddish-brown object came into view. It was arched on the top and square on the bottom. The surface was hard and cold. There was a semicircular hole in the lower center. It should be the place to add wood. Su Qing looked inside. There was another small hole at the top of the cave. She didn't know where it led to. In the middle of the arch, Su Qing touched the gray stone and laid in the center of the silver edge. The dazzling red lines were mysterious and beautiful. This was the fire magic stone that was opened a few days ago. I still remember the introduction when I identified the fireplace magic book. Magic book. Fireplace, a magical product. Just add wood to it when you want to use it, and you will get a warm and dry environment. Good luck. Add more wood. After going out to get the remaining wood, Su Qing looked at the fireplace expectantly. Puff. With a light sound, a cluster of orange flames ignited in the center of the wood that had just been placed. Almost instantly, Su Qing felt the change in temperature. Su Qing began to walk around in the bedroom. After testing, the range of the fireplace seemed to include only the bedroom. She did not feel any difference in every place here, but as soon as she walked out of the bedroom, the warm and comfortable feeling disappeared. Moreover, Su Qing stared at the empty hole. Once the wood placed inside was burned out, the originally suitable temperature would slowly return to the original level in the hole. Therefore, if she wanted to survive the cold wave comfortably, she still needed to stock up a lot of wood. But there was also good news. The fireplace does not produce smoke, which is very green and environmentally friendly. Chapter 31. It is said that people feel refreshed when they are happy. Early in the morning, Su Qing woke up in high spirits. The 4 little ones were still sleeping on the straw mat. After opening the lid of the treasure chest without disturbing them, Su Qing had breakfast and walked out of the cave with tools. Lucky and Shui were very smart. After waking up, they would go to the treasure chest to find food. In addition, Su Qing also filled the milk bottles of the 2 baby wolves and put them in there. If she didn't go back in time, I believe Lucky would feed the little guys. Heading towards the waterfall, Su Qing felt that the sky had turned a lot colder, not as bright as before, perhaps because she knew that a cold wave would soon arrive. As for the soil of Magic Field number 25, Su Qing planned to move a little east and a little west to compare the effects of the Earth Magic Stone. However, Lucky and the others were still sleeping in the morning, so she went out to look for transplant targets. It was a good opportunity to identify a few more plants, while she had some free time to see if she could find other useful plants. Ordinary weeds, green and harmless, growing very fast. What do you want this for? Ahem, Su Qing let go of the emerald green grass in her hand. She thought it was some magical plant, because it was so beautiful. Green thorns, covered with short thorns, well armed. You want to take it? Jerusalem artichoke, spicy, non-toxic. Although it has many uses, I can't think of anyone in the forest who would dig it except you. The hand that was about to throw it was retracted instantly. Su Qing looked at the dark green long leaf lying in her palm. She remembered that this leaf was. The sight stopped on a plant in front of her, which was only about 10 centimeters long, with a dark green stem. At this time, there were 3 teardrop-shaped leaves left on it, exactly the same as the long leaf in her palm. Jerusalem artichoke. The name is very similar to ginger on the blue planet, and the taste is also similar. Could it be that the edible part also grows under the soil? The thought flashed through Su Qing's mind, and she gently dug up the soil next to the Jerusalem artichoke with a machete, grabbed the stems and leaves above the surface, and began to shake. After a few minutes, the palm-sized earthy yellow irregular object was fully exposed. After shaking it vigorously, the soil rustled and scattered all over the ground. Su Qing gently scratched a piece of skin with her fingertips and approached. The spicy smell rushed straight to the tip of her nose. Familiar smell. Su Qing closed her eyes and moved the Jerusalem artichoke away. But ginger? No, Jerusalem artichoke is a good thing. It can remove the fishy smell, and in winter you can boil ginger water to ward off the cold. In addition, ginger is also easy to grow. Just break it into pieces and bury it in the soil. Although I don't know how big the difference is between Jerusalem artichokes and the Doomsday and ginger, it doesn't cost money to break a piece and try it. Putting the Jerusalem artichoke into the frame, Su Qing continued her identification work. After being busy for a long time, she didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky. Although most of the plants were of no use to her, she still found a few good things. For example, the 3 colorful grasses in front of her were described as high lanterns in the appraisal, but in fact they were not even half her arm tall. The tiny stems were covered with dozens of small balls of different colors, hidden between the broad and thick leaves. These small balls were red, yellow, and green, plump and round. If you look closely, you can find that their skin is very thin, and you can seem to see the flowing juice. Each ball is like a bead, hanging on it like a small lantern, looking very beautiful, which is in line with the high lantern. Su Qing knocked a stick to mark it. Next, she had to fill the magic field number 25 with soil and start transplanting. The soil near the waterfall was soft and moist. Su Qing didn't know much about agriculture, but the place with the most plants near the cave was near the waterfall. She felt that it would be better than those dry and loose ones. 3/4 of the place was filled with good soil, and the rest was filled with dry and loose soil. Su Qing clapped her hands and stretched her body. Lucky. Squeak. What's wrong? The tree mouse held the magic stone in his arms in confusion. Why did Su Qing ask him to bring the treasure in? Come, put the magic stone in the middle and see. Su Qing pointed to the raised disc in the center. That was the place where she had pinched out to put the magic stone. Squeak. The tree mouse opened his eyes wide and looked at the treasure in his hand reluctantly. Didn't Su Qing say that she gave it to the mouse? Of course it's still yours. Looking at Lucky's expression, Su Qing knew that the little guy had misunderstood, and she quickly explained, Didn't I tell you yesterday that I wanted to plant something? Squeak. Can this plant something? Using treasures to plant something. The tree mouse lowered his head and rubbed it. Why did the mouse feel it was a waste? It can improve the quality of the soil. I put it there just to test whether the soil is important to plants after having the wood magic stone. Su Qing walked to the side of the tree mouse and smiled and tapped Lucky's forehead. Don't worry, if I lose the earth magic stone, I will never continue. The chaotic and disorderly rough lines on his head kept tangling. The tree mouse narrowed his eyes and squeaked, What does that mean? But, shaking his head, the tree mouse stretched out his paws and handed the treasure to Su Qing. The mouse believed in Su Qing. Thank you, Lucky. Su Qing rubbed the tree mouse's head. Lucky, do you want to plant something? If you plant it, new things will grow. Plant it. And new things will grow. Oh, the golden eyes lit up. In other words, if the mouse plants one thing, can it get many? The gray stone was placed on the disc, and Su Qing picked up the soil beside it to initiate a transaction. More fertile soil. Soil taken from the bottom of the waterfall, soft and moist. Quality is improving. Countdown. 25 days. 25 days, Su Qing pondered. The previous piece of damaged water magic stone only took 15 days to purify. Is it because there are more targets, or other reasons? She picked up another kind of soil she brought, which took longer, a full 50 days. That is lucky, Su Qing shouted. The tree mouse tilted his head. What's wrong, Su Qing? It will take at least 50 days for the quality of this soil to improve. Can you put it here when you are not holding the magic stone? According to her observation, the little guy will only hold the magic stone for a while after dinner. Squeak. The tree mouse pondered. After thinking about it, the mouse has decided what to plant. If the baby can help plant, that would be great. Let the mouse count. If a jade acorn gets a pile, and then a large pile. Doesn't that mean that the mouse doesn't have to go out to collect food anymore? Thinking of this, the tree mouse nodded vigorously. Anyway, It just felt very comfortable holding the baby. Besides, it can sit on the round plate and hold it in the future, which will not hinder anything. Squeak, the tree mouse gently pinched its whiskers with its claws. The mouse is really smart. Thank you, Lucky, let's go. Su-Ching hugged the tree mouse to her shoulder and said, let's start transplanting. With the help of a machete, a dagger, Su-Ching used whatever was convenient. The most troublesome thing was actually the purple cones. The vines were tightly wrapped around the bushes. There was no other way. Su-Ching could only pull out the shrubs together, and then carefully separate them. Some places were really difficult to separate, so she had to discard some branches. Carrying a large number of plants back to the room, Su-Ching began to bury their roots one by one in the soil. The vines of purple cones were circled on wooden sticks and planted side by side. The red fruits grew on the shrubs halfway up the waist, occupying a large space, so they were planted on the other side. The rest were also planted separately by species. This time she transplanted a total of 3 purple cones, 5 red fruits, 3 tall lanterns, a clump of water plantain, and 7 water bamboos. Oh, and Jerusalem artichokes. Carefully cutting off a piece with a dagger, Su-Ching turned around and finally found a place to bury it next to the water plantain. Done, the next step is to put the wood magic stone on it to see the effect. With anticipation, Su-Ching returned to the middle cave and took out the wood magic stone. The gray stone was gently placed on the disc and touched with another gray stone. The only difference was the color of the central pattern. Taking a deep breath, Su-Ching started the appraisal. The wood magic stone did work, but the time required for each plant was different. For example, the purple cones, the light screen said that it would take 15 days to mature. Red fruits took longer, 35 days. Water bamboo was shorter, 10 days. The tall lanterns I found today were about the same, taking 9 days. If we want to talk about the shortest time, it has to be water plantain and Jerusalem artichoke. The former clearly said 3 days, while the latter only took 2 more days. Great! Su-Ching suppressed the cheers in her heart, but her eyebrows were still curved with joy. The Magic Field Plan number 25 is completely feasible. If we can open up rooms in the future, we can use the unused ones for indoor planting. After all, who knows what version will appear, and it is always safer indoors than outside. Squeak! Su-Ching, seeing that Su-Ching has finished her work, the tree mouse grabbed the trouser leg and shook it continuously. What happened to Lucky? Feeling the trouser leg being pulled, Su-Ching looked down and found that the little guy was pulling her anxiously. The tree mouse looked outside eagerly, and the mouse's food had not been brought back yet. Let's go, Su-Ching and the rat go back. Lucky kept looking outside. Su-Ching followed the tree rat that had already run out, and found that the little guy kept pointing at the bag she hung up. Does he want her to move something? After spending a long time together, Su-Ching has become familiar with the 2 little ones. Is there something new you want to move? New things? No, it's the rat's food, but Su-Ching does need to help the rat move it. So the tree rat shook his head and nodded. Squeak! Anyway, Su-Ching followed the mouse. The tree mouse jumped to the edge of the cave, with its tail erected high. It seems that Lucky has indeed found something. Su-Ching turned her head and looked at Snowhead. Snow, Lucky and I will go out for a while. Can you stay at home and watch the little wolves? We should be back soon. Quack. Okay, Su-Ching. The bird looked at the eager tree mouse, but Su-Ching had to come back quickly, because the bird couldn't feed these 2 little things. Let's go, you lead the way. After taking 2 vine bags and a washed and dried coat, Su-Ching picked up a hunting rifle with 1 bullet left and walked towards the tree rat. Squeak! Follow the rat. Until she reached the destination and found the familiar jade acorn, she realized that the little guy was back to move the granary. But the vine bag had too much space, so she could only pad the coat inside. It was only today that Su-Ching realized how much the tree rat could store. 3 whole granaries, and they didn't move on because Su-Ching's bag couldn't hold any more. Seeing the little guy's regretful expression, Su-Ching guessed that there were at least several more granaries. There was no other way. They could only return and come back next time. On the way back, the tree rat lay listlessly on Su-Ching's shoulder, completely lacking the energy it had before. Hoo-hoo! Su-Ching raised her eyes. What was that sound? And it seemed to be getting louder and louder. Hoo! The wind whistled and blew Su-Ching's long hair. Achoo! She sneezed uncontrollably. When the wind blew, it was like a bucket of ice water was poured on her head. It's so cold, help! Su-Ching turned her head, and the 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other, full of fear. The man and the mouse shivered all over, and hurried home tremblingly. The cold wind passed, And the winter was coming. Chapter 32. After returning to the cave, Su Qing felt that the coldness was completely removed from her body. The cold wave that she had been talking about finally came, but she was not fully prepared. Thinking of this, Su Qing frowned, and a sense of urgency arose spontaneously. No, she had to speed up. She had to do her best to collect supplies before the weather got so bad that she had to retreat to the cave. But it seemed that the cold wind that day was just an illusion. On the first day after the cold wind passed, Su Qing transported back all the food of the tree rats and extracted more than 100 pieces of wood with the wood extractor. The temperature did not change much. On the second day after the cold wind passed, Su Qing continued to extract wood and transported the wood extracted in 2 days back to the cave in batches. The cold wave did not come. On the third day, Su Qing went back and forth between the hut and the cotton field, picking as much cotton as possible and transporting it back to the cave. Although the temperature dropped a little, it was not yet to the extent of cold. It was the 6th day after the cold wind passed, and Su Qing was no longer so nervous. After all, the hut had visibly added a lot of supplies these days. However, the cold wind still had an impact on her. Now when Su Qing woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was to inspect her hut. Understand your own supplies, reflect on what you lack, and think about the next plan. Without exception, every day Su Qing chooses to start from the magic field number 25. As of today, the water plantain and Jerusalem artichoke have grown a crop. Because she is worried that her demand is not high, Su Qing did not expand the number of plantings in the second round. In addition, the purple cones that she cares about most have now produced green fruits on the vines, and the light screen introduction has begun to enter the 10-day countdown. The high lanterns and water bamboos have similar days. One needs 9 days, and the other needs 10 days. In about 4 or 5 days, she can harvest the first batch of fruits. The slowest progress is the red fruit. Even after the wood magic stone, it still has a growth cycle of 35 days. The 5 bushes have only sprouted new buds now, and they are still a long way from blooming and bearing fruit. The velvet flower that Qi Yang promised to plant has also been successfully planted, but when Su Qing got it, the velvet flower was left with only the stems and leaves drooping, and it was worrying that it would not survive. Fortunately, the wood magic stone and the earth magic stone are very effective. After 2 days, the velvet flower has grown new leaves again. Although it has a growth cycle of 25 days, it is finally alive, isn't it? The crops in the magic field grow at different rates, but she is not in a hurry. After identifying all the crops as usual and confirming that there are no problems, Su Qing walked to the water tank. 3 days ago, she slowly filled it with water in the evening. At that time, the water magic stone had been put in and started working all day long. It takes a total of 30 days for the water magic stone with sufficient energy to purify all the raw water in the water tank. After a few days of hard work, 300 pieces of wood, 400 pieces of white cotton, some vines, and 8 piles of dried straw, fruits, wood, fish and shrimp in the water, Su Qing tried to collect everything she could. The 5 treasure chests in the cave were now filled with perishable and corrosive food. Those that could be preserved for a longer time had to be put out, mainly because there was no room for them. Quack. Good morning, Su Qing. The bird pecked its feathers and saw Su Qing coming out, and greeted her like Su Qing did before. The white wolf seemed unwilling to be left behind and began to cry softly. Is it snowing? Su Qing squatted down and grabbed the awakened moonlight wolf from under Lucky's tail. Let me see if it's hungry again. The pinkish-white belly was exposed to her eyes. Su Qing ignored the little guy's trembling limbs and put her palm on it. Yeah, it's deflated. The white wolf was put back on the straw mat. Its steps were weak, and its little head was shaking. It was carried back to the tree mouse's tail. Bing. Gee. Mua mua mua. So many fruits hee. The tree mouse pulled out its tail in its sleep, turned over, and covered the little guy tightly. Bing! Bing! Su Qing turned around to get the bottle and smiled helplessly, saving the crying monster at home again. As soon as the little guy touched the pacifier, he couldn't wait to grab it tightly, not even caring about the grievance. Touching the blooming paws, the little guy stretched out his 2 unused hind legs to drink milk, and it was conceivable how hard he was eating. Not only is he a crying monster, he's also a little glutton. Su Qing nodded her forehead, smiling. Huh? The guy who was trying hard to drink milk hummed in dissatisfaction. After breakfast, the baby wolves fell asleep. Squeak squeak. Su Qing, what are you doing today? The tree mouse held a jade acorn in his hazy eyes, and staggered to follow Su Qing, who opened the door. Hey, Lucky, be careful. Hearing the movement behind him, Su-Ching quickly grabbed the fallen tree mouse. The bitten fruit rolled away. Squeak! The tree mouse blinked and looked around blankly. It was strange. How did the mouse's food fall? The tree mouse gently broke free from Su-Ching's hand, picked up the fruit on the ground, and continued to stuff it into his mouth. Su-Ching's eyebrows jumped, and she held the tree mouse. Facing Lucky's puzzled eyes, Su-Ching touched the little guy's head and said, "Wash it before eating, or I can help you cut off the dirty parts. There are bacteria on the ground." Although she knew that the little guy had always lived like this, she should be more cautious about the food she eats. It's not like she's really short of food. The tree mouse pondered. Bacteria, another thing that the mouse doesn't understand. Su-Ching knows so much. Handing over the jade acorn, the tree mouse put it in Su-Ching's palm, and said, "The mouse will eat it later." After a quick rinse, Su-Ching returned it to Lucky. As the supplies gradually became more abundant, Su-Ching began to realize a very serious problem. That is the toilet problem. When the weather is good, she digs a pit away from the hut to solve it, but if it is winter, what should she do? There is no toilet in the cave. No squat toilet, no flush toilet. It is nothing that a house on Blue Star should have. In the past, when the weather was good, she could avoid the toilet problem. Now that the cold wave is coming, Su-Ching has to consider it. After all, she doesn't know what kind of weather will appear in the cold wave. If she doesn't solve this problem in advance, if the forest is blocked by heavy snow, will she have to dig the snow before going to the toilet? So after thinking for a long time, Su-Ching decided to build a toilet. First of all, the toilet was chosen to be on the side of the mountain 10 meters away from the cave. It was not too close, nor too far. 10 meters was just right. As for the choice of the side of the mountain, it was because she planned to use the mountain to fix the beam. Secondly, in order to prevent other animals from accidentally destroying it, the fence that was removed before was used next to the toilet. Although the introduction said that its resistance was very weak, it would be good if it could be of some use at this time. She also had to be wary of danger when she didn't want to go to the toilet. After choosing a good location, Su-Ching began to dig a hole. The machete drew a rectangle on the ground, and then the soil was dug along this shape. After digging the hole and resting for a while, Su-Ching got up and returned to the cave to get wood and vines. After hammering the wood into the soil until it could no longer shake, Su-Ching was relieved to continue with the other parts. For the upper part, use a longer wooden stick to hammer it diagonally into the mountain, and then tie the other side tightly to the horizontal wood. After the basic skeleton is done, the vines shuttle up and down between the wooden sticks until the gaps are no longer visible, and finally spread a few layers of dry leaves, and it's done. Su-Ching gently threw down a stone, and the stone rolled a few times and stopped at the top. There should be no problem. Su-Ching bent down, and one side of the toilet was against the mountain, leaving only the side for the entrance, and the other sides were sealed. Because the entrance and exit were on the side, the light inside was not very sufficient, but it was enough to see the pit clearly. Su-Ching bent down and got out. "Well, I put a wooden frame here, and then find some soft leaves to wash and dry for toilet paper. Alas, the conditions are insufficient, so this is the only way." Picking up the machete, my cheeks suddenly felt cold. Su-Ching frowned and twisted her fingertips, which were wet. Retracting her fingertips, she could not see anything. "What's going on?" Squeak! Gaw! Two little ones cried in the distance, and they seemed very excited. Su-Ching turned her head, and a piece of Snow White lightly fell in her sight. She raised her hand in shock, and the Snow White lightly fell into her palm like a crow feather, and then turned into a little water mark and completely dissipated. Snow! Su-Ching looked up, and countless large and small Snow White lightly fell in the air. The long-lost mechanical sound sounded again. Ding! Doomsday version 2.0. Winter. Loading. Ding. Winter. Loaded. The cold wind passed, and the winter has arrived. Wherever the cold waves swept, it finally became a snowy area. I hope you can survive this winter safely, survivor. As the snow fell lightly, the temperature dropped sharply. Su-Ching shook her body and felt that she could complain about everything. No, the temperature change is too fast, and she was wearing short sleeves just now, but she was shivering in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Su-Ching rubbed her fingertips and rushed home quickly with the machete. After walking in, Su-Ching found that Shue was flying in the air with Lucky. Come down early after playing enough, don't catch a cold, Lucky. Shue Su-Ching was not worried at all. When she was identifying it, the light screen said that the snow-headed bird came from the snow mountain. The temperature now should not be difficult for Shue. Squeak! Go down quickly, the mouse is going to give it to Su-Ching. The tree mouse aimed at the largest snowflake and caught it excitedly. Ga. Knowing it, the bird flapped its wings and landed gently on the ground. As soon as it landed, the tree mouse jumped down quickly and hopped towards the cave. Squeak! Suching, look! The tree mouse, who was originally impatient, came to Suching, but suddenly pretended to be mysterious and clenched both paws into fists. Suching raised her eyebrows. Lucky, is this? Asking her to guess, her eyes lingered between the two paws. In fact, Suching had already caught a glimpse of the little guy running in with his left paw. But the fun is not in right or wrong. Suching stretched out her tone and pretended to be distressed. Oh, I guess this. Stupid Suching. The tree mouse's golden eyes curved. It's not this one. Opening the right paw that was pointed at, it was empty. Alas. Suching covered her face exaggeratedly. Damn, I didn't even notice it. So what is lucky? Squeak, the tree mouse raised his head proudly and confidently opened his left paw. This is the biggest piece that the mouse found after a long time of searching. From now on, it will be Suching's. The expected praise did not appear, and the tree mouse quietly opened one eye. Squeak. Where is the mouse's gift? Puff. Suching laughed softly. Squeak. The gift that Suching mouse wanted to give you is gone. Help the rat find it. Okay. Suching touched the little guy's head, gently touched the tree rat's left paw, and then pressed her chest. I have received your gift and put it here. Thank you, Lucky, I like it very much. The black eyes were full of her own reflection, gentle and serious. Squeak, the tree rat stared blankly. It's good that Suching likes it, but this time it doesn't count. The rat will give you a bigger one in the future. The tree rat lowered its little head and shook its tail happily. Chapter 33. The little guy hung his head and didn't say anything, but Suching looked at his swaying tail and thought Lucky should be in a good mood. Gently pulling the tree mouse to sit beside him, Suching grabbed a handful of dead branches and threw them into the stove. Pressing the lighter, a cluster of orange flames emerged. The flames touched the dead branches and spread instantly. Seeing that it was almost done, Suching added wood from the four corners of the stove. Crack. It looked more and more like the place where the bird lived when it was a child. The bird looked into the distance, but it actually couldn't remember the direction of its hometown. The cold wind blew in, Suching shuddered, and a few crystal snowflakes fell slowly in her sight. Just now, the two little ones hadn't come back yet, so Suching didn't close the door, but just left it ajar to leave a gap. When she wasn't paying attention, the door was blown open, and the bottom was already wet, and snowflakes began to pile up. Not long after the broadcast, the outside of the cave was already white, and large and small snowflakes were swirling in the air. Suching stood up and walked to the edge of the cave. The cold wind was howling, and the snow was flying. Looking up at the sky, all I could see were snowflakes, no sun, no blue sky. Being under the snow, it felt like I was the only one in the world. The snow scene was beautiful, but also lonely. Suching lowered her shoulders, turned her head, and met Shue's inquiring eyes. Ga? What was Suching thinking about? The bird moved a little to the side until it leaned against the warm neck. Was Suching missing someone too, just like the bird was missing its tribe just now? The bird tilted its head and rubbed against Suching. Suching, don't be sad. The bird was also sad before, but since living with Suching and the tree mouse, it is no longer so sad. Ah, is the snow comforting me? Suching blinked her eyes. The snowflakes on her eyelashes melted, and they looked sparkling. Actually, I am a little sad. After all, there is nothing in the Doomsday. You need to work every day to live a better life, but... Suching tilted her head and pressed against the soft feathers of the snow-headed bird. It's great to meet you. The tree mouse pricked up its ears and paid close attention to the side. The snow-headed bird widened its eyes, as if it was shocked by its own words, and looked dazed. Suching laughed heartily. That's right, in the past I liked and respected my grandma the most, but now, Lucky and Shue are also my favorite tree mice and birds. Crack, the bird buried its head in its wings. The bird also liked Suching. With that, the original melancholy mood completely dissipated. Suching retreated back to the cave, blocked it with stones, and left a gap for ventilation. When the door slowly closed, the light in the cave suddenly dimmed. The light of the fire illuminated the edge, and Suching pulled the straw mat towards herself. In the past, the weather was sunny, and apart from the safety issue, there was natural light for illumination. With the arrival of the cold wave, it would be freezing to open the door, so lighting became a new problem. In fact, She had a magic book that could successfully solve the lighting problem, which was the wall lamp synthesis magic book from the silver treasure chest. The synthesis materials of the wall lamp are light magic stone X1, white crystal X3, iron block X1, rope X1. She has 3 light magic stones, no shortage of iron blocks, and the rope can be synthesized after a batch of velvet flowers mature. The only problem is the 3 white crystals. As early as the day when she got the wall lamp magic book, Su Qing had already posted the transaction intention on the light screen. Unfortunately, although many people were interested, no owner came out to exchange. Su Qing also asked Miss Yangjin privately, but Miss Yan only replied that she would look for it, and then there was no response. Her face was red from the fire. Su Qing exhaled and took out the synthesis magic book of winter clothes. The white cotton in her hand reached more than 400, enough for her to synthesize 4 winter clothes. She kept 1 for herself, 1 as a spare, and the remaining 2 she planned to trade. Touching the white cotton and the magic book at the same time, a flash of white light passed, and Su Qing had a thick coat in her arms. Standing up and slightly away from the fire, Su Qing unzipped and put on the winter coat. It was indeed quite soft. Su Qing bent down to zip it up. Not to mention, this winter coat is ankle length. As a winter coat, it has no disadvantages except that it is not very convenient to move. Click. The black zipper closed to the top. Oh! Su Qing blinked and looked at the winter coat in surprise. Before putting it on, it was just a normal coat. After closing the zipper, it was as warm as being in a fireplace. It is indeed a magical product. In this way, if you add a hat or something, you can go out during the cold wave. Su Qing sat on the straw mat and turned on the light screen. After the new version was updated, the light screen was really lively. Click on a post at random. Xiaogu, damn, it's so cold. Is there anyone selling clothes? Linya, yes, next door trade there are a lot of them. Cotton padded jackets, cotton padded pants. Everything, and they even sell stoves. Xiaogu, Linya, if it doesn't work, there's grass over there, buddy. Buy a bunch and bury yourself. After logging out, Su Qing clicked into another analysis post with a lot of likes. Wu Lin, I'm sure everyone should have heard today's report. The new version is called Winter. After the announcement, it started snowing, and the snow was heavy. So what are the issues that everyone should be concerned about in the new version? Wu Lin, one is the safety issue that has existed since the end of the world. There are 2 ways to solve this problem: weapons and huts. Weapons can be obtained from treasure chests. In addition to directly opening the weapons themselves, the treasure chests may also open corresponding magic books. Wu Lin, as for the hut, everyone should know that it can be upgraded. Then I ask another question. I wonder if anyone has ever encountered a bug in the initial hut. When I got stuck, the light screen prompted that I couldn't trade, but luckily the introduction popped up. Ah, Su Qing's eyes froze. How did you think of the appraisal hut? But then she turned around and thought, yes, why didn't I think of it at the beginning? Su Qing became interested and continued to read on. Wu Lin, dilapidated. This is the evaluation of my hut on the light screen. Although there are few things in my initial hut, it should not be reduced to this level. So I guess Doomsday should have other criteria for judging the hut. Wu Lin, I was unlucky. I was attacked by a leopard on the first night. The door of the hut was easily broken, but I was lucky because there was an old hunting rifle hanging in the hut, so I survived. At this time, a leopard could easily break into my hut. Wu Lin, after exploration and collection, the hut has been upgraded to level 1 a few days ago. I won't talk about the process in between. After the upgrade, the evaluation of the hut came to barely enough. So I personally think that the evaluation of the hut should have a lot to do with its firmness and safety. Su Qing nodded. She thought so too. Just like her initial cave, there was no door at all. The safety was probably worse than the poster. But after the upgrade, she could design a door through the light screen. Wouldn't the safety be improved? Wu Lin had more to say, and Su Qing's fingertips continued to slide. Wu Lin, after the apocalypse, besides wild animals, have you encountered other highly autonomous attackers? No, right? Even large animals are rarely seen during the day. So, the initial hut can be easily broken by wild animals. Does the level 1 barely mean that there is a stalemate? Wu Lin. In addition, after reaching level 1, the light screen display can continue to upgrade. Everyone has played the game, right? The question is, what strength is the later level benchmark? She understood what the other party wanted to say, maybe in this version, or maybe in the next version. It is very likely that there will be attackers that are stronger than the initial hut and the level 1 hut. Wu Lin, When upgrading a hut, in addition to the necessary non-attribute magic stones and hut upgrade books, is there also a hut corresponding material? Everyone has tried it. From the initial upgrade to level 1, you can only expand one room, and the maximum selection is 100 grids. Reminder, if you don't expand or modify the existing room, you don't need other materials. Wu Lin. So my suggestion is that those who haven't upgraded yet should design it first, know what materials you need, then slowly collect them, and be ready to upgrade your hut at any time. Once attacked, even if you lose the opportunity to expand, you must upgrade immediately. Su Qing touched her chin. She didn't notice this. Every time she upgraded the hut, she seemed to choose to expand. Wu Lin. The second is the cold and food and drink issues. People have been speculating about the current version for a long time, and many people have shared the clues they got. I think anyone who has visited the forum should have seen those highly praised posts. If you haven't prepared for this in advance, then I have nothing to say. Wu Lin. Finally, there are a lot of new goodies for winter in the trading. If you have the conditions, I suggest you don't give up exploring. The end of the world is dangerous, but it also leaves some hope. The hut, the treasure chest. Nothing is within reach, and you need to explore outside. I think these are enough to explain the problem. Indeed, Su Qing put the small pot on the stove, got up and scooped water into it. If you don't go out to explore, the supplies and treasure chests will not jump in front of you, and the hut will not be upgraded. In this situation, she can't think of anyone who can survive. Su Qing had this idea about exploring the outside world during the cold winter. Winter clothes can maintain her body temperature and help her resist the cold. But when to go out, and how to identify the direction in the heavy snow. These are still to be thought about. Using a dagger to peel a piece of ginger, Su Qing cut off the skin and then sliced it into a small pot. On the first day of winter, she planned to cook a pot of seafood soup. The fruit of the high lantern is sweet and red, sour and yellow, and bitter and green when it is not ripe. Su Qing cut the fruit, and the red and yellow juice quickly spread in the small pot as the fruit rotated. There is no seasoning, just add a little flavor. Anyway, the taste of the high lantern is similar to that of the cherry tomato, just different in size. Fortunately, the treasure box can save the state, and the food will not smell when placed together. Su Qing took out the river shrimp and fish that she had processed before, and put them into the boiling water one by one. In the corner of her eye, a small red dot appeared on the light screen. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, washed her hands, and then clicked trade. It was a message from Yang Jin. After clicking it, Su Qing stood up excitedly after seeing the message clearly. Yang Jin, sister, I found the white crystal you asked me about before. Chapter 34. Is there finally news? Su Qing took a deep breath and lightly touched the light screen with her fingertips. Su Qing, thank you for your trouble, Jin. Yang Jin on the other side blinked her eyes, revealing half of a transparent and gorgeous crystal between the ore at hand. Although they knew that they were both after the other's things, the other party spoke nicely, and never dragged his feet. She quite liked doing business with Su Qing. Yang Jin, hee, you're welcome. Although we found the white crystal, it will take some time to get it. Well, what we talked about before. Su Qing, yes, it was agreed that 2 white crystals would be exchanged for half a bottle of healing potion. Great, Yang Jin's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know where the other party's healing potion came from, they traded a drop that day, so the introduction was real. As for this crystal, she also identified it. It didn't have any energy. What's the difference between it and ordinary metal? On the contrary, this healing potion, Yang Jin covered her mouth and chuckled. This is a good thing that can save lives. Su Qing traded such a good thing. So what if she spent a few more days in the mine, not knowing what Yang Jin was thinking? Su Qing was looking at the 18 glass bottle she had put in the treasure chest. Like the forest wolf she had met for the first time, the other wolves also had magical silver hair, but only a handful of hair on their foreheads could be used as a raw material for potions. A handful of silver hair could be boiled into 3 bottles of healing potions, and after processing, these 18 bottles of healing potions were obtained. Speaking of which, Su Qing pondered. After searching the wolf pack's residence, the only thing outside was the gold treasure chest, and all other objects were collected in the cave. So what caused the forest wolf to change? My sight unconsciously moved to the golden treasure chest placed by the wall. No, Su Qing shook her head. She had placed the golden treasure chest in the cave for a long time. Not only did the moonlight wolf not change, but the gray wolf, which was also a forest wolf, also did not change. But it should be related to the golden treasure chest. Light magic stone. Su Qing slapped her thigh heavily. She had been so busy during this period that she had forgotten about the 3 light magic stones embedded outside the treasure chest. She took out a light magic stone from the treasure chest. In the dim room, a chill spread to her heart. Su Qing was surprised that the lines on the gray stone surface actually emitted a faint white light. The cry of a little wolf suddenly sounded in the originally quiet cave, with a rising tone, as if wondering about something. After a while, as the noise became louder and louder, Su Qing soon felt a furry thing bumping into her arm, and a little guy was still tirelessly trying to get into her arms. To be precise, it was getting into her palm. It was obvious what the goal was. Su Qing mentioned a certain restless wolf. The wolf, who was already fat after eating, stepped lightly on the air with its 4 little paws, as if it was acting like a spoiled child, after being caught by the back of Fate's neck. Su Qing looked up, and was so cute that it was hateful. She held the white wolf in her arms. You? Su Qing. Ruthlessly ravaged. The little guy only remembered me at this time. The snow-white paws quietly moved towards the magic stone in the palm of her hand, until the attractive treasure was close to her mouth. The mouth firmly held a corner of the magic stone. Don't swallow. The white wolf tilted its head. Su Qing looked carefully, and confirmed that the little guy was only holding a corner, and had no intention of swallowing it before she felt relieved. The limbs began to struggle slightly, and the little head kept exploring outside the arms. I'm going to go down after getting the things. Let go of the baby. Su Qing's mind automatically dubbed. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she was amused by her own fantasy. However, Su Qing gently put the little guy back on the straw mat. I really want to see what you are going to do. As if he was a little confused about the sudden landing, the white wolf stepped on the grass mat, and after confirming it, he shook his head and crawled inside. Soon, the white pig bumped into the gray ball curled up and sleeping. What is this? In Su Qing's sight, the little guy opened his mouth and woke up his sister without any hesitation. Awah! The short voice rose, urging something. The sister, who was forced to turn on the machine, shook her ears. Su Qing's eyes softened, and the white little guy stepped on the magic stone and moved in front of the gray wolf. Awah! The little white wolf raised its head, looking proud, and almost said, "This is the baby I brought back." So cute. Su Qing held both buns in her arms and hugged them left and right. Awah! The elder sister just tilted her head in confusion, and after smelling the familiar smell, she returned to silence. The younger sister resisted with her paws, but was ultimately defeated by Su Qing, and both of her paws were touched several times. Squeak! Su Qing likes the baby wolves very much. Quack! Why doesn't Su Qing touch us? The 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Silence. So Su Qing squeezed a tree mouse and a bird head into her arms. Hey, Shui and Lucky. Squeak! You can't just touch the babies. If you have anything, just go to the mice. Quack! That's right. So Su Qing could only happily cling to the 4 little ones. Ahem. Letting go of the 4 little ones, Su Qing mentioned the important matter that had just been planned. It's been a while since the little wolves came home, and I plan to give them a formal name. Names? Just like what Su Qing gave the mouse before. What, right? The tree mouse put his hands on his hips and said, according to the mouse, one is called Piglet and the other is called Dumb. Sister is quiet, so she will be called Wanshu from now on. In our blue star, Wanshu means the moon, and I hope that sister will become as strong and beautiful as the moon when she grows up. Su Qing gently rubbed the gray wolf's forehead with her chin, and it felt wet. She lowered her eyebrows, and her sister seemed to know her feelings and licked herself gently. No more. The one on the right was dissatisfied and began to move. Well, as for you, the activist. Su Qing came back to her senses and stretched out her voice. From now on, you will be called Ruashi. Woo! The little white wolf. Oh no, the freshly baked. Ruashi tilted his head. You are lively and active, and you are a moonlight wolf. I took the word moon from your race, and came up with a relative name she. Su Qing raised her head and said softly, she means morning light. I hope you will be as bright and warm as the morning sun, and you are hope itself. Ruashi, she. Su Qing repeated, this is your name. Ruashi tried to respond. Su Qing looked around at the tree rats and snow-headed owls surrounding her. Lucky, bright and clean, Shui, the moon and Chensi. Each of these names occupies an important position in Su Qing's heart. The small pot was bubbling, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Put down Washu and Ruashi. Shui and Lucky, do you want to try the river shrimp? After going into the stream many times, the river shrimp, that Su Qing caught was as long as her index finger, which was considered big. After cooking, the shrimp had turned red and exuded a familiar aroma. Squeak! The rat wanted to eat. The tree rat slurped its saliva, staring at the pot with its golden eyes. It smelled really good. The rat had never smelled such a smell before. Su Qing picked up a river shrimp with chopsticks, took Lucky's red plastic bowl, shook off the excess soup, and rinsed it in cold water. If it's hot, let it cool before eating. Squeak! Got it, Su Qing. The tree mouse's eyes were full of bright red shrimps, and the tip of his nose twitched. It smelled so good, but the steam was too hot. The tree mouse looked up, and Su Qing was blowing air at a red shrimp, and soon put it in the bird's bowl. Squeak! The tree mouse's eyes froze, and his two claws grabbed the sides of the bowl. Then he lowered his body, inhaled, and blew whoosh. The white mist was blown away. The tree mouse, who was struggling to blow, barely opened a crack, and noticed that the hot air was blown away, and he was instantly happy. After repeating this several times, the tree mouse carefully bit the shrimp tail. Squeak! It's not hot anymore. His eyes lit up, delicious. With everything in sight, Su Qing blew away some of the heat and dared to sip some of the soup. The soup went down her throat, and the warmth spread. After adding the high lantern, the soup only had a slightly sour taste. It was not unpalatable, but it was definitely not delicious. As for the river shrimp, it tasted no different from the shrimp on Blue Star. Su Qing stuffed one into her mouth and kept chewing, as if she was recalling the taste of Blue Star. Inging! Su Qing put down her bowl and chopsticks, leaned over and took out the bottle from the treasure chest. Come on, the first meal of the cold winter, everyone eats well. Life will get better, and better in the future. Su Qing swallowed the shrimp meat. She will definitely do it. No words were spoken that night. In the morning, Su Qing put on her winter clothes, quietly opened the door, and went out. Huh? Su Qing rubbed her face, and the breath from her mouth immediately turned into mist and rose up. In just one day, the outside world had completely turned into a world of ice and snow. When I got out in the morning, the snow stopped falling. The sky was white, and the sun was not visible. There seemed to be no difference between near and far, all white. After jumping down, Su Qing only heard a slight crisp sound, and her legs sank into the snow. Has the snow on the ground accumulated to her calves? Pull it out, and then sink into the snow in front. Su Qing moved 3 meters away, step by step. Forget it. Su Qing sighed, and returned the same way. Although I know that it will be in vain to clean it up, but I still have to make a visible way out for myself. Good morning. Back in the cave, Su Qing greeted Shui Qingming's eyes when she took the wood. Quack. Good morning, Su Qing. The bird followed Su Qing closely. What was Su Qing going to do today? Su Qing took the wood out of the cave, first carved a vertical line, and then continued to open up roads on both sides. The snow was squeezed and melted, and a narrow path slowly appeared behind Su Qing. One push, the second was weaker, the third was exhausted. Gritting her teeth, Su Qing silently cheered herself up in her heart. Bang! Su Qing was shaken so hard that the wood fell out of her hand, and she fell to the ground. Gaga? Is Su Qing okay? Shaking her head, Su Qing picked up the wood again and poked it forward tentatively. It seemed to be something hard. Stone? Is there such a big stone in front of her house? The wood quickly swept away the snow. Su Qing opened her eyes wide and blurted out. Wood a treasure box. Chapter 35. Let me see what's inside. Su Qing knocked off the lock in no time and opened the wooden treasure chest that appeared at the door overnight. 3 small bottles lay quietly inside. They were about as long as an index finger and were wrapped in colorful plastic. Su Qing picked up a bottle and slowly turned the bottle. The words cumin powder jumped into her eyes. It turned out to be a seasoning. The other 2 bottles looked similar. The sight moved to the remaining small bottles. As expected, when she picked it up, the red one was chili powder, and the last bottle was pepper powder. Cumin powder, chili powder, and pepper powder. Although the 3 bottles of seasonings were not much, Su Qing was still very happy. She could add seasonings when cooking soup and grilling meat in the future. Counting the days, it has been more than a month since she came here. Although she was prepared to stay here for a lifetime, she was still very keen on improving her survival probability and living standards. After a day of work, she returned to the cave and had a good meal. Su Qing gently put the seasoning bottle back into the wooden treasure box. Now, she had to move the treasure box back to the cave first. Ruashi's energetic voice came from inside the door. Okay, now everyone should be awake. Walking into the cave, relying on the weak light, Su Qing put the wooden treasure box at the edge. 6 treasure boxes were lined up on the wall, and people were happy to see them. Still sleepy. Turning around, Lucky's head nodded, as if he was going to fall asleep in the next second. Su Qing supported the tree mouse. By the way, tree mice should hibernate in winter. Squeak. Subconsciously holding the arm stretched out in front of him tightly, the tree mouse answered in a daze. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something before going to sleep? Squeak. Then eat something before going to sleep. Reluctantly opening one eye, the tree mouse took the jade acorn and began to chew it. Seeing Lucky cheering up to eat, Su Qing felt relieved and left the cave after feeding the 2 little wolves. In just a short while, the sky began to snow again. The thin and crystal snowflakes floated to the palm of his hand and quickly melted into a little watermark. I was planning to go out for a walk while the snow stopped. Su Qing patted her head and picked up the wood on the ground. Since it was snowing again, she should go to the stream first. After a night of heavy snow, the temperature dropped sharply. Although there was no thick ice on the water surface, there were signs of it. With a light tap, the thin ice under the fingertips cracked into 4 or 5 cracks and fell into the slowly flowing water without a trace. The cold wind blew, and Su Qing shrank her neck. The winter clothes covered her below the collarbone tightly, but her neck and head were exposed. So now it feels a bit strange. The body is warm, but the neck is cold and it is winter. I have to see if there are scarves and hats in the transaction. I found a treasure chest when I went out today. If I walk out, there may be new treasure chests. I called Shui back to the cave together, closed the door, the light dimmed, and blocked the wind and snow outside. As usual, Su Qing lit a fire and sat in front. Suddenly, she didn't know what to do. When she first came to the apocalypse, there was nothing but a cave. She needed to find food and drink. Later, she met Lucky and Shui by chance, and then she had a conflict with the wolf pack. Even a few days ago, she could still go back and forth to various places to collect supplies. But what about now? It was snowing outside, and the whole forest was covered. She was forced to retreat to the cave. If it was on Blue Star, in winter, in the bright room, everyone would gather together to chat and eat, otherwise there would be TV, mobile phones, and other entertainment time. Sighing, suddenly free, really a little at a loss. Sparks popped up, and Su Qing shook off the extra thoughts in her mind and dragged out the dried straw. The straw mat outside had been used for many days. After getting the white crystal and synthesizing it into a wall lamp, they would move into the cave inside. So, she thought about it, and made a new straw mat. Ga. Shui Fei squatted at her feet, as if comforting herself. Su Qing smiled. Do you want to hear a story, Shui? Ga? Story? The bird blinked its eyes. If Su Qing wanted to tell something, the bird would be happy to listen. So the bird nodded, and moved a few steps towards Su Qing. With her eyes curved, Su Qing thought of several stories, since she was free anyway. If she shared a story with Shui, what should she tell? Speaking of which, she rarely read novels after she grew up and started working, and only remembered some wonderful fragments. Forget it, let's give full play to her subjective initiative. A long time ago, Su Qing was thinking about it in her mind, and she came up with a familiar opening line. In the city in the sky, there lived the royal family of the bird tribe. One day, the prince of the bird tribe. In order to make Shui feel involved, Su Qing automatically replaced the human background with the bird tribe, telling a story about a prince from a royal family and a love-hate relationship with a foreign parrot. But because she only watched half of the show at the time, so... In the second half, Su Qing started to tell it randomly based on her own preferences. The part where she left off happened to be when the prince had killed the parrot tribe, adding a little bit of personal settings. In her story, the parrot learned from the pain, with mixed feelings of love and hate in his heart, gathered the remaining members of the tribe, and changed his appearance to enter the city in the sky. At this time, the heroine in Su Qing's story has been blinded by hatred, so she uses all means and learns without a teacher to start a political conspiracy, ruthlessly using a group of males supporting roles, and successfully cultivates a huge force with her own abilities. Later, the royal family lost power, and the world was in chaos. The heroine kicked the royal family and punched the bad birds, who oppressed other birds. Looking back, she already has absolute power. In the end, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The heroine parrot reluctantly led her people into the Sky City, and won the ending of unifying the world. Su Qing didn't know whether the story made sense or not, but she was happy to tell it herself, completely letting herself go. Power struggles, hegemony, plus all kinds of love-hate entanglements with the male supporting actors. The love element was the icing on the cake. Quack. It was a bit messy. Bird shook his head. There were too many birds in the story, and it was really hard to tell them apart. Su Qing touched Shue's head. After she finished the story, a bundle of hay had been piled up at her feet. Time passed so fast and so slowly. By the way, it would be great if there was something that could automatically point out the direction of the cabin. After all, if you really want to leave the cabin, it will snow heavily and everything will be white. If you get lost, you will be doomed. What are you eating today? Without a clock, Su Qing didn't know how much time had passed. Her stomach started to growl, so she planned to cook lunch. Crack. Fruit. The bird flew to the treasure chest and pecked out a purple cone. In fact, the bird can eat anything. When it was in the forest before, it usually slept and went out to find food when it was hungry. If the tree mouse finds the bird for something, the food it gives the bird afterwards can last for several days. Her eyes drifted to the wooden treasure chest that had just been moved in today. How about grilling fish? It's better to act than to think. Su Qing pierced the fish in the treasure chest with a dagger and stuffed it into her stomach with slices of ginger. Then she moved it horizontally over the fire to roast. The fish meat with chili powder, pepper powder, and cumin powder tasted better. With the taste of Blue Star seasoning, Su Qing roasted several fish with great interest and gave them to Lucky and Shue to taste. But Lucky preferred the taste without additives. As for Shue, she didn't react much and seemed to be able to accept it. Outside the cave, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and it didn't stop until 3 days later. During this time, Su Qing was looking at the poor visibility outside, and she was always glad that she didn't make a hasty decision to continue exploring. Otherwise, with such a long duration and such heavy snow, there was a high possibility that she would be lost in the snow. Opening the door, Su Qing stretched. After 3 days of continuous snowfall, the sky finally became clear and blue, with no clouds. It seemed that it would not snow again for a while. Snow. Huh? What's wrong? Su Qing, the bird whose name was called, poked its head out. Su Qing turned around and smiled at the snowhead. How about we go out and explore the way? Explore? The bird looked at the clear sky, flapped its wings, and flew towards Su Qing. Quack. Okay, Su Qing. Then it's settled. I go get the tools. Chapter 36. It was a rare cloudless day. Su Qing planned to follow the water flow. A treasure chest appeared in front of the cave overnight, and she wanted to see if there would be any other changes downstream. Of course, she made such a choice because the water flow was a more obvious sign. Even if there was a snowstorm halfway, she could go back to the cave against the water flow. Perhaps because of the wetness on both sides, the grass surface was condensed with thin ice, and it was inevitable to slip if she was not careful. So Su Qing could only walk inside, leaving a trail of footprints behind her. Su Qing has been to Xiaoliu more than once, but today is her first time to go there after the harsh winter. The view is full of snow, covering the vast flat grassland, and even the bushes that can be barely identified in the distance are covered with a snow-white tall hat. It seems that there is no other change except for the thick layer of snow. Su Qing stopped and looked around. The treasure chest in front of the cave was found by luck. If the treasure chest outside is also covered under the snow, then there is no way to find it. The workload is too large. There are magic in the apocalypse, and she herself can't do it. Could she clear the snow layer in an instant to find out if there is a treasure chest? Su Qing was amused by her own thoughts and moved forward again. After walking an unknown distance, Su Qing suddenly narrowed her eyes. A very outstanding green color entered her field of vision. Because of the distance, Su Qing could only see that the object was relatively slender. Only when she got closer could she see clearly that it was an unknown plant growing between the cracks of the rocks. It was only a few dozen centimeters high, with green stems and leaves, and the branches that kept branching were mostly soft, and a pinch would leave a mark. But Su Qing was most concerned about the top of the plant. These were probably the newly sprouted branches of the plant, which had not yet grown and were curled inward. Strangely, when Su Qing lightly grasped a branch with her fingertips, a chill ran up to her heart. She used a little force, and unlike what she had imagined, the white branches broke with a few crisp sounds. Was it actually crisp? She moved it to the tip of her nose and smelled it carefully, and a faint fragrance floated into her nose. Su Qing was refreshed, but she looked away with a strange expression. Why did she feel that it smelled a bit like Lucian floral water? Gaga? What did Su Qing find? The bird that was originally hovering in the sky saw Su Qing suddenly move in one direction, and finally couldn't help but landed in curiosity. Let the bird see. A new plant. Su Qing patted the snow with her other clean hand. The smell is very special, reminding me of something familiar. However, whether it has that effect depends on how the light screen describes it. Ice grass. New leaves and tender shoots are edible. It likes cold environments and has a special fragrance. Since you still come out in such a cold day, let me give you a friendly reminder that most insects don't like its smell. There's hope. Su Qing's eyes flashed with joy. The letter paper found in the gold treasure chest disappeared too quickly, and she didn't see the news about Chuanxia clearly. All she could do was to prepare as much as possible. Now that she found ice grass, it told her that it might be possible to prevent insects. It was absolutely good news. Holding the root, Su Qing shook it upwards and left and right. The whole ice grass was pulled up by the roots. After shaking off the dirt, Su Qing walked around the area. Unfortunately, she only found one more ice grass and no more. Carrying 2 ice grasses, she continued to move forward. When she reached the second fork in the water, she only harvested 5 ice grasses. It was time to go back. Su Qing looked up and saw clouds gradually gathering above her head. The blue sky was slowly covered by the naked eye. It didn't take long for the clouds to form. If she continued to stay outside, she might really have to go home through the wind and snow. Su Qing turned back decisively. Shui, go home. Su Qing felt relieved when Shui's voice came from the sky. But Su Qing forgot one thing. That is, the magical world of Doomsday cannot be replaced by common sense. The cold wind suddenly rose from the ground, and it gained momentum in an instant, whistling and sweeping over. Shui. Su Qing grinned and tilted her head, and her shouting was drowned in the wind. Ga. Su Qing, I'm fine. Su Qing faintly heard Shui shouting, and she shouted again. Shui, come to me. Su Qing felt her frozen cheeks in such a strong wind, and ran quickly against the wind. Her shoulders sank, and without looking back, Su Qing grabbed the snow in her arms. Quack. The bird looked at Su Qing with some concern. It's okay. Su Qing panted, and her peripheral vision paid attention to the road under her feet. We have to go home quickly. She is really a jinx. The wind came as soon as it came. While she was thinking about it, a snowflake floated into her eyes. Su Qing blinked her eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. No way. Su Qing looked up in despair. After just a few minutes, the thick clouds had covered the sky. Snowflakes swirled in the air with the wind, one after another. The wind was too strong. Su Qing slowed down, her vision became less clear, and the front was full of falling snowflakes. The only thing she could see clearly was the water flow on the side. Her idea when she came here was not wrong. The water flow could help her identify the direction to go home. But the problem was that the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the road was a little unstable when it was blown, and the waterside was already slippery with thin ice. Continue to walk back against the wind and snow. Or stop for a while, find a shelter and wait for the wind to stop before moving? With a lot of thoughts in her mind, Su Qing gritted her teeth and walked crookedly to the right. There were several boulders where she aimed, just in time to block some of the wind and snow for her and Shui. When she reached the side of the boulder, Su Qing's cheeks were already white from the cold. Curling behind the stone, Su Qing lowered her head and unzipped her clothes. Shui, come in, it's too cold outside. Su Qing huddled inside her winter coat. Fortunately, the coat was quite flexible, so she huddled inside without hearing any tearing sound. Gaw. A bird came in too. The bird looked at Su Qing, who was curled up inside, and then looked down at itself. A force came over it, and in the blink of an eye, the bird realized that its forehead was pressed against Su Qing's neck, so it folded its wings and curled itself up. The zipper closed again. Su Qing leaned against the stone and looked outside through the slanted collar. The dense snowflakes were spinning rapidly, and she could not see anything. It seemed that there was only the sound of the whistling wind between heaven and earth. The corners of her clothes were blown from time to time, and there was also the exposed collar, and occasionally cold wind blew in. Fortunately, the winter coat is as magical as described. Su Qing can still feel the endless warmth while hugging Shui in it. Another gust of cold wind blew. Su Qing shook her body and turned her head to avoid the cold wind. Suddenly, warm feathers touched her cheek. Su Qing raised her eyes. Met a pair of bright eyes. Ga. Su Qing, don't be afraid, the bird has lived for a long time, and the bird will block the wind for Su Qing. The bird adjusted its position. Shui, you don't need to block it for me, I'm not cold. A warm current seemed to flow through her heart, and Su Qing rubbed Shui's feathers. Let's stay here for a while, and go home quickly when the wind stops. So that's how it is. However, The bird felt Su Qing's trembling body every time the wind blew in, and Su Qing was obviously very cold. After thinking quietly for a minute, a light bulb popped up in the bird's head. Ah, the bird understood. Did Su Qing think that the bird was also cold? The space inside was too small, and the bird wanted to spread its wings and pat Su Qing, but found that it was difficult to move, and finally could only rub against Su Qing. The bird is not cold, Su Qing. When the bird was very young and its feathers had not grown, its parents and other elders in the tribe also shielded the bird from the wind and snow in this way. As the bird's feathers grow, it is no longer afraid of the cold. Su Qing touched the snow with one hand, thinking that the little guy was rubbing against her because he was afraid. Don't be afraid of the snow, just wait a while. It will be soon. In fact, Su Qing looked at the muddy snow curtain outside and felt a little confused. Will it really be soon? She didn't know. Gaga. The familiar cry gradually became clear from vague. Gaga. The wind stopped. A clear and loud sound rang in Su Qing's ears. Su Qing woke up with a start, and met Shue's bright eyes with a frightened look. Ga. Is Su Qing okay? The bird moved inside. The wind had stopped for a long time, and the bird woke Su Qing up because it was afraid that Su Qing would miss it. Su Qing patted her chest with lingering fear. Sure enough, she hadn't heard the terrifying sound of the wind for a long time, since she woke up. Looking out through the collar, the snow was still falling, but not so heavy. Unzipping the zipper, the snow flew out first. Su Qing staggered to her feet, supporting herself on the ground, and the snow on her winter coat fell down with her movements. Huh? Fog rose in front of her eyes. Su Qing rubbed her wrists, stretched her stiff limbs, and then picked up her hunting rifle and 5 ice plants and walked towards the water flow. Shue, follow us, we're going home. Crack. Su Qing came. Snowflakes fell on her face. Su Qing didn't wipe them off, but just hurried on in silence. This time she took it for granted, and used the old ideas on Blue Star to represent the end of winter. If the winter clothes were not a magical product, she might have suffered from severe hypothermia after staying in the wind and snow for so long. We need to look at the end of the world with a new mindset. This is a completely unfamiliar world, a world where anything can happen. Su Qing repeated this in her mind over and over again. What is that? Su Qing narrowed her eyes, and looked through the snow at the tall black shadow that kept moving on the other side. Other survivors? No, everyone has analyzed it long ago, and single player is almost the consensus recognized by everyone. Or, other large animals? Thinking of this, Su Qing's heart trembled, and she subconsciously raised her shotgun and aimed at the black shadow. The shadow was still moving slowly. Su Qing was highly focused, watching its every move until it completely disappeared in the snow. Her shoulders sank, and the snow fell at this time. Su Qing put away her hunting rifle and looked around. The snow was flying. It was still clear at close range, but it was not so clear 4 or 5 meters away. Let's go home. Finally, she looked back at the direction where the shadow came from, and Su Qing walked upstream with a heavy heart. I hope that the shadow won't come to the cave. Will it be another fierce battle? Su Qing didn't know that she tightened her hand holding the gun. All she could do was to arm herself. That was all. Rushing back to the cave exhausted, Su Qing pushed open the door. Squeak. Su Qing, you are finally back. Picking up the tree rat that rushed towards her, Su Qing curled her lips and smiled comfortingly. Sorry, we suddenly encountered a heavy snowstorm and made you worried. The tree rat rubbed Su Qing's neck with tears in its eyes. The rat heard the sound of the wind. It was so scary, the rat almost thought he would never come back. Perhaps she heard something. Ruashi opened her throat and screamed, miserable and pitiful. Su Qing glanced at the empty milk bottles on the ground, knowing that they came back too late, and the little ones were hungry after drinking the first bottle. She went forward to open the treasure box and filled it with milk, and then Su Qing quickly fed Wanshu and Ruashi. Ruashi cried in protest while drinking. Okay, my fault. Next time I will think about it before going out. Su Qing stroked Ruashi's back. The little guy's humming protest finally turned into a satisfied coquettish. Su Qing smiled tiredly, and was about to speak. A mechanical system sound rang out of nowhere in the cave. Chapter 37 Ding, Doomsday version 2.1 is being updated, adding random events. Snow Country War. With the arrival of the cold wave, something seems to be brewing in the snow. Survivors, take action before being discovered. Defend your cabin and take the initiative of the war into your own hands. Ding, random events have been loaded and updated. Snow Country War? And what does it mean when it says later? Something seems to be brewing in the snow? For no reason, the huge black shadow that gradually disappeared in the snow appeared in Su Qing's mind. Could that be it? Su Qing didn't know. She felt a little uneasy, which made her a little restless. Ah! As if she had noticed something, Washu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out, stopping her scattered thoughts, and Su Qing picked up Washu. Don't worry, Washu, it's okay. As she spoke, her cheeks suddenly became wet. Washu licked Su Qing, and then gently rubbed his forehead against her side face, as if to say, I believe you. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qing touched Wangshu's head. I take care of it. Sitting down, she put Wangshu and Ruashi together. You two, just stay home and relax. Taking out 3 purple cones, Su Qing waved to Shui and Lucky. Come on. She peeled one and put it in a bowl. Su Qing pushed it in front of Shui, turned around and asked, Lucky, have you eaten? The tree mouse shook its head. After it woke up and fed the 2 little ones, a terrible wind sounded outside soon. Su Qing and the bird hadn't come back yet, and it was so anxious that it didn't even think about eating. When Su Qing asked this, her stomach immediately made a gurgling sound. Squeak. The tree mouse covered his stomach a little embarrassedly. Sorry for making you worry, let's fill our stomach first. Su Qing also peeled the purple cones, and put them into Lucky's bowl, and then ate them herself. After lighting a fire, Su Qing turned on the screen. What was updated today was Snow Country War, which was too sudden. Now she wanted to see what other people on the public screen thought, and it would be even better if someone already had a clue. A fluorescent blue screen popped up in the air. The forum was already very lively at this time. Yang Mei, today's updated random event, Snow Country War, has the word war in the name, so it won't be easy. I hope everyone will not underestimate it, and work together to overcome this difficulty. Su Qing browsed through them one by one. It was just updated not long ago, so there is not much valid information in the forum. Most of it is some personal speculation and trading intentions. Suddenly, Su Qing narrowed her eyes and her fingertips stopped suddenly. This message was sent 1 minute ago. Wu Lin, you can take a look at personal, where the map is loaded, although there are only simple light spots. The light spots on the map are divided into green and red. The green ones should be the location of our cabin. As for the remaining red light spots, I personally think they are the enemies of this war. Wu Lin, she remembered this name. She also browsed the other party's analysis post a few days ago. However, when it comes to the personal section, Su Qing exited the post and clicked personal. After the jump, there was indeed an extra line of words on the screen. Map, limited time. Click it, and the map pops up. Just as Wu Lin said, Su Qing looked at the map. The only green light spot was at the upper left of the map. Moving her eyes to the right, 1, 2. A total of 7 red light spots. If the red light spots represent hostility, does the size of the light spots represent strength? 2 of the 7 light spots are particularly far away, so she doesn't have to worry for the time being. As for the remaining 5 light spots, 4 of the light spots are in a ring that surrounds the green light spot, and the last one, the edge is almost connected to the green light spot. What is this? Su Qing leaned back. The good news was that the red dot closest to the green light was the smallest of the 7 red light dots. By the way, the place where she saw the black shadow during the day was not very far from the hut. Could it be one of the red light dots? Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. Doomsday asked them to take action before being discovered. Does it mean that no matter whether they take the initiative to attack or not, the other party in the Snow Country War will look for them? If this is true, Su Qing looked at the 7 red dots on the map. If she didn't break through them one by one while they were scattered, and waited for them to gather together, thinking about that scene made her feel desperate. Turning on the screen, Su Qing wrote down her thoughts. If the wind is not too strong tomorrow, she will go out and take a look. She laid down in her winter coat, her face touched by the soft fur, and Su Qing closed her tired eyes. It's time to rest. There is still a lot to do next. Su Qing fell asleep quickly due to her tired body. The next day, Su Qing opened her eyes on time. She has formed a new biological clock by getting up early for a long time in the Doomsday. Crack. Hearing the noise, the bird opened its eyes. Hush. Su Qing raised her index finger in front of her lips. She didn't want to wake up the 3 little ones, who were still sleeping. The bird blinked and didn't make any more noise. And Jing quickly filled the bottle. Su Qing grabbed 2 purple cones, took her equipment, and walked towards the door. The bird quickly followed. Creaky. The wooden door was pushed open, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. 2 figures ran out of the dimness. Su Qing squatted down helplessly and whispered to Lucky, I'm just going to take a look today, it shouldn't take much time. I've opened the treasure chests. If you're hungry, just take the fruit and eat it yourself. Squeak. Then you and the bird must come back early. The tree mouse nodded, and the wind blew over it, and his whole body trembled. Noticing this, Su Qing quickly pushed Lucky back. It's cold outside, go in quickly. The little guy looked back every few steps. He was obviously shivering with cold, but he still came out to see her off. Su Qing curved her eyes, and when she could no longer see Lucky off, she used a stone to prop up the wooden door to leave a gap and left. Snow, Su Qing patted her shoulder, and the snow landed on her shoulder obediently. She tore the peel of the purple cone, and walked forward while raising her hand to wait for the snow to finish eating. On the familiar path, thinking of the black shadow she saw yesterday and the snow country war, Su Qing quickly rushed to the stone where she hid from the wind and snow yesterday. Raising her shotgun, Su Qing approached the water cautiously. Although she saw the black shadow on the other side yesterday, who knows if the black shadow will come here at night? The snowflakes were still flying in the air. When they reached the water's edge, the daylight was good, which also made the other side visible. Su Qing frowned slightly. She didn't see the tall figure like yesterday. Was it an illusion? Or had the shadow left this place? Turning on the light screen, Su Qing clicked into personal. The map was opened. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Between the green and red light spots, a golden arrow appeared. The arrow pointed at her. Closing the light screen, Su Qing gently tapped the ice on the water. Some ice chips splashed, but it didn't break completely like yesterday. But if it was her entire body weight, it would be hard to say. After the second diversion, the stream on her side would be shallower, but still several meters wide, not to mention the water flow before the second diversion. Wait. What is that? Su Qing immediately turned her head when she saw something rolling on the other side. In the vast snow curtain, there was nothing but snow. Damn! Su Qing stood there in shock. The last time she acted like this was when she saw the white wolf flying. On the white snow, a round snowball rolled away. Su Qing stretched her neck to see if there was anything behind the snowball pushing it. But there was nothing. Su Qing looked at the snowball with an inexplicable expression as it rolled bigger and bigger, moving away from here. Follow it. Retracting her thoughts, Su Qing called out to the snow and chased after it. This chase took a long way. The stream became smaller and smaller as she chased after it. At the back, seeing that the snowball was no longer rolling along the river bank, Su Qing made up her mind and waded across the stream and followed it from a distance. As she chased, there were more and more stones. The snowball in front of her was half her height. Perhaps she was getting closer to her destination and her speed slowed down. Su Qing approached cautiously with the help of the piled stones. After confirming that there was no unusual movement inside, Su Qing carefully poked her head out. Su Qing cursed inwardly when she saw this. There were 3 snowballs lying on the empty snow. The biggest one. Su Qing's eyelids twitched. She didn't notice it just now, and thought it was the background covered by snow. It must be twice as tall as her, right? No, what about the ones around her? A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, but fortunately, the stone that Su Qing used to hide her figure was real. 3 snowballs, I wonder if they have wisdom. Su Qing clicked on the light screen, and the arrow representing her had overlapped with the nearest red light spot, which also made her sure that the 3 snowballs in front were the enemy. Su Qing, I have found a red light spot. There are 3 snowballs here. The largest one should be 3 or 4 meters in diameter. There are many people who pay attention to the news online in real time, and soon a series of question marks appeared under Su Qing's message. Yang Jin, I found one too, but I'm a snowman, the kind that can make snowballs. Su Qing blinked, and within a few seconds, Yang Jin also received many question marks. Make snowballs? An old man asked doubtfully. Zhao Wu, make snowballs? What's so scary about that? Just go for it. Yang Jin, the snowballs they make are as hard as rocks. You go for it, and there's snow everywhere, they just grab a handful from the ground. As hard as rocks? Su Qing pondered. What about the snowballs below? Su Qing picked up a large stone, quietly walked to the side, and threw it out with force. Bang! The stone fell to the ground and rolled forward a few times with the force. Crack! As if a switch was triggered, the snowball that stayed quietly in place shook a few times, and then rolled madly towards the place where she threw it. The snow-white ball covered the stone, and did not spread out as imagined. The snowball seemed very hard. It rolled over the stone and flew in the air for a second, and then rolled directly over. If it was a person, Su Qing was silent. They could not run faster than the rolling speed, so the result could only be crushed. Plus, The snowball didn't even disperse when it hit the hard stone, so it must have touched the magic. Fortunately, she found it first. Otherwise, if the snowball suddenly rolled over when she went out, she would not be able to react at all. The snowball in front was still rolling left and right. It was at this time that Su Qing's sight focused on the place in the distance that was originally blocked by the snowball. A silver treasure chest? Chapter 38. The treasure chest is her only way to get the magic book. Since she has seen it, Su Qing will not miss it. And the snowballs below are all enemies. The sooner they are dealt with, the sooner she can feel at ease. Speaking of which, when she was chasing the smallest snowball, the opponent's speed was very slow at first, but as the size grew, the rolling speed became faster and faster. Later, Su Qing was completely tracking it by the traces on the ground. Su Qing glanced at the other two snowballs in the distance. The size of these two snowballs was much larger than the one she followed. As for animals, their flesh and blood bodies can be killed with weapons. But how is the snowball's death calculated? On the open ground, perhaps realizing that the stone making the noise was just a dead object, the madly rolling snowball shook a few times and then quieted down. The three snowballs blended perfectly into the background. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to immediately find their existence. No eyes, no facial features. Then how do these snowballs identify her position? Recalling the stone thrown just now, the snowball should have attacked when it heard the sound of the falling stone. Besides this, what else can be done? Are there any other ways to sense it? Is there a range limit for sensing? Touching her chin, Su Qing picked up a stone and threw it at different locations on the edge of the snowball. So, snowballs of different sizes can be sensed at different ranges? I threw it 10 times in total. As long as the smallest snowball was about 1 meter away, it would not react even if it made a sound. The middle-sized ones were about 2 meters away. As for the largest ones, they had to be at least 4 or 5 meters away to be undetectable. However, Su Qing quietly changed her position to observe. As long as she remained quiet within the sensing distance, the snowballs would not roll. But it was not enough to just understand this. She had to know how to deal with these snowballs. First, she had to separate the 3 snowballs, starting with the smallest one. Since even the stone could not leave a trace, what about water? Can the snowball melt in water? Will fire work? Maybe she could try to lead the small one to the water source. According to the current size of the snowball, the ice on the water should not be able to withstand it. Even if the snowball has not melted after falling into the water flow can hinder the snowball from rolling, giving her time to retreat. It was decided. Su Qing picked up a pile of stones and started the first action. Bang! The stone fell on the snow around it splashed, and quickly fell back to the ground. The outermost snowball rotated a little. Here it comes, Su Qing thought to herself, and tiptoed out. The snow splashed high as the snowball flew past at high speed. Su Qing's eyes blurred, and the snowball had rolled to the position where the stone was thrown. Paying attention to the distance, Su Qing threw the stone. The snowball, which had been quiet for a while, was ready to go again and rush forward. Fortunately, the snowball had no head and ran away when it ran over the stone for the second time. Su Qing threw stones one by one, and the waterside became clearer in her sight. Crack! The last stone hit the ice. Gurgle, gurgle. In the expectant eyes, the moment the sound sounded, the snowball rolled onto the ice like before. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp cracking sounds were heard. With a splash, Su Qing walked to the shore, and the snowball had already fallen into the water. However, the water was not so deep that it could not completely submerge the snowball. I don't know if this will work. Su Qing looked left and right, but could not see the situation under the ice. Crack, crack. Su Qing blinked, and the snowball in the water heard her voice, and rolled even more frantically. The result was that the ice began to break continuously. Should she step back a little? While thinking, white colloid spread on the water surface. Stepping back a few steps, the snowball calmed down. In just a few seconds, the white colloid that was glimpsed before completely disappeared. Speaking of which, Su Qing touched her chin, and now the snowball was wet. Will they really melt? In this way, she led the snowballs into the water in batches. As long as the depth and width were selected appropriately, the snowballs could not roll up, but kept rolling because of the sound. Then, wouldn't she be able to stand quietly within the range of perception and wait for the other party to melt in the water? Then it's happily decided. Su Qing approached the shore and made a sound to attract Snowball. This section of the stream is the one that goes away from the cottage after the first fork. Because it is the main stream, it is much deeper and wider than the stream near the cottage. Snowball rolled in the water, But the water flow continued to unload the force, and took away some of the snow on the snowball. Rolling, being pushed away by the water flow, melting, continuing to roll, accelerating the melting. Gaga. There is something, Su-Ching. The snow hovering in the sky condensed its eyes, and dived down. Alas, it's melted most of the time. Stretching her neck, Su-Ching looked at the snowball floating on the water. Fortunately, this magical creature is not waterproof. Snow? In her sight, a snow-white figure dived toward the water, and its sharp claws pierced deeply into the snowball. The two drifting feathers floated down a little, and then became straight again with the movement of the owner, and rushed into the sky. Crackling. The sound of snow came from the air, and it sounded very happy. The remaining snowballs on the water surface quickly disappeared, the water rippled, and soon the ripples dissipated. So what did the snow take away? The agile and magical white bird fell. Su-Ching bent down. This is a round blue sphere. After the snow loosened its claws, it swayed a few times, and quickly returned to its original shape. Poking this thing, it was like jelly, with a concave surface, and it bounced back after being released. Initiate identification, and the introduction popped up on the light screen. The core of the snowball, a magical creature born in the cold wave, its core naturally has a strange effect. Carefully boiled at high temperature, drinking it will increase speed, with a very low probability of permanent increase. Oh, she understood. Su-Ching patted her rapidly beating heart. Isn't this a speed potion? Calm down. Su-Ching took a deep breath and rotated the blue sphere. Huh? There is a stone here? Because of the snow on the back, there are several cracks on the dark blue skin. Through the blue transparent substance, a gray stone can be vaguely seen. Su-Ching reached in through the crack and quickly retracted her hand after touching a hard object. The blue crumbs on the back of her hand made her feel a little distressed. These were all raw materials. She opened her palm, and the familiar gray stone jumped into her eyes. Magic stone? Su-Ching was startled. Ah, in the core of the snowball? Is it a new magic stone or? The stone turned over, smooth and flat. Close your eyes, family. It is a magic stone without attributes. The necessary raw materials for upgrading the known hut are the magic stone without attributes, and the magic book of the hut. She didn't know about the level above level 2, but to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, it takes 5 attributeless magic stones. It's 5 times the initial hut upgrade. Of course, there is also good news. That is, the magic book can continue to be used when upgrading from level 1 to level 2, and there is no need to find a new one. And after upgrading to level 2, 3 new rooms can be expanded. Originally, she was worried about how to get 5 attributeless magic stones. Now, Su-Ching opened her eyes and stared at the attributeless magic stone in her hand. 1 snowball can get a core and a non-attribute magic stone. Add the other 2, that's 3 non-attribute magic stones. And the red light spots displayed on the time-limited map. There are 7 of them. If you take them all, maybe you can get all the magic stones for upgrading from level 2 to level 3. Don't let any of them go. After calming down a little, Su-Ching repeated the operation and brought the snowball in the middle. As the snow took away the core, the water surface quickly returned to calm. Quack. Su-Ching gives it to you. The bird pushed the blue ball and shouted happily. I successfully hunted with Su-Ching today. Thank you, Shui. Su-Ching touched the snow-headed bird and lifted Shui to her shoulder. After solving the second snowball, the sky had darkened, and it was time to go home. As for the remaining largest snowball, we will find a suitable water area tomorrow to solve it. Holding the 2 cores, Su-Ching happily hummed a song all the way home. Pushing open the door, Su-Ching walked to the treasure chest and put the newly obtained treasures in it. Squeak. Su-Ching is in a good mood today, Squeak. Are you hungry, Lucky? Looking at the tree mouse jumping in front of her, Su-Ching stuffed a few jade acorns into his mouth. Thank you for your hard work today, Lucky. Squeak, squeak, enough, the mouse can't take any more. The tree mouse put its chin on the fruit that was about to roll off. Look at me. Su-Ching patted his head. I'm too happy. I gave you so much at once. Half of the fruit in his arms was gone in an instant, and the tree mouse breathed a sigh of relief. Su-Ching is much better now. After dinner, Su-Ching opened the screen and happily shared the information she had obtained today. Su-Ching, the snowball that can roll is called Snowball Ball, and there is a magic stone without attributes at its core. In addition, Su-Ching also roughly described how she solved the problem of Snowball Ball, hoping to give others some reference. As soon as the post was published, a row of question marks and exclamation marks instantly occupied the comment area. Xiao Qi, surprise! A snowball that can roll, right? Go, The magic stone without attributes is here. Wu-pung. Sweep away the red light spot. Brothers, charge. Don't let a snowball get away alive. Yang Jin. Oh, what a coincidence. I just killed a snowman too. As for the snowman, it's relatively simple. Everyone hides behind obstacles and knocks off the attributeless magic stone on the belly button. If you don't have a ranged weapon, it's recommended to kill the lone snowman first, otherwise it will die if you fight too many at once. And Lin, there's a snowman too? Thanks for sharing, charge, and wipe out the red light spots. Snowman. Knock off the attributeless magic stone. As for the ranged weapon, the hunting rifle I exchanged has the last bullet left, and there are a lot of sleeve arrows left. Trade. A red dot appeared on the block. Su Qing clicked it, and it was a private chat with Yang Jin. Yang Jin. Sister, a total of 8 white crystals, exchanged for 4 bottles of healing potions. Have you got the white crystal? The fingertips moved quickly on the light screen. Su Qing, I have prepared the healing potion. Trade now? Yang Jin. Yes, yes. The link popped up, and Su Qing took out 4 bottles of healing potions from the treasure chest. A white light flashed, and 8 dazzling crystals lay quietly on the ground. Yang Jin, looking forward to the next cooperation. Miss Su, good night. All the materials for the wall lamp were finally collected. Su Qing grabbed a piece of white crystal, and the diamond-shaped ore was slightly cool. The white crystal, rope, light magic stone and iron block were taken out one by one. Holding the synthetic magic book of the wall lamp, the white light turned from light to bright. Chapter 39. The light gradually faded, and Su Qing came back to her senses. At this time, she was holding a long column in her hand. With a weak light, Su Qing looked at the wall lamp that she had finally put together. The wall lamp has a total of 6 sides, and the upper half of each side is a snow-white and translucent diamond crystal, which flickers under the light, making people a little dizzy. 6 black metals form the outer frame of the wall lamp from top to bottom, connecting the top and the bottom. Su Qing touched the ring on the top, which was cold to the touch and hard in texture. At the top of the thin column extending from the top, a long brown rope naturally hangs down. Where is the magic stone of light? Turning it upside down, Su Qing found that the upper part of the wall lamp was not completely solid. The thin black wire was wrapped together from the bottom edge upwards, holding up a gray stone. This was the magic stone of light she was looking for. Putting the wall lamp back to its original position, Su Qing grabbed the rope and pulled it down. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from the palm of her hand. Subconsciously closing her eyes to avoid the light, Su Qing rubbed her eyes. Squeak. Day, is it daybreak? The tree mouse, who was sitting on his back concentrating on solving the jade acorn, lowered his head in confusion. He could see everything clearly, including his feet and the front. The branches on the grass mat, the 2 little wolves playing Jenga. The tree mouse stared blankly at the elongated shadow. The jade acorn in his mouth fell on the grass mat, rolled around and stopped moving. With his eyes closed, his orange vision gradually dimmed. Su Qing opened her eyes, and the wall lamp emitted a soft light. Squeak! Su Qing, it's dawn! As if it had just reacted, the tree mouse excitedly jumped up from the straw mat, turned around and flew toward Su Qing. He threw himself into Su Qing's arms, and when he looked up, he saw a long column glowing. He poked it carefully, and the wall lamp shook slightly, and the tree mouse shrank back. Squeak! What is this? It's okay. Su Qing wiped away a tear that flowed out due to the stimulation of the light source, and smiled as she moved the wall lamp towards Lucky. This is a wall lamp, it can illuminate. Lucky, look, can you see clearly around you? The tree mouse blinked curiously. Indeed, the mouse could see clearly even the dark inside. What a magical treasure. Okay, Lucky, you go down first. Su Qing held the tree mouse, and gently moved it to the grass mat. Squeak. Okay, Su Qing. Knowing that it was Su Qing's treasure that caused all this, the tree mouse went down obediently. After all, Su Qing has always been very powerful. Grabbing the top ring, Su Qing stood up. Well, let her see how to place the wall lamp. Looking around, there was no place to hang the wall lamp at the top of the hole. Put it on the small table. After solving the Snow Country War incident, they can move into the bedroom inside. There are many branches extending from the wooden pillars on the side of the bedroom wall. They were originally used to hold snow. In the future, they can be used to hang wall lamps. Fortunately, the bottom of the wall lamp is flat and can stand vertically on the table without falling. Su Qing took a last look at the dazzling crystal surface. She didn't know why. She thought the wall lamp would be top-heavy at first. The soft light illuminated the cave. Su Qing sat on the straw mat and stretched her limbs comfortably. After the cold winter came, the house finally became bright. She made a fire skillfully, and when the fire stabilized, Su Qing placed the small pot. As usual, the small pot was heated up in a short while. After rinsing the surface slightly, Su Qing threw the newly obtained blue gelatinous substance into the pot. She still remembered the introduction clearly, the core of the snowball, a magical creature born in a cold wave. Its core naturally has a strange effect. Carefully boiled at high temperature, drinking it will increase speed, with a very low probability of permanent increase. The raw materials of the speed potion are beneficial and harmless to boil, so she thinks it is better to do it sooner rather than later. Huh? Looking at the exposed part, Su Qing shook the pot, and the core also trembled. It can't fit in anymore. Cut off a piece of the outside with a dagger and put it in the treasure chest. Su Qing stared at the pot expectantly. This is finally okay. As the saying goes, waiting time is always long. But after dinner, Su Qing continued to weave the straw mat, and fed Wanshu and Ruoshi in the middle. After a series of things were done, the core in the small pot was still full and looked intact. Put the small pot aside, and after it cooled down, Su Qing poured out the core. The blue ball fell into the palm of her hand, and she looked down. Wow, there was not a drop of melted liquid. The question is, Su Qing patted the core. If the fire could not melt the core, then the high temperature in the description. How high is it? Unable to melt the core of the snowball, Su Qing could only put both into the treasure chest and make plans for the future. With the addition of two big guys, it is natural to reorganize the treasure chest to make room for them. After cleaning up the cave, Su Qing lay on the straw mat. With a scoop of her arms, the plump white wolf was lifted high in the air. Suddenly suspended in the air, Ruoshi tilted her head and fluttered her 4 legs. Ruoshi? Su Qing held the little wolf in her arms and gently stroked it. The little guy made a puzzled cry. When the weather warms up, I will give you and Wanshu a bath. I don't dislike you. I also want to take a bath. You will stink if you don't take a bath for a long time. Ah, Wanshu is here. Hug Wanshu too. Squeak. Bathing, is it because it stinks? The tree mouse rubbed his paws, and his tail swayed behind him. His eyes slowly moved to himself. That mouse. No, mice groom there for every day. They must not stink. Turning around, a snow-white bird was squatting on the wood. Squeak. Come here. The tree mouse waved. Jie? Calling a bird, the bird half closed its eyes and slowly walked to the side of the tree mouse. The owner came over, and the tree mouse poked its head out, and the tip of its nose twitched. Squeak. The bird stinks. You also let Su Qing wash it. Stretching out its claws with confidence, the tree mouse pointed at the bird up and down. Jie? The bird tilted its head. No, the bird is the same as before. The wind picked up outside, whistling and blowing away. The lively cave gradually quieted down, and everyone huddled together and fell asleep. In the morning, Su Qing opened her eyes energetically. As usual, she prepared the meals for the little wolves, opened the treasure chest, and walked out with her hunting rifle and hidden arrows. Today, she will deal with the remaining snowballs and move them back to the silver treasure chest. If she has enough time, she can go out and explore the other 4 red light spots. As for the 2 farthest ones, she will deal with them last. A snow-white figure passed overhead. Su Qing swallowed the last bite of the purple cone and quickened her pace to catch up. Yesterday, she discovered the territory while tracking the cold wave creatures. After a day, she only had a rough memory in her mind. But it doesn't matter. Just search around. And Su Qing looked up at Shui, who was leading the way. After she said something to Shui in the morning, Shui had been flying in front. After arriving at Doomsday, the first 2 little ones she met were very smart. She personally thought that Shui understood and was really leading her. Turning left and right, snowflakes fell again, and Su Qing finally saw the familiar scene. The snow fell silently on her shoulders, just as she had asked before she came. Su Qing gently smoothed the feathers on the back of the snow-headed bird. Bird? ? Turning her head, Su Qing only smiled and said nothing. Remembering to keep quiet, although the bird wanted to ask Su Qing what to do next, it still didn't call obediently. After careful identification, Su Qing distinguished the snowball from the background. By the way, is this snowball bigger than yesterday? On the snow, a huge snowball was quietly lying. It was several meters in diameter, and it seemed that it would fall down at any time, which looked very scary. With the snow retreating a few meters away, Su Qing frowned. Finally, this snowball was much bigger than yesterday. Let's choose the water area to trap it first. After walking a long distance, Su Qing finally took a fancy to a place upstream. Quickly returning, Su Qing licked her lips. Now it was time to make a noise to guide the snowball to the water area. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Even though I said that, my heart was beating hard. My thoughts were tangled, and two little people appeared on my head. Didn't I succeed yesterday? It's just a repetition of the operation. It's not difficult. Su Qing on the left confidently put her hands on her hips. But the remaining one is much bigger than the two yesterday. The little person on the right trembled and howled while touching his head. If we don't grasp the distance well, it will deviate from the direction and roll towards us, and we will be finished. What is Su Qing thinking? Ha ha, the bird couldn't help but poke the soft skin of the human. Su Qing, what should we do next? Feeling a little itchy on her neck, Su Qing shook her head and waved away the two little men. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Just be careful to grasp the direction. Even if you enter the sensing range, as long as you keep quiet, you won't be attacked by the snowball. So, let's start. Su Qing grabbed a stone tightly and threw it hard in front of the snowball. Gurgle gurgle. The moment it landed, the quiet snowball almost immediately rolled wildly and crushed towards the source of the sound. I was very nervous, but fortunately nothing went wrong during the operation. Holding the blue core back to the snowball territory, Su Qing broke the lock and with a click, the treasure chest was opened. The second silver treasure chest. I remember that the first silver treasure chest gave me the magic book of the fireplace and the wall lamp, as well as the wooden extractor. Su Qing looked into the treasure chest curiously. I wonder what good stuff will come out this time. Su Qing picked up the familiar long tube, but it was silver in color. Extractor, metal, select the target ore and get some metal. Good equipment, can save a lot of time. Metal extractor. Su Qing's eyes lit up. What a good thing. As long as she finds the minerals, can't she directly use the extractor to extract the metal? No need to dig. She moved her eyes to the last folded paper. Su Qing opened it, but it was not the magic book she thought it was. The outside was snow white, and the inside was golden. But there was no writing on it. Su Qing, ? What does this mean? Issued the appraisal, and the introduction slowly appeared on the light screen. After just a glance, Su Qing opened her mouth in surprise, and finally uttered 3 words. Good baby. Chapter 40. Treasure Map, a magical product. Meditate on an object you desire very much, and it will display the same resources within a 5-kilometer radius, and you can choose to permanently mark a location. A rare treasure, let me see, there is only one chance to use it per month. I kindly remind you, don't think about things that don't exist. After all, things that don't exist can't be displayed on the map. Although there is only one chance per month, it is indeed a very good treasure. Su Qing put the paper back into the treasure chest. The new metal extractor targets ore. She just tried it on ordinary stone, but the extractor didn't respond. Su Qing guessed that she might have to find a vein of ore. In addition, there were 3 things she got after successfully making a wish on the gold treasure chest wish list. The fire magic stone, the shotgun synthesis magic book, and the bullet synthesis magic book. The fire magic stone was used to synthesize the fireplace, and the remaining 2 magic books are still at the bottom of the box. Some materials for the shotgun and bullets are really hard to find, and no one has heard of them when asked on the light screen. If she remembered correctly, the shotgun magic book said, synthesis materials, iron X15, copper X9, wood X5, pure carbon X4, cannon fruit X5. The bullet synthesis magic book said, synthesis materials, cannon fruit X1/3, pyrite X1/3, iron X1/3. Let's not talk about materials such as iron and copper. If the pure carbon in the Doomsday is understood literally, it is made entirely of carbon, so it is diamond. As for pyrite, it is iron disulfide, and it is normal to need sulfur in bullets. But she can understand these ores. What is cannon fruit? So the treasure map is a timely rain, which can perfectly solve the problem of lack of certain resources. The metal extractor, treasure map, and the core of the snowball filled the silver treasure chest. Snow. Su Qing waved to the sky and said, go home. The things in the silver treasure chest are too good, so I will take them home first to feel relieved. The journey was long, and Su Qing was filled with excitement. She returned to the cave with the treasure chest in one breath, and she didn't feel tired at all. The door was pushed open, and the tree mouse, who was lying on the grass mat with his feet up, froze and turned over in panic. Squeak. Huh, it's Su Qing. The tense body relaxed, and the tree mouse shook its tail. Why did Su Qing come back so early today? Jumping lightly around Su Qing, the tree mouse looked at the silver treasure chest with some curiosity. Squeak, Su Qing really likes this kind of box, and already. The tree mouse turned his head to look at the row of boxes on the inner wall. The claws tapped from here to there. 1, 2. The tree mouse shook his head. This was already the 7th treasure chest Su Qing had brought back. Putting it down against the wall, Su Qing patted her palms, her eyes lingering on the treasure chest. It had been so long since we came to the apocalypse. As for food, the treasure chest already contained purple cones, red fruits, water chestnuts, rabbit meat, a little bit of remaining wolf meat, fish, shrimps, crabs, and a bag of bread that had been traded a long time ago, but not eaten. Because there were too many jade acorns to fit in the box, Su Qing had to make several boxes to fit them in. In the magic field number 25, the plants planted are still tirelessly producing new fruits. In terms of safety, her hut has been upgraded to level 1, and the necessary materials, the non-attribute magic stones, can now be obtained by killing unknown creatures in the cold wave. If she collects 2 more pieces, she will have 5 non-attribute magic stones in her hand, which can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. As for weapons, there are machetes, daggers, sleeve arrows, spears. The old hunting rifle she exchanged from Miss Yangjin has the last bullet left. But she already has the magic book for synthesizing shotguns and bullets, and now she has also obtained the treasure map and metal extractor. Su Qing believes that in the future she can synthesize the 1st and 2nd shotguns, and even sell them continuously. Cough, Su Qing coughed lightly. Coming to this world with nothing, how could she not have thought about having a stable generation of goods to exchange for other things? When resources are scarce, she wants to trade something, and she always thinks carefully about what she can take out for exchange. When every material you have is scarce, what to give up becomes a new problem. It's really a headache. Of course, the winter clothes in front are also a good trading option. White cotton grows in patches. The only disadvantage is the long distance. There are also many things related to magic. Treasure chests, magic books, magic stones, parts of strange creatures. The rest are all kinds of sundries. Taking out a lighter, Su Qing grabbed a handful of dead branches to make a fire. The liquid in the plastic was shaking, and it had decreased a lot. But it doesn't matter. Su Qing put the lighter on the table. She had observed that the fireplace would burn automatically after adding wood. When the lighter ran out, if she needed to make a fire to cook, she could use the fire in the fireplace. The flame ignited. The small pot was placed on top, and the remaining water droplets in it crackled and gradually turned into mist. When it was completely dry, Su Qing added half a pot of water. Ginger slices and water onion segments fell from her hands into the pot, hitting Shinner constantly. She was in a good mood today, so Su Qing happily decided to make something delicious to reward herself. This was also her habit when she was on Blue Star. 3 heads popped out from the hand. Su Qing curled her lips and gently rubbed the heads of the 3 little ones. Quack. What was Su Qing going to do? The bird curiously circled Su Qing's hand. The red meat that Su Qing gave the bird last time was delicious. Hey, wait, Lucky, and Wan Shu you all. Su Qing stopped her hand in shock, looked around, and finally her eyes froze on the little wolf next to her. A what? The sturdy little wolf tilted his head, and his dark eyes looked at Su Qing quietly. Wan Shu. Su Qing excitedly picked up the little wolf. When did you open your eyes? A what? Today's mother. The nose was filled with a familiar smell, and Wan Shu licked the skin of the person in front of him. Squeak, squeak. No, no, not mother. The tree mouse was horrified and quickly raised his paws and shook desperately. Su Qing is not your mother. The mouse must correct the wrong perception. A what? It is mother. Squeak, squeak, squeak. No, no, you were entrusted to Su Qing by your mother. The tree mouse quickly climbed onto Su Qing's shoulder, because the quiet and well-behaved little wolf glanced away and ignored him. With tears in his eyes, Wan Shu dived into Su Qing's arms. No, it was a familiar smell. He smelled it every day. Why did his father say it was not? Hate his father. What's wrong? Su Qing hurriedly stroked Wan Shu gently. What's wrong with Wan Shu? Holding up the little wolf, Su Qing's heart melted when she saw it. On his furry face, 2 gem-like eyes were full of water, and when he saw her looking over, he dropped 2 tears. Wan Shu didn't know why he was sad, and he didn't shout or scream, but just cried quietly. But everyone in the cave had watched Wan Shu grow up, so how could they remain indifferent? Quack. Don't be sad, Su Qing is your mother. The bird flapped its wings. Su Qing was the source of food and provided a place, so she could be considered the mother of the little wolf. It was understandable that the little wolf cried out. And when the little wolf grows up, he will definitely find something different. Washu looked at the tree mouse eagerly. Gigi, what nonsense are you talking about, stinky bird? The tree mouse swallowed hard. If the child admits this, he will be more sad when he grows up, right? Washu stared Gigi. Yes, you can say that. What do you say, Woo Mouse? After the words fell, Wangshu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Woo, said Sidi. But it wasn't Su Qing who gave birth to you. The tree mouse drew the wolf cub's attention back and began to try to explain in a roundabout way. A few minutes later. Woo, Washu blinked, so my mother's name is Su Qing. Su Qing didn't give birth to me and my sister, but was entrusted to Su Qing by the mother who gave birth to us. But my father said Wangshu can also call Su Qing mother. As I thought about it, a mosquito coil circle appeared in front of me. Woo, the little wolf fell on its back in Su Qing's arms. Wangshu was confused. Su Qing saw the interaction between Lucky and Washu, and she put away the smile on her lips. Okay, Washu, stay on the straw mat, I'm going to cook. Woo. Wangshu shook his head and responded obediently. When his feet touched the ground, Washu ran to his sister and lay down. Woo, so this is what my sister looks like. Washu remembers my sister. The dagger cut through the rabbit meat, and Su Qing cut 12 slices and put them into the pot. As soon as the red meat fell into the bubbling water, it quickly began to turn white. Su Qing picked a few shrimps and small fish and threw them in, and also threw a few jade acorns into the fire. Right. After putting the food in, Su Qing suddenly remembered something. Washu, come and take a look. Su Qing put the plastic bowls left by the two little ones one by one. Lucky and Shui have already picked their own bowls, you can pick one too. Purple, green and yellow plastic bowls stood firmly on the straw mat. Woo? Pick one? Wangshu tilted his head and ran to the yellow plastic bowl closest to him to sniff. There was a faint strange smell. He sniffed the other two again. It seemed no different. Let's go with the one in front. Washu gently pushed the bowl in front of him with his paw. Anyone would do. Washu liked everything his mother gave him. Did Wangshu choose the purple one? Su Qing lowered her head and picked up the other two and put them away. Then Wangshu's food will be stored here from now on. Woo. Okay. The wolf cub's clear voice sounded. Squeak. The mouse's bowl is still the best looking. The tree mouse sticks up its butt, sways its tail, and the red tip of its tail is dazzling. Quack. The bird's is also beautiful. The bird disagrees with the tree mouse's words. Squeak, squeak. The mouse's is the best looking. Quack. All the dishes Su Qing sent are beautiful. Su Qing slowly stirs the soup. It's great, everyone is together. The aroma gradually dissipates and fills the cave. Putting the small pot aside, Su Qing fills their respective bowls with food. The steam rises slowly, and the hot steam makes people very appetizing. Binging. Ruashi, who was sleeping on the straw mat, turned over and smacked her lips unconsciously. Mua mua mua, delicious delicious. Chapter 41. 5 days passed in a flash. On the time-limited map, there were 4 red light spots surrounding the hut. Now only the last one remained, which was also the largest and most dazzling one. Luckily, she had not encountered any cold wave creatures other than the snowballs so far. From the 4 light spots, she got a total of 15 magic stones without attributes, 15 cores and 2 treasure chests. The silver treasure chest was found in the first snowball territory, and the bronze treasure chest at the back was found in the third snowball territory. The bronze treasure chest opened a 500 milliliters bottle of Coke and 3 potatoes. After transporting them back to the cave, Su Qing immediately cut a potato and planted it in the magic field number 25. The growth cycle of potatoes accelerated by the magic stone is 30 days. Su Qing is very satisfied with this. After all, it takes about 2 to 3 months to harvest potatoes on Blue Star. Turning off the light screen, Su Qing stepped into the forest. In the past few days, it is hard to see whether the red light point nearby has moved, but the 2 light points in the distance are indeed approaching the green light point representing the hut. Therefore, after dealing with the recent cold wave biological group, Su Qing's attention will be temporarily diverted to other things. Anyway, the light spots will approach by themselves. She can wait slowly, control the distance, and then set out to deal with it. On the other hand, the 2 light spots are too far away. If she wants to go there and walk there on her own, Su Qing must be prepared to spend the night outside. Why bother? The path in the forest is really narrow. Su Qing keeps pulling away the branches on both sides. Snow falls all over the ground, and the rustling sound keeps ringing in her ears. To reach the remaining red light spot, you need to cross this small forest, and then walk a distance to see it. Anyway, the 4 red light spots are distributed in a circle on the map. Almost if you find one, you can see the others by walking left or right. That's how she found the first 2. Unlike in autumn, Su Qing looked up. After the winter came, the branches in the forest were all bare, and you could see the blue sky between the branches at a glance. Snow, Su Qing turned her head skillfully to avoid the snow falling from the top of her head. When you arrive at the new cold wave creature territory later, keep quiet as you did in the past few days. Quack. Su Qing was relieved. The bird flapped its wings proudly. Birds know this. Great. Su Qing raised her hand and touched the snow on her shoulder, and walked out of the forest faster. Out of the forest, the view suddenly became clear. Not far away, Su Qing passed by a snowball territory that she had solved. On the map, I remember the last one was. Looking up and looking around, it was all white. Is it on the far right of the circle? The terrain was undulating, and a few slowly moving black shadows gradually appeared in the distance. Su Qing slowed down her pace and looked around. There were a few prominent slopes, but the rest of the ground was relatively flat and there were no plants. Above the snow layer, there was nothing, not even large rocks could be seen. A few meters to the left was the edge of the forest. The figure in the distance didn't look like a snowball. Su Qing pondered. Since it was a strange creature, she had to be more cautious. Someone in the forum had counted the cold wave creatures that everyone had encountered. There were probably 4 common types: fast-rolling snowballs, snowmen who liked to attack in groups, large animals that moved alone, flying snow leopards, and snowflakes that could fire body parts. Snowballs are easy to distinguish. You can tell them apart from a distance just by looking at their size. No one has ever seen a group of flying snow leopards. The dense figures in front cannot be flying snow leopards. In addition, snowmen and snowflakes appear in groups. And according to the description, the heights of snowmen and snowflakes are similar. Su Qing suddenly narrowed her eyes as she looked outside the forest. There seems to be a slope there. Walk through the forest and slowly move to the back of the slope. After making a decision, Su Qing immediately took action. Move to the back of the slope and quietly stick your head out. Regarding the cold wave creatures, everyone has developed a set of coping mechanisms. The sensing range of the snowball is limited. Even if you accidentally enter the range, you only need to keep quiet to avoid being attacked. As for how to deal with it, the best way is to use the sensing method of the snowball to lure it into a pit or water area of sufficient size. Because the snowball can only move by rolling, once it is trapped in a low place, they can slowly deal with it. So far, only these 2 methods are the fastest. Snowmen come in groups, attack with snowballs, and the sensing method is sight. In other words, as long as you hide in the dark, you can avoid being attacked by snowmen. But compared with snowballs, snowmen will not leave the group very far. Often a single snowman will decisively give up attacking and return to the group after being a few meters away. So even if you want to solve them one by one, you can't lead them far away. The safest way is to secretly attack the magic stone on the snowman's belly button from a distance. As long as the attributeless magic stone falls, the snowman itself will turn into a pile of snow. Flying snow leopard, a flying snow leopard. Su Qing had never seen one before. This is a flesh and blood body. It will not regenerate slowly, and weapons can cause damage. The last snowflake, to be honest, Su Qing was very confused when she first saw someone post it on the forum. After all, snowflakes can move, but can they shoot spikes? These words are too strange when combined together. After the other party explained, Su Qing understood. The snowflakes in the cold wave are just called snowflakes, and their appearance is completely different from the snowflakes they remember. Snowflakes are flat creatures covered with icicles. Once they enter their sight, they will roll and shoot icicles. These icicles are shot at high speed, and can even pierce stones, not to mention human flesh and blood. Snowflakes are also the only creature that has not been clearly discussed to deal with. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that there is no magic stone falling. On the flat snow, the chubby snowman moves slowly, looking cute and honest. Su Qing carefully scanned every corner in front of her, and there were a total of 13 snowmen. Lowering her head, Su Qing took out the weapons she brought one by one. The hunting rifle with the last bullet left and 15 hidden arrows. You know, in order to prevent running into the snowman, she asked Miss Yangjin to exchange 12 hidden arrows. So, she actually had 3 more chances to try and fail. The hunting rifle poked out from the back of the slope, emitting a cold luster. The snowman still moved slowly, without any reaction to the machine that appeared openly. Sure enough, it only reacted to living things. Su-Ching narrowed her eyes, and the blue light spot kept moving in the air. When the blue light spot overlapped with the gray stone in sight, Su-Ching quickly pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out. There was only a crisp sound, and the snowman being targeted continued to move forward slowly, and a small hole appeared at the position of the belly button, triggering the shotgun's 1 shot and 1 penetration. Effect? Su-Ching raised her eyebrows, and in her eyes, the snowman was like sand without the restraint of the shell, scattered all over the ground in an instant. Following the direction of the snowman, Su-Ching found a gray stone lying in the snow not far away. Then, there are 12 left. Throwing the old hunting rifle without bullets behind her, Su-Ching raised her hand. The hidden arrows had no aiming assistance, so now she had to rely on herself. Swish! The arrow brushed past the snowman and plunged into the snow, shaking constantly. Alas, it missed. There are still 14. Calm down. Su-Ching wiped her sweaty palms on her clothes, squinted her eyes, and aimed at a closer snowman again. Swish! The arrow hit the magic stone right in the middle, and rolled down the snow with the stone. Hit! Su-Ching opened her eyes wide, and clenched her fists happily. Following the same method, soon, there were only 6 snowmen left on the snow. The ones that were more clearly visible had all been dealt with, but the other half were too far away, and Su-Ching was afraid that she would miss the target. On the snow, there was nothing else except the slope that could barely cover her figure. Leaning against the slope, Su-Ching closed her eyes, and the information about snowmen on the forum kept flashing through her mind. The snowmen moved slowly, but the snowballs they made could be thrown far away and were as hard as stone. By luring the snowmen over to deal with them, with the cover of the slope and paying attention to dodging, she should be able to quickly shoot the magic stone. Su-Ching did it right away, and stood up straight. 6 faceless snowmen stood in the snow. After being exposed, Su-Ching immediately felt a strong gaze coming at her. Bang! Su-Ching quickly turned away, and a snow-white ball flashed by and hit the ground heavily. Damn! Su-Ching glanced at the snow that was hit into a small pit, and her eyelids jumped uncontrollably. Looking forward, the snowmen slowly shrank in, as if they were going to surround her. Snowballs in the air hit her one after another. Su-Ching dodged in a panic. There were too many of them. She crouched down and moved along the back of the slope. Without her figure in sight, the snowballs suddenly became fewer. At this time, Su-Ching waited for a while, then quietly poked out to shoot the approaching snowmen. She killed the ones who were close, and continued to kill the ones who were farther away. In this way, it didn't take long for the group of 13 snowmen to disappear completely. Done. Fortunately, most of these cold wave creatures have no intelligence, and can only act mechanically according to the mechanism. Su-Ching grabbed the black bag and stuffed it into her pocket. Only the last hidden arrow was left. Otherwise, she couldn't have put the magic stone into it so easily. She ran into the snow and picked up 13 magic stones without attributes and threw them into her pocket. Su-Ching began to search around. What if there was a treasure chest? Oh my god, there really is one. Going around the opposite slope, Su-Ching wiped her eyes. The golden treasure chest was stuck in the snow, and was engulfed by the shadow cast by the slope. After looking around and not seeing any stones, Su-Ching went back to pick up the hunting rifle and began to break the lock skillfully. She discovered that the more dangerous the place, the higher the quality of the treasure chest. For example, the forest wolf territory before, there was also a gold treasure chest. If it wasn't for the conflict with the forest wolf that had to be resolved, Su-Ching would probably hide from the wolf pack for a long time. And this time, Snow Country War is also the case. This snowman territory is the brightest and largest light spot on the map, with 13 snowmen. You know, the snowballs we met before were at most 4 gathered together. Click. The lock fell on the snow. Su-Ching opened the lid of the box. Let me see what the second gold treasure chest will open. Chapter 42. At the bottom of the golden box, there lay a diamond-shaped crystal, a gray stone, and origami at the bottom. Su-Ching picked up the diamond-shaped crystal, and a chill hit her heart. When her fingertips brushed over it, she found that the surface of the crystal was not smooth, but had many low icicles. Overall, the crystal was dark blue, but when it was held in the sun, it would appear very transparent, probably like white with a cold light. Heart of ice and snow, born in a place where ice and snow are concentrated during a cold wave. Ice and snow heart, as the name suggests, is something that produces ice and snow. How to use it. Add a proper amount of water, you will get a cool environment. Be careful, don't add too much. Ice and snow heart. Su Qing pondered. Adding a proper amount of water will get a cool environment. What will happen if you add too much? She looked back and forth at the previous words, and she estimated that the production of ice and snow was related to the amount of water added. Putting the ice and snow heart back into the treasure box, Su Qing rubbed her palms and picked up the magic stone in the box. Turning over, it was the wood magic stone. It also has the effect of accelerating plant growth. Su Qing smiled. Now she has 28 non-attribute magic stones on hand, and she can upgrade the hut. After the hut is upgraded from level 1 to level 2, 3 new rooms can be opened. Su Qing plans to upgrade the hut after returning, and then use the new 3 rooms for planting. Although she only got 1 new wood magic stone, after the experiment in the 25th field, Su Qing found that the improvement of soil quality by the earth magic stone has a limit. As early as a few days ago, the soil of magic field number 25 had all reached the highest quality, and the description was fixed at fertile soil and no longer changed. In other words, even if there were only 2 wood magic stones in total, she could use the earth magic stone to slowly improve the quality of the soil and plant other plants. But without the effect of the wood magic stone, the plants planted had to be in season and in a suitable environment. For the room to be expanded, Su Qing did not plan to do too much decoration, and it should not cost too much materials. After all, Doomsday seemed to automatically count the mountain where the cave was located as material. If you don't choose to decorate, you can just dig a hole and make it a room. She doesn't need the wall materials and other materials that are needed for the expansion of a normal wooden house. This is also an advantage of the cave. Pick up the last origami, open it, and the familiar magic book comes into view. Skipping the abstract stick figures directly, Su Qing looks at the synthetic materials at the bottom of the right page. Synthetic materials, wood X100, iron blocks X8. Wow, she has all these materials. Curiosity was aroused, and Su Qing clicked on the light screen to initiate the appraisal. Magic book, wood card super large space, accommodating many items. A good means of transportation. The wooden cart is good. It will save a lot of effort to transport wood, white cotton, etc. in the future. She doesn't have to run back and forth. With just 2 hands, she really can't move much at a time. Ga. The cry of snow sounded in her ears. Su Qing restrained her wanton smile. Let's go, Shui. Let's go home. The bird shook its head, and 2 feathers danced. Ga. Here it comes. The wind and snow gradually rose, covering all traces. The cold wind was noisy, and a few coughs came from the dense snow. Su Qing dragged the treasure chest, and her palm touched the cold wooden door. On the way back, it started snowing again. Crouching, Su Qing held her breath, and carried the treasure chest into the cave in one breath. Squeak. Su Qing came back. Hi. Lucky, cough cough cough. Obviously, talking while moving things is not a good choice. Su Qing quickly slapped her collarbone a few times. Huh? What is the little guy looking at? Su Qing curiously poked her head out. The back hit the wooden door, and there was a sound of click. With a sound, the cold wind that drifted in from the gap completely dissipated. The little guy turned his back to her, and seemed to be concentrating on something. Even his tail was straight up. Su Qing used her feet to push the treasure chest to the side of the wall, and there was no room inside. When she got closer, she saw that the tree mouse was actually staring at Washu and Ruashi, who were sitting on the side of the wooden table. Under the wooden table, 2 little heads were tilted up, and their eyes were closed in a very sacred way. What is this? Su Qing blinked. There is nothing special here. No, if you say there is, there is. He raised his hand to pick up the only wall lamp on the wooden table, and the little wolves, who had closed their eyes like statues, opened their eyes. Awah! Where's the baby? Where's the baby? He looked up habitually, but the wooden table had become empty. Ruashi cried out in grievance after being slapped on the head. Why did my sister hit me? Awah! Su Qing is back, Washu pawed hard, and after many days of education by the tree mouse, it has adapted to calling its mother Su Qing directly. The elder said Su Qing. It's the code name for mom. Washu curved his eyes, retracted his claws, and slowly walked towards Su Qing. Awah! Su Qing is back? Ruashi turned around and saw someone. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The calf scratched the ground, and when this familiar prelude action came out, Su Qing's eyebrows jumped ominously. Ah, Ruashi. Before the voice fell, the white little wolf directly launched and crashed into her arms. Su Qing was knocked to the ground with her buttocks, and the warm little wolf was rubbing in her arms. After a while, her face was wet from being licked. Pulling the enthusiastic Ruashi out of her arms, Su-Ching wiped her face with a smile. Ruashi, be gentle. You are still young now. When you grow up, I will be knocked out by you. I don't understand. I need to stick close. As soon as she saw the wolf's righteous look, Su-Ching knew that Ruashi didn't listen at all, and gently tapped her forehead. You? Ruashi tilted her head, her face full of innocence. Speaking of which, why are you staying here? Su-Ching brought the wall lamp to the front. Is it because of this? Because it feels good? Ruashi shook her body, and as the wall lamp got closer, her head shook subconsciously. Seeing this, Su-Ching touched her chin, put down the wall lamp, and took out a light magic stone from the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took it out, a furry head suddenly jumped out from her feet, and stood up tremblingly to reach it. Translated, the white claws followed. Okay, it was indeed the light magic stone. Su-Ching glanced at Wan Shu, who was more reserved, and the two little wolves were attracted without exception. Here, Su-Ching put the light magic stone on the straw mat. Ruashi ran to the side, and opened her mouth to take a bite. Su-Ching was frightened by this scene, and hurried to stop. What's wrong? There was soft skin under the tip of the teeth. Ruashi opened her mouth carefully. Su-Ching, take it out quickly. What if it bites you later? Don't eat it. After all, there are only 3 now, and there is no fixed channel to obtain it. Facing Ruashi's wet eyes, Su-Ching's heart wavered. The child is still young. It is normal for him to want to eat this beneficial treasure, otherwise. Wait, Su-Ching shook her head. Even if she wanted to eat it, she had to give Ruashi Wangshu half of the wolf. Anyway, there was still one. Su-Ching stared at the magic stone in silence, and Ruashi's gaze became more and more intense. The magic stone was quickly pushed to the feet of the white wolf. Eat it. Su-Ching turned her head away. She didn't feel bad if she couldn't see it. Click. Did she start eating? But there was no other movement after the sound, and Su-Ching quietly turned a little. In the corner of her eyes, Ruashi was trotting towards Washu. The child will be shared with her sister. Su-Ching stared blankly, her eyebrows softened. Letting go of the baby, Ruashi raised her head proudly. The baby Su-Ching gave it to me. My sister is awesome. Wanshu praised her very politely. Here you go. Her paws pressed on the gray stone, and Ruashi pushed the stone. Wanshu tilted his head in confusion. Are my sister and Su-Ching doing this for me? The white wolf nodded, as a matter of course, sat on the ground, and gestured with its 2 front paws. Ruashi's intuition told her that the baby could help her become as strong and beautiful as Ruashi. After all, her sister's hair was so gray, it must be because Ruashi was too strong, so her sister couldn't beat her. Alas, my stupid sister didn't care at all, so Ruashi had to help. The wolf raised his head, and pushed the magic stone forward a little distance again. It just bears it with all the effort. Su-Ching is too thin, the tree mouse is too small, and the bird is not strong. Looking back at the fleshy wings on its back that have not yet grown wings, the little wolf shook his head with a deep expression, and only the strongest one can protect everyone. Thank you, sister. Although he still doesn't understand, Washu still happily picked up the magic stone and accepted his sister's gift. The 2 sisters were happy. Su-Ching smiled, took out the wall lamp magic book and the necessary materials. Next, we have to prepare to move into the bedroom. 1 wall lamp is not enough. There were just 5 white crystals left, and 1 magic light stone. A flash of white light passed, and a wall lamp appeared in Su-Ching's hand again. Pulling the rope, the wall lamp emitted light. Gaga? Squeak. You guys stay outside for a while. Su-Ching stood up with the wall lamp, pointing to the dark corridor. I go to the bedroom to hang up the light, and prepare to move in. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. So that's it. Wait, so the rat can move into the tree hole that is exclusive to rats? Thinking of this, the tree mouse was in no mood to wait outside. He pinched his beard, turned around and asked the bird to watch the 2 little wolves, and rushed inside quickly. Squeak. Su-Ching waited for the mouse. As he approached the corridor, the wall lamp lived up to its introduction of automatically adjusting the brightness, and became brighter. Entering the bedroom, the wall lamp in his hand continued to increase its brightness. After only a few seconds of dazzling light, the whole cave was illuminated. Then, the wall lamp became soft and stable. Su-Ching rubbed his eyes, walked to the side of the wall connecting the upper and lower walls, and hung the wall lamp on the branch. The bedroom was still empty, with only the fireplace that had been made before. Su-Ching looked around. Well, let's set up her bed first. Lucky's nest was covered with soft hay, and there were also beds for Washu, Ruashi and Shui. Squeak! Su-Ching, here I come. Su-Ching caught a glimpse of the tree mouse flying over, and stretched out a hand to catch it. Lucky is here. How about I give you some straw to pad your nest? This way it won't be too hard to sleep on. Chapter 43. The Little Nest. The tree mouse stood up in Su-Ching's palm, and kept leaning forward. With this movement, the little guy's big tail involuntarily dropped down to stabilize the center of gravity. Su-Ching lowered her head, and secretly weighed the weight in her hand. It seemed to be a little heavier. Under the light, the tree mouse's originally dark hair seemed to be stained with a layer of golden light, and it also looked more fluffy and smooth. Her arm sank slightly, and Su-Ching withdrew her thoughts. She saw Lucky using all 4 limbs to quickly climb onto her shoulder, then aimed at a branch and flew over. This set of movements was smooth and flowing. By the time Su-Ching reacted, the little guy had already run into the tree hole quickly and nimbly. He squatted down. In the hole, Lucky chased his tail and turned around. It seemed that he had finally gotten used to this tree hole. Finally, he curled up comfortably and lay in it. Then you stay in there first. Su-Ching reached out and touched the smooth and soft back of the tree mouse. I go out and bring the things in. You can decorate it however you like. Squeak. Good, Su-Ching. The tree mouse rubbed its tail happily. That's the feeling. It's just like the mouse's previous home. Of course, the mouse doesn't dislike sleeping with everyone. It's just that it's hard to change the habit since childhood. Su-Ching's figure disappeared outside. The tree mouse moved out, and when he stuck his head out, he saw Su-Ching disappear at the entrance of the corridor. Squeak, if everyone misses me, I can sleep in the tree hole for a day and accompany everyone for a day. The tree mouse retracted his head and spread it out like a pancake. Su-Ching didn't know what Lucky was thinking. After passing through the short and narrow corridor, her vision was bright again. The haystacks she had tied up before were piled up on the wall. Su-Ching picked up 3 and held them in her arms. She also grabbed a handful of unused hay from the frame and hurried back. The haystacks were neatly placed against the wall. Su-Ching pressed down. The haystacks, which were already tightly tied, sank downwards due to the external force, but they rebounded immediately as soon as she loosened her grip. Very thick, good. Patting her palms, Su-Ching walked to the side of the tree trunk holding the hay. Lucky? The tree mouse, who had spread his hands like a mouse pancake, raised his hands lazily. Squeak, squeak. So comfortable. Su-Ching is here. How about this hay? Lifting the little guy, Su-Ching carried the hay to the entrance of the cave with her other hand. It's all been dried. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Let go of the mouse. Suddenly flying into the air, the brain that was originally dizzy and about to fall asleep in the next moment suddenly became clear. The feet touched the ground again. The tree mouse shook his head and pinched a piece of grass with his 2 front paws. Swaying up and down, the treated grass stalks became soft and resilient, bending with the movement of the tree mouse. Squeak. Got it. The right leg knocked on the ground again, and a light bulb popped out of his head. The tree mouse stretched out his hand to pull all the hay into the hole, constantly gesturing at the length. Seeing that Lucky had already come up with an idea, Su-Ching turned and walked outside. She also had to decorate the bedroom as soon as possible. Until all the bundles of hay were neatly placed against the wall, Su-Ching picked up the vine skin and fixed them in rows. Then he moved vertically up and down through the already tied vine skin, and gradually, all the haystacks were connected together. In this way, her bed was basically formed. Su-Ching lay on it, and breathed a sigh of relief. When tying the haystacks in the bedroom, more hay was used than the straw mats outside, and the vertical height was also higher. The bed made of haystacks under her was thick and not prickly, and it was really comfortable. Using her palms to push herself up, Su-Ching propped herself up, and Wang Shuruashi and Shue's beds were not solved. Bringing in another pile of straw, Su-Ching began to repeat the process about 10 centimeters away from the bed. Although the 2 little guys had not grown up yet, Su-Ching still tried to make them as big as possible. After making the bed, Su-Ching walked to the tree trunk and picked up the straw that had fallen on the ground. The cut surface of one end of the straw was uneven, and the length was very short, which was obviously the remaining part discarded by Lucky. After gathering a pile of straws of different lengths, Su-Ching looked into the tree hole. The little guy was grabbing the straw and biting it off seriously. At this time, there was a layer of grass under Lucky's feet, which was pressed very flat and solid. Give me the ones you don't want. Just put them away, and use them as fuel when we start a fire later. Such a short straw has no use anywhere, and there is no point in throwing it away, so just use it for burning. Squeak. This one? The tree mouse opened his mouth, pulled with his 2 claws in opposite directions, and the hay broke. After comparing them, the tree mouse handed over the remaining part. This one is for Su Qing. Squeak. The mouse can't use this part. In the bedroom, there was a fireplace in the corner, and besides that was the bed she had just made. There was not enough space for the treasure chest outside, so Su Qing thought about moving some of the important things in. Awoo! Su Qing. As soon as she walked out of the corridor, the little white wolf ran over with a very rhythmic step. Throwing the unwanted straw in her hand into the fire pit, Su Qing squatted down and picked up Ruashi. Awoo! Su Qing, what are you doing in there? Being held in the air, Ruashi still curiously looked towards the corridor. Alas, Su Qing gently moved her little head to the right side. It's not ready yet. Let's go in later. Awoo. Okay. Awoo. Ruashi had forgotten the original purpose of calling Su Qing. After flapping her limbs and landing on the ground, Ruashi gently bit Su Qing's trouser leg and pulled it not far away. It was definitely impossible to pull it away. Su Qing touched her chin. What's wrong? Ruashi let go and led the way. After walking a few steps, the white wolf sat down in front of a yellow plastic bowl. Awoo. Hungry, Ruashi raised her head with her snow-white paws on the edge of the plastic bowl, aggrieved. The plastic bowl was pressed and released, making a dull sound. I go get the milk. It turned out that she was hungry. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She thought something had gone wrong. The milk in the treasure box was still at a suitable temperature. Since Ruashi was hungry, Su Qing picked up 2 bottles at once. Turning around, she could not see Ruashi in front of the bowl. Looking left and right, she finally found the white ball behind the gray wolf. It can be seen that Washu was a little confused after being pushed, and all 4 paws were struggling to resist. Awoo! Sister, eat to grow up. Ruashi gritted her teeth and continued to push with all her strength. To grow up, you have to eat more. With Ruashi watching, Sister will definitely become as strong as Ruashi soon. Awoo! The gray wolf blinked, but I'm not particularly hungry. The force behind him was getting stronger and stronger. Washu felt a heat under his paws, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Awoo! Okay, I go by myself. Awoo! Really? Ruashi raised her head excitedly, ran to her bowl, and looked at her sister with eager eyes. Huh? Suddenly, he felt weak behind him, and Wanshu took a few steps forward to avoid falling. Ruashi was still looking at him with bright eyes. Okay, Washu got up and walked to the bowl, and then he would eat something. After his cheek was licked, Washu tilted his head, and it seemed that Ruashi also realized what was wrong just now, and his eyes were wet. Awoo! Washu patted Ruashi's head with his paws, lowered his head, and licked her. I'm not angry. Washu is hungry too. Su Qing opened the bottle and poured the white milk into the bowl. Facing Su Qing's question, the eyes on one side became more and more fiery. Washu nodded. He could still eat. Awoo's sister, eat more. Ruashi moved her small bowl and proudly puffed out her chest. Not enough. Ruashi's will also be given to Sister. He patted the ground with his paws. Sister, eat more, and then grow as strong as Ruashi. Eat. After pouring the milk, Su Qing walked to the treasure chests that contained things. In about 2 weeks, Wanshu and Ruashi will start to stop breastfeeding. Most of the meat in the treasure chest is shrimp, fish, etc. Rabbits can also be given to the little ones. As for the remaining wolf meat, it must not be given to the little wolves. They will be exchanged when the time comes. Su Qing supported her face and tapped the wall of the box with her fingertips. Maybe we can try to find a rabbit hole directly. Quack. It's snow. Su Qing smiled and suddenly remembered that the rabbit was caught by the 2 little ones. Shwe. Quack. What happened, Su Qing? Do you remember this rabbit? Su Qing pointed to the rabbit meat in the treasure chest, which was no longer in its original state. Is there any other place in the forest where I can catch it now? Rabbit. Su Qing wants it? The bird raised a claw. If Su Qing wants it, the bird can catch it for Su Qing. Although it is winter now, it can be caught, so the bird nodded readily. Then Shwe, take me with you later. Seeing Shwe nod, Su Qing's eyes lit up. Does Su Qing want to go with you too? Spreading its wings to cover Su Qing's palm, the bird can take Su Qing with it at any time as long as Su Qing wants. Then it's a deal. Quack. Chapter 44. After agreeing with Shwe, Su Qing reorganized the treasure chest. Important and seldom taken items, such as magic books and magic stones, were put together and moved into the bedroom with the treasure chest later. There are currently 9 treasure chests, most of which are used to store food or materials. And these things have one thing in common, that is, they are difficult to preserve for a long time. If these treasure chests are excluded, there will only be 2 treasure chests left empty for other things. Su Qing planned to use one of them to store magic books and magic stones in the future. She knew that if she wanted to improve her safety and living standards faster in the apocalypse, she would have to rely on items involving magic. So the magic books and magic stones must be kept well. Holding the treasure chest, Su Qing followed the light from inside and moved towards the bedroom step by step. But she didn't need to put it too deep. She bent down, and when one side of the treasure chest touched the ground, Su Qing slowly withdrew her hand. Until there was a dull sound, Su Qing pushed the treasure chest hard, and the chest stuck to the wall. Without stopping, she returned to the outer room and moved the remaining treasure chest to the side. Su Qing clapped her hands. After getting the new treasure chest, the situation of the chest being full before was temporarily alleviated. However, thinking that she would not want to go out for dinner occasionally in the future, she also put some fruits in the chest. Squeak squeak. The tree rat mumbled in his sleep from the side. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Did the little guy fall asleep so quickly? After taking the magic book from the hut and picking up 5 non-attribute magic stones, Su Qing quietly left the bedroom. Awoo! Eat more, Su Qing. Ruashi moved the bowl and saw Su Qing's figure at the entrance of the corridor. She instantly forgot that she was urging her sister to eat, and ran towards Su Qing happily. While he was struggling, his sister was no longer around him, and Washu was relieved instantly. He really couldn't eat anymore, but he refused his sister's kindness. Awoo! She jumped up in shock, looked around, and realized that she was the one who made the noise. Washu blinked, and couldn't help hiccuping again. Shoo! The white ball rushed towards her, and Su Qing quickly squatted down to catch Ruashi. Awoo! What happened? Ruashi rested on Su Qing's knees, and although she was puzzled, she still lowered her voice obediently. Su Qing touched Ruashi, pointed to the inner room, and explained in a low voice, "Your Uncle Tree Mouse is asleep. So Ruashi, let's keep our voices down, okay?" Awoo, so that's how it is, then I keep my voice down. Subconsciously retracting her paws, Ruashi looked down at her limbs, and was a little confused. Well, keep your voice down. The little wolf carefully extended its front paws, and its fleshy feet descended at an extremely slow speed and touched the ground. Ears erected, Ruashi leaned forward, and Awoo was silent. Raising the other paw, Ruashi repeated the operation seriously. Ah! Su Qing, who was watching everything from the side, was a little amused. Ruashi, there was no need to. Moon speed. Ah! After taking a few steps, the little wolf turned around proudly and looked up. Su Qing, am I doing great? Ruashi looked at Su Qing expectantly. The little guy looked at her expectantly. Su Qing reached out and took Ruashi in her arms and kissed her. Ruashi is great, but Lucky is sleeping inside. We just need to keep the noise down. Don't walk so slowly. Oh, is that it? Gently leaning in Su Qing's arms, Ruashi arched inside. Then Ruashi knew Su Qing. Huh? Walking to the straw mat, Su Qing looked at Shui and Wan Shu who were gathered together and whispered, "What happened?" "Uh-huh." Su Qing, take a quick look. Shui moved away, revealing the little wolf behind her that jumped up every once in a while. Awoo! Sister, what happened? As soon as she was put down, Ruashi immediately circled around her sister anxiously. Awoo! It's okay. Hiccup. Washu sat on the ground and quickly covered his mouth with his 2 paws. Ah! Burp! He couldn't help burping again. Let me see. Su Qing sat on the straw mat and held Washu in her arms to observe. Awoo! Su Qing felt uncomfortable. Washu curled up in Su Qing's arms. It was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. It was fine when he was alone in front. When Su Qing came, the little wolf felt very wronged. Why is it like this? Washu didn't do anything. Is this hiccups? Scanning the bowls that were close together, there was still a lot left in Ruashi's bowl. No, according to Ruashi's appetite, it is unlikely that there will be any left, and Ruashi ran towards her very quickly just now. I have never seen Ruashi leave food halfway before. Wait, Su Qing's eyelids twitched. There is still a circle of milk stains on Wanshu's mouth. Could Wanshu have taken Ruashi's? Impossible? Doesn't she know the personalities of the 2 babies she raised? Washu. Su Qing spread Washu on her knees, and patted the little wolf's back gently. Did you drink a lot of milk just now? What? Ruashi, who had been listening with her ears perked up, leaned forward and asked, Sister, can't I drink? With fear in her eyes, Ruashi looked at her sister who was in pain, and then at the bowl she had pushed to her sister. Did Ruashi do something wrong? Wangshu nodded gently. My sister shared it with me, and Wangshu felt a little relieved, pressing his paws on the void. You can't drink so much, it's better to eat in moderation. Su Qing glanced at the increasingly frustrated Zuochuanzi, and considering the relationship between the two sisters, she guessed that Ruashi should have taken the initiative to give it to Wangshu. Good intentions lead to bad consequences. If you eat too much, you will feel uncomfortable like this. Su Qing turned the little wolf on her knees over and gently massaged Wangshu's belly. Remember, healthy eating will help you grow faster. It turns out that eating too much not only does not help your sister become stronger, but also makes her uncomfortable. Ruashi reached forward with her claws climbing onto Su Qing's knees. Ruashi licked her fur sadly. It's all Ruashi's fault. It's okay. Washu rubbed his sister's head. I'm not angry. Just listen to Su Qing in the future. And you? Feet off the ground, eyes moving upwards. Ruashi met Su Qing's eyes, and thinking of the good things she had done, she immediately calmed down. Don't eat too much, and don't force your sister to eat more, remember? The snowball in her hand nodded desperately. Hoping that she really remembered, Su Qing also put Ruashi on her knees, and continued to rub Wangshu's belly. After a while, Wangshu stopped burping, and Su Qing observed repeatedly to confirm that the little wolf had really recovered. The two little wolves were put back on the straw mat. Lucky is resting. Don't make too much noise, okay? The little wolves nodded obediently. As for Shui, after she took over Wangshu, Shui squatted inside. Su Qing glanced inside, and Shui closed her eyes now, probably brewing sleep. Relaxed, Su Qing turned on the light screen. The three-dimensional picture popped up. 3 new rooms can be added to the second-level cabin, and Su Qing plans to use them all to build an indoor planting room. And with the trial of the magic field number 25, the space occupied by the field in these 3 rooms can be expanded more. The fingertips moved, and 3 solids were circled. There were too many rooms, Su Qing pondered, and had to give them names to make them easier to distinguish. Well, the room where the magic field number 25 was located was the first time to try indoor planting, so it was called planting room number 1. By analogy, the 3 rooms next to it were planting room number 2, planting room number 3, and planting room number 4. Simple and convenient. According to the order of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, after the harsh winter, it should be the turn of spring. And after spring, it should be summer. It's been only over 30 days since the autumn of Doomsday, and it's already winter. It's hard to say how long spring will last. Regardless of whether the summer of Doomsday is the same as that of Blue Star, she should be prepared for heat and drought. Thinking of this, Su Qing drew lines in the 3 planting rooms, and then she would build a water tank like number 1. Although the existing water tank is still in the purification countdown. If there is another heavy rain, it would be great. Su Qing remembered that day when she got 2 water magic stones at once, or when Doomsday would create a random event that could obtain water magic stones. Shaking her head to dispel her reverie, she decided to take her time, even if the water tank was empty first. After deciding on her idea, Su Qing quickly designed 3 new planting rooms. The light screen popped up with materials. Without decoration, the required materials were indeed very few. Holding the magic book and the magic stone, Su Qing waited quietly. White light gradually overflowed from her palm, but Su Qing looked around, and it seemed that the few rooms that were not modified this time did not light up with white light. So, it is not necessary for the entire room to be locked every time. Not long after, the white light faded, and the 5 attributeless magic stones disappeared. Su Qing looked at the dark door of planting room number 1. With a previous experience, she was not in a hurry to check it out. After all, there were only 2 wall lamps now. She had to move all the little guys to the bedroom first. Before that, she had to wipe the little guys' bodies. Clicking on the light screen, Su Qing searched for transactions. She remembered that she saw someone selling pots when she was browsing a few days ago. Her fingertips stopped, and she found it. Su Qing clicked on the private chat. Su Qing, I exchanged the burning wood for a basin of water, okay. In fact, Su Qing didn't know whether the other party agreed or not. She just looked at the transaction intention and filled in who is fire to try it out. And ting, question mark. I lack a fire source, but how can I get the burning wood? Are you sure it won't go out when I come over? Su Qing, put some dead branches on it first, put the basin of water on it, and then select the basin of water to exchange with me. I burn the wood that's burning for you, and it will just ignite the dead branches when I go over. And Ting? According to the Doomsday transaction, the two parties trade online, and the exchanged items will only appear in the original place, and will not be far away if an accident occurs. So the wood she took out from the fireplace should be exchanged, and the other party only needs to add enough branches and wood, and there should be no problem. And Ting, okay. The other party agreed, and Su Qing picked up a piece of wood and a machete and walked into the bedroom. The machete pierced the wood, and Su Qing reached into the fireplace. In an instant, orange flames appeared on the wood. After selecting the wood and carefully identifying that the machete was not selected, Su Qing clicked to confirm. A white light flashed, the wood on the top of the machete disappeared, and a red basin fell into the fireplace with a bang. Strangely, the moment the wood disappeared, the fireplace seemed to sense it and stopped working and returned to silence. The warmth quickly dissipated, and Su Qing took out the basin, unscathed. The magical fireplace. Su Qing stood up. It was indeed a magical product. It would immediately self-ignite when adding wood, and it would instantly extinguish when taking it away. It was so sensitive. A new message was sent on the light screen. And Ting, awesome, thank you very much. Chapter 45. After saying happy deal, Su Qing turned off the screen. When the fireplace started working, the bedroom would become warm and dry. So she planned to boil some hot water, and wipe the bodies of the 4 little ones and herself. There was no bathing condition in the cold winter, so she could only do it simply like this. Walking to the outer room, Su Qing put the basin aside. She put dead branches and leaves as the bottom, lit the lighter, and then slowly added wood. The flame slowly grew larger, shining Su Qing's face red. She stood up and opened the door, and the cold air hit her face. The heavy snow had stopped at some point, and there were no clouds, but it was getting dark because it was getting late. Su Qing took the basin and the machete and walked out. The water in the water tank was purified for drinking, and it was not snowing outside. Instead of using the water in the water tank, she might as well go to the water source to get water and boil it. But she had to be careful. Su Qing walked down the steps into the snow. It had not been long since she came back, and the snow covered the ground again in just a short while. Walking to the water, Su Qing smashed down with her machete. Huge cracks like spider webs. It didn't break. She smashed it a few more times, and with a series of crackling sounds, the cracked ice slowly sank into the water. Is it so thick? The cold wave has only been here for more than 10 days, right? Filling half a basin with water, Su Qing turned around. The snow was thick, and Su Qing glanced at the footprints she had left when she came here. She stepped on them step by step, and slowly moved towards the cave. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. She pushed the basin into the door first, and shook her winter clothes. The snowflakes on her clothes rustled and fell on the steps. Seeing that there was no snow on her body, Su Qing walked into the cave with confidence. Pour water into the small pot, and place it on the fire. Su Qing stared at the flames licking the bottom of the pot in a daze. There is no rush for the 3 planting rooms. When the soil is transported back in spring, the quality can be improved one by one with the soil magic stone. Well, when the time comes, we will go to dig soil under the waterfall. The soil there is good, and the quality can be improved much faster. At present, there are 8 kinds of plants planted in the number 1 planting room: purple cones, red fruits, tall lanterns, water bamboo, Jerusalem artichokes, water plantains, velvet flowers, and potatoes. Potatoes are good things, with high yields, easy to store, and easier to fill the stomach. You can set aside a special planting room to plant them, and exchange the uneaten ones. In addition, purple cones and red fruits, which can also be used as staple foods, should be planted more, while water plantains and other plants do not need too much. Velvet flowers. Su Qing supported her chin with her hand. A velvet flower can get a maximum of 9 silk threads. According to the ratio, 9 silk threads can get 3 ropes. Then plant other plants in planting room number 1 and number 2, mainly purple cones and red fruits. Plant room number 3 to plant raw materials for magic books such as velvet flowers, and plant potatoes in planting room number 4. Of course, Su Qing would not move the velvet flower out of the number 1 planting room until she found other wood magic stones. After all, there were only 2 wood magic stones, which could not meet the needs of 4 planting rooms. Anyway, there were not so many plants now, so let's squeeze them in first. As for the newly acquired wood magic stone, It will be used in the number 4 planting room first. Let the potatoes grow first. Gudugudoo. The water in the small pot was rolling. Putting the small pot on the ground, Su Qing slowly poured the hot water into the basin. As soon as the hot water was mixed with the ice water, steam rose up, blurring the vision. When she thought it was almost done, she took away the small pot and gently turned the basin to neutralize the water of different temperatures. She put her fingers in and slowly turned it. It was warm. Now that she had the water, as for the cloth, her eyes stopped at the silk coat hanging next to the treasure chest. She remembered that it seemed to be after she followed Lucky to get the jade acorns. Yes, that was when she washed and dried it. She moved the basin and 10 pieces of wood into the bedroom. Su Qing grabbed the silk coat and hung it on her arm. Wood was added to the fireplace, and almost instantly, the flames wrapped around the wood. Warmth spread throughout the room. Unzipped the zipper and hung the winter coat on the back of the tree trunk. The silk coat quickly became thin and floated lightly after entering the water. Wring out the water and wipe it on the body. When the warm cloth touched her skin, Su Qing shivered subconsciously. Fortunately, the room became dry and warm because of the fireplace, so Su Qing didn't feel that cold. After changing the water, Su Qing took Lucky out of the tree hole. Squeak! Su Qing? I felt myself being picked up in a daze. The tree mouse opened his eyelids, and a blurry figure came into view. Lucky, I wipe it for you. It won't take long. Su Qing squatted down and wrung out the water with one hand. Squeak! So that's how it is. Then Su Qing. The mouse will continue to sleep. The tree mouse closed his eyes, and obediently let Su Qing wipe his body. The wet and hot cloth carefully wiped the brown fur. Su Qing didn't even let go of the gaps between Lucky's paws. Squeak! Squeak! The corner of the eye was wiped, and the tree mouse opened his eyes, and was completely awake. The body turned over, the tree mouse looked back, and the big tail was wrapped. The whole body was a little wet, but not cold at all. Okay, Su Qing sent Lucky back to the tree hole. Lucky, I'm done. You can continue to sleep or wait in bed for a while. Shaking the fur, it felt that the water was almost gone. The tree mouse grabbed the tail and looked at it. Well, it's not very wet. Squeak! Su Qing, I wait for you. Su Qing touched the tree mouse's head and left the bedroom with the basin. There were still 3 to be wiped, so she had to boil water quickly. Climbing up the branch quickly, feeling the warmth, the tree mouse gently shook its tail and watched Su Qing's back as she left. Boil water, wipe, boil water. Until she finished wiping the snow, Su Qing immediately washed her coat and basin. In this weather, the coat would definitely not dry outside, so Su Qing wrung out the water and hung it on the side of the tree trunk. Awoowa! Su Qing, Ruashi stepped on the bed and excitedly invited Su Qing to rest together. Here I come. Su Qing put her shoes aside and lay on the bed. It's so comfortable. Ruashi ran over to the position next to Su Qing. After turning around a few times, she finally found a comfortable position and lay down. Her cheek was pressed against a furry mass. Su Qing glanced at Ruashi and raised her hand to touch the fleshy wings on both sides of the wolf's back. The fleshy wings have now grown dense fluff, and white feathers have emerged at the end. I think later, Ruashi will also grow big wings like Shui. Snow. The snow-headed bird standing on the branch tilted its head. Ga? What's the matter, Su Qing? Su Qing held Ruashi in her arms and turned over. When Ruashi grows up, can you teach her how to fly? Ga? Fly. The bird blinked and glanced at the white wolf, who was still acting coquettishly in Su Qing's arms. Can the little guy fly in the future? Ga. If it can fly, it's no problem, Su Qing. Birds peck at feathers. Flying is their innate instinct. If the little guy can do it, as long as it tries, it will find it very simple. Squeak, squeak. What? You can fly too? Then I can fly with the rat in the future. The tree rat poked its head out, its golden eyes sparkling, and looked at the confused little wolf with an unusual heartbeat. Me? Ruashi looked at Su Qing, then at the white bird that didn't react. Everyone is so calm, then I can definitely do it. Coming to a conclusion, Ruashi raised her head proudly and agreed. No problem. Not only can I take you, Ruashi glanced at Su Qing quietly, Ruashi will take Su Qing with her in the future. No problem, leave it to Ruashi. Ruashi will also take her sister to fly. Washu, who was watching everything quietly, was suddenly called and looked back blankly. When he heard his sister say that she wanted to take him to fly, without thinking whether Ruashi could do it, the little wolf shouted happily, Okay. Fully unaware that the little guys had reached an agreement, Su Qing covered herself with the winter coat. This is another winter coat left for her own use, and it will be used as a quilt indoors in the future. As for the one hanging on the tree trunk, go out and wear it. Ah! Su Qing yawned, tears welling up in her eyes. The warm and comfortable environment made her feel sleepy. I'm sleepy. Let's go to sleep. Good night, Lucky, good night, Shui, Ruashi and Washu. The tree mouse climbed back to the tree hole and curled up. Squeak. Good night. Awoo. This is Ruashi. Awoo. Good night. Washu closed his eyes. The wind outside the house gradually picked up. Quack. The bird lowered its head, pecking at the rope and gently pulling it down. The bedroom fell into darkness. A sweet dream. The sun rose and set, and the cold wind blew snowflakes. Su Qing walked on the snow in her winter clothes. It was the 60th day of the apocalypse. Remembering what others said about the wolf cubs being weaned at 5 weeks old, they were going to catch rabbits today. They? She glanced at the two little ones playing behind her. I wonder if the species on the apocalypse grow fast. Ruishi and Wanshu were now as tall as her thighs, which refers to the height from her feet to her head when walking. Of course, the appetite also increased visibly. So Su Qing planned to set out early to catch rabbits. After walking out of the cave, Ruashi and Wanshu followed them, determined to go with them. In desperation, 2 wolves were added to the original team of 1 person and 1 bird. Awoo, awoo. Stepping on the snow curiously, leaving flower-like paw prints, Ruashi circled around her own footprints. Ruashi, don't fall behind. Here it comes, awoo. After taking a last look at her paw prints with nostalgia, Ruashi trotted to the other side of Su Qing. Are you cold? Su Qing rubbed the 2 little wolves beside her, a little worried that they could not adapt to the weather. Awoo. Not cold, not cold. Ruashi shook her head. Except for the initial cold, Ruashi soon adapted. Where is Washu? Su Qing turned to the other side. Unlike when he was a baby, Washu was all gray, but as he grew up, his color gradually changed to brown. Seemingly seeing her worries, Washu shook his head and licked her palm, as if to comfort her. Then let's go! Su Qing smiled and followed the snow leading the way in front. Let's catch rabbits. This is your future food. Awoo! Catch rabbits, although I don't know what a rabbit is, Su Qing said to catch it. Washu also sped up, and his brown fur was blown by the wind. Chapter 46. After a long hike, they came to a slope. Su Qing estimated the vertical height to be about 2 meters. The slope was covered with snow, connecting with the equally white ground below, blending harmoniously into the background. If you don't look carefully, it's easy to overlook the steep slope. Looking down, there are no tall plants. Occasionally, you can see a few low shrubs, all with bare branches and leaves, covered with a little snow. It's called flat land, but there are also many raised mounds, bulging on the ground like bags. Rabbits, are they moving around here? Su Qing looked at the snow suspended in the air, her eyes constantly scanning the ground in front of her. Wait, Su Qing narrowed her eyes and focused on one spot. Did it move just now? Seemingly having some clues, Su Qing perked up and stared at the front closely. It was a bulging hillock, covered with snow, revealing only a little bit of yellow. A pair of slender, snow-white long ears suddenly appeared behind the hillock in her expectant eyes. It was indeed a rabbit. Su Qing subconsciously covered her mouth. She had no experience in catching rabbits on Blue Star, so she could only keep quiet to avoid scaring the rabbit away. Then, a small head appeared, followed by a fat body. The rabbit's ears turned slightly, and it remained motionless, as if it was trying to determine whether the surrounding environment was safe. Shui didn't move, so Su Qing stood still. She also put her hand on Ruashi's forehead, signaling the restless little wolf to calm down. Finally, the snow-white rabbit lowered its head. Then, like a magic trick, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Countless ears appeared. The rabbits scattered everywhere, and arched their noses under the snow. Su Qing looked at the scene with interest. Could the rabbits still find food accurately through the thick snow? What would their food be? Tree roots, or grass roots left over from autumn? Quack. The rabbits will quickly scatter, and run away later. The bird lowered its altitude and explained softly. It catches rabbits very quickly, but seeing the 2 wolves eager to try, maybe they will also go down and try. So the bird intends to teach some principles in advance. Awoo! And then what? Ruoshi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly waved her wings that had not yet grown. Quack! You are still young and cannot fly for the time being, so we have to attack from 2 directions. After saying that, Shui raised her head downwards, signaling the two little wolves to follow. Lowering her head to escape Su Qing's palm, Ruoshi raised her feet and walked a few steps away, turning her head to look at Su Qing. Su Qing didn't call Ruoshi, so she can go. Thinking of this, Ruoshi no longer hesitated and trotted to catch up with the snow-headed bird that was gradually flying higher in front of her. Su Qing, Washu also went. Rubbing against Su Qing, Washu called out softly and chased after his sister. The white wolf and the yellow wolf left two messy footprints on the snow. Su Qing didn't call the two little wolves, but just looked around cautiously. She saw the scene of the three little wolves communicating in front of her. Since Shui had given the order, it would be best to let the little wolves try. Besides, the rabbit shouldn't pose much danger to the little wolves, should it? She glanced at the rabbit and the little wolf, and compared to that, she was more worried about whether other large beasts would suddenly appear. Holding the spear tightly in her hand, Su Qing touched the sleeve arrow tied to her left hand, and felt much more at ease. If there was still a hunting rifle, it would be even safer. Thinking of the hunting rifle, Su Qing had a headache. Because the synthetic materials of the hunting rifle and bullets include pure carbon, pyrite, and cannon fruit, which are materials she has never seen before, so the first thing she thought of was pure carbon. But the treasure map was not displayed and was in a cooling state. Considering that the treasure map can only be used once a month and is limited to a range of 5 kilometers each time, she could not imagine why. This means that there is no pure carbon within a circle with a diameter of 5 kilometers from the hut. Su Qing sighed, feeling that life is really a mixture of joy and sorrow. In addition to posting a link to collect pure carbon at the light screen transaction, she could only make plans in the future. In the sight, a streak of snow white pierced into the snow like an arrow. Su Qing opened her eyes wide and shook her head to dispel the reverie in her mind. The rabbits that had been quietly lowering their heads all raised their heads in unison, their ears erect. As the first rabbit squeaked in fear, the rabbits that had gathered together scattered and ran desperately in all directions. But it was useless. The snow-white wings spread out and waved a few times on the snow, revealing the agile figure of the snow. Quack! Just like that, the bird turned its head happily, revealing the motionless prey under its claws. Killed with one strike. The majestic appearance of the snow-headed bird was very handsome. Su Qing curved her eyes and waved at the snow. At this time, two figures, one white and one yellow, rushed into the snow and quickly pounced on the fleeing snow rabbits. After staring for a while, the battle situation was a little anxious, and Su Qing couldn't help but frown and worry. On the snow, the white wolf lost its balance and rolled out a long trail. Quack! Su Qing gives it to you. The bird pulled out its claws and pushed the rabbit toward Su Qing. Retracting her gaze, Su Qing squatted down and touched Shui's head. Thank you for your hard work, Shui. As she spoke, Su Qing took out the vine skin from her pocket and tied the rabbit's two hind legs tightly. It turns out that Su Qing likes this, but... The bird walked a few steps and stared at the long vine skin in a daze. It seems that one rabbit is not enough. Then catch a few more. A small light bulb popped up on Shui's white head. Su Qing raised her head, and her snow-white figure flew towards the snow again, at a high speed, like an arrow from a string. What is this? Ruoshi stared at the creature jumping straight ahead, opened her mouth wide, but ate a mouthful of cold wind. Can't catch up. Ruoshi, who was a little unable to run, slowly stopped and lowered her head to breathe. In the corner of her eye, the rabbit she was chasing had already run far away. Gaga. Hearing the familiar sound, Ruoshi stood up straight. The snow-white figure turned very smoothly in the air, and then grabbed down quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Then it flew forward with the fat rabbit in its hand. Su Qing stood on the slope and took the rabbit from the white bird's claws. Ruoshi stared blankly, and immediately turned her head to look at her back. The two fleshy wings moved stupidly. If only I could fly. Ruoshi stepped on the snow enviously, and it also wanted to catch the fattest rabbit handsomely, and send it to Su Qing. The younger sister helped, and the older sister's tired voice came from behind. With her ears erected, Ruoshi jumped back. A fat rabbit was jumping madly towards her. Behind her, her sister was chasing it not far away. Ruoshi took a few steps back and stared at the rabbit getting closer and closer. When the rabbit passed by her, she bit it without hesitation. Her mouth was empty, but the rabbit turned sharply in fear and fell down, and it was not as fast as before when it ran again. Taking advantage of this bite, Wanshu, who was following behind, accelerated and bit the rabbit's neck. The rabbit in his mouth kicked wildly with its limbs. Washu felt that the rabbit in his mouth would break free at any time, so he threw it to the ground fiercely. Repeat several times until it stops moving, then release the mouth. The rabbit falls into the snow. The snow is blown up. Awoo! Sister is so amazing. Ruashi leans over, feeling that she can't see enough. Sister actually caught it. Really amazing. Wait, sister, can you teach Ruashi to catch one too? Thinking of this, Ruashi trots to the side of Wanshu, who is sitting on the ground, staring at her sister with bright eyes. Awoo, awoo. Help me, sister. Although very tired, Wanshu still insists on standing up and licking his sister. Awoo. We chased the same one together, and then caught it from both sides. Listening carefully with her ears erect, Ruashi nodded and looked around eagerly. Awoo, which one should I catch? Su Qing tied up the fifth rabbit and hurriedly called Shui, who was about to fly away in the next second. Shui, wait a minute. Jie? The bird was a little confused and kept its wings open. Su Qing smiled and pointed to the sky helplessly. Shui, that's enough. Besides, it's getting dark, we should go back. So that's how it is. The bird folded its wings obediently, and the bird stopped catching. Ah. Su Qing looked up at the slope. It was Ruashi and Wanshu. The two little wolves each had a rabbit in their mouths, running towards her happily. Ruashi opened her mouth, raised her front paws, and scratched her mouth, but she caught nothing. Awoo! I clearly felt that there was something, but why didn't I catch it? Reaching out to take a tuft of white hair out of the little wolf's mouth, Su Qing touched Ruashi, and then touched Washu. Awoo! Without the foreign body sensation, Ruashi instantly regained her excitement and happiness. Patting the rabbit in front of her, Ruashi proudly puffed out her chest. See this? I caught it. Proud face. JPG. Washu gently pushed the rabbit he caught, and looked at Su Qing quietly. Great. Ruashi and Wanshu are really great. They succeeded in hunting so quickly. Su Qing hugged the little wolves in her arms, and raised her chin towards Shui. And your Aunt Shui is also very good. She caught 5 rabbits in total. Awoo! Amazing. Ruashi was immediately attracted and looked at the 5 tied rabbits in surprise. Washu was not surprised either. Seemingly a little embarrassed by the praise, the bird turned its head away. Su Qing met Shui's gaze and blinked at her. This is the younger generation's admiration for the older generation. Shui is really great. The bird silently looked away. Happily scratched the snow. After tying up the 2 rabbits caught by the little guys, Su Qing tied the other end to the spear and carried it on her shoulder. The sides of the spear were bent downward. Of course, she didn't dare to tie too many, and she still had 3 in her hands. Then let's go home. Su Qing smiled cheerfully. I didn't work hard just now. How about I cook and roast rabbits for you tonight? Awoo, awoo. Roasted rabbits? Ruashi eats. Ha. Okay, Su Qing. Awoo. Sister, run slower. A few snowflakes floated in front of her. 7 rabbits. Su Qing took a deep breath, looking forward with hope. Compared to fighting with various creatures, and then getting treasure chests or other things, she still likes this kind of life. Chapter 47. Facing the wind and snow, Su Qing pushed open the door, but did not walk in immediately, but stopped at the door. Shaking to close, the snowflakes attached to the surface fell to the ground. Following the same example, the 3 little ones beside him also shook. The snow fell on the steps. Awoo! Shaking too hard, Ruashi took a dizzy step and was caught in the arms. Looking up and seeing that it was Su Qing, she rubbed her trouser legs coquettishly. You? Su Qing smiled and tapped Bailong's forehead. Don't shake yourself dizzy next time. Awoo! Oh no, there won't be a next time. Being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, Ruashi quickly lowered her head and pressed against her 2 front paws, as if she could hide herself this way. The white wolf's head pressed against its front paws, and its center of gravity couldn't help but lean forward, and its whole body became tense, like a string, low in front and high in the back. Su Qing patted the white wolf, and Ruashi trembled under her palm. Let's go, Ruashi. The wind and snow outside are getting stronger again. Awoo! Ruashi quietly raised her head. The door was half open. Su Qing wasn't around, and neither was Sister Yi. The little wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily everyone had gone in. Stretching her body, Ruashi took a step. Her paws touched the inside of the door, and then retracted as if burned. The little wolf glanced inside cautiously. No one was behind the door. Swaying left and right, tiny white dots floated in his fur. Nothing? Move more vigorously. The white little wolf still stood firmly in place. Nothing, not dizzy at all. Ruoshi raised her head and chest. It was just an accident just now. Ruoshi Su-Ching called from inside the door. "Oh, Su-Ching, here I come." After resolving a matter, Ruoshi happily trotted inside. Su-Ching raised her eyebrows, and the little white wolf ran over happily. "I said I would make roasted rabbits, but the one in the treasure chest would definitely not be enough for everyone. So I had to deal with the rabbits in my hand. One was also enough, so I might as well deal with all 7. Su-Ching carried 7 rabbits, took a basin, a dagger and other items, and walked towards the water. The snow stopped on her shoulders. As for the 2 little wolves, Su-Ching let them wait for her in the house. The wind and snow were mixed, but it was not so strong that people would shrink inside the house. Su-Ching started to process the rabbits quickly, bleeding them, skinning them. Rabbit skin is easy to peel. Su-Ching knows a little about the principle. This is because there is not much fat between the rabbit fur and the meat. Soon, the snow-white rabbit skin was almost completely pulled off. She didn't plan to take the internal organs back to the house. The smell was too strong, and the treasure chest couldn't hold them. After all, if she stuffed the leftover rabbit meat into the house, it would probably be full. Anyway, it was freezing cold, so Su-Ching found a spot and buried the internal organs in the snow and marked it. Well, when spring comes, she can dig it out and go fishing. If any animal finds it. Oh, should she set a trap? Su-Ching blinked and buried it first. When the trap is empty, she will ask on the forum. 7 rabbit skins floated in the cold water, and traces of blood spread along the water. After washing, Su-Ching put all the rabbit meat in the basin, grabbed the 7 rabbit skins, and returned to the hut. Su-Ching opened the treasure chest specially used for storing meat, and put the rabbit meat in first. As for the rabbit skin, she threw it into the wooden frame and put it aside. She cut a few long wooden sticks and rinsed them with water several times, and put them aside for later use. She started a fire. After looking at the little wolves who were curiously watching, Su-Ching took out 4 rabbits, cut ginger slices and stuffed them into their stomachs, and squeezed ginger juice to rub on the surface of the rabbit meat. Then, she took out the 3 bottles of seasoning she had opened before. She was not sure whether the 2 little ones could eat the seasonings of Blue Star, so Su-Ching only rubbed 2. I didn't add much chili powder, but I did apply a lot of pepper and cumin powder. After applying it evenly on the surface of the rabbit meat, I put it in a pot and marinated it for a while. After a while, the flame in the small stove went down, and large pieces of gray carbon would emitted wisps of smoke in the orange-red fire. There were 5 long sticks on the top and 5 on the bottom. Su-Ching clamped the rabbit in it and fixed it, and then fixed it with the vine skin at the head and tail. Put it on the small stove and press it down with heavy objects in front and behind. Under the high temperature, the red meat with white inside began to turn yellow, and fat came out, constantly. Sizzling. Su-Ching only had experience in grilling in a restaurant. After watching for a while, she took one and moved it over the charcoal fire in a very realistic way. She turned it over from time to time so that the rabbit meat could be heated evenly. Gradually, the surface of the rabbit became tight. Su-Ching took the dagger and scratched the back. Crunch. A crisp sound sounded in her ears, revealing the tender meat inside. A scent floated into Su-Ching's nose. A drop of saliva dripped in her sight and wet the ground. Su-Ching looked up, and the 2 little wolves had run to the side without her noticing, only a few steps away. Especially Ruoshi, with her mouth open, staring at the barbecue. There was no doubt where the saliva came from. Fortunately, she had roasted it without adding any seasoning. Go get the bowl. Awoo! Suddenly, Ruoshi's eyes lit up. Like the wind, Ruoshi held her own small bowl and put it on the ground, then quickly picked up another one and put it in front of her sister. A whole rabbit, not much meat. Su-Ching looked at the 2 filled plastic bowls. With such a small amount of meat, they couldn't hold it. She stood up and took Shui's bowl and put the rest into it. Shui, you try some, I continue roasting. Quack. Okay, Su-Ching. Walking a few steps forward, the bird lowered its head and pecked a piece of meat and swallowed it. Alas, Su-Ching took another rabbit and clamped it between the sticks. It would be nice if there was a plate. Su-Ching immediately turned on the light screen and clicked on trade to search. But she couldn't find it for a while. Her eyes moved to the wood piled on the wall. Why didn't she make some herself? Su-Ching really started to think. You see, she can't go out every day in winter, and there is nothing to entertain her in the apocalypse. She is either busy as a top or idle as hell. The only problem is... Ahem, Su-Ching covered her mouth to cover up. Her handicraft skills are really not that good. Never mind, she will start when she is free. After turning over the newly roasted rabbit, Su Qing glanced at the two little wolves eating happily. It can be used. Isn't it good? Squeak. What? Su Qing's shoulders sank, and she raised her hand to touch Lucky, who ran out. Awake? Squeak. Nodding, his eyes still staring at the rabbit meat in Su Qing's hand. It's a coincidence, the previous one just came out of the pot. Wait for the next one. Su Qing turned the rabbit meat in her hand. By the way, Lucky, can you eat rabbit meat? Eat meat? I think so. The tree mouse scratched his head. It had eaten insects before. Gaga? Do you want to try it first? The bird grabbed the edge of the plastic bowl with its claws and pushed it forward a little. Squeak, squeak. Give it to me, Rat. Try it. Rat will never call you a stinky bird again. The tree mouse was moved to tears and quickly jumped to the side of the white bird. The claws grabbed a piece of meat, and the tree mouse looked at the food that was longer than its claws with some curiosity. An indescribable fragrance opened its mouth and bit it. Squeak. It's so hot. The tree mouse quickly spit it out, grinning, but couldn't bear to throw it away. Remembering what Su Qing taught me before, the tree mouse blew air and didn't put it back in his mouth until a while later. Tasting the taste, the golden eyes narrowed happily. Seeing the reaction of the four little ones, Su Qing, the cook, also laughed happily. At this moment, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Su Qing's face changed. Ding, the Doomsday version 2.2 is being updated, adding random events. Hail. The second wave of cold wind arrives from the distant polar region, and the temperature drops further. Survivors, the next few days are not a good time to go out. Be careful not to let the hail hit you, and remember to keep warm. Ding, random events have been loaded and updated. Hail? Su Qing's teeth ached. How could this random event? At the same time, the sound of dong 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 was dense and crisp, and it sounded almost at the moment when the system sound disappeared. Putting the wooden stick with rabbit meat on the stove, Su Qing stood up and opened the door. Under the gray sky, in the wind and snow, countless black shadows fell to the ground, making a heavy noise. The speed of the fall was extremely fast. Looking over, it was just a continuous thick line. Only when it reached the ground could you see the white balls piled up. This was simply hail rain. With this situation outside, even if Doomsday didn't remind her, Su Qing would not go out. If she really went out, she would probably get a concussion. Seeing this power, Su Qing closed the door and decided to stay at home for the next few days. She returned to the fire and turned on the light screen. Whenever the version was updated, the light screen was always very lively, and this time was no exception. Good ping. Fuck, what is Doomsday doing? I was still outside when the update was made, and this hail almost killed me. Zhao Hui, who isn't? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and protected my head with my hands. It hurt so much. Wan Kue, well, how is your hut? The hailstones made a lot of noise when they hit my hut. I'm a little worried. Hut? Su Qing touched her chin and left the post she had just clicked on. After scrolling for a while, she found the analysis post she wanted to see. Yang Mei, it is known that the hailstones in this update will cause damage to the initial hut. If you have a magic stone without attributes and a corresponding magic book, it is recommended to upgrade first. Yang Mei, once the hut is destroyed by hail, you will also face the attack of hail if you stay inside. For safety, if possible, upgrade the hut to level 1. At present, only the initial hut cannot withstand hail, and there is no problem with the huts above level 1. I remember that the evaluation of the initial hut was in tatters. The level 1 was barely enough, and after upgrading to level 2, the evaluation became sheltered from wind and rain. Su Qing frowned. If hail can destroy the initial hut, it fits the evaluation of the hut. The initial hut is not strong enough to resist, and the first level is barely enough. As for the second level shelter from wind and rain, it should also include today's hail rain. However, Su Qing slid the light screen, and her cave itself was included in the mountain, as if it could not be destroyed by hail. Wait. Su Qing was suddenly stunned. Because she thought of the toilet she built. It should be able to hold up, right? Chapter 48. As soon as the hail stopped, Su Qing went out to check. The toilet was indeed broken. She looked around and found that the main damage was on the top. The wood used as the frame was fine, but several of the wooden sticks were broken, leaving 7 or 8 holes. She was indeed a little distressed, but seeing that the sky was getting dark again, Su Qing, who was worried, immediately returned to the cave. She was lucky, because the hail started again outside as soon as she entered the house. Hail fell without warning, and Su Qing could only stay in the cave. Compared with the rainstorm with negative effects, this hailstorm lasted for 4 days before it completely stopped. Just as the mechanical voice said, after the hail came, the temperature dropped a lot again, and Su Qing also went out less. However, Ruoshi and Wan Shu were growing up, so they had to go rabbit hunting with Shui every now and then. Sleeping, warming up by the fire, eating. Such days did not change until more than 10 days later. I don't know if it's because the winter is almost over, the snow is getting smaller and smaller, and the temperature is gradually getting warmer. Taking advantage of the good weather, Su Qing also took some time to repair the toilet. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white, and the light was bright. There was a small wooden table on the snow, and a few uneven woods were placed on the side. The white wolf huddled on the wooden table carefully. Its body was indeed larger than the small table, and it was a little difficult to move its hands and feet. As the white wolf grew up, its fur gradually became thicker, snow-white, and soft, and it seemed to have a ray of silver light flashing. It became more beautiful. Beside the small table, the white bird circled around the white wolf step by step. The beak opened and closed, constantly instructing something. Su Qing watched the scene happily. In fact, Shui was just teaching Ruoshi how to fly. Su Qing's eyes swept across the wings spread on both sides of the white wolf, and a trace of expectation appeared in her eyes. For nearly 20 days, she almost watched Ruoshi grow wings little by little, and finally became like this. Of course, she has witnessed a lot of magical things after coming to the end of the world, so Su Qing doesn't care whether it is reasonable or not now. Seeing is believing. She watched Ruoshi grow up. How could she not know whether it is true or not? What? Is it really okay for Su Qing to do this? The arm touched something soft. Su Qing lowered her head, and Wan Shu squatted beside her, making anxious noises. The two sisters always had a good relationship, and she knew without guessing that Wan Shu was worried about Ruoshi. Tenderly stroking Wan Shu's head, Su Qing lowered her voice. Don't worry, Ruoshi will learn to fly one day. Once she learns to fly, she will be able to fly to the sky to avoid danger in the future. And there is also Shui to impart experience. We must also believe in them. Squeak. At such a low height, he won't get hurt much. The tree mouse measured the height between the wooden table and the ground and said affirmatively. Besides, learning skills is bound to be a little painful. Shaking his fur, the tree mouse curled up in Su Qing's winter clothes again. When he was a child, he was not a natural tree climber or an emergency landing expert. He learned it after falling a few times. Besides, the tree mouse's eyes fell on the snow. The snow hasn't melted yet. If he learns now, the snow layer can still act as a buffer. It's better than after the snow melts, right? On the other side, the wolf in question felt a little weak in the legs. Even though he knew it was not high, he just looked down and couldn't move his legs. His wings were also very stiff. Quack! Rush forward and flap his wings. Seeing the little wolf so scared, the bird jumped out first to demonstrate, flapping its wings in the air. The long white wings flapped a few times, and the white bird fell in a curve and then landed on the snow. Turning his head, the bird encouraged, Quack! It's very simple, just try to flap your wings first. Awoo, awoo! Or let's not learn it for now. The white bird moved very smoothly and landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. Ruoshi didn't see it clearly at all and retreated backwards. The table under her feet seemed to shake. Frightened, Ruoshi hurriedly stopped moving. Jie. Shaking her head, she caught a glimpse of a man, a mouse, and a wolf watching the fun on the side, and the bird's eyes lit up. Ruoshi wanted to go down. Closing her eyes, Ruoshi felt a little regretful. She stayed at home and wanted to take Su Qing and the others to fly as soon as possible. Who knew that learning to fly was so difficult? Awoo, huh? Ruoshi quietly opened her eyes. Where are everyone? Looking around, she couldn't see anyone. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind. Ruoshi blinked and looked at the empty space below. Awoo, awoo! Ruoshi is going to fall to death. Su Qing, Su Qing. The four legs gestured, and the next second, Ruoshi felt her face buried in a cold place. Awoo! Is my sister okay? Seeing that her sister didn't fly up, but fell to the ground, Wan Shu ran to Ruoshi in panic. Swish, just like pulling a carrot. The wolf's face with snowflakes suddenly lifted up. A pair of eyes filled with excitement and eagerness to try. Ah! Woo! Wan Shu uttered a confused sound. Ruoshi did not answer, and stepped on the wood again with ease. It doesn't hurt at all. It can do it again. Shake the body to get rid of the snowflakes on the body. Ruoshi gently raised the left front paw and dug a few times. Little flying, it must have learned it. It seems that it is not injured. Seeing this scene, Su Qing finally let go of her worries. She looked at the healing potion in her hand and put it in her pocket. At this time, Ruoshi, who had already jumped down, climbed onto the wooden table again. Shui was correcting her movements and flapping her wings. Su Qing smiled. Everyone was very motivated. Then she couldn't just stand there. She went into the hut and took out a piece of wood. Su Qing grabbed a handful of snowflakes and roughly wiped the steps before sitting down. The progress of making wooden utensils by herself was pretty smooth. Considering that plates were simpler than bowls, she started with wooden plates for the first time. As for the appearance, let's not talk about it. However, after making the third wooden plate, Su Qing personally felt that she had mastered the trick of making wooden plates. Then, she began to move on to bowls. The one in her hand was the main body of the wooden bowl she had cut out. After polishing, the outside was no longer so rough and began to approach smoothness. Picking up the dagger, before digging out the excess wood inside, she had to draw a circle to determine the thickness of the bowl. The tip of the knife moved in a twisting and turning manner, and from time to time, it would suddenly deviate, leaving a small scratch on the outside. Ah! After swiping out again, Su Qing rubbed her wrist. This circle is really hard to draw accurately. Awoo! I can fly! Quack! Yes! Awoo! My sister is awesome. The collar was pulled. Su Qing turned her head, and the cold-fearing tree mouse actually ran out, pointing forward, swaying its tail, looking in a very good mood. Could it be? Su Qing turned her head to look. A pair of wings stretched out from both sides of the snow-white wolf's back, spinning in circles at low altitude. Although the wings kept flapping, the little wolf also floated up and down, looking like it was about to fall at any time. But all four claws left the ground, and it was indeed flying. Bang! Dingling! The wooden bowl and dagger fell to the ground. Su Qing did not pick them up, but just stood there and stared blankly. Ruoshi's figure was all in her sight. Awoo! 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 What happened? Su Qing! Su Qing! I can fly! Turning her head to the place where the sound came from, she saw Su Qing, and regardless of whether she could still fly, Ruoshi immediately turned sharply and ran towards Su Qing. Hey Ruoshi, be careful. Before she finished speaking, the white wolf that fell to the ground rolled a few times, then quickly climbed up and rushed into Su Qing's arms with its wings dragging. The cheeks were wet from being licked. You? Su Qing caressed Ruoshi with heartache, took out the healing potion from her pocket, and fed it to her. Even if you want to tell me, you should pay attention to your own safety. Awoo awoo. Su Qing, I can fly. After drinking it all in one gulp, Ruoshi excitedly stepped on the ground and loudly shared her joy. Ruoshi is great. If a child makes a mistake, he should be corrected, and if he makes progress, he should not be stingy with praise. Su Qing rubbed the little guy's head, and soon let go, letting the excited little guy go to share his joy with other friends. Squeak! Can we take the rat with us? The tree rat stroked his whiskers and narrowed his eyes. Wouldn't the rats be able to take turns to go out? Awoo! Of course, we can take them now. Looking at the size of the tree rat, and then at herself, Ruoshi agreed immediately. So, Su Qing didn't know what the little guys talked about. Lucky didn't even care about the cold and climbed onto the back of the white wolf happily. After picking up the wooden bowl and dagger, Su Qing planned to continue her unfinished work, but before that, Shui, keep an eye on them. Quack. Okay, Su Qing. Seeing Shui nod, Su Qing felt relieved to continue cutting wood. They had played like crazy and were tired. The four little wolves returned to the cave and lay on the straw mat to rest. Su Qing put everything away and cooked dinner as usual. She went out to get some water, boiled some hot water and mixed it, and after wiping the four little wolves, Su Qing gently closed the door, but did not lock it. Because Ruoshi and Wang Shu especially liked to go out to bask in the sun recently, she only left the door ajar at night, so that the little wolves could push the door open and go out by themselves when they woke up in the morning. After hanging her winter coat on the tree trunk, Su Qing took off her shoes and lay on the bed to browse the screen. It has been almost 3 months since the end of the world. It has been so long without her noticing. Now when she thinks of Blue Star, she actually has a feeling of things have changed. She was browsing the posts and gradually became sleepy. She turned off the screen, turned on the light, and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded. 2 pairs of green eyes lit up. In the dream, Su Qing frowned, turned over and continued to sleep. Fortunately, after this thunder, there was no more thunder. Ding! Doomsday version 3.0. Spring. Loading, ding spring. Loaded. All things are revived, vitality emerges, and some irreversible changes seem to be quietly happening. This is a season full of opportunities and dangers everywhere, so be careful to survive. The mechanical voice broadcast word by word. Unfortunately, the two awake wolves could not hear it, and after a while, they closed their eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 49. Awah! Did Ruashi go out so early? No, how could Ruashi's voice be so loud? Su Qing, who was drowsy, jumped up from the bed, and all sleepiness disappeared. Ruashi washu. Looking around, even Shui and Lucky were not in the room. Awah! What happened to Su Qing? A familiar voice came from behind, and Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Wait! Suddenly realized something and turned around quickly. Fortunately, the imagined ghost incident did not appear, and there was still a wall behind her. Standing up, Su Qing shouted again, and finally found the source of the sound. The wooden window was wide open, and a huge eye was slowly turning, watching her movements. Su Qing. Shock. Her heart started beating violently. Ouch! Why didn't Su Qing move? Ruashi's familiar voice sounded again, and the source was actually outside the window. Su Qing licked her lips, and a guess came to her mind. Ruashi? Awah! Su Qing was silent. Who could tell her that Ruashi had grown so big after just one sleep? Su Qing dressed quickly and walked out of the cave. She pushed open the door, and a gentle breeze blew in her face, mixed with the unique smell of green grass. Su Qing was shocked when she looked around. Yesterday, there was still a layer of snow on the ground, but today it was all gone. All the plants she saw became huge, and the forest on the other side of the water source was so lush and green that she had to look up to see the top. Take the front door for example. The grass that only reached her ankles in autumn has now covered her chest. Su Qing stepped onto the steps in a daze. The tallest tree beside the waterfall was almost half the height of the mountain. Awah! What is Su Qing looking at? Ruashi walked forward a few steps without waiting for Su Qing to speak, and curiously followed Su Qing's gaze. Some grass? What's so good about this? Look at me, look at me, look at me, Su Qing, look at me. Ruashi lowered her head, and acted like a spoiled child as usual. Su Qing only felt a huge force coming at her, and she couldn't even resist, and was pushed to the ground and sat down. Ouch! Ruashi didn't mean it. Looking up, she saw Su Qing being bumped by her. Ruashi subconsciously jumped back. Then, she reacted and opened her mouth to pick up Su Qing. Washu leaned over and gave his sister a claw. Then he turned around and rubbed Su Qing apologetically. Two giant heads were squeezed in front of her. Su Qing closed her eyes, opened them again, and it was still the same. Shit! Is the Doomsday going to kill them? Plants and animals have all grown huge. Only they are the survivors. Mistakenly entered the land of giants? Squeak! What's wrong? Jumping off the bird's back, the tree mouse reached out to pull Su Qing's clothes. Feeling her clothes being pulled, Su Qing lowered her head. Huh, lucky you. You didn't get bigger? The tree mouse was brown and yellow all over, and its size was the same as before. Compared with Ruashi and Wang Shu now, it could indeed be called petite. A hint of embarrassment appeared in its golden eyes. The tree mouse scratched his head. In fact, when he was woken up by the little wolves this morning and saw them growing rapidly in the green light, he thought he would get bigger. Who would have thought that the mouse didn't grow any bigger after running into the light? However, the tree mouse twirled its whiskers with its paws and raised its head proudly. The mouse's intuition about the treasure became stronger. Thinking of this, the tree mouse felt happy. The big tail behind it also swayed left and right. I don't know if she saw it wrong. Su Qing always felt that the red on Lucky's tail seemed to be shining. Squeak. Su Qing gives it to you. Ahem, Su Qing mentioned this matter, and the mouse almost forgot the treasure he found in the morning. Two tightly clenched fists were extended. The tree mouse's eyes were shining with anticipation. This time would never be the same as last time. Is this? Let me guess. Such a familiar scene. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. It's lucky, your claws can't cover it at all. The corners are exposed. Between the brown claws, there are gray edges. Gray? Damn, it can't be the magic stone, right? Su Qing opened her eyes wide. Just this morning, Lucky, you found a magic stone? Squeak. Choose one. The tree mouse moved its claws. Why did Su Qing look at the mouse like that? The tree mouse shyly handed it forward again. Awah! Choose this one. Ruashi pressed the empty space to the right of the tree mouse with her claws. Alas! Stupid Ruashi. The tree mouse clenched its left claws, and the coldness passed through its fingertips. This one. Su Qing pointed to the left with her fingertips, and the corners of her lips curled up. Squeak! Guessed it right. The tree mouse excitedly spread its left claw, and the gray stone lay quietly on it. Purple lines? A known magic stone? Su Qing picked up this magic stone she had never seen before. The extremely bright purple lines were entrenched in the center of the stone. Click on the light screen, and quickly initiate a transaction with herself. Electric magic stone. Sufficient energy, extremely rare attribute. Wow, a magic stone that is useless to other species may be a good energy source for you, the survivors? Energy. Can it be used to generate electricity? Su Qing murmured. If the electric magic stone could be used by them, the first thing she thought of was to use it as a power source. Maybe there will be a magic book that needs the electric magic stone later. Go into the cave, and put the magic stone into the treasure chest. Awuh! Awuh! Ruashi behind him seemed a little confused, and soon let out another wail. Su Qing turned around, and saw clearly, but her eyelids twitched. The huge white wolf lay on the ground pitifully, and had squeezed in the front half of its body. The wail was because Ruashi was stuck. Stuck in the cave, unable to see outside, Ruashi could only retreat by feeling. All four limbs were exerting strength, gritting teeth. Awuh! Su Qing, I can't get out. Su Qing, Ruashi paused and claws moved forward with difficulty. Save Ruashi. You don't even look at how big your body is now. Su Qing sighed silently. The hole is so small, of course, it will get stuck, my baby Ruashi. Washu. Washu responded from outside the cave. You pull from the outside, I push from the inside. Su Qing turned around and knocked on the white wolf's head. And you, I gave an order, do you hear it? Awuh awuh. Ruashi nodded subconsciously, but bumped into the hard top surface, instantly gnashing her teeth and tears welling up in her eyes. Touching her soothingly, Su Qing walked to Ruashi's shoulder. Push harder. Su Qing used all her strength and glanced at the ground from the corner of her eyes. The wolf didn't move at all. I don't know if it was Wan Shu who exerted force, but with a muffled sound, the white wolf finally came out of the cave. Su Qing blinked, but before she could retract her strength, she stumbled out of the cave. She didn't fall on the steps as she had imagined, but crashed into the soft fur. Awuh! Is Su Qing okay? A gentle and friendly voice sounded. Awuh, woo! Ruashi shook her head, and there were no restrictions anywhere. She stood up excitedly, and looked for Su Qing. Found it! Su Qing, Su Qing! Ruashi came out. Gaga. Luckily caught it. Seeing that the matter was resolved, the bird landed on Wanshu's head. Su Qing stood firm. Compared with before, the snow had become much heavier, but not as outrageous as the little wolves. Awuh, awuh! Su Qing, Ruashi can't go in. Looking around, Ruashi immediately protested after finding that Su Qing was not injured. Why can't Ruashi go into the cave? Su Qing, please take care of the cave. Ruashi, grievance.jpg. Although Su Qing didn't understand the wolf's language, she saw Ruashi pointing at the cave, and she also saw the grievance and accusation in her eyes, as big as copper bells. Associating what Ruashi meant, she felt that she had guessed it almost right. Ruashi, you have grown bigger. Su Qing gestured at her own height, and then pointed at Ruashi's huge body. But the house has not grown bigger. You certainly can't go in and out freely like before. Looking at the cave entrance that was as high as himself, and then looking at himself, Balang sighed sadly. In fact, Ruashi also knew that she had grown bigger. Couldn't Su Qing make the cave bigger as well? Ruashi, looking forward to a.jpg. The emotion contained in this gaze that seemed to be real was too strong, and Su Qing felt that she understood it again. But I don't know magic, and I can't make the cave suddenly become accommodating to you, Ruashi. Okay, Ruashi rolled on the ground. I'm not happy, and I can't sleep with Su Qing anymore. Su Qing turned her head and asked another question. Lucky, where did you find that electric magic stone? Last time, 3 magic stones appeared at once in the heavy rain, and she thought that there should be a non-attribute magic stone where the electric magic stone was found. Besides, it doesn't matter if you go over and take a look. Squeak. I take Su Qing there. Awuh! Su Qing, I take you flying. Although it was a little sad that he couldn't enter the cave, the white wolf still paid close attention to Su Qing's every move. Now when he heard that Su Qing was going out, Ruashi immediately stood up excitedly. Huh? Su Qing blinked, and the next second, she felt weightless. When she came to her senses, she actually landed on Ruashi's back, and Su Qing hugged Ruashi's neck nervously. Awuh! Let's go! Ruashi spread her wings and patted the ground excitedly. Washu looked at the nervous Su Qing with some worry. The tree mouse climbed onto the back of the white bird. Squeak. Set off. Wait, Ruashi, don't fly. In the perspective, the big white wings flapped, and Su Qing called out in fear. If you go up into the air without safety measures, you will be doomed if you fall. Ouch. Ruashi tilted her head in confusion, but still folded her wings obediently. Ruashi, don't fly yet. Su Qing sat up straight, speaking quickly and tremblingly. I'm a little scared. Wait until you take me flying again in the future. So that's how it is. Then I won't fly, Su Qing. Then I start running. Watching Ruashi take a step, Su Qing leaned over and pressed herself tightly against the white wolf's neck. She was really a little afraid that she would be thrown off, but it would be too slow if she walked over. It seemed that she started running, and her whole body was bumping up and down. The wind blew up the broken hair on her forehead, and it slapped on her face, which was a little itchy. I have to give it a try. Su Qing quietly opened a crack, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly. But it seems not so scary. Although it was bumpy, it was generally stable. I don't know if Ruashi was taking care of herself. Su Qing raised her body with courage, still hugging Ruashi's neck tightly. The morning light just rose from the east, casting a brilliant golden light. The grass brushed across her legs, and the dew wet her trouser legs. The humid air blew in the wind, and Su Qing breathed quickly. There was no need to go to the forum. Everything had been proved to her. The spring of the end of the world has come, bringing a completely unfamiliar forest, a giant-like forest. Chapter 50. Running in the grass, crossing the shallow stream. Entering the forest, the light above suddenly dimmed. Su Qing retracted her arms, and the forest was cooler than outside. As expected, the plants in the forest also grew larger visibly. As far as the eye can see, the green plants on both sides are densely intertwined, mixed with flowers of various colors. If you look up and look around, you can see thick tree trunks standing at intervals, and the bark is obviously like an enlarged version of fish scales. If you keep moving your eyes up, you will see the huge tree crowns. You are next to me, I squeeze you, and gather into a green ocean. There are a lot of densely leafed trees like this, but the light in the forest is surprisingly good. Su Qing lowered her head to avoid the drooping vines in front of her. I don't know if it's the characteristic of this forest, but there are thick vines hanging down from time to time on the way forward. Ruashi ran steadily, and soon, the scene around her changed again. The plants of the same height were dense and continuous, and there were almost no other plants on both sides. The leaves were wide and long, but the stems were very slender. In the green, densely packed red fruits were exposed. There was only a sound of chirping, and the wind on both sides of the cheeks gradually weakened. Su Qing raised her head, and Ruashi was pacing slowly. Squeak! Lucky seemed a little excited. Su Qing changed her position, and put her hands on Ruashi's back and reached forward. Snow flapped its wings and hovered in the air. The brown-yellow tree mouse touched the red fruit with its two claws, and then began to pull it back hard. That is. Su Qing looked at the fruit that Lucky was picking, and then looked at Lucky. In this comparison, the red unknown fruit is the same height as the tree mouse. As expected, the plants and animals have changed. Not only has the forest become very tall, but the grass leaves that were not even knee-high before can now cover her, and even the fruits. But that's not entirely true. Su Qing suddenly thought of the stream she had crossed when she came here. At that time, Ruashi ran over in a few steps, and the water didn't even touch her feet. Obviously, the stream has not changed much. What about the original fish in the stream? Aren't those also animals? Not to mention that she didn't notice it. The fish should be very obvious in the stream after they grow bigger. But in fact, she didn't see any huge fish. Could it be that the enlargement also selects species? She couldn't figure it out, but she believed that there must be some conditions involved. In fact, the best way is to ask the wolf in question, but unfortunately the language is not communicated, so Su Qing can only keep this matter in her heart. Ruashi, let's go too. Su Qing gently patted the white wolf, who was a little distracted, and said, Okay, Su Qing. Shaking her head, Ruashi restrained herself from looking up, and turned to walk towards the mouse and the bird. It's really big. Ruashi recalled the huge green, and was still a little shocked. After approaching, Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Lucky and Shui had landed on the ground at some point, surrounding the two sides of the red fruit and eating them. Glancing at the height from the ground, Su Qing jumped off Ruashi's back carefully. She had been sitting for a long time, and her legs were still a little weak when she stepped on the ground. Su Qing stumbled a few steps, rubbed her thighs, and walked forward. Squeak! Su-Ching? Glimpsing Su-Ching from the corner of her eye, the tree mouse swallowed the flesh and left the sweet and juicy flesh. Squeak, squeak. Su-Ching, look, it's delicious. The tree mouse excitedly pointed at the side that was bitten to pieces by itself, and jumped in front of the continuous plant. It looked like, "This is the kingdom I have built for you." Su-Ching raised her hand to hide the smile on her lips, and walked to the front of the plant. She was not worried that the fruit was poisonous. The two little ones had lived in the forest for who knows how long, so they must have their own mechanism to identify food, not to mention that Lucky also had a talent for treasure hunting. But if they were really poisoned, then they would have to fly back in a hurry to find healing potions for the two little ones to drink. Her eyes fell on the plant in front of her that was as high as a wall, and the leaves were wider than her palm. Su-Ching pushed aside the protruding green leaves, and the complete red fruit was exposed in front of her. This is a very huge fruit. After comparing it secretly in her mind, it is almost as big as the watermelon on Blue Star. The fruit is oval, with countless raised hemispheres on the surface, which looks very round and full. After scanning left and right, Su-Ching found that the color of these fruits is generally between green-red and dark red. The dark red fruit has a smell of fermented alcohol just by approaching. I don't know if she remembered it wrong, but Su-Ching obviously doesn't like the smell that much. Put your hand between the leaves. The place where the fruit connects to the stem should be considered the pedicle. There is a circle of small inverted triangular leaves, which looks like a crown. Pinching the stem, Su-Ching folded it down. With a light sound of click, the fingertips touched the sticky juice. Holding the pedicle with one hand and the bottom with the other, Su-Ching brought the red fruit closer. Raspberry, green and red taste astringent, while red tastes sour and sweet. Likes to grow in a cool and ventilated place. This raspberry seems to have been occupied. If you like it, maybe not picking the crimson fruit would be a good choice. Occupy? Su-Ching frowned subconsciously and looked around. Is this something that has an owner? Su-Ching paused. Behind the left, on the edge of the yellow-brown tree trunk, a pair of eyes stared at this side with piercing eyes. The two pairs of eyes met. It was a monkey. But before Su-Ching could identify it carefully, the head on the tree trunk quickly shrank back. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Su-Ching blurted out the words to stop him without thinking. Stop! Hearing the solemnity in Su-Ching's words, Ruoshi and Wanshu, who were working hard, raised their heads instantly, took a fighting stance, and fiercely looked for the enemy. After a while of searching, Wanshu patted his sister, who was still spinning around, raised his head and pointed at the stiff foreign object on the tree trunk. Awuh! Come down, Wanshu threatened. Awuh awuh! Listen to Su-Ching and her sister. Looking at it, Ruoshi bared her teeth. 5 strong eyes focused on the tree. A figure slowly came down from the tree and walked in front of Su-Ching. This is indeed a monkey. It is a little shorter than Su-Ching, and its hair is grayish-brown, which is why Su-Ching didn't find it at first. Its face is red, it lowers its head and looks at the ground, with its 2 claws scratching in front of it. It looks very embarrassed. It seems that they are the owners of this raspberry. An idea flashed through Su-Ching's mind, and she lowered her voice to make her words sound softer. Excuse me, is this your raspberry? Mine? Of course it is. The old monkey bared one side of his teeth, somewhat disdainful. Awuh! You dare to threaten me. Ruoshi took a step forward. A shadow covered her from above. The old monkey immediately shook his head frantically from the bottom of his heart. No, the old monkey was just tired from fighting yesterday and rested on the tree. Today, I just found the fruit here. What's yours is yours, take it away, although you look weird, but since we are a wolf pack, I will take you away if I like you. What bad luck, how did I run into a wolf pack? Oh, just don't kill me. The monkey's face was full of hatred, and he forced a smile. No matter how he looked at the other party, he was afraid. Su-Ching opened her mouth and said, I didn't think. Never mind. We are just passing by here. We will pick some raspberries when we come back later. Pick a few? The old monkey's eyes rolled around. Why does he feel that the other party is easy to talk to? These 2 wolves. The old monkey's eyes swept to the giant wolf next to him. Ruoshi tilted her head to see what Ruoshi was doing. No rebuttal? The old monkey pondered. The wolf pack is now controlled by other creatures, or a new tribe from outside? Oh. Which direction are you going? No matter which one, the old monkey asked tentatively. The members of the opposite tribe are so mixed, and he also wants to try to find a shield. Awuh! What does it have to do with you? Awuh, Ruoshi retorted, and immediately received a claw from the side. Ruoshi, Why are you hitting me, sister? Washu moved his head away. Wait for the other party to finish speaking, sister. Quack. Go to the high cliff in front. The bird that had been observing silently spoke, with its wings pointing in one direction. Oh, I can't go there. The old monkey looked in that direction and seemed to be burned, and screamed in fear. Oh, there used to be a group of annoying ants living there. Not long ago, the old monkey went to see them, and saw that they had grown super big. Shaking himself, the old monkey felt a little scared when he thought of the black ants moving in groups. Who knew that the ones that were so small before would grow so big? I just killed a big one this morning. The one who seemed to be in charge seemed a little puzzled. The old monkey repeated it again, and finally confirmed that the other party couldn't understand it. There was no other way. The old monkey could only desperately point in that direction, then began to struggle on the ground, and finally stuck out his tongue to pretend to be dead. Su Qing understood. Are you saying that there are very scary creatures in that direction? Can they kill us? Ah, yes, the old monkey nodded. A creature that can kill us. Su Qing turned to discuss with the four little ones. Do you want to take a look at what it is? I kind of want to take a look from a distance, at least to know what it is. Su Qing clearly wanted to go. Ruoshi raised her chest. At this time, she had to rely on Ruoshi. Don't worry, Su Qing will be able to fly away immediately if she sits on Ruoshi. Quack. Okay. The bird nodded. Quack. Washu, you can't fly, stay here. The bird glanced at the monkey with a smile on his face, and stared at it. If the other party cheated the bird, he would come back to settle the score. Blinking his eyes, Washu understood happily, retreated to the old monkey, and squatted down, nodding gently at Su Qing. Ah, Washu, you are not going? Well, if it's something troublesome, it would be more convenient to fly. Su Qing touched Wangshu's head. Then shall we go? Yes, Su Qing. Ruoshi squatted down. Su Qing climbed up with her hands and feet, and sat firmly, hugging Ruoshi tightly. Let's go! Run for a distance. There are more and more vines above the head. Su Qing whispered to Ruoshi and Shui. The eyes stopped in astonishment not far away. The white earth mound like a house, the black giant ants coming in and out, and the continuous leaves, animal corpses moving on the black team until they disappeared in front of the white earth mound. Damn, an army of ants. Su Qing swallowed her saliva. Although the ants were not as big as her, they were as big as normal rabbits. Let's not talk about whether they are scary alone. Ants are social creatures. Su Qing was stunned as she looked horizontally. A long black and white column was hiding in the grass. From time to time, its long pink tongue flashed by and swept away the single ant that appeared on the vine in front. Anteater? When it comes to animals that eat ants, this name popped up in Su Qing's mind at the first time. The grass swayed gently, revealing a pair of eyes. Su Qing grabbed Ruoshi's fur and became nervous. But the creature seemed to be completely uninterested in them. After a casual glance, she continued to concentrate on lurking in the grass.